Darling, perhaps you should find a man to conceive a child first. Mother, are you suggesting I should seek a donor? Mei Ping, the stunning CEO with a fortune of 10 billion, gazed at her ailing mother in disbelief. 3 years ago, I hoped to find you a remarkable husband, but tragically, he passed away on your wedding day, taking your father with him. This has profoundly affected you. I understand your reluctance towards marriage, yet you must desire a child of your own. Her mother grasped Mei Ping's hand tightly. I am terminally ill, with at most a year left, and your body is not suited for IVF. We must resort to finding a donor to ensure the Mei lineage does not end. Seeing her mother's sorrowful face, Mei Ping felt a lump in her throat. But there must be a suitable candidate for this. I heard from my cousin that there is a male worker at your mine named Lu Chen. 5 years ago, he was the top scorer in the city's entrance exam, but a car accident left him mentally challenged. Her cousin chimed in, he's intelligent and handsome. If you were to conceive with him, the child would undoubtedly be both bright and beautiful. Once you are pregnant, you can claim it was through artificial means. That sounds promising. Mei Ping's mother nodded eagerly. Let's arrange this quickly. If you succeed, they'll prepare a red envelope with 100,000 for him. Cousin, perhaps you should move into the mine tomorrow. Her cousin suggested. Mei Ping, blushing, lowered her head in acquiescence. Very well. It seems this is the only way. The following day, Mei Ping settled into her family's mine. A month later, she had acclimated to life in a mine. The miner's dormitory was simple, lacking private bathrooms, and Mei Ping filled a basin with water to bathe. The young lady is truly beautiful. The boss lady is stunning. How lovely. A group of male workers peered through the iron walls, eagerly watching Mei Ping bathe. Crash. Someone knocked over a flower pot beneath the makeshift building. Who's there? Mei Ping turned sharply while bathing. Quick, disperse. The crowd scattered. Come out now. Mei Ping yelled from within the room. If I find out who you are, you will regret it. This is bad. If this gets out, there will be severe consequences. The foreman, Cheng Dazhuang, anxiously glanced at several workers beside him. Let Lu Chen take the fall. Someone pointed at Lu Chen, who was tucked away in the corner. Perfect, he's the one. Cheng Dazhuang approached quickly. Lu Chen, Mei's calling for you. What does she want? Lu Chen asked, bewildered. Candy, of course. Hurry up. Cheng Dazhuang chuckled maliciously. All right. Lu Chen made his way to the makeshift room. Inside, Mei Ping was hurriedly drying herself. A.S. Lu Chen reached the outside of the room. Cheng Dazhuang suddenly gave him a shove. Bang! The door swung open, and Lu Chen stumbled in. Oh, what are you doing? Mei Ping shrieked. Lu Chen couldn't stop himself as he fell onto Mei Ping. No, Mei Ping was knocked back onto the sofa. Lu Chen's forehead struck a jade pendant resting on Mei Ping's chest. At the instant his brow touched the pendant, a miracle occurred. His mind, like a projector, rapidly replayed his past. 5 years ago, Lu Chen was the top scorer in the city's entrance exam, but a tragic accident had left him mentally impaired. His family went into debt seeking treatment for him. In order to repay the debts, he became a miner. He was bullied and exploited, completely unaware of it. Fortunately, that collision with the beautiful boss chest had miraculously brought him back to clarity. He was no longer foolish. As Lu Chen recalled the past, he inadvertently pinned Mei Ping beneath him. Mei Ping, already terrified, instinctively began to punch and shout, Get away, you scoundrel, let go. Cheng Dazhuang, lurking by the door, rushed in to play the hero. How dare you assault Mei? I'll make sure you regret this, he shouted, attacking Lu Chen with fists and kicks. Hit him. Beat this fool to death. Male workers who had been watching also rushed in to join the fray against Lu Chen. Stop. If you continue, someone might get seriously hurt. Mei Ping shouted, hastily pulling on her clothes. This scoundrel was spying on you and tried to assault you. Cheng Dazhuang feigned outrage, pointing at Lu Chen. He must not be let off lightly. We should call the police. Mei, you cannot let him go. He must not escape justice. The onlookers echoed their accusations. Lu Chen was furious. It was evident they were taking advantage of his previous condition, using him as a scapegoat. He could see this moment. No one would believe him, so he figured it was better to continue feigning ignorance. With that thought, Lu Chen grinned foolishly. I wasn't spying, I came to ask Mei for candy. Candy? What kind of candy? Mei Ping asked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Lu Chen's sharp features and handsome demeanor. She couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. wanting to engage with him and conceive a child, ensuring their offspring would be both intelligent and attractive. Cheng Dazhuang pointed at Mei Ping, laughing. This fool thinks of women when he mentioned candy. He meant he wants to kiss you. How could you say that, Lu Chen? Mei Ping felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Dazhuang told me to ask you for candy. He said your candy is big and sweet, Lu Chen said, extending his hands toward Mei Ping. I want candy. This fool is insufferable. Hit him. Cheng Dazhuang grabbed a thermos from the table and hurled it at Lu Chen. Strike. Several workers joined in the attack. Ouch. Lu Chen was struck, blood streaming from his head. He knew he was outnumbered and had to retaliate against one of them. Lu Chen reached out and caught Cheng Dazhuang's thigh with a firm grip. Oh, that hurts. Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out. If you keep hitting me, I swear I'll make him suffer. Lu Chen shouted. Stop, stop. Cheng Dazhuang quickly called for a halt. Don't hit him anymore. Mei Ping pushed the workers away, then turned to Lu Chen, urging, all right, it's fine now. Let go. Reluctantly, Lu Chen released his grip. You fool, just wait, you'll pay for this. Cheng Dazhuang glared at Lu Chen, clutching his leg. Take that. Lu Chen picked up the thermos that Cheng Dazhuang had thrown and hurled it back at him. Ouch. Cheng Dazhuang's head swelled into a large bump. Furious, he waved dismissively at his subordinates. Get him. Stop. Cheng Dazhuang, you have drawn blood. Do you want to escalate this? Mei Ping stepped in front of Lu Chen, her expression serious. This matter ends here. You all may leave. May this fool try to assault you. Cheng Dazhuang pressed. You must call the police. Enough. I will handle this myself. Mei Ping commanded. Take them away. Cheng Dazhuang, exasperated, rolled his eyes and gestured for everyone to leave. As they departed, Mei Ping turned to Lu Chen. You must be in pain, right? She gently dabbed at his wound with a tissue. Yes. Lu Chen gazed at the beautiful CEO before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Over the years in the mine, he had only been mistreated. This beautiful boss was the only one who had not taken advantage of him, treating him with such tenderness today. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt faint and collapsed into Mei Ping's arms. Lu Chen, wake up. Mei Ping quickly pinched his skin to revive him. Her gentle voice stirred him awake. He felt a throbbing in his forehead and, upon opening his eyes, caught a glimpse of a small birthmark on Mei Ping's abdomen through her clothing. Could this be a sign? Lu Chen wondered, bewildered. He tried once more to look, and indeed, he could see the small mark on the CEO's body. Overjoyed, he blinked repeatedly to confirm it was real. Lu Chen, you are awake. Mei Ping noticed him stirring and asked with concern, why are you blinking so much? Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my eyes. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead. Why rub your forehead if your eyes hurt? Mei Ping chuckled. I made a mistake. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes again and, inadvertently, caught another glimpse of the small birthmark on Mei Ping's body. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Mei Ping felt pleased rather than angry. Realizing this fool was thinking of women, the plan for surrogacy would be simpler now. She playfully covered her chest and smiled sweetly. Oh dear, my clothes are dirty. I need to change, no peeking. She turned and walked towards a corner. 5 minutes later, Mei Ping returned, fully dressed. Manager Mei, you look truly splendid in that outfit. You possess an elegance that is both refined and gentle. No wonder people say you're the most beautiful female CEO. Lu Chen praised from the depths of his heart. Who said that? Mei Ping felt a sweetness in her heart. They all say so. Lu Chen continued. Manager Mei, you are so kind and considerate towards me. You are my employee, of course. I must take care of you when you're injured. Mei Ping smiled and gently caressed Lu Chen's cheek, expressing her concern. Come, I will take you to the hospital to have your wound treated and then escort you home. You need not come to work for the next few days. She had developed feelings for this fool before her. In order to be with this top scholar and one day bear a healthy and intelligent child, Mei Ping resolved to cultivate the atmosphere, allowing him to feel her warmth more profoundly. Only then could they truly enter a harmonious state together. Manager Mei, please don't dismiss me. Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, pleading with a heavy heart. My mother still needs treatment. Mei Ping chuckled softly. Silly, I am merely giving you a break. Your salary will remain unaffected. That's wonderful. Thank you. Manager Mei, Lu Chen responded with uncontainable excitement. What has come over you today? Mei Ping observed Lu Chen speaking with clarity and became curious. You don't seem foolish at all. Feeling her suspicion, Lu Chen's heart tightened. Though he had returned to normal now, It was not advisable to reveal this, for it pertained to a great enmity involving his life and death. Lu Chen suspected that the car accident 5 years ago was orchestrated, and he must uncover the truth. He felt it necessary to maintain the guise of a fool. Lu Chen intentionally put on a silly grin. "Manager Mei, I want some candy." Candy? Mei Ping recalled what Cheng Dezhuang had previously mentioned about Lu Chen's desire for candy, which was, in fact, a longing to kiss her. Could this fool be thinking of women at this moment? That would be rather hasty. Mei Ping blushed as she shot a glance at Lu Chen, exclaiming, "There's nothing to eat. Come, let us go to the hospital." She led Lu Chen outside and into her BMW X6. The winding mountain road was soon drenched in a torrential downpour. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Chen inadvertently turned his gaze toward Mei Ping, quickly captivated by the beauty of this 26-year-old CEO. She possessed delicate features, skin as fair as jade, an air of aloof competence, and long, slender legs. Her toned abdomen and well-proportioned figure left no doubt as to why she was regarded as the most beautiful woman in Long City. As he gazed, Lu Chen's celestial vision activated once more. He noticed the jade pendant adorning Mei Ping's chest, which revealed intricate texts and patterns. The 12 divine generals govern the affairs of the world, with the first being the medicine god, who oversees the principles of medicine. Within the coin-sized lotus jade pendant, 12 divine figures were meticulously engraved, each adorned with intricate runes. Strangely, Lu Chen found that he could comprehend the content within. The first divine figure was the medicine god. An overwhelming surge of pharmacological knowledge flooded Lu Chen's mind, bestowing upon him the legacy of the medicine god. Incredible. Mei Ping's heart is a treasure trove. Lu Chen was astounded and wished to glimpse the second divine figure. "What are you looking at?" Mei Ping, sensing Lu Chen's gaze fixed on her chest, felt a flutter of anxiety. This fool can't possibly want something now. Lu Chen, noticing her gaze, sheepishly replied, I wasn't looking at anything. As if. Mei Ping halted the car, her voice tinged with irritation. "Your eyes are practically falling into my bosom." Lu Chen felt embarrassed. "I warn you, do not harbor any intentions." Mei Ping, wishing to conceal her true feelings from Lu Chen, feigned indifference by adjusting her collar. Lu Chen mistakenly believed the icy beauty was upset. To continue probing the secrets of the jade pendant, he decided to play the fool. He pointed at the pendant, grinning. "Sister, yours looks truly exquisite." "Exquisite, you say? You dare to tease the boss? I see you have no desire to keep your job." Mei Ping swatted Lu Chen's hand away. "Don't look. Don't hit. Don't hit." Lu Chen feigned fear, pointing at the jade pendant. "I want the jade. It looks so lovely." Ah, so he was referring to the pendant. Mei Ping felt a pang of disappointment. Smiling, she replied, "You can look at the pendant, but you mustn't pull it off. It cost over $1 million. It's beautiful. I want to see." Lu Chen leaned closer, but his eagerness caused him to bump into her chest. Ouch. Mei Ping rubbed her chest, not angry but playfully glaring at him. "You foolish boy. You don't know your own strength." "Sister, did I hurt you?" Lu Chen, feeling flustered after the accidental contact, grew anxious. "How about I help you rub it?" "No way." Mei Ping feigned sternness. "All right, just a little touch." Lu Chen attempted to reach for the jade pendant. "Not a chance. Touching is out of the question." Mei Ping firmly swatted his hand away. Ouch. Lu Chen clutched the jade pendant, pretending to be wronged. "I merely wished to touch the jade, that's all." So he was referring to this. Mei Ping couldn't help but chuckle at his innocence. "You silly boy. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you meant something else." "Sister, you are wonderful. This jade is truly beautiful." Lu Chen edged closer to Mei Ping, striving to see the jade pendant more clearly. The previously visible 12 divine figures had vanished, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He widened his eyes in earnest. Seeing Lu Chen's foolish yet earnest expression, Mei Ping found it rather amusing and leaned slightly closer to him. Lu Chen was eager to see the divine figures again, his eyes widening, but they remained elusive. He felt dizzy. "Not good, I feel faint." Lu Chen, suffering from low blood sugar, knew he needed candy to remedy it. He collapsed into Mei Ping's embrace. "Hey, Lu Chen, what's wrong?" Mei Ping's face paled in fright. "Ms. Mei, I need candy." Lu Chen opened his mouth, mimicking a child wanting to be fed. "You silly boy, after all this fuss, you just wanted a taste. Go away." Mei Ping angrily pushed Lu Chen away, thinking he was trying to kiss her. They hadn't reached that stage yet. How could she simply acquiesce? This fool was far too hasty, lacking in romantic sensibility. Lu Chen's eyes fluttered shut, motionless. "Hey, Lu Chen, wake up, please." Mei Ping, seeing Lu Chen collapse, quickly pressed her fingers to his acupoint, panicking, "Don't scare me like that. Candy, I need candy." Lu Chen whimpered in her embrace. "All right, sister will get you candy, just hold on." Mei Ping glanced around, noticing the heavy rain outside, thinking that since no one was watching, she could let this boy have some candy to see if it would revive him. She embraced Lu Chen tightly and tilted her face, allowing him to kiss her. Lu Chen, once unconscious, felt a surge of awareness as the jade pendant pressed against his face. A tremendous energy flowed into him, and he gradually regained consciousness. Sensing that his vision had sharpened, "Lu Chen, if you want candy, go ahead. I won't hold it against you. Please wake up." Mei Ping held him closely, softly calling his name, waiting for him to kiss her. The jade pendant nestled against him brought an inexplicable comfort. Mei Ping's body was soft and fragrant, inducing a pleasure he could hardly articulate. Even more blissful was the continuous flow of energy from the jade pendant into him. Lu Chen felt an irresistible urge to remain in this state. Awakening seemed almost too difficult to bear. So white, so fragrant. How delightful. Lu Chen half closed his eyes, gazing at the alluring figure in his embrace, his throat dry with longing. Mei Ping felt a warmth in her chest, looking down to discover Lu Chen had awakened. And she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lu Chen, you're awake." Lu Chen responded with a muffled sound, suddenly aware of his flushed face. Quickly springing up from her embrace. "Ms. Mei, I'm sorry. I must have dozed off." He wiped the corner of his mouth and, in a fluster, reached for tissues to clean the jade pendant. "Let me help you wipe it clean." "What are you doing?" Mei Ping blushed at his hand on her chest. Realizing the implication, Lu Chen quickly withdrew his hand. "Since we've already touched, you might as well help me clean it." Mei Ping held his hand against her pendant. The more anxious Lu Chen became, the more amused she seemed. "All right, then I'll clean it." Lu Chen, with a racing heart, began to gently wipe. Mei Ping's cheeks flushed as she felt his tender touch, her heart racing. Truthfully, she found him quite handsome and robust. Surely any child they bore would be both clever and attractive. She gazed at Lu Chen, her heart inexplicably quickening. Mei Ping felt a warmth spreading through her body. To be honest, she desired a man, especially one as handsome and strong as Lu Chen. Even a glance stirred her emotions. How troubling it was that this silly boy was making her feel this way. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She playfully bit her lip and hugged Lu Chen tightly. "Ms. Mei, what are you doing?" Lu Chen was utterly taken aback by her sudden affection. "Quick, hold me tight." Mei Ping grasped Lu Chen's hands, placing them on her soft waist, pressing herself against him. Lu Chen was flustered. As his strong muscles pressed against the jade pendant on Mei Ping's chest, he felt yet another surge of energy flowing into him. In a moment of resolve, he embraced her back. Mei Ping reciprocated the embrace, tilting her face as if to kiss him. Lu Chen was alarmed and gently pushed her away. "Ms. Mei, don't. Why are you so nervous?" With a charming smile, Mei Ping embraced Lu Chen once more, saying, "Sister merely wishes to hold you." "May I?" Lu Chen's thoughts became a whirlwind. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. "Oh no, someone is coming." Mei Ping hastily released Lu Chen and adjusted her attire in a fluster. Turning to look, Lu Chen noticed a large truck approaching from behind. It was a vehicle from the mine. "Quickly sit tight," Mei Ping commanded sternly. "What transpired today must remain confidential." "Understood." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The rain had ceased, revealing a blue sky adorned with white clouds. Mei Ping started the car and attempted to drive forward. But the wheels spun furiously without gaining traction. The vehicle was stuck in a muddy pit. "It's Mei's car. Come on, let's help." 3 burly men leapt from the truck behind. It was the foreman Cheng Dazhuang accompanied by 2 miners. "What on earth? Why is that fool sitting in Mei's passenger seat?" Cheng Dazhuang approached the window, his expression reflecting disbelief upon seeing Lu Chen beside Mei Ping. "How did this idiot end up next to the boss?" The miners expressed envy and jealousy. "It was I who invited him to sit here. You all just beat him up earlier, so I brought him to the hospital." Mei Ping explained briefly before diverting the topic. "You're just in time. My car has broken down. Hurry and help me push it." "Lu, get out and push," Cheng Dazhuang shouted. Lu Chen obliged, stepping out of the car, while the 2 miners joined in the chorus. In the past, they had always bullied Lu Chen, making him do the dirty work. Lu Chen paid them no mind. "Are you deaf, fool?" Cheng Dazhuang slapped Lu Chen on the shoulder. "Get out and push." "Step aside." Lu Chen gently pushed Cheng Dazhuang away with a grin. "You all push, and I'll cheer you on." "Hey, you think you can defy us?" Cheng Dazhuang roared in frustration. "Get down here." "Why shout? Lu is injured. If he doesn't get down, you all should just push." Mei Ping shot a glare at the group and turned to Lu Chen with a comforting smile. Lu Chen, you just stay put. Lu Chen was to be the father of her future child. She could not allow him to exert himself, for he needed to conserve his strength for her. All right, I'll sit, Lu Chen said contentedly, leaning back in the seat, relishing the unique affection bestowed upon him by the beautiful CEO. Enraged, Cheng Dazhuang rolled his eyes. But unable to defy Director Mei's orders, he sullenly led the others to the rear of the vehicle. After a flurry of activity, during which they were splattered with mud, they managed to extricate the BMW X6 from the mire. Thank you for your efforts. I must be off. Mei Ping turned to express her gratitude before pressing down on the accelerator. Director Mei, wait. Cheng Dazhuang called out, hurrying after her. Is there something you require? Mei Ping inquired. Allow me to accompany you to the hospital. After all, I was the one who injured Lu Chen. Consider it my way of making amends. Cheng Dazhuang offered with feigned sincerity, pulling open the car door and getting in. Very well, Mei Ping acquiesced with a nod. Since you and Lu Chen are from the same village, I've granted him 2 days' leave. After the hospital visit, I'll drop you both off at the village entrance. And you can escort him home. What? You're giving that simpleton leave? Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed, his face contorted with envy. Director Mei, that fool spied on you while you were bathing. You mustn't let him off lightly, or he'll do it again. He was instructed to do so, Lu Chen retorted, pointing at Cheng Dazhuang. You imbecile! I'll strike you for uttering such falsehoods. Cheng Dazhuang threatened, raising his hand to slap Lu Chen. Lu Chen instinctively blocked the blow. And to his astonishment, Cheng Dazhuang recoiled, crying out in pain as a jolt of numbness shot through his arm. Lu Chen was taken aback. He had never imagined that absorbing the energy of the 12 divine generals from the jade pendant on Director Mei's chest would amplify his strength and reflexes so dramatically. You simpleton, you struck me? Cheng Dazhuang asked, his face etched with disbelief. In the past, Lu Chen would have cowered and evaded his blows, never daring to retaliate. Indeed, I struck you, Lu Chen retorted, delivering a resounding slap. The force of the blow caused Cheng Dazhuang's cheek to swell instantly. Ouch! You fool, you actually hit me? I'll beat you to a pulp. Cheng Dazhuang roared, raising his fist to strike. Stop! Mei Ping commanded, her voice laced with anger. Cheng Dazhuang, what do you think you're doing? Director Mei, this imbecile slapped me. Cheng Dazhuang whined. I can't simply let that go. You told me to strike you. You said, I strike you. So I struck you. Lu Chen replied innocently, nodding at Cheng Dazhuang. Are you all right, foreman? You simpleton, I was speaking rhetorically. I believe you did it on purpose. I'm not finished with you today. Cheng Dazhuang roared once more, raising his fist to strike. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Lu Chen cried, throwing himself into Mei Ping's embrace. Cheng Dazhuang, have you lost your mind? Mei Ping exclaimed, holding Lu Chen close and glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. If you continue like this, I'll terminate your employment. Director Mei, why are you defending a fool? He struck me, yet you're protecting him. I'm your foreman. Cheng Dazhuang protested, his anger and jealousy intensifying as he saw Mei Ping embracing Lu Chen. The woman he had been longing to hold was now being embraced by a simpleton. You are aware that Lu Chen is a simpleton. You instructed him to strike you, so naturally, he struck you, Mei Ping said, shaking her head at Cheng Dazhuang. To argue with a simpleton is to be no different from one. But I'm the one who was struck. Cheng Dazhuang lamented, feeling increasingly aggrieved. He felt as though he had been bewitched, outwitted by a fool. Director Mei, I'm afraid Dazhuang will hit me, Lu Chen whimpered, nestling into Mei Ping's embrace and feigning terror. I didn't intend to spy on you while you were bathing. Dazhuang told me to open the door, saying you had prepared candy for me. This was the perfect opportunity to clear his name, and Lu Chen was determined to seize it. Lu Chen, you fool. You're spouting nonsense again. I've had enough of you. Cheng Dazhuang snarled, reaching out to strangle Lu Chen. Do you believe I won't kill you? Enough, Mei Ping exclaimed, pushing Cheng Dazhuang away. Cheng Dazhuang, I'm warning you, if you touch Lu Chen again, I'll dismiss you immediately. Director Mei, this imbecile is fabricating stories. I never told him to open your door. Cheng Dazhuang attempted to explain. Enough with the explanations. Mei Ping snapped, cutting him off. This matter is closed. Sit down, and don't utter another word. I need to drive. Cheng Dazhuang's face turned ashen as he slumped back into the rear seat. I'm afraid, so afraid. Lu Chen continued to feign fear. It's all right. I'll protect you. No one will dare to bully you, Mei Ping reassured him, gently stroking his head. Don't be afraid. May I rest on your shoulder for a moment? Lu Chen asked in a weak voice. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Yes. Rest. I'll wait for you. Mei Ping cooed, her voice filled with tenderness as she stroked Lu Chen's head. Her affection was so profound that it surpassed that of a sister, filling Cheng Dazhuang with envy. He glared at Lu Chen, muttering to himself, I never expected this fool to tattle and even whine to Director Mei. The woman I can't even touch is embracing this simpleton. Very well, when I take him back, I'll give him a thorough beating. I'll see if he dares to tattle on me again. As Lu Chen rested on Mei Ping's shoulder, his eyes remained fixed on the jade pendant adorning her chest. As he gazed, the images of the 12 divine generals reappeared within the pendant. However, to his surprise, the first divine general, the medicine god, had faded in color, no longer emitting its radiant blue light. Lu Chen had a premonition that he had absorbed all the knowledge and energy from the first divine general. In other words, the pendant contained the power of 12 divine generals, and he had already mastered the medicine god's energy. With 11 remaining, it seemed he would need to find more opportunities to partake in Director Mei's sweets. Lu Chen attempted to move closer to the jade pendant, hoping to absorb more energy. From the back seat, Cheng Dazhuang, who had been seething with rage at the sight of Lu Chen nestled against Director Mei's chest, suddenly erupted. Director Mei, I believe Lu Chen is doing this on purpose. He wants your candy. Silence your foul mouth. Mei Ping snapped, glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. Indeed. What business is it of yours if I eat candy? Lu Chen chimed in with a smile. Ah, you fool, you dare to talk back? I'll beat you. Cheng Dazhuang roared, leaping to his feet, ready to strike. Return to your seat. Mei Ping warned in a cold voice. Aye. Cheng Dazhuang grumbled, reluctantly returning to his seat. All right, Lu Chen, you can sit up now. I need to drive, Mei Ping said, gently patting Lu Chen's shoulder with a smile. Very well, Lu Chen replied, swallowing hard and glancing once more at Mei Ping's chest. This time, he averted his gaze from the jade pendant, instead admiring Mei Ping's alluring figure. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her figure was truly exquisite. Mei Ping started the car, driving smoothly and carefully, as though afraid of disturbing Lu Chen. In the back seat, Cheng Dazhuang was consumed by the desire to pummel Lu Chen, but with the beautiful director protecting him, he didn't dare to lay a finger on him. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Municipal People's Hospital. Upon entering the hospital lobby, they were greeted by a female doctor in a white coat, who approached Mei Ping with a stern expression. Ah, Director Mei, you've arrived just in time. I was about to discuss your mother's medication plan with you. Director Yang, what's wrong with my mother? Mei Ping asked, her face etched with concern. Please come to my office. There are matters that are difficult to explain here, the doctor replied discreetly. Mei Ping nodded and turned to Cheng Dazhuang, instructing him, Cheng Dazhuang, I have some matters to attend to. Please take Lu Chen to have his wounds treated. I'll reimburse you for any expenses later. Director Mei, rest assured. I'll take care of it, Cheng Dazhuang replied, a sly grin creeping across his face. Mei Ping smiled at Lu Chen, saying, I'll come to see you after I've taken care of things. Director Mei, I heard that your mother is seriously ill. May I visit her? Lu Chen asked with concern. He has now acquired the power of the divine healer, and it is conceivable that he might be able to cure Mother Mei's illness. A wave of emotion surged within Mei Ping. She embraced Lu Chen briefly and replied with a smile. I'll take you to see her when I have time. But not today. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can heal your mother. Lu Chen attempted to plead once more. Mei Ping sighed with a bitter smile. This fool is rather kind-hearted. Unfortunately, he is still a fool. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Lu Chen and playfully asked, Do you want some candy? Ah, that wouldn't be appropriate. Lu Chen's face turned awkward. Fool, where would we find candy here? I'll feed you some next time. Now I must be off. Mei Ping winked at him and then turned to Cheng Dazhuang, commanding, Take care of Lu Chen. Do not bully him. Understood. Cheng Dazhuang replied, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking to himself that he would do the opposite. After Mei Ping conferred with the female doctor regarding the medication plan, she hurried to her mother's hospital room. Mom, I heard you didn't eat much today. What is going on? Mei Ping asked with genuine concern as she sat beside her mother. My illness is what it is. No matter how much I struggle, I have at most a year left before it's time for me to rest on the mountain. Mother Mei said with a bitter smile and a shake of her head. Mom, you will be fine. Mei Ping felt tears welling up. Enough of that. I will cooperate patiently with the doctor's treatment, Mother Mei said, gently patting Mei Ping's hand. How are things going with that top student from the college entrance exam? Have you too? Mom, it's not that simple. Mei Ping's face turned crimson. Foolish child, this is something that needs urgency. I cannot wait. Mother Mei said anxiously. If it comes to it, just find a way to lure him to your home, even if it's in the car. You must take that first step. Mom, can you please keep your voice down? Mei Ping whispered. What are you afraid of? There's no one around. Mother Mei said sternly. If you don't hurry, I'll be reminding you every day. All right, I'll hurry. I promise I'll have him within a week. Mei Ping said, her face still flushed. A week is too long. 3 days. You need to get this boy into bed with you in 3 days, Mother Mei commanded. Fine, 3 days it is. Mei Ping thought about how to expedite her plans with this fool. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was preoccupied with validating the divine healer powers he had obtained. In the hospital lobby, as soon as Mei Ping left, Cheng Dazhuang's demeanor changed. Fool. Follow me. He led Lu Chen straight to the acupuncture and therapy room. Looking at the patient surrounded by silver needles, Cheng Dazhuang felt an exhilarating rush. He decided to feign a condition of kidney deficiency and headache to get Lu Chen registered, ensuring that the acupuncturist would fill Lu Chen with needles, making him suffer some pain. He even contemplated secretly pricking Lu Chen with a needle when the doctor and nurses weren't looking, knowing that no one would believe what this fool said. I'll get you registered, and then the miracle doctor here will give you a few needles. It's a cure-all, Cheng Dazhuang said with a sly grin, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder and warning him, don't wander off. Mei will be back soon. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, already wary of Cheng Dazhuang's intentions. Once Cheng Dazhuang left, Lu Chen wandered into the therapy room, leisurely exploring. Hey, isn't that Lu Chen? A gentle voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see a nurse in a crisp white uniform smiling and waving at him. Lin Xiang, is that you? After a moment of observation, Lu Chen recognized her as a high school classmate. I heard you've changed. Lin Xiang began, about to say that Lu Chen had become a fool, but stopped midway. Shoo, I'm just playing the fool, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Lin Xiang said, somewhat skeptical. Lin Xiang, please assist the patient in bed 3 to get up, another nurse called out. Coming. Lin Xiang responded, then turned to Lu Chen, saying, wait for me here, I'll be right back. All right. Lu Chen wandered around the treatment room. He noticed an elderly man with a full head of white hair lying on a bed, his bare chest covered in silver needles. Beside the bed sat a middle-aged man and a young woman, the former looking worried while the latter quietly sobbed. Father, will Grandpa get better? Can he stand again? Alas, we'll only know when old Gu's student arrives. Coincidentally, old Gu's student is coming to Long City for a medical exchange. Dean Wan has sent someone to fetch him, and he should be arriving soon. Once he arrives, there is a high chance your grandfather will recover from the stroke. After all, he is a disciple of the renowned Gu Chunming, the middle-aged man explained. That's wonderful. Grandpa has hope. The young woman wiped her tears and smiled faintly. Lu Chen curiously observed the elderly man, quickly becoming fascinated by the arrangement of needles on his body. Hey, what are you doing? This is the therapy room. You can't come in without the family's permission. The young woman approached Lu Chen cautiously. Lu Chen ignored her, focused on studying the needle techniques, murmuring to himself. Isn't this the starry sky technique? Since absorbing the energy from the jade pendant of the divine healer, Lu Chen had inexplicably acquired a wealth of pharmacological and medical knowledge. He recognized the technique instantly and understood its principles and applications. Young man, you can actually recognize this technique? The middle-aged man looked astonished as he examined Lu Chen. I was fortunate enough to learn this technique, so I recognized it. Lu Chen replied with a smile and a nod. Oh, then you must be one of Dean Wan's inner disciples. The middle-aged man beamed with excitement. As far as I know, only Dean Wan and his disciples can perform this technique in Long City. Father, don't be deceived by this boy's handsome appearance. He is probably just a fraud. The young woman glared at Lu Chen, saying, why are you here? What do you want? Yinner, be polite. The middle-aged man admonished his daughter, then turned to Lu Chen with a smile. May I ask your name, young man? Are you here on behalf of someone to help my father? Oh, I'm Lu Chen, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed. There's been a misunderstanding. I'm merely passing by and happened to notice this elderly gentleman and his familiar needle technique, so I couldn't help but inquire. By the way, I noticed your father doesn't seem well. How about I check his pulse first? Lu Chen sat down beside the elderly man to take his pulse. You're the one who looks unwell. Stop what you're doing. The young woman reached out to pull him away. Yinner, don't be rash. The middle-aged man held his daughter back and mumbled, He.S. just passing through and knows the starry sky technique. Could he possibly be a disciple of some national master from the capital? Perhaps he.S. here representing his master at the Long City Medical Exchange? If that's the case, my father might just be saved. What a fortunate encounter. Father, you're being foolish. The young woman glared at Lu Chen in anger, adding, This guy looks like he.S. from the market. His shoes are muddy, clearly a farmer. How could he possibly be a disciple of a national master? He is probably a fraud, or worse, a lunatic. Shoo, stop talking. The middle-aged man shot his daughter a glare. Lu Chen quietly felt the elderly man's pulse, and soon his expression turned serious. Mr. Lu, how is my father? The middle-aged gentleman expressed his concern, noting the elderly man's precarious condition. Although the full sky star acupuncture technique had been employed to stabilize the old man's pulse temporarily, it was merely a palliative measure. After 30 minutes, it seemed the acupuncture could no longer suppress the malevolent energy within the patient. Lu Chen, his face etched with worry, shook his head and remarked, "It appears those needles must be withdrawn." However, the hospital director had stipulated that the needles must not be disturbed for 2 hours, lest the stroke become irreversible, leading to paralysis within 8 hours. The middle-aged man's countenance grew grave. The situation was dire, necessitating the removal of the full sky star acupuncture and its replacement with the 13 ghost gate technique. Otherwise, the patient would succumb to a fatal surge of vital energy within a quarter of an hour. Lu Chen, with a solemn expression, instructed the middle-aged man, "Guard me. Ensure no one interferes. I shall replace the needles for the elderly gentleman." "No, I cannot entrust my grandfather's life to a charlatan," the young woman protested, seizing Lu Chen's hand. "Without intervention, your grandfather will be paralyzed within 15 minutes and dead within half an hour," Lu Chen earnestly implored the young woman. "This is a matter of life and death. I urge you not to be obstinate. How dare you curse my grandfather, you impostor?" The young woman erupted, her voice escalating. "Someone help." "Silence," the middle-aged man bellowed, his face stern. He turned to Lu Chen, pleading, "Mr. Lu, I trust your expertise. Would you permit me to consult with Director Wan first?" "Very well. Inform him that your father exhibits 6 acupoints with energy blockages, impeding the flow of vital energy. He requires stimulation via retrograde acupuncture to regain consciousness." A knowledgeable director should comprehend the principle. Lu Chen encouraged the middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. "Be succinct. Now, make the call." "Understood," the middle-aged man affirmed, retrieving his mobile phone. However, the call was met with a disconnected tone. Perspiration beaded on the middle-aged man's forehead. "Director Wan's phone is off. He's likely attending a conference in the provincial capital. This is problematic." Suddenly, the elderly man on the bed twitched slightly. "Grandfather moved." "Father. Grandfather just moved," the young woman exclaimed with elation. "This is not auspicious. This is a precursor to a vital energy surge," Lu Chen declared, his face hardening. "Not a moment can be spared. The needles must be removed and reinserted immediately, or the old man's life is in jeopardy." "Ah, how can this be? I'll call Director Wan again," the middle-aged man stammered, redialing the number. "No time." Lu Chen swiftly advanced, extracting the silver needles from the old man's body. "You've already removed the needles?" The middle-aged man gasped in dismay. "Watch over me," Lu Chen commanded, turning to the middle-aged man. He grasped the silver needles and swiftly inserted 6 into the old man's body. "Remarkable, such exquisite technique," the middle-aged man exclaimed, witnessing Lu Chen's fluid movements. Though lacking medical knowledge, he had observed acupuncture and had never seen anyone insert needles with such grace. The sheer artistry of the procedure convinced him that Lu Chen was a master. "Father, you cannot allow this man to continue. He's harming grandfather," the young woman cried, her face ashen. She seized Lu Chen, shouting, "Someone, this man is assaulting me. Yinner, stop this. Release him." The middle-aged man rebuked. "Release me. 7 more needles remain," Lu Chen stated, pushing the woman away, his hand inadvertently striking her chest. "Ah, you scoundrel. You touched me." The young woman stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. She glanced down to see 2 buttons on her blouse had popped open, revealing her undergarments. "Yinner, are you all right?" The middle-aged man rushed to assist his daughter. "Father, stop him." Disregarding the discomfort, the young woman rose again. 13 ghost gate acupuncture," Lu Chen exclaimed, inserting the remaining 7 needles into the old man's body with lightning speed. "So swift, so precise," the middle-aged man murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment, completely captivated by Lu Chen's acupuncture technique. Lu Chen exhaled deeply and stood up, announcing, "The needles have been replaced. Your father is cured. He will awaken in half an hour and be able to walk." "Wonderful. I must see," the middle-aged man exclaimed, eager to approach. "The old man has just undergone acupuncture. His vital energy is unstable. It is not advisable to approach," Lu Chen cautioned. "Very well. Wonderful." The middle-aged man acquiesced, observing from a distance. Seeing his father's complexion improving, he felt relieved. He removed a watch from his wrist and offered it to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, please accept this small token of my gratitude." "I couldn't possibly." Lu Chen protested, startled by the sight of the gold watch. "Take it. It's not worth much," the middle-aged man insisted, pressing the watch into Lu Chen's hand. "Father, that man is a charlatan. He's likely harmed grandfather. You can't give him gifts," the young woman exclaimed, attempting to snatch the watch back. "Yinner, behave yourself." The middle-aged man scolded, his expression stern. "I trust Mr. Lu's medical skills and character. Your grandfather will awaken in half an hour. You still shouldn't give him the watch now. Besides, Director 1 instructed us not to remove the needles. Now this man has removed them and reinserted them haphazardly. What if something goes wrong? Director 1 was confident in curing grandfather, but this charlatan has ruined everything." The young woman cried, tears welling in her eyes. She raised her hand and struck Lu Chen. "It's all your fault, you imposter." "Yinner, stop this." The middle-aged man attempted to restrain his daughter. "What's happening here?" the head nurse inquired, entering the room. "Oh, Lu Chen, where did you get that gold watch?" Cheng Dazhuang asked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the watch in Lu Chen's hand. "You've arrived just in time. This man impersonated a doctor, performed acupuncture on my grandfather, and swindled my father out of a gold watch." The young woman exclaimed. "I leave the matter in your hands. Lu, you're finished. You performed acupuncture without authorization and swindled someone out of a gold watch." Cheng Dazhuang mocked. "Prepare to pay." "Young man, how could you do such a thing?" The head nurse reproached Lu Chen. "Performing acupuncture without authorization is against the law. There's been a misunderstanding. Mr. Lu is a skilled doctor. I requested him to perform acupuncture on my father. Furthermore, Director 1 and I are friends. I will inform him of this matter," the middle-aged man explained, nodding to the head nurse and Cheng Dazhuang. "The gold watch was a gift from me to Mr. Lu. Everything is resolved. Please disperse." "Lu Chen is an idiot. What does he know about medicine?" Cheng Dazhuang retorted, his face incredulous. "You've been deceived. Take back the watch." "Enough. I don't need your guidance." The middle-aged man snapped at Cheng Dazhuang. "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Unnecessary personnel, please leave," the head nurse instructed, nodding to Cheng Dazhuang and Lu Chen. "Wait, I have something to say," the young woman declared. "Yinner, that's enough. Stop causing trouble," the middle-aged man said, casting a glance at his daughter. Just then, his mobile phone rang. He answered the call, his face lighting up. "Director 1 is calling. I'll take this call." "Yinner, don't make things difficult for Mr. Lu. We'll discuss this when I return." The middle-aged man turned away to answer the call. "If you'll excuse me, I'll be going," Lu Chen said. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the young woman, putting away the gold watch. Seeing Lu Chen with the gold watch in hand, Cheng Dazhuang was consumed with envy and resentment. If a fool could wear a gold watch, did that not mean he was wealthier than him? The more Cheng Dazhuang thought about it, the angrier he became, turning to the young woman beside him and shouting, "Hey, beautiful, this guy is a fool. He doesn't understand medicine at all. You can't let him take that gold watch. That is outright fraud. Yes, you surnamed Lu, you can't leave." The young woman blocked Lu Chen's path, exclaiming, "Thief, return my father's gold watch." "Beautiful lady, I have no desire for this gold watch. However, your attitude leaves me utterly disappointed," Lu Chen retorted, casting a glance at her with a cold smile. "I saved your grandfather. In half an hour, he will awaken. Not only do you fail to thank me, but you also accuse me of being a fraud. That is truly excessive. Given your demeanor, I shall certainly not return this gold watch." "Huh, do you think I care about that watch?" "I simply do not believe in your abilities," the young woman scoffed. "You are nothing but a fraud," she spat. "What if your grandfather awakens in half an hour?" Lu Chen replied coldly. "And what would you do then?" "Humph. If you truly possess the ability to revive my grandfather, I would do anything you ask," the young woman declared, her chest puffed with determination. "Let me think." Lu Chen feigned contemplation. "What is there to think about?" She shot back icily. "You simply lack the capability." "Haha, beauty, he wants you to be his wife." Cheng Dazhuang interjected, eager to fan the flames. "This fool may not have much, but when it comes to women, he is quite adept." "Ah, if he truly has the ability to cure my grandfather, I, Xiao Yun, would not mind being his wife," the young woman retorted casually. "All right, I shall remember." "Your name is Xiao Yun," Lu Chen smiled. "Once your grandfather awakens, you shall be my wife." "You." The young woman's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure, laughing with satisfaction. "Too bad you lack that capability. Well then, I shall wait here." Lu Chen sat beside the hospital bed, appearing at ease. Just remember to call me husband when the time comes. Stop dreaming. We shall start the countdown. If my grandfather does not awaken in half an hour, you are finished." The young woman took out her phone and set a countdown timer. Haha, this is going to be entertaining, Chung Dazhuang chuckled with glee. Lu Chen felt a thrill of excitement. He was eager to see if this beauty would call him husband in half an hour. He inadvertently glanced out the window and soon spotted a familiar figure at the medicine pickup window. His heart skipped a beat. Was that not the daughter of the vice mayor, Yin Yin? Back in high school, he had been a top student at the city's elite school, sharing classes with Yun Yin, who had been his first love. They had shared sweet moments, holding hands and embracing. She had been his goddess of first love. Gazing at her familiar silhouette, feelings surged within Lu Chen. Had it not been for that tragic car accident 5 years ago, he might have won her heart and led a life of grandeur. How cruel fate can be. Memories of the past filled Lu Chen with melancholy. After a long silence, he stood up. Now, he was a man with nothing. Nearly a fool looked down upon by all. How could he dare to face his first love? If they were to cross paths, it would be utterly embarrassing. Time to go, Lu Chen decided and walked toward the door. Thief, do not leave. Xiao Yun grasped Lu Chen's clothing. Apologies, beautiful. But I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I must return. Lu Chen brushed past Xiao Yun, hastening toward the exit. This jerk has swindled my father's gold watch. Xiao Yun shouted to the head nurse at the door. Help me stop him. I'm sorry, young lady, but I truly cannot assist you with the matter of the gold watch. After all, your father willingly allowed Mr. Lu to administer the treatment. Your dad even brought up Dean Wan. What more can I say? The head nurse shook her head apologetically. If Mr. Lu wishes to leave, I cannot stop him. He cannot leave. As Lu Chen was about to step out of the room, Xiao Yun rushed forward, blocking him once more. She yelled at the head nurse. This guy even tried to take advantage of me. Just now, he ripped off a button from my blouse, and my chest still hurts. You have an obligation to prevent this man from leaving. Ah, there is this too? The head nurse was taken aback. Check the surveillance. See, I have bruises here. This surnamed Lu guy caused them, Xiao Yun said, pulling aside her collar to reveal a bruise. The head nurse leaned closer to inspect, gasping. Oh my, it's true. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen also leaned closer to take a look and was startled to see a distinct bruise on the young woman's chest. Clearly, it had occurred when he had inadvertently caused her discomfort while administering the last 7 needles to her grandfather. How delicate her skin must be. Realizing the trouble he had caused, Lu Chen felt a twinge of guilt and said to Xiao Yun, beautiful lady, how about I get you some ointment to help with that bruise? I can go buy some medicine now. This would give him a chance to avoid his first love for a while, returning later when the situation had calmed. You lecher. You take advantage and wish to take more, do you? Xiao Yun snapped, closing her collar and glaring at Lu Chen. You poked random needles into my grandfather, swindled my father's gold watch, and now you've caused my chest to bruise and ripped off my button. I will not let this matter rest. As she spoke, her chest rose and fell with emotion. Seeing the bruise on her chest, Lu Chen felt a surge of sympathy. He genuinely wished to assist her, but alas, she would not allow it, leaving him to lament from a distance. Having witnessed Lu Chen acquire the gold watch, Chung Dazhuang was consumed with envy, and now, with a beautiful woman intervening, he was determined to exacerbate the situation. This Miss Xiao speaks the truth. Lu Chen is nothing more than a lecherous scoundrel. Chung Dazhuang deliberately incited the crowd. He even peeped at Director Mei while she was bathing and is known for tearing at women's clothing. It's only natural for him to do such things. In my opinion, you should contact the authorities and have this boy apprehended. Enough, Chung Dazhuang. Cease your inflammatory rhetoric. Lu Chen retorted angrily. I haven't even addressed the matter of you pushing me into Director Mei's room this morning, attempting to frame me. Are you trying to repeat your scheme? Indeed, I am. What are you going to do about it? Strike me if you dare. Chung Dazhuang retorted smugly, offering his face. Smack. Lu Chen delivered a resounding slap. Ouch. Stunned, Chung Dazhuang staggered backward and collapsed to the ground. How could you resort to violence? The head nurse exclaimed, aghast. He invited me to, Lu Chen replied casually, gesturing toward Chung Dazhuang. You're finished. Impersonating a doctor, harassing women, and now assaulting people in our hospital, the head nurse hissed. Retrieving her phone. I'm calling the police immediately. You're not going anywhere. Yes, call the police and arrest this miscreant, Xiao Yun added with a triumphant grin. What's happening? What's all the commotion? Xiang Lin, Lu Chen's high school classmate, arrived, having completed her duties in the wards. This man impersonated a doctor, swindled a patient out of a gold watch, and harassed a woman in the hospital. Now, he's resorted to violence, the head nurse fumed, pointing at Lu Chen and addressing Lin Xiang. Keep an eye on him. I'm calling the police so he can't escape. Impossible. Lin Xiang gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned toward Lu Chen. Hee. Lu Chen, seizing the opportunity, feigned a vacant smile. Wait, this man has cognitive impairments. He's mentally deficient. How could someone with his intellect possibly deceive anyone? Lin Xiang said with sympathy, turning to the head nurse and advising, you may be mistaken. Lu Chen is mentally challenged. He was my classmate, you know, and suffered a head injury 5 years ago. Could this be the prodigious high school student from 5 years ago? The top scorer on the university entrance exam who was left mentally disabled after being struck by a vehicle? The head nurse's gaze returned to Lu Chen, her face tinged with regret. Mentally challenged? He's mentally challenged? Xiao Yin stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, shaking her head repeatedly. This can't be true. Hee. Wife, you're beautiful, Lu Chen said, feigning a simpleton's grin as he turned toward Xiao Yun. Oh dear, stay away from me. Get away, Xiao Yun shrieked, recoiling in horror and shielding her chest with her hands. All right, if you don't want me as your husband, I'll leave, Lu Chen chuckled, turning to depart. Give me back the watch, Xiao Yun suddenly demanded, lunging forward and snatching the gold watch from Lu Chen's hand. This, Lu Chen stammered, taken aback by the woman's swiftness. Just moments ago, she had appeared like a delicate damsel, but now, she moved with lightning speed, seizing his watch. All right, you can leave. I won't press charges. Just never show your face again. Xiaoyan snapped, glaring at Lu Chen. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Leave now, Lu Chen. The head nurse urged, waving her hand in a gesture of sympathy. And try not to cause any more trouble. Lu Chen, you should go, Lin Xiang said, gently pushing Lu Chen toward the exit. All right, Lu Chen mumbled, nodding his head and hurrying away. He avoided eye contact, for his first love was collecting medication at the window across the way. Hey, are you just going to let him go? He just struck me across the face. Cheng Dazhuang protested, rubbing his throbbing cheek as he rose from the ground. The sting of Lu Chen's slap was just now registering. Serves you right. You brought it on yourself. What does it have to do with us? The head nurse retorted, glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. Who told you to provoke a mentally challenged individual into hitting you? If you have a problem with it, take it up with him yourself. How dare you speak to me like that? Cheng Dazhuang sputtered, gritting his teeth, but he was powerless against the head nurse. He huffed and stormed off in pursuit of Lu Chen. Hey, simpleton, what happened to your gold watch? Cheng Dazhuang taunted, noticing Lu Chen's downcast demeanor and assuming he was upset about losing the watch. Lu, you fool. All that effort for nothing. Ha. You nearly landed yourself in jail. Silence. Lu Chen snapped, glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. Say another word, and I'll strike you. Oh, simpleton, you're getting brazen. Cheng Dazhuang sneered, about to retort. Smack. Lu Chen delivered another resounding slap. Ouch, you fool, you actually struck me, Cheng Dazhuang snarled, brandishing his fists. I held back earlier because others were present. But now that we're alone, I'll beat you to a pulp. Get out of here. Thwack. Lu Chen kicked Cheng Dazhuang in the abdomen. Ouch. Cheng Dazhuang was sent flying 5 meters, collapsing in the hallway, tears welling up in his eyes. He stared at Lu Chen in disbelief, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Impossible. How did this simpleton become so formidable? He never retaliated when I used to strike him. Has he regained his senses? But even if he has, he shouldn't be able to defeat me. After all, I've toiled in the mines for years, making me far stronger than this fool. Cheng Dazhuang muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. Seeing Cheng Dazhuang's bewildered expression, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. He realized that he couldn't afford to reveal his true abilities just yet. With that thought, Lu Chen approached Cheng Dazhuang, extending a hand to help him up, feigning concern. Foreman, you tripped. Are you all right? Stay away from me, you fool. Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed, recoiling in fear, assuming Lu Chen was about to strike him again. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Foreman, wait. Lu Chen called out, attempting to pursue him. Lu Chen, wait. A gentle voice called from behind. It was Lin Xiang, his high school classmate and nurse, who had arrived. Lin Xiang blocked Lu Chen's path, panting. I just saw Yun Yin, our school beauty and heartthrob, at the hospital. Lu Chen's body tensed slightly. Ah, Yun Yin. She was indeed the most beautiful girl at school, a rare gem. Her performance at the New Year's Eve gala catapulted her to fame, earning her the title of heartthrob. I had almost forgotten about my first love. So what if you saw her? What does it have to do with me? Lu Chen said with a bitter smile. He was reluctant to confront this long-buried past. 5 years have passed. and much has changed. I only ever held hands with the school beauty. That led to a meeting with the deputy mayor, where I promised not to disturb his daughter during the university entrance exams and signed a written guarantee. Back then, I was a prodigious youth, and the deputy mayor was willing to give me some respect. But now, I am a fool. Why would he consider marrying his daughter to me? Besides, Yunyan may no longer harbor any feelings for me. It's best not to dwell on the past. Don't you want to see her? Lin Xiang asked, her face filled with sympathy. She has visited your home 12 times in the past 5 years, but she never encountered you. She refuses to believe that you have become mentally challenged. But the truth is, I have become a fool, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. Enough, stop deceiving me. I only claimed you were mentally challenged to extricate you from that predicament. With a solemn expression, Lin Xiang addressed Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I'm uncertain why you feign ignorance, but I surmise you're facing immense adversity. Am I correct? Lu Chen remained silent, overwhelmed by sorrow. What predicament could compel him to forsake his place at a prestigious university? Why would he shy away from a maiden he yearned to embrace? 5 years, a veritable prime of his life, squandered. He had been truly foolish, irredeemably so. Lu Chen, are you apprehensive about persecution from Wan Xiaochong, the young master of the Wan family? Is that why you deliberately feign ignorance and avoid Yunyan? Lin Xiang sighed with empathy. I comprehend your predicament. The Wan family's influence is formidable, surpassing even Yunyan's father's reach. Wan Xiaochong is now more imperious than ever. With the Wan family's business expanding and connections in both legitimate and illicit circles, making them a force to be reckoned with in the city. Yunyan's birthday is in a week, and it's rumored that Wan Xiaochong intends to seize the occasion to declare his affections and claim her. Her words trailed off. Wan Xiaochong. Memories flickered in Lu Chen's mind. 5 years ago, this affluent heir had relentlessly harassed and threatened him in pursuit of Yunyan, nearly driving him to drop out of school. Only his exceptional academic record and the unwavering support of his teachers had allowed him to complete his college entrance examination. He recalled meeting Yunyan by the willow-lined river on campus the night before the exam, where they pledged to attend a renowned university in the capital and build a future together. But then, Lu Chen was involved in an accident, leaving him mentally impaired. The circumstances were peculiar, with the hit-and-run driver escaping in an unregistered vehicle, never to be found. This abrupt twist of fate felt orchestrated. Could Wan Xiaochong have been behind it? Lu Chen wondered. 5 years prior, Wan Xiaochong had warned him to stay away from Yunyan or face dire consequences. The Wan family's involvement in illicit activities made such an act plausible. Lu Chen grew increasingly incensed, yearning to confront Wan Xiaochong. Lu Chen, Lin Xiang said, breaking his reverie. On September 22nd at 8 p.m., Wan Xiaochong will declare his affections for Yunyan at the Golden Peng Hotel. Sensing Lu Chen's silence, she goaded, if you don't go, it proves you fear Wan Xiaochong and have been feigning ignorance to evade her. To evade her, you relinquished Yunyan and a place at a top university. Enough, Lu Chen retorted, stung by her words. I will be there on September 22nd at 8 p.m. I have questions for Wan Xiaochong. Excellent, Lu Chen. I have faith in you, Lin Xiang exclaimed, offering encouragement. You remain the prodigious youth I know. I believe in your resurgence. I'll await you that evening. Lu Chen replied, turning to leave. His steps felt heavier, and the sky seemed to darken. The accident 5 years ago nearly ruined his life and claimed his father's. If Wan Xiaochong was responsible, he would seek retribution. Attending Yunyan's birthday celebration would provide an opportunity to confront him and gather information from former classmates. His bond with Yunyan was significant, but reclaiming his life was paramount. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the means to present his beloved with a suitable birthday gift in a week. His immediate priority was to acquire funds. He needed a substantial sum, or his presence at the party would be humiliating and cause his beloved to lose face. Lu Chen had no intention of avoiding Wan Xiaochong. If the latter was indeed responsible for his misfortune, he would demand justice. Acquire funds, Lu Chen repeated to himself. But how could he amass such wealth in such a short time? An idea. I'll gather herbs in the mountains. With my medical expertise, I can identify valuable plants. If I find rare specimens, I could become wealthy. With renewed determination, Lu Chen quickened his pace. Hey, simpleton, halt. A voice barked from ahead. Lu Chen looked up to see Cheng Dazhuang and 5 dyed-hair youths blocking his path. Cheng Dazhuang, what do you want? Lu Chen asked, scrutinizing them. What do I want? A fight. You think you're so tough? I've brought reinforcements. Prepare to be entertained. Cheng Dazhuang sneered, tapping a steel pipe against his palm. Don't worry. I won't strike you just yet. I want my comrades to witness your imbecility. Brother Zhuang, how is this fool amusing? Tell us. A yellow-haired youth inquired. Gladly, Cheng Dazhuang proclaimed, pointing at Lu Chen. Half an hour ago, this simpleton impersonated a doctor at the hospital, attempting to swindle a family out of their gold watch. When the patient's sister caught him, he groped her, leaving bruises on her chest. She nearly called the police, but someone recognized him as a fool, saving him from jail. The group erupted in laughter. This fool is desperate for women. How desperate must he be? This fool will inevitably cause trouble. Cheng Dazhuang grew more animated. Raising the steel pipe, he declared, this simpleton even claimed he could cure the girl's grandfather and marry her as a reward. Imagine, a fool yearning for a wife. The laughter intensified. This fool isn't foolish when it comes to women. He truly believed the girl would marry him. He really treated her like a wife. Cheng Dazhuang tilted his head, bit his fingernail, and sneered at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, why aren't you waiting for your wife? Keep waiting in the hospital, waiting for her grandfather to recover. Ha! The thugs joined in the mockery. Why aren't you waiting for the old man to recover? Fool, keep waiting there. Wait there for the old man to recover, and you'll be thanked. As they reveled in their amusement, a cool, feminine voice echoed from behind. My grandfather's health is none of your concern. The group turned to see a beautiful young woman with fair skin and a slender figure approaching Lu Chen. You? Cheng Dazhuang recognized Xiao Yun, the woman who had confronted Lu Chen at the hospital. Ignoring Cheng Dazhuang, Xiao Yun walked directly to Lu Chen's side. Haha, speak of the devil. Cheng Dazhuang guffawed, pointing at Lu Chen. You're doomed, Lu Chen. The beauty has come for you. Half an hour has passed, and her grandfather is probably still bedridden. She's here to cause you trouble. We're in for a show, brothers. You're the one who's bedridden, Xiao Yun retorted, glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. I'm not here to cause trouble for Mr. Lu. I'm here to express my gratitude. He cured my grandfather. Impossible, Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed, shaking his head. He's a fool who knows nothing about medicine. You're the fool, Xiao Yun retorted. Turning to Lu Chen, she bowed apologetically. I apologize, Mr. Lu. I misunderstood you. You're not a charlatan. You're a skilled physician, a divine healer. Your benevolence in healing my grandfather has enabled him to ambulate with normalcy once more. You are indeed a benefactor to the Xiao family. That is felicitous news indeed, responded with a smile, subsequently adding with a shake of his head. However, your grandfather's ailment bore no correlation to medical prowess. I merely administered a few needles at random. It was perhaps a mere coincidence. Recalling the beauty's prior haughty demeanor, harbored a degree of displeasure. Indeed, this lad merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. He possesses no genuine medical acumen, interjected with a fawning smile. Silence. This is no concern of yours, retorted at with indignation, proceeding to retrieve a gold timepiece from her purse and extending it toward. Mister, I offer my sincere apologies. I was previously afflicted with a lack of discernment, and I am aware that you may still harbor resentment toward me, thus prompting your reluctance to acknowledge your exceptional medical skill. Regardless, I implore you to accept this gold watch. It is a token of my father's gratitude. Is it conceivable that the fair maiden is genuinely bestowing a gold watch upon this lad? Exclaimed, his countenance a mixture of envy and resentment. Assuredly, it is imperative, for he has preserved my grandfather's life, thereby rendering him my benefactor. In the face of such benevolence, I am compelled to proffer a substantial recompense, responded with aloofness, proceeding to forcefully press the gold watch into his hand. Our Xiao family has always been cognizant of the importance of reciprocating kindness. Here, Mister, accept this timepiece. Fair maiden. Nay, this gold watch must not be bestowed upon this lad, implored with desperation, vehemently urging. This lad is an imbecile, utterly devoid of medical knowledge. The amelioration of your grandfather's condition, I am convinced, was purely coincidental. To bestow this timepiece upon him would be akin to casting pearls before swine. Silence. Rebuked with a glare, my coffers are ample, and I am disposed to bestow upon Mister, regardless of your sentiments. You, stammered. His visage flushed with frustration, rendered momentarily speechless. Observing's anxious countenance, experienced an upsurge of mirth. However, he could not accept the timepiece, for it was merely an expression of his father's gratitude. Had previously hurled insults and even confiscated the watch. Though impoverished, his spirit remained indomitable. If the offer was not genuine, why accept it? Returns hand with a smile. Fair maiden, reclaim your gold watch. I merely happened to assist your grandfather by chance. Pray, what is the meaning of this? Do you still harbor resentment toward me? Inquired. I harbor no resentment, responded with a shake of his head. Then, What must I do to secure your forgiveness? Pressed with importunity. That query I declined to answer, responded, turning to depart. Is it your desire that I address you as husband? Intercept its path. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she explained. In the hospital earlier, I acted impulsively. Spare me. I am in no position to espouse a woman of your distinguished caliber. Retorted with a sardonic smile, proceeding onward without a backward glance. You scoundrel, you dare reject me. I shall have no further dealings with you. Exclaimed in vexation, turning to flee with tears welling in her eyes. Hearing the maiden's cries, experienced a pang of remorse. Had he known this would transpire, he would have accepted the gold watch, to the contentment of all. However, the most aggrieved was undoubtedly. As he departed with his retinue, his resentment intensified with each passing moment, lamenting incessantly. It vexes me beyond measure. How does this imbecile possess such exceptional fortune? To administer needles at random and yet effect a cure, it is an utter stroke of luck. And to receive a gold watch from a fair maiden. You dolt. I loathe you. Gnashed his teeth in fury. Brother, do not despair. Shall we not relieve the imbecile of his gold watch? A youth with flaxen hair whispered into his ear. He is, after all, an imbecile. To seize it would be of little consequence. Indeed, that is a felicitous notion, exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Let us proceed forthwith to relieve the imbecile of his gold watch. In short order, led his cohort in a swift about-face. Halt, you simpleton. He wielded a steel pipe, obstructing the path. What is your intent? Inquired with composure. Produce the gold watch. It is of little utility in the possession of a simpleton, sneered. Your antiquated mobile device suffices. You have no need for such an opulent accoutrement. The assembled ruffians echoed his derision. Simpleton, relinquish the watch forthwith. In return, your uncle shall purchase sweets for you. Foolish, surrender your lucre. Spare yourself the infliction of bodily harm. The ruffians encircled, Desist, who had not ventured far, witnessed approach and swiftly retraced her steps. You shall not mistreat Mr. He is my benefactor, and I shall not permit you to lay a hand upon him. Huh, I had surmised that he was your spouse. Responded to with a mirthless smile, were the foolish your husband, your intervention would be understandable. However, the simpleton bears no relation to you. Why involve yourself in such matters? Indeed, the simpleton is not your husband. Why concern yourself with such trifles? A youth with flaxen hair chimed in. Then, consider him my husband. Clasps arm, casting a playful wink at and his cohorts. Esteemed sirs, grant me this indulgence and spare him. Embraced by the fair maiden, experienced a surge of pleasurable sensation. However, recalling his prior declaration that he could not afford to wed such a distinguished woman, he felt a pang of awkwardness. Remained still, cast a stern glance at, and joining him. With me present, I shall not permit anyone to mistreat you. Felt a surge of emotion, for the maiden's benevolence toward him was profound. He should not have uttered such hurtful words. Is it truly worth your while to expend such effort for a simpleton? Inquired with a cold mien. It is. Responded with resolute conviction. Very well. Bid your simpleton husband relinquish the gold watch, and I shall cease my pursuit, declared, gesturing toward the gold watch in his possession. This lad struck me previously. Let the watch serve as recompense for my injuries. Nay, that shall not transpire. Emulating the demeanor of a lover. Encircled slender waist with his arm, shaking his head at, the watch was bestowed by my spouse. How could I casually relinquish it to another? Inwardly cursed. For the scoundrel was genuinely presuming her to be his wife. She subtly shifted her body, intending to disengage his hand, but for the sake of the charade, she was compelled to endure his liberties. Simpleton, you court death. Swung the steel pipe toward. Take this. Parried with his arm, launching a swift kick. With a resounding thud. Was propelled backward for a distance of 3 meters. Brothers, charge forth together. Brandished the steel pipe, summoning his retinue to engage in a collective assault. Endowed only with brute strength, lacked martial prowess. After parrying a few blows, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and retreated repeatedly. The simpleton can no longer withstand the assault. He can dispatch, at most 2. Let us strike together and slay the simpleton, exclaimed with unbridled glee, brandishing the steel pipe as he struck toward. Desist, realizing that was no match for the assembled ruffians, immediately interjected. She launched a kick, striking his body. With a resounding thud, was propelled backward for a distance of 5 meters. Indeed, this woman is a martial artist, remarked, barely maintaining his balance, gesturing toward his companions. Brothers, attack. Subdue the woman first, and then we shall deal with the foolish. A youth with flaxen hair, and another with crimson hair responded in unison, lunging to seize. Take this. Launched a frontal kick, striking the youth with flaxen hair, followed by a sweeping kick that struck the youth with crimson hair. The two staggered backward repeatedly. Splendid. Exquisite skill. Exclaimed with genuine admiration. Remained still and observe. Enjoined, proceeding to unleash her martial prowess with unrestrained abandon. The fair maiden employed both her feet and her fists, striking with exhilarating precision. In less than 5 minutes, Cheng Dazhuang was on his knees, begging for mercy. Spare me. I yield. I yield. Get out. Xiaoyun roared. Brothers, this simpleton's wife is formidable. Let's make haste and flee. Cheng Dazhuang and his cronies scattered in disarray. Miss Xiao, you were magnificent, Lu Chen said, dusting himself off as he approached Xiaoyun. Still calling me Miss Xiao? Xiaoyun playfully rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, feigning displeasure. Aren't you being a bit formal? Then what should I call you? Lu Chen asked, his heart filled with elation, secretly hoping this beauty might actually consider becoming his wife. He excitedly blurted out. Are you suggesting I call you wife? Dream on. Xiaoyun cast a chilling glance at Lu Chen. We've barely met, and you already expect me to be your wife? What do you take me for? I call you Miss Xiao, and you say I'm being too formal. I call you wife, and you tell me I'm dreaming. I'm at a loss for what to call you, Lu Chen said with an awkward smile. Just call me Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun said, casting a haughty glance at Lu Chen as she extended the watch. Here, take it. I must apologize once more. I was mistaken about you in the hospital earlier. It's nothing. Water under the bridge. I forgive you. Thanks. I'll take the watch, Lu Chen said, accepting the gold watch without hesitation. Having saved you once. We are now even, Xiaoyun said, her expression turning cold as she retrieved a business card from her purse and handed it to Lu Chen. This is my father's card. He had an urgent matter to attend to and had to return to the provincial capital, so he missed the opportunity to meet Mr. Lu. Which is a pity. He specifically instructed me to leave this card with you, hoping that Mr. Lu might visit the Xiao family in the provincial capital someday. Xiao Chuxiang. Lu Chen muttered softly as he received the card. That name sounds vaguely familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Ponder on it. By the way, let me remind you that this is merely my father's sentiment, and it doesn't necessarily reflect my own thoughts, Xiaoyun said, proudly puffing out her chest before suddenly wincing in pain and clutching her chest. What's wrong with your chest? Lu Chen asked, noticing the beauty's discomfort and curiously glancing at her chest. What he saw startled him, a large, purplish bruise. Wouldn't you know? Xiaoyun glared at Lu Chen resentfully. Is that where I accidentally struck you in the hospital? Lu Chen asked with concern. Must you ask? Xiaoyun retorted, casting a displeased glance at Lu Chen before lifting her chin and saying, I'll take care of it myself. It's none of your concern. Farewell. After taking a few steps, the beauty paused again, clutching her chest in pain. It seems she's quite injured. Lu Chen thought with sympathy. Xiaoyun, how about I massage it for you? Huh? Xiaoyun scoffed, turning to glare at Lu Chen. Do you truly think of me as your wife? A woman's chest is not something to be touched so casually. No, that's not what I meant, Lu Chen said, pointing at Xiaoyun's chest. I see a large bruise on your chest, and it seems to be causing you pain when you walk, indicating a significant injury. Perhaps I could use some liniment to massage it for you? After all, I have some medical knowledge. Without professional massage, it might take quite a few days to heal. Xiaoyun remained silent, continuing to walk forward. However, after a couple of steps, the pain became unbearable. She had already been injured, and the fight with those thugs had only worsened her condition. She stopped, her face flushed, and called out to Lu Chen, go buy a bottle of liniment. I'll wait here for you. All right, wait for me. I'll be right back, Lu Chen said, dashing off. Soon, he returned with a bottle of liniment and approached Xiaoyun. Unbutton your clothes, and I'll massage it for you now, Lu Chen said, pouring some liniment onto his palm. You're not allowed to look. Xiaoyun snapped, glaring at Lu Chen. Turn your face away. All right, I'll turn my face away, Lu Chen said with a smile, turning his head. All right, put your hand over here. Xiaoyun called out to Lu Chen. Massage it from behind. With your back to me. This might be difficult, Lu Chen said awkwardly. I've never been seen by a man before. Xiaoyun said, her face flushed. And you don't have the right to see me either. Hurry up, it's the same even if you massage it from behind. All right, I'll give it a try, Lu Chen said, reluctantly reaching behind him and beginning to feel around on the beauty's body. As he felt around, he felt a softness against his palm, and immediately heard Xiaoyun's angry shout. You scoundrel, I told you to massage me, not to grope me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Lu Chen said, swallowing hard as he tried to adjust his angle, gently massaging by feel. It started off fine, but as he continued to massage, Xiaoyun suddenly grabbed his wrist. "You scoundrel, where are you putting your hand? I told you to massage the top. Why are you going lower and lower?" Lu Chen turned his head and couldn't help but blush. His hand was almost inside her skirt. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to," Lu Chen said with an embarrassed smile. "Forget it. Just turn around and massage me while looking," Xiaoyun said, biting her lip and pulling her clothes down even further, lowering her head with a flushed face. Looking at her alluring figure, Lu Chen almost had a nosebleed. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the desire within him. Lu Chen poured some liniment on his hands and began to massage the beauty seriously. As he massaged, Xiaoyun couldn't help but let out soft moans. "Ah, that's nice." The beautiful Xiao was closing her eyes slightly, with an expression of bliss on her face. "Don't, stop," Xiaoyun whispered, tugging Lu Chen's hand towards her bosom. This scene brought to Lu Chen's mind images from adult films. It seemed that the female leads in those films acted in a similar way. "Is it that comfortable?" Lu Chen muttered softly, swallowing hard. Xiaoyun regained her senses and was immediately embarrassed. She quickly pushed Lu Chen's hand away and said softly, "All right, my chest doesn't hurt anymore. Let me see." Lu Chen moved closer to Xiaoyun and began to examine her closely. The bruise on the beauty's chest had faded, leaving only a few red marks. "Still looking?" Xiaoyun glared at Lu Chen angrily and quickly buttoned up her collar. "All right, it's good that you're okay," Lu Chen said, clearing his throat with a smile. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today," Xiaoyun said, glaring at Lu Chen resentfully. Then she took out her phone and said to Lu Chen, "Open your WeChat so I can add you. My father might still want to contact you. Director Wan said he wants to meet you." "WeChat?" Lu Chen said awkwardly as he took out his old phone and shook his head. "My phone doesn't have that." "You're actually using an old phone?" Xiaoyun said, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Well, what can I do? I'm a simpleton," Lu Chen said with an embarrassed smile. "Stop it. I almost fell for your act. A simpleton wouldn't be so cunning. Give me your phone," Xiaoyun said coldly, snatching Lu Chen's phone. "What are you doing?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Xiaoyun didn't reply, but immediately used Lu Chen's phone to dial her own number. After the phone rang, she immediately hung up. "I've saved your number. If my father needs to contact you, he'll contact you again," Xiaoyun said, handing the phone back to Lu Chen. "Remember, what happened just now never happened." "Yes, I didn't see anything," Lu Chen said with a smile. "So what if you did? I could never be your wife." Xiaoyun smirked frostily, then glanced at Lu Chen, saying, "Don't delude yourself into thinking I'd be your wife. I wouldn't choose a man who can't even handle a few thugs. A weakling isn't worthy of being my man." Then she added, "I'm leaving." "A weakling?" Lu Chen lowered his head, examining his muscles, and retorted with some indignation, "I'm clearly quite muscular. What good are dead muscles?" Xiaoyun scoffed. "A man who can't even protect himself is, in my eyes, a weakling." With that, the beauty turned gracefully, like a proud peacock, and disappeared with measured steps into the quiet, tree-lined path. Lu Chen remained silent. He knew he must become stronger, otherwise, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone his family. Xiaoyun's calling him a weakling was almost polite. Not calling him trash was her showing him some consideration. Suddenly, a phone rang nearby. Lu Chen hurried forward and saw a phone ringing on the roadside. The screen displayed General Manager Mei. "This must be Cheng Dazhuang's phone, and General Manager Mei is calling." Lu Chen quickly picked up the phone and answered. "Cheng Dazhuang, did you get Lu Chen his medicine? How is he?" Mei Ping's anxious voice came through the phone. "General Manager Mei, this is Lu Chen," he replied. As he spoke, Cheng Dazhuang returned with a group of people, looking for the phone. Seeing Lu Chen holding it and Xiaoyun nowhere in sight, he roared from afar, "Lu Chen, you bastard, what are you doing with my phone?" "Lu Chen, why is Cheng Dazhuang yelling at you?" Mei Ping asked worriedly. "What's going on over there?" "It's like this." Lu Chen began to explain, but Cheng Dazhuang had already rushed up to him, snatching the phone. "Give it here." Hello, Lu Chen." Mei Ping shouted into the phone, confused. "General Manager Mei, it's me, Dazhuang." Cheng Dazhuang said with a sly grin, shouting into the phone, "Lu Chen is a real scoundrel. He stole my phone. I advise you to fire this guy." "Really?" Lu Chen seemed honest. "How could he steal your phone?" Mei Ping said incredulously. "There must be a misunderstanding." "Alas, General Manager. You've been deceived by this fool. He's not honest at all. He almost assaulted you today. Now, he's stealing my phone." Cheng Dazhuang complained to Mei Ping. "This guy isn't human. You bastard, you're asking for a beating." Enraged by Cheng Dazhuang's slander, Lu Chen kicked him. "Ouch!" Cheng Dazhuang staggered, nearly falling. He quickly shouted into the phone, "General Manager, this is terrible. Lu Chen is hitting people." Lu Chen was about to strike again, but several thugs rushed forward, blocking him. You're courting death. You fool, you're asking for a beating. The four thugs, armed with steel pipes or bricks, targeted Lu Chen. Seeing their weapons, Lu Chen didn't dare to advance rashly. Although he had absorbed the medicine god's energy from General Manager May's jade pendant, making him much stronger. He didn't know any martial arts. 1 against 4, he had no chance. Fortunately, Mei Ping was genuinely fond of him. Hearing Cheng Dazhuang's words, she didn't blame Lu Chen. Instead, she kept advising Cheng Dazhuang, don't mess around. Lu Chen is a fool. He doesn't know any better. Wait, I'm coming over now. Remember, don't bully him. But General Manager, I'm the one who got beaten. Cheng Dazhuang protested. We'll talk when I get there. Where are you now? I'm coming right away. Mei Ping interrupted him decisively. About 200 meters from the back entrance of the city hospital. By the way, General Manager, I'm the one who got beaten. Cheng Dazhuang tried to say, but Mei Ping had already hung up. Cheng Dazhuang was furious. He turned and pointed at Lu Chen, shouting, Fool, you have quite the sway. I suspect you've already slept with Mei Ping. How else would she always think of you, always protect you? At this, the others immediately chimed in. Haha, this guy must have slept with your General Manager Mei. Yeah, otherwise, she wouldn't be so good to him. Maybe the fool is good in bed and has made General Manager Mei feel very comfortable. The thugs laughed triumphantly. Laugh at what? Cheng Dazhuang glared at the thugs, annoyed. A woman even a fool can sleep with, but I, Cheng Dazhuang, haven't even touched her hand. What are you laughing at? With that, he started to cry. Brother Zhuang, we were just joking. Mei Ping is a rare beauty. How could she possibly fancy a fool? It's said that a former deputy mayor tried to pursue her but couldn't even get a meeting. A young man comforted Cheng Dazhuang. Lu the fool is nothing. That's right. It's just that Mei Ping is too kind, and this fool is too good at pretending. Cheng Dazhuang pointed at Lu Chen, shouting, Brothers, beat him up for me. Before General Manager Mei arrives, give this fool a good beating. Go. The thugs surrounded Lu Chen. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a car horn sounded ahead. The crowd stopped and turned to look back. A BMW X6 drove up behind Lu Chen and stopped beside him. Mei Ping opened the door, smoothed her red pencil skirt, and stepped out of the car, her long legs clad in stockings. She was tall, fair-skinned, and her chest was high and full, adorned with a green, glittering jade pendant as large as a coin. What are you doing to Lu Chen? Mei Ping demanded coldly. General Manager, this fool stole my phone and hit me. Cheng Dazhuang played the victim. You can't even beat a fool, and you need so many people? Mei Ping glanced at Cheng Dazhuang and sneered. Cheng Dazhuang, I thought you were usually quite capable, always beating this person and that person. What happened with Lu Chen? No, General Manager, this fool. Cheng Dazhuang tried to explain. All right, stop talking. I told you to take Lu Chen to get medicine, but you've been bullying him instead. Mei Ping pointed at Cheng Dazhuang, annoyed, then quickly walked to Lu Chen's side, asking with concern, Lu Chen, are you all right? General Manager, I'm so scared. Lu Chen threw himself into Mei Ping's arms. Don't be nervous. I'm here. No one dares to bully you. Mei Ping hugged Lu Chen, letting him lean against her chest, and patted his back gently, comforting him patiently. More candy. Lu Chen quickly pressed his face against General Manager Mei's chest, eyeing the jade pendant. Soon, 12 divine general statues appeared before his eyes, followed by text. Strengthen the body with medicine, combined with fist techniques and body refining exercises. The text was accompanied by illustrations of people practicing boxing. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This time, the focus was on fist techniques and exercises that used medicine to strengthen and refine the body. This was exactly what he urgently needed. Otherwise, dealing with a few thugs would be difficult. Cheng Dazhuang stared wide-eyed at the jade pendant on Mei Ping's chest. Cheng Dazhuang saw this scene and shouted angrily at Mei Ping. General Manager, this fool is faking it. He's taking advantage of you. Taking advantage of me? Mei Ping looked down and saw that Lu Chen was indeed pressed against her chest, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Chen, what are you doing? She pushed Lu Chen away. Although Mei Ping was eager to develop a relationship with Lu Chen, she needed to be discreet in public. I. Lu Chen squeezed out an embarrassed smile. At that moment, a motorcycle sped towards Mei Ping. He shouted, careful. As he spoke, he lunged at Mei Ping. Mei Ping was knocked to the ground, rolling into the bushes. She did not comprehend what had transpired and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Lu Chen, why did you knock me down? Just as Mei Ping voiced her concern, a motorcycle surged past her like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling from the spot where she had previously stood. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collided with a distant sedan. The motorcycle toppled, and the rider, a reckless youth, was thrown several meters away. Clutching his legs, the young man writhed in pain. Soon, a crowd gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves, clearly concerned for the injured youth. Fortunately, he had not struck Mei Ping. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Mei Ping was drenched in cold sweat as she gasped at Lu Chen. "You scared me to death. If it weren't for you, I might have been finished. Are you all right, Maison?" Cheng Dazhuang rushed over. Upon seeing Lu Chen atop Mei Ping, he was filled with a mix of anger and frustration, roaring, "Fool! Get off her! You're hurting our Maison." "Why are you shouting, Cheng Dazhuang?" Mei Ping shot him a glare, irritated. "If it weren't for Lu Chen saving me, I would have surely been knocked down by that motorcycle. However, the way he constantly pinned you down makes me suspect he has ulterior motives." Cheng Dazhuang pointed at Lu Chen, eager to tarnish his reputation. "What business is that of yours?" Mei Ping retorted sharply. "Leave." Cheng Dazhuang seethed with frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his disgruntled expression, Lu Chen felt a sense of amusement. He pushed himself up and, leaning down, placed one hand on Mei Ping's slender waist while draping the other around her neck, feigning concern. "Maison, allow me to assist you." "All right," Mei Ping nodded, resting a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder as he helped her to her feet. "Let me brush off the dust from your clothes." Lu Chen thoughtfully patted away the dirt. He was meticulous in his actions, and warmth surged within Mei Ping. She cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Dazhuang and admonished, "Though Lu Chen may seem foolish, he has a good heart. He risked his safety to save me and even help me up. What a fine young man. You must not bully him again." "Maison, this fool is just pretending," Cheng Dazhuang protested stubbornly. "Enough. Why don't you pretend for once? That motorcycle was speeding so fast. If it weren't for Lu Chen, I might be lying on the ground right now. And when I fell, I didn't see you helping me up." Mei Ping shook her head in disappointment at Cheng Dazhuang. "What else can you do besides flattering and bullying? It's not that I didn't want to help you. You didn't allow me to." Cheng Dazhuang protested, feeling wronged. "Enough. I no longer wish to see you." Mei Ping waved him off, her disappointment evident. "You have no business here. Return to work." Cheng Dazhuang was furious, gritting his teeth. He pointed a finger at Lu Chen, threatening, "Lu Chen, just wait. I will make you pay." "Please, don't." Lu Chen feigned terror, quickly turning to embrace Mei Ping. "Do not fear. With me here, no one dares to bully you." Mei Ping enveloped Lu Chen in her arms. "Oh, this fool is resorting to that tactic again." Cheng Dazhuang seethed, wanting to lash out. "Leave." Mei Ping glared at Cheng Dazhuang, displeased. "If you don't go, I will fire you." Having narrowly escaped disaster, Mei Ping felt a growing closeness to Lu Chen. Instinctively, she wanted to protect him. "Please, don't." Cheng Dazhuang nodded frantically, forcing a smile at Mei Ping. "All right. I'm going. I'll return to work immediately." "Lu Chen, do not be afraid. I have sent Dazhuang away." Mei Ping gently stroked Lu Chen's head, smiling reassuringly. "They will not dare to bully you again." At that moment, Lu Chen was intently observing the second deity pendant hanging from Mei Ping's chest, and he soon felt a surge of energy coursing into him. Simultaneously, he seemed to gain a clear awareness of the energy being infused. First layer of the golden bell shield. Second layer. Third layer. Lu Chen's heart soared with joy. As long as he held on to Mei Ping, pressing his face against the pendant, he could swiftly absorb the techniques contained within. He could visibly see his golden bell shield gradually expanding. "Hurry, hurry. Ascend to the 9th layer, and I shall be invincible." Lu Chen clung tightly to Mei Ping, his heated cheeks pressing the pendant against her bosom. "Ah!" Mei Ping felt a sudden discomfort from Lu Chen's embrace. Unable to suppress a soft gasp as she gently pushed him away, scolding, "Lu Chen, do not do this. It's inappropriate in public." "Oh, all right." Lu Chen finally came to his senses, feeling a sense of longing. The golden bell shield had only reached the 3rd layer, which might barely withstand a few thumps from ruffians. This was insufficient. He would need to seize another opportunity to embrace Mei Ping and absorb the remaining 6 layers. However, not now. Mei Ping was unwilling to be embraced in public, and it would be easy for her to discern his intentions. Lu Chen feigned an innocent demeanor, reluctantly loosening his grip on Mei Ping while his gaze remained fixed upon the pendant. "Fool, why do you keep staring at me?" Mei Ping shot him a playful glare. Secretly pleased, she mused, "This fool probably desires something sweet again. However, he is undeniably handsome and athletic, which makes her thoughts wander. And no, it's nothing." Lu Chen snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze. "Hey, how is it that your head wound is healing so quickly without any medication?" Mei Ping curiously reached out to touch his injury. Lu Chen was astonished by her observation. He felt the spot where Cheng Dazhuang had struck him, and indeed, it seemed to have scabbed over. He realized it was due to the energy he had received from Mei Ping's pendant. Lu Chen grinned sheepishly. Perhaps it's because I had some candy. You fool, stop talking nonsense. Mei Ping blushed, playfully hitting him. All right, let us go shopping. Mei Zong. Didn't you say you would give me time off? Why are we going shopping instead? Lu Chen inquired with a smile. What is the rush? Mei Ping chuckled, gently patting Lu Chen's shoulder. About the time off. I haven't forgotten. You need not come to work tomorrow or the day after. I plan to take you shopping for a couple of new outfits. Tonight was promising, and she sensed her best opportunity for pregnancy approaching. It was time to secure Lu Chen. Before that, Mei Ping thought it necessary to create a romantic ambience, considering this would be her first time. A joyful spirit is essential for bearing a healthy child. Is that really necessary? I have clothes to wear, Lu Chen replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. It won't cost you anything. Mei Ping playfully nudged Lu Chen. Get in the car. I'm not doing this for free. You'll need to help me carry things later, so consider this your compensation. Very well. Lu Chen reluctantly climbed into the car. Moments later, Mei Ping took him to the bustling Wangjiao city, the most vibrant part of the city. It was Lu Chen's first time in such an upscale place. He was captivated by the luxurious decor of the lobby, unable to resist glancing around in awe. Just as he was engrossed in his surroundings, Mei Ping's phone rang. Lu Chen, wait here for a moment. I need to take a call, she instructed with a smile, then walked to a quiet corner. Lu Chen curiously explored the lobby, when suddenly he heard a voice. Hey, Lu Chen, what brings you here? Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Lu Chen lifted his gaze and saw Su Xiaohong from the village, smiling and greeting him. Xiaohong, is that you? Lu Chen, with an expression of excitement, nodded towards Su Xiaohong and inquired, what brings you here? I work here, she replied. Su Xiaohong smiled as she took Lu Chen's hand, winking at him and saying, have you never been to a place like this before? Would you care to take a stroll through my boutique? It is indeed a store that offers exquisite high-end fashion brands. It is located just behind here. Is that so? How splendid. Let us take a look shortly. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Our shop is just behind here. Let me call my colleagues over so you can meet them. Su Xiaohong smiled at Lu Chen, then turned her head and waved to a few colleagues behind her, saying, hey, could you come over here for a moment? It seems unnecessary. This is rather too courteous. Lu Chen felt a slight surge of emotion. He scrutinized the fellow villager before him, and memories from the past involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Su Xiaohong was 2 years his junior. In their childhood, he had even carried this young girl across the river. It seems that this young lady still remembers the kindness she received and does not regard him as a fool. At the very least, they acknowledged my presence and greeted me, unlike certain individuals who, fearing the loss of face in front of Lu Chen, refrained from even offering a salutation. What is there to be courteous about? I invited them to come and enjoy themselves. Su Xiaohong smiled knowingly, a hint of pride crossing her face. 3 young women approached with smiles. Oh, who is this handsome gentleman with you, Xiaohong? He appears quite handsome, doesn't he? Xiaohong, is he your boyfriend? Su Xiaohong's colleague cast a curious glance in her direction. That fellow. He is a fool. How could I possibly have such a boyfriend? Su Xiaohong smiled proudly and pointed at Lu Chen, saying, this fool is quite amusing. All you need to do is give him a piece of candy or $1, and he will bark like a dog. Is that so? Truly? 2 young women could not help but widen their eyes in curiosity. Lu Chen felt a slight tremor run through him, his heart suddenly heavy with desolation. It turned out that he had misidentified her. Su Xiaohong was not attempting to greet him, but rather treating him as a source of amusement for others. Of course it is true. If not, I could have Lu the Fool perform for you right now, Su Xiaohong replied with a triumphant smile. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I am quite eager to see if this is indeed true. Among the 3 colleagues, 2 of them joyfully exclaimed. However, the short-haired girl cast a sympathetic glance towards Su Xiaohong and her 2 companions, softly advising, let's not, shall we? It's rather cruel to derive amusement from a fool. I too sense that something is amiss. Let us refrain from engaging in this activity, then. Previously, the 2 young women shook their heads, deciding not to tease Lu Chen any further. With your numerous tricks, everyone is merely having some fun. What is the big deal? Su Xiaohong shot a displeased glance at the short-haired girl. The girl opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking further. Come, sisters, pay attention. I shall now make this fool perform for you, Su Xiaohong declared with an air of triumph as she took out a coin and waved it before Lu Chen, asking, Lu Chen, what is this? Money. Lu Chen feigned ignorance and replied, He was curious to see just how wicked this woman truly was. Little did he expect. After he descended into folly, astonishingly, even those he had once aided began to torment him. Money can indeed buy sweets. Su Xiaohong held a coin before Lu Chen, persistently shaking it as she said, "Come on, if you bark like a dog 3 times, I shall reward you with this coin." Woof, woof, woof. Lu Chen laughed and called out to Su Xiaohong, "How could you speak so harshly?" Su Xiaohong, seething with anger, glared at Lu Chen with gritted teeth and exclaimed, "You foolish one. I instructed you to bark like a dog, not to call a dog. I refuse to bark." Lu Chen shook his head innocently. "Can't you even bark like a dog?" Su Xiaohong angrily shouted at Lu Chen, "In the past, when I asked you to learn, you grasped it instantly. I am unable to do so. Please teach me." Lu Chen intentionally feigned ignorance and said, "You." Sigh. "Never mind. Just watch closely and learn. Call out a few more times later." Su Xiaohong rolled her eyes in exasperation. Biting her lip, she placed her hand near her mouth and then, raising her voice, softly began to call out, "Woof, woof, woof." Well, this dog barks splendidly," Lu Chen said with a smile as he clapped his hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. "Su Xiaohong, I believe this handsome gentleman is far from foolish." The girl with short hair smiled and cast a glance at Su Xiaohong, saying, "Have you been played by this handsome guy? He may not be any less foolish than you. Indeed, I too believe that this handsome gentleman is quite astute. Certainly, it is entirely natural for such a handsome individual to possess charm and intelligence." Su Xiaohong felt utterly humiliated, having been made a fool of. The other 2 colleagues couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her face flushed a deep crimson, alternating between shades of embarrassment and anger, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and aimed a slap at Lu Chen's face. "Lu Chen, you foolish scoundrel. How dare you mock me? I shall make you pay." Just as her hand was poised to strike, Lu Chen instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading her impending blow. The sound of the slap echoed in the air. Su Xiaohong struck her palm against the nearby pillar, causing her to crouch down in pain with a cry of ouch. This scene was undeniably amusing, prompting several of her colleagues to erupt in laughter. "How can you still find this funny?" Su Xiaohong shot a glare at her colleagues in irritation. "Am I not allowed to be the subject of your amusement?" The short-haired girl retorted defiantly, "Su Xiaohong, your double standards are truly outrageous. You previously mocked this handsome guy, treating him as a mere source of amusement and urging us to join in your laughter. Now that you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, are we not allowed to chuckle instinctively? Is it not permissible for us to share a laugh? Surely, we still possess the right to find joy in laughter." 2 other colleagues also joined in the fray. Su Xiaohong realized that if this continued, it would likely incite widespread anger. Since colleagues are not easy to bully, they decided to target the foolish Lu Chen instead. She turned her face and pointed at Lu Chen, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, why don't you hurry over and massage my back? Surely, you can't be asking this handsome man to give you a back rub?" The girl with short hair couldn't help but widen her eyes in curiosity. "What is this? This fool used to frequently give me back rubs in the village. He has even massaged my feet. He even assisted the widow of our village with her bathing." Su Xiaohong exclaimed proudly. "He bathed the widow? My goodness, what a remarkable story." A young female colleague could not help but interject. Lu Chen, feeling both bewildered and apprehensive, never imagined that after becoming foolish, he would find himself assisting Widow Lin in her bathing. Indeed, this was quite a sensational revelation, and he hesitated to interrupt. Haha, speaking of this matter, it's rather amusing. Su Xiaohong continued her narrative. On one occasion, I went to Widow Lin's home to borrow something and overheard a man's voice in her room, occasionally calling her sister-in-law and even asking, "Sister-in-law, are you comfortable?" The audacity of it sent my blood racing. As I peered through the crack in the door, I discovered that it was the fool Lu Chen, assisting the Widow Lin with her bath. The Widow Lin, unclothed, directed Lu the fool, who obediently complied with her instructions. Wherever she pointed, he dutifully assisted her, occasionally calling her sister-in-law with an endearing sweetness. The widow was presumably driven to madness by her yearning for a man, and then, at this point, Su Xiaohong abruptly halted her narrative. What transpired thereafter? The female colleague could not help but urge, "So, did you end up engaging in those kinds of raucous activities? Xiaohong, please do share more swiftly." Another colleague also chimed in with urgency. "This melon is truly immense." Lu Chen's heart trembled suddenly. He couldn't help but gaze curiously at Su Xiaohong, secretly wondering if he would engage in such activities with the Widow Lin. Later, Widow Lin embraced Lu Shatsi, presumably with intentions of intimacy. At this point, Su Xiaohong cast a triumphant glance at Lu Chen, followed by a peal of laughter. Little did they know, this fool, oblivious to the romantic overture, exclaimed that it was too hot and pushed Widow Lin away. As her words concluded, several female colleagues erupted into hearty laughter once more. And then what happened? One female colleague inquired eagerly. Then I could no longer contain my laughter, I admitted. Widow Lin, startled, opened the door only to find me standing there, her face flushing with embarrassment. She grasped my hand, pleading with me not to disclose the incident. Su Xiaohong, puffing out her chest with pride, proclaimed, I figured this was a splendid leverage, so I intentionally accused Widow Lin and Lu Chen, berating them as shameless adulterers, tarnishing our village's reputation. I even threatened to reveal the matter. This not only terrified Widow Lin, but also frightened Lu Shatsi, who promptly begged me in tears. Widow Lin, in a desperate act, knelt before me, bowing her head and promising that she would do anything if I kept the secret. I agreed, stipulating that Lu Chen would have to obey my commands. Lu Shatsi readily acquiesced. Thus from that moment on, I commanded this fool to bark like a dog, and he complied. He even helped me with back rubs and frequently assisted with farm work. What about the widow? Another female colleague couldn't help but ask. Widow Lin promised to deliver 10 eggs and a free-range chicken to me each month, and I have been enjoying chicken for over a year now. Su Xiaohong chuckled in delight. Oh my, this is simply fantastic. Shameless. The short-haired girl could no longer contain herself, glaring at Su Xiaohong and scolding. You may bully the fool, but extorting from the widow? I never imagined your character could be so despicable. What does it matter to you? Su Xiaohong retorted angrily, marching towards the short-haired girl and pointing an accusatory finger at her. You, the newcomer, have no right to judge me. Have you looked at your performance this month? You are at the bottom of our store. Do you believe that if I slap you twice, the manager would expel you instead of me? You are taking advantage of your position. The short-haired girl protested, though her voice quivered noticeably, lacking confidence given her poor performance. And what if I am? Su Xiaohong pushed the short-haired girl slightly. Su Xiaohong, you have gone too far. The short-haired girl exclaimed, nearly in tears. I am indeed excessive. Let us not forget. I am the sales champion this month. Su Xiaohong declared proudly, raising her chin. My character may be lacking, but I can earn money. Who's to blame you for being incompetent? If you don't like it, come and hit me. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Ouch! Su Xiaohong was caught off guard, turning away in shock, momentarily speechless. Lu Chen turned to the short-haired girl, smiling as he reassured her. Don't worry, beautiful. I did that for you. Thank you. The short-haired girl smiled faintly but quickly regained her composure, leaning into Lu Chen's ear and whispering, Let us leave. This woman is fierce. It's fine. She asked you to hit her. I merely acted on your behalf. Lu Chen replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed. Lu Shatsi, how dare you hit me? Su Xiaohong exclaimed, her expression one of shock directed at Lu Chen. Hee. Lu Chen feigned a silly demeanor, replying to Su Xiaohong, Sister, you wanted this short-haired girl to hit you, but she was reluctant, so I helped her. At this remark, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Shatsi, have you short-circuited your brain? Ignoring my commands is one thing, but to strike me? Su Xiaohong, furious, threatened Lu Chen. Just wait. Tonight, I will reveal your affair with Widow Lin to the village. Go ahead, Lu Chen said with a calm smile. And while you're at it, mention the time you were licking me. Having played the fool for so many years, he no longer cared for his reputation. All that mattered was to strike at his opponent. Oh my goodness, Su Xiaohong, did you really lick this fool? One female colleague couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Lu Shatsi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever lick you? Su Xiaohong retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. I won't say in front of so many people. Lu Chen laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Now, go back to work. I have shopping to do. Hey, handsome. What exactly did Su Xiaohong do for you? The curious female colleague chased after Lu Chen as he attempted to leave. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is a fool. I would never lick him. Su Xiaohong blushed furiously, but the more she protested, the more curious her colleagues became, their eyes fixed on her. What exactly is going on here? A cold, authoritative voice interrupted from behind. The group of women immediately turned around, their faces displaying nervousness. Hello, manager. Welcome, manager. You've arrived. The newcomer was an attractive, stylish young woman, clad in a short skirt and stockings, exuding an air of cool confidence. What were you all gathered here for just now? The manager scanned the group of women. Manager, it's like this. Earlier, Xiaoyang's fool of a boyfriend hit me. Su Xiaohong stepped forward, pointing at Lu Chen and then at the short-haired girl, attempting to play the victim. How did he become my boyfriend? The short-haired girl protested earnestly, shaking her head. I don't know this handsome guy at all. Don't deny it. You two have been intimate. Don't think I'm unaware, Su Xiaohong sneered, gesturing towards Lu Chen. Admittedly, he may be a bit foolish, but he is indeed your boyfriend. Xiaoyang, you deserve no better. You're talking nonsense. The short-haired girl retorted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Enough. Stop this bickering. The manager interjected sharply, glancing at Su Xiaohong and her colleagues. Did this man actually hit anyone? Yes, he did. Two female colleagues murmured in unison. The short-haired girl remained silent. See, Xiaoyang doesn't he dare to speak, which indicates her guilt, Su Xiaohong declared triumphantly, pointing at the short-haired girl. Manager, you must fire Xiaoyang today for justice, or I will resign. Xiaohong, don't be impulsive. The manager replied, smiling at Su Xiaohong. I need to understand the situation first. The situation is quite simple. Su Xiaohong began, eager to smear the short-haired girl's reputation. At that moment, Mei Ping approached with an air of cool composure. The manager immediately recognized Mei Ping as a wealthy woman. Customers have arrived. Return to your posts. The manager instructed the women. Instantly, they stood up straighter, putting on smiles. As Su Xiaohong focused, she realized it was none other than Mei Ping. Renowned as the most beautiful CEO, and her excitement surged. Turning to the manager, she exclaimed, Manager, this is the coal mine owner from Lion Ridge. Her mine is just outside our village. Oh my, she is a rich lady. The manager encouraged Su Xiaohong. Go for it. Try to win this client. Indeed, watch me. Su Xiaohong replied with a confident smile, then leaned in close to the manager, whispering, If I land this wealthy lady, you must fire Xiaoyang. All right. Let us see if you can do it first. Now go attend to the guest. The manager nodded at Su Xiaohong. Watch me. Su Xiaohong grinned, straightening her posture as she approached Mei Ping with a bright smile. Ms. Mei, hello. Would you like to see clothing or bags? Both stores belong to us. Oh, do you know me? Mei Ping inquired with curiosity. Haha, with such a thriving business, you're certainly a prominent figure in our city. Of course, I recognize you. Su Xiaohong replied with a warm smile, nodding her head. By the way, I am from Bishui Village. Your coal mine is located near our village at Lion Ridge. Oh, so you're from Bishui Village. How coincidental. Mei Ping remarked, gesturing towards Lu Chen nearby. You must know Lu Chen then? Lu Chen. Su Xiaohong shuddered slightly, stammering. I've heard of him. She was aware that Lu Chen worked at Mei Ping's mine, but she held little hope that he would leave a favorable impression on her. After all, he was rather foolish. Haha, she definitely knows me. We're from the same village, and she often bullies me. Lu Chen interjected, taking the initiative. This woman is quite wicked. Is that so? A flicker of surprise crossed Mei Ping's expression as she cast a disdainful glance at Su Xiaohong. Don't listen to this fool's nonsense. When have I ever bullied him? Su Xiaohong retorted through gritted teeth. Enough. What right do you have to call someone a fool? Mei Ping shot a glare at Su Xiaohong, her voice icy. I'm sorry, Mei. Su Xiaohong replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding between Lu Chen and me, but I assure you, I'm not a bad person. Enough. I'm not interested in your trivial matters. Mei Ping replied haughtily, then turned to Lu Chen, nodding as she said, Let us go look ahead. Mei, I apologize. It's my employee who lacks manners. I will certainly reprimand her, the shop manager chimed in. Moving closer to Mei Ping with a smile. How about we step into our store? We just received the latest bags and clothes. I noticed several exquisite items that would match your elegant demeanor perfectly. Come in and experience it. Thank you, but I'm quite busy. Mei Ping maintained her aloof demeanor as she walked alongside Lu Chen. Mei, why not take a look inside? Lu Chen suggested, pointing to a nearby girl with short hair. This is my cousin. If you're interested in bags or clothes, please support her business. Your cousin? Mei Ping expressed mild surprise, smiling at Lu Chen. I didn't know your cousin was also selling here. You should have mentioned it earlier. All right, let us go in and take a look. As they conversed, she walked straight ahead. Cousin, let us go. Show our boss around. Lu Chen winked at the short-haired girl. Ah, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyang. Hurry up. Invite Mei into the store. The shop manager swiftly approached the short-haired girl, gently nudging her and whispering, This lady is worth over $1 billion. Make the most of this opportunity. One customer could support you for quite some time. Hurry and greet her properly. Okay, the short-haired girl replied excitedly, then smiled at Mei Ping, gesturing, Mei, this way please. To your left is our exclusive bag store, and to your right is our clothing store. I see. I'll take a look first, Mei Ping said with a slight smile as she entered the store with Lu Chen. Watching this unfold, Su Xiaohong felt a pang of jealousy. She never imagined that Lu Chen would have such a good rapport with Mei Ping. Had he really transformed from the foolish Lu Chen she once knew? After browsing for a while, Mei Ping casually picked a sexy mini-skirt from the shelf and held it up. Xiaoping, this mini-skirt is quite nice. It would suit your long legs perfectly. Lu Chen complimented her with a smile. The light gray fabric paired with black stockings, and if you wear a pair of light-colored shoes, the aura of a beautiful CEO will surely emanate. Really? Mei Ping felt a rush of joy, looking at Lu Chen in surprise. Who knew you had such eloquence? Lu Chen, sister, I speak the truth. It's mainly because of your fine figure. Lu Chen smiled, nodding at Mei Ping, continuing his praise. Of course, if you prefer not to wear stockings, pairing it with light-colored crystal sandals would also create a unique charm. Why would it be unique? Mei Ping asked curiously. Just think about it. Lu Chen took the gray mini-skirt from her hands and gently demonstrated. Underneath the light gray skirt are your delicate legs. If paired with pink crystal sandals, it would evoke a refreshing spring vibe. Truly, it's like a touch of gray with a hint of white. Reminiscent of blooming pear blossoms, where the pear blossoms outshine the peach blossoms. Each beauty transcends the other. Lu Chen's eloquent explanation made Mei Ping's heart flutter. She secretly admired the brilliance of a high IQ scholar. Even in his foolishness, he occasionally uttered poetic phrases. If we were to have a child, they would surely be a prodigy. Oh, such poetic expressions. If this continues, you might rival Professor Dong. Mei Ping exclaimed, taking the mini-skirt from Lu Chen's hands with a smile. All right, I'll take this skirt. If I add a bag to it, it would be perfect. Lu Chen stood by, deliberately displaying an appreciative demeanor. I'll take your advice. Mei Ping smiled gently. Later, I'll choose a couple of pairs of high-heeled shoes and sandals, and maybe a bag as well. After a shopping spree, Mei Ping spent nearly 80,000. The sales staff watched in envy, whispering among themselves. Xiaoyang is so lucky. Who would have thought her foolish boyfriend could make friends with such a wealthy patron? Does that handsome guy really seem foolish? Clearly, Su Xiaohong is just spreading rumors. True, but why did that handsome guy say Xiaoyang is his cousin? That's simple. When Su Xiaohong bullied him earlier, only Xiaoyang stood up for him. He probably said that to show his gratitude. Su Xiaohong, overhearing her colleagues' chatter, felt a mix of anger and resentment. After the clothes were packed, Mei Ping paid promptly. The short-haired girl approached Lu Chen, whispering her thanks, cousin, thank you. The manager just told me I'm the sales champion for the month, so my commission should be substantial, and I've received 1,000 yuan bonus. Since I've passed my probation, the store will also raise my salary to the highest standard. How about I treat you to a feast? Let us skip the meal. You've earned it. Your kindness and integrity deserve your good fortune. Lu Chen smiled, waving his hand. Perhaps we'll meet again. Okay. The short-haired girl felt a lingering excitement. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohong, filled with frustration, sneered, it's just a probation period. What is there to flaunt? If you're capable, keep earning that sales title every month. That shameless woman relies on seducing men for success. You. The short-haired girl wanted to retort, but considering the customers present, she could only pout and suppress her anger. Su Xiaohong felt emboldened, making a face at the girl. Lu Chen contemplated stepping in to confront Su Xiaohong. But at that moment, Mei Ping returned after completing her purchase, smiling at Lu Chen. Let us go. Let us check out that area. Mei, would you like to apply for a membership card at our store? We're having a promotion today. Recharge 3,000, and we'll give you an extra 1,000. Recharge 10,000, and get 5,000 extra, the shop manager suggested with a smile. The money inside 1T expire, and if you frequently buy clothes, it's quite a deal. What do you think? Mei Ping turned to Lu Chen, explaining. I usually spend around 100,000 each year at Wangjiao City for clothes and bags. This brand store has great quality. Should I pre-charge 30,000 then? There's no rush. I'd like to have a word with this lovely manager. Lu Chen nodded towards the beautiful shop manager and said, excuse me. Could we discuss a matter? Oh, what is it? The curious shop manager inquired. Please dismiss this woman. Lu Chen pointed at Su Xiaohong. She has been quite malicious. Not only bullying my cousin, but also speaking ill of our general manager Mei. When did I ever speak ill of general manager Mei? Su Xiaohong retorted indignantly. Glaring at Lu Chen, you fool, stop spouting nonsense. Witnessing Su Xiaohong's insult towards Lu Chen, Mei Ping's expression darkened. She glanced at the shop manager and remarked, is this how your staff is trained, to freely insult customers? I apologize, General Manager Mei, that was my oversight. The shop manager quickly responded. Dismiss her. and I will promptly apply for a membership card and deposit 100,000. Mei Ping declared assertively, I don't wish to see her in this store again. Very well, I shall ensure you receive justice. The shop manager bit her lip before turning to Su Xiaohong and commanding, Su Xiaohong, you are fired. Go to the finance department to settle your wages and leave immediately. But I'm the top sales performer in the store. Su Xiaohong attempted to plead. No need for explanations, just leave. The shop manager said coldly, gesturing for her to exit. Lu Chen, remember this isn't over. Su Xiaohong shot him a furious glare before storming away. 100,000. Mei Ping immediately scanned her payment. Yes, General Manager, please have a seat. I will arrange your membership card right away. The shop manager beamed with delight. Within 5 minutes, she had completed Mei Ping's card. Mei Ping took the card, tossed it into her bag, and smiled at Lu Chen. Come, I will take you shopping for clothes. I think I'll pass. Lu Chen shook his head. I often work in the mines and rarely have the opportunity to dress up. Who says so? Mei Ping laughed, glancing at Lu Chen. In the next few days, I will give you a break, so you will have the chance to look splendid. Here's the plan. After we buy clothes, you can come to my villa in the city to shower, then wear what I buy for you. I will drive you back home. Going to your place for a shower seems a bit inappropriate. Lu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. What are you thinking? Mei Ping smiled and explained. I just happened to be returning to my villa in the city tonight to grab some clothes and supplies before heading back to the mines after dinner. You can join me for dinner and a shower. All right then, let us go check out the shirt store up ahead. Mei Ping led Lu Chen into a men's clothing store. When Lu Chen picked up a shirt and saw the price tag, he gasped. Wow, this shirt costs 999 yuan. That's too expensive. Expensive? It's just over 1,000 for a piece, and with the pants, it's only about 2,000. Mei Ping smiled as she selected a shirt from the rack, holding it up against Lu Chen. It must be said, aside from being a bit naïve, Lu Chen had a remarkable physique and appearance, almost akin to a male star, which Mei Ping found increasingly appealing. 2,000. That is too pricey. Lu Chen returned the shirt, saying, General Manager Mei, I can't accept this. I don't want to take advantage of you. Take it. Mei Ping flashed a charming smile. If you feel indebted, just help me with a few things tonight. That doesn't seem right. Lu Chen still felt shy. Stop being overly cautious and be straightforward. Otherwise, I might get upset. Now go try on the clothes. Mei Ping playfully urged Lu Chen, adding, if you refuse, it would imply you look down on me and are unwilling to assist. I agree. I'll help you cook a few dishes tonight. Lu Chen felt a little excited. How could he not appreciate the clothes gifted by General Manager Mei? Oh, you can cook? Mei Ping nodded in satisfaction. Great. Tonight you'll help me cook and wash the dishes as well. All right, I'll go try on the clothes now. Lu Chen cheerfully took the clothes. 20 minutes later, with Mei Ping's guidance, he changed into new pants and a shirt. Mei Ping scrutinized him as if he were a piece of art. Not bad at all. You have the build and looks. Add a nice pair of shoes and a decent belt, and you'll look just like a celebrity. Mei Ping beamed. Standing up and calling to the sales assistant, wrap it up, I'll pay. Sure. The sales assistant approached with a bright smile, eager to assist. We need a belt and shoes as well. Let us head to that brand store over there. Mei Ping led Lu Chen to another renowned brand store, selecting a belt and shoes. Ultimately, they picked a belt costing over 1,000 and shoes priced over 2,000, bringing the total close to 6,000. Lu Chen, carrying multiple shopping bags, was overwhelmed with excitement. Sister Ping, this is too expensive. When you wear this, it will look perfect on you. You stood in front of the mirror just now and looked like a star. Mei Ping assessed Lu Chen, recalling how impressive he appeared when he was fit. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Lu Chen became somewhat bashful. Sister Ping, watch where you're going. We're almost at the elevator. He reminded her with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot. Mei Ping exclaimed, tapping her forehead. I haven't bought you any underwear yet. Ah, that is unnecessary. Lu Chen's face flushed. I can buy that myself. Don't you change your underwear after showering? Mei Ping asked curiously. We'll change when I get back. Lu Chen felt awkward scratching his head. Besides, the new one should be washed before wearing. True. Mei Ping nodded, hesitating for a moment before smiling. How about this? I'll buy them for you now, and you can wash them when you get home. By the way, what size do you wear? No need. Lu Chen attempted to decline. Don't be shy. You saved my life today. Buying you a few pairs of underwear is nothing. Come on, hand me your pants. And I'll buy according to the size. Mei Ping pulled the pants from Lu Chen's hands, opened the packaging, and smiled knowingly. All right. I'll go get them for you. With a graceful sway of her waist, Mei Ping walked towards the men's clothing store. Moments later, she returned with a pack of 3 pairs of underwear. When you get home, I'll wash them for you and dry them with a hairdryer. You can change into them after your shower tonight. Mei Ping winked at Lu Chen. Just keep them here for now. The sight of the enchanting Mei Ping made Lu Chen feel a bit bashful. With her buying him clothes and underwear, and even wanting him to shower, he couldn't help but wonder, is she planning something with me? Before he realized it, he was seated in Mei Ping's car, his mind drifting to scenes reminiscent of romantic films. Here we are. This is my home. Come inside. Mei Ping's BMW X6 parked in front of a luxurious villa. Lu Chen followed Mei Ping into the villa, utterly captivated by the opulent decor. This is just the lobby. It's not even the best part. My bedroom is even more beautiful, Mei Ping said, placing her bag on the entryway cabinet and slipping off her stockings. She then winked at Lu Chen. You sit on the sofa for a bit. I'll go take a shower. Lu Chen called out. How about I wash the vegetables first? It's still early. Mei Ping pointed to the sofa. Just sit here for a while. I'll be quick. All right then. Lu Chen sat down, curiously surveying the villa's surroundings. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Lu Chen inadvertently glanced towards the bathroom, his eyes widening. Before him was the sight of the general manager's bare body. The faucet in the bathtub was turned on, creating a column of water that slowly filled the tub. Mei Ping stood before a floor-to-ceiling mirror, proudly lifting her chest as she admired her fair, delicate figure. Occasionally, she would gently pinch her soft skin, immediately breaking into a faint smile. She was fair-skinned, tall, with a sensual and enchanting physique and exquisite features. Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. He knew he couldn't look any longer. He feared his head might explode. Feeling a slight pressure on his forehead, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Turning his attention to the balcony, he beheld the lush green mountains in the distance, two peaks standing side by side like the humps of a camel. The mountains were truly beautiful. It was better to admire them than to dwell on Mei Ping's captivating beauty, which, after prolonged gazing, caused him discomfort. With no such fortune, Lu Chen turned to the mountains. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. How chilly it was. It struck him as odd that the temperature in this place was so low. He felt a shiver run through him involuntarily, surveying his surroundings. He found no signs of movement, yet an ominous foreboding crossed his mind. Was there something amiss with this villa? Why did he feel so cold? Lu Chen grew wary, keenly attuning himself to everything around him. Soon, he heard a rustling noise emanating from his person, as if something were in motion. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a gold watch. It was the one Xiao Yun had gifted him, and it was indeed turning. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not an ordinary watch but a custom compass. Besides the time, numbers, and scales, the watch face was inscribed with characters, including the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches. In addition to the usual hour, minute, and second hands, there was a red needle indicating magnetic north. Typically, the needle would sway side to side, yet this one was spinning rapidly, producing a clattering noise. Curious, Lu Chen pondered whether this watch might possess supernatural properties. He had heard that in places heavy with yin energy, a compass needle would spin incessantly. If the watch was turning, did it not indicate a significant presence of yin energy in this locale? As he scrutinized the watch face, the needle gradually came to a halt, ceasing its rotation. It felt as though something had come and gone. The chill that had previously gripped his back dissipated. How strange. Was there something wrong with this villa? His mind was filled with questions. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. Lu Chen, come quickly. Mei Ping's voice rang out in distress. What was the matter with her? He rushed toward the bathroom. Lu Chen, come in. I'm scared, Mei Ping cried out, even through the frosted glass. He could clearly see her trembling figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the glass door and rushed inside. Lu Chen, I'm afraid, Mei Ping clutched him tightly. What happened? He inquired, curiosity piqued. I think I saw someone pass by the window. Could there be an intruder? Mei Ping's face was tense with fear. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, using his spiritual sight to scan outside. He saw no one. It's probably just your imagination. There's no one here, he reassured her. But I'm scared. Mei Ping clung to him tighter. Stay with me. This was rather inappropriate. Lu Chen felt his cheeks flush. He had never been embraced by a woman like this, especially not by such a stunning beauty, and without any clothes on to boot. Who could withstand such a situation? What is wrong with that? I'm frightened, after all. Just don't think anything inappropriate. Mei Ping rolled her eyes playfully, attempting to appear serious. Unless you have ulterior motives. I assure you, I have no such intentions. Lu Chen hastily waved his hands. That's a relief. Just stay beside me, she said, gently pushing him away before turning gracefully to step into the bathtub, reclining within. She began applying bubbles to herself, occasionally blowing air. Her demeanor so relaxed that it hardly resembled someone who had been frightened. With his head bowed, Lu Chen felt his face grow hot. Torn between the desire to look and the fear of doing so, engulfed in embarrassment. Lu Chen, come help me wash my back. Mei Ping stood and deliberately turned her back to him. But, Mei Ping, I'm a man. Lu Chen protested, his face crimson. It's fine. I can't quite reach my back. Mei Ping turned her head, guiding his hand to her shoulder with a smile, saying, as long as you don't think of anything inappropriate, it's all right. Now let us begin. Reluctantly, Lu Chen swallowed hard and began to gently scrub her back. As he continued, Mei Ping suddenly turned. His hand inadvertently brushed against the pendant on her chest, causing him to retract it instinctively as if he had been shocked. Mei Ping, why did you turn? I didn't mean to. It's all right. I just need to adjust my position. Mei Ping slowly turned, deliberately grasping his hands and placing them on her abdomen, gazing at him intently with a soft smile. Lu Chen, do you enjoy watching me bathe? Mei Ping. I didn't. I was looking. Lu Chen's heart raced, and he quickly let go of her. It's fine if you did. I won't hold it against you, Mei Ping said with a teasing smile at the sight of his nervousness. Lu Chen lowered his head, feeling his cheeks burn. Mei Ping placed her hands on his shoulders, speaking softly. I think I have something on my backside. Could you take a look? All right, he replied hesitantly. Mei Ping turned, leaning over the tub, presenting her back to him. She gently touched her rear and asked softly, it hurts and itches here. Could there be something growing? It looks like a bump has formed. But I have a solution. Lu Chen noticed a red bump on her fair skin, oozing pus. Really? What is your solution? She inquired. Just use a toothpick to extract the pus. There are toothpicks on the coffee table. All right, wait here for me. 2 minutes later. Lu Chen returned with a toothpick. Mei Ping, bear with me while I help you remove the pus. He placed one hand on her waist, holding the toothpick firmly in the other. Be gentle, okay? She cautioned. Understood. Lu Chen carefully inserted the toothpick. Ah, that hurts. Mei Ping squealed. Just hold on. He gently prodded the yellow pus from the bump. That is painful. Mei Ping grimaced in discomfort. Done. I've extracted it. He placed a tissue over her rear with a decisive clap. Goodness, that hurt. Mei Ping exclaimed, turning to embrace Lu Chen tightly. Mei Ping, are you all right? He asked, concerned. No, you've hurt me. I want to hold you longer, she insisted, clinging to him. Mei Ping, please don't. Lu Chen felt a strong reaction within himself. Lu Chen, have you been thinking of me? Mei Ping gazed at him seductively, her voice softening. What do you say we take a bath together? At this rate, it might lead to something more. Lu Chen dared not entertain the thought further. Come on. Mei Ping had already seized his hand. Suddenly, a ringing sound interrupted them. Mei Ping, what is that? Lu Chen whispered. Shoo. She gestured for silence. The doorbell at the villa's entrance continued to ring. Ding dong. After several rings without an answer, someone began banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Sister-in-law, open up. It's me, Gongzi. Oh, and Xiao Huang from finance is here too. I know you're home. Your car is parked outside. Hurry and open the door. I brought the accounts you wanted. I've got the money for you. A loud male voice boomed from outside. That insufferable Xing Gang. He has no sense of decorum whatsoever. Mei Ping, filled with indignation, uttered a sharp rebuke before swiftly turning to push Lu Chen towards the bathroom. Admonishing him as they walked, Lu Chen, quickly, go hide in my bedroom. Xiong Gang has sent someone. If he sees you drenched, it will be impossible to explain. Reluctantly, Lu Chen nodded in acquiescence. Mei Ping had once experienced a brief marriage. Her father, Mei Qi, was the most prominent coal mine owner in Long City, with a fortune exceeding several billion. As Mei Qi had only one daughter, he specifically chose the most formidable gang leader in the city, Gao Fuqiang, as her husband, hoping that she could preserve her future endeavors. However, Gao Fuqiang met an unfortunate fate. 2 days into their marriage, he perished in a car accident alongside his father-in-law. From that moment on, the woman celebrated as the most beautiful in Long City became its wealthiest widow. Xiong Gang had been one of Gao Fuqiang's 4 subordinates during his lifetime, known not only for his formidable skills, but also for his ruthless demeanor. While Gao Fuqiang was alive, he managed to keep Xiong Gang in check, but once Gao was gone, Xiong's true nature emerged. He coerced Mei Ping into granting him a 10% stake in the coal mine, demanding a 10% annual dividend from her operations. Recognizing the danger he posed, Lu Chen decided to observe the situation before acting. Following Mei Ping into her bedroom, She hurriedly donned her clothing, her expression grave as she instructed Lu Chen. I will find a way to distract Xionggang. Remember, no matter what happens, you cannot come out. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the door. Sister-in-law, open the door. If you don't, I'll climb through the window. Xionggang shouted from outside. I'm coming, I'm coming. Mei Ping called back, quickly slipping into a nightgown and urging Lu Chen, hurry, hide. I need to open the door. Lu Chen, concerned, reminded her, be careful, Mei Jie. Mei Ping offered a bittersweet smile, embracing Lu Chen momentarily before releasing him and swiftly heading towards the door. Moments later, Mei Ping opened the door to the villa. Xionggang entered, accompanied by the mine's accountant, Huang Min, carrying a leather suitcase. Maison, I want the payment for the account from 3 years ago, 1 million. Please settle it. Xionggang thrust the suitcase towards Mei Ping. All right, let me confirm the amount. She replied, reaching for the suitcase. Sister-in-law, are you really going to confirm it? Xionggang grinned, retracting the suitcase. After all these years of risking my life alongside your brother, do you still doubt my integrity? Besides, if you don't trust me, do you not trust your own accountant, little Huang? I brought this money along with her in the payment slip. She has counted it twice. Xionggang is right. Maison, I have confirmed the amount. It's exactly 1 million in the suitcase. Huang Min chimed in with a smile. We have both counted it twice, and the payment slip is signed. Mei Ping's expression darkened. She understood that Xionggang was deliberately trying to undermine her. If she yielded easily, he would expect further concessions in the future. She refused to back down, aware that it would lead to greater complications later on. Xionggang was using the accountant as a pawn, and she would turn the tables on him. She shot Huang Min a glance and retorted, are you implying that from now on, anything you sign off on doesn't require my scrutiny? Maison, that is not what I meant. Huang Min replied nervously. Trying to clarify, that is just Xiongang's implication. I didn't say you couldn't count it again. All right. Xionggang interjected, patting Huang Min on the shoulder as he smiled at Mei Ping. Sister-in-law, why scare the poor girl? It's just a matter of counting money. I was merely joking. Even brothers keep clear accounts. I collected this payment, so of course, we should count it together. How about this? I'll have little Huang fetch a counting machine from the company, and we can verify the amount right here. As he spoke, Xionggang deliberately glanced at Mei Ping's thighs and then at her chest. Hidden in the bedroom, Lu Chen opened a crack in the door, witnessing this scene unfold. Upon seeing Xiongang's lascivious gaze, a chill ran down his spine. He realized that Xionggang harbored ill intentions, scheming to distract the accountant and then take advantage of Mei Ping. I'll go fetch the counting machine now. Huang Min piped up, about to leave. There's no need. I have one at home, Mei Ping asserted, pointing at Huang Min. You stay put. We will count it together later. Wait for me here while I go to the second floor. All right, I'll wait for you, Xionggang replied, settling onto the sofa as Mei Ping ascended the stairs. As he observed Mei Ping's long legs gracefully navigating the staircase, Xionggang swallowed hard, calling out, Sister-in-law, your figure is truly remarkable. Those legs are simply stunning, rivaling those of a model. Concealed in the bedroom, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, casting a glance with his heavenly vision. Indeed, Mei Ping's legs were long and fair, comparable to any models. Xionggang may possess questionable character, yet he had an eye for beauty. Hearing his voice, Mei Ping halted, turning to glare at Xionggang. Xionggang, mind your manners. Remember, you're here to discuss business. At your service, my esteemed Maison. Xionggang replied with a grin, bowing slightly. Mei Ping clenched her teeth in frustration, but refrained from letting a trivial matter escalate into a confrontation. She merely shot him a glare before hastily continuing upstairs. Xiao Huang, go buy me a pack of cigarettes, Xionggang said, lightly patting Huang Min's thigh and instructing, return in an hour. Brother Gang, if I leave midway, Maison will surely be upset. Huang Min expressed her reluctance. Don't worry, I'll cover for you, Xionggang assured her, pulling out a wallet and handing her 500 yuan. Give me a pack of Huazi. Keep the rest for yourself. Treat yourself to a good meal. Then go get a haircut before returning. Brother Gang, are you trying to win over Mei Ping? Huang Min asked, hesitating to take the money. That's none of your business. Keep your comments to yourself. Xiongang's expression darkened. All right then, I'll go get your cigarettes, Huang Min quickly replied, forcing a smile as she accepted the money and left. Moments later, Mei Ping descended the stairs, holding the counting machine. Oh, where's Huang Min? I sent her to buy cigarettes, Xionggang replied cheerfully, approaching Mei Ping. Sister-in-law, hand me the counting machine. Let me handle this tedious task while you watch. As he spoke, he reached out, ostensibly to take the machine, but his hand intentionally brushed against Mei Ping's chest. Ah, Xionggang, what are you doing? Mei Ping exclaimed, swiftly sidestepping. Xiongang's hand slid along her arm, missing its target. Frustrated, he withdrew his hand and remarked, Sister-in-law, your skin is exquisite. Your figure is slender, and your face is as beautiful as a star. Any man would be enchanted by you. Enough. Mei Ping placed the counting machine on the coffee table, her expression icy as she replied, Do not forget, you are here to deliver money. This is work time. Please be serious and refrain from unnecessary banter. Very well. If we're discussing work, let us get down to business, Xionggang said, adopting a cold demeanor as he sat down, crossing his legs. He then produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and taking a drag. Smirking at Mei Ping as he said, Maison, this money is what I, Xionggang, recovered from the deadbeats through my own efforts. By rights, I should receive half. What? You want half? Mei Ping also sat down, her legs crossed, and coldly shook her head at Xionggang, declaring, This is impossible. So, is there nothing to discuss? Xionggang lifted his suitcase and stood up, turning to leave. Stop. This money belongs to the company, and you, Xionggang, do not have the right to take it. Mei Ping stood up unceremoniously, blocking Xiongang's path, and coldly retorted, Don't forget, I pay you 15,000 a month, along with a 10% year-end bonus. Everything you do is part of your duties. What if I forcibly take it? Xionggang replied coldly. I will sue you in court and hire the best lawyer to put you behind bars, Mei Ping answered resolutely. Haha, sister-in-law, that's not very interesting. I promised my brother to support you well. How could you bear to send me to prison? Xionggang edged closer to Mei Ping. Glaring at her with a threatening demeanor, he sneered, If I really go in, all the 50 million in bad debts from the mine will likely be lost forever. Moreover, once I'm in jail, I cannot guarantee that no one will come to stir up trouble at the mine. Heh, if you don't oppose me. I naturally won't send you in, Mei Ping said, an icy expression on her face, which quickly turned into a smile as she nodded at Xionggang. Sister-in-law knows that over the years, you have indeed done a lot for me, so I have compensated you sufficiently. How about this, from now on? For every account you recover, I'll give you an additional 5% commission. Currently, she could manage without Xionggang, but if they fell out, he would undoubtedly find someone to create trouble. Given Xiongang's connections and ruthlessness, dealing with him would be quite troublesome for Mei Ping. Additionally, those 50 million in bad debts were indeed only suitable for someone as fierce as Xionggang to pursue. After weighing her options, Mei Ping decided to concede some benefits. Sister-in-law, you underestimate me, Xionggang said with a sinister smile, shaking his head. I'll add another 5% to your commission. Mei Ping bit her lip and replied, For every account you recover, I will give you 10%. No more. Running the mine has not been easy over the years. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you really don't understand me. Xionggang. He put away his cigarette, wrapped his arm around Mei Ping's slim waist, leaned towards her ear, and smugly chuckled, I do not want a single cent. I want you. You, scoundrel. Mei Ping angrily pushed Xionggang away and slapped him hard. The sound echoed as her hand left 5 deep fingerprints on his cheek. Quite a force. No wonder you're my brother's woman. You have character. Xionggang touched his stinging left cheek, revealing a sinister grin. Ha ha ha. I like your fierceness. I bet you're just as vigorous in bed. Saying this, he suddenly lunged forward, pressing both hands on Mei Ping's shoulders and pushing her back onto the sofa. Damn it, Xionggang, wouldn't he really force himself on Mei Zong? Would he? Lu Chen, hiding in the bedroom, couldn't he help but feel worried upon witnessing this scene. Let go of me, you beast. What you're doing is a disgrace to your brother, Gao Fuqiang. He saved your life back then. Mei Ping desperately raised her leg, using her knee to brace against his abdomen. Sister-in-law, you're right, Xionggang said, brushing aside Mei Ping's legs with a smile, because my brother saved my life. I must take good care of his woman. Now that he's gone, I must replace him to serve you. Come on, my skills are even better than my brother's. Xionggang reached for Mei Ping's collar. With a loud rip, all the buttons on her blouse flew off, revealing her pink lingerie and alluring figure. Oh no, this scoundrel is serious. Lu Chen gasped, swallowing hard. A good cabbage cannot be pushed by a pig. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the room. Mei Ping wanted to scream, but upon seeing Lu Chen rush out, her face turned pale with fear. Xionggang could take on 7 or 8 men. Lu Chen might be killed by him. In a moment of desperation, Mei Ping grabbed a vase next to her. Are you planning to smash it on me? Xionggang reacted quickly, seizing Mei Ping's wrist. Mei Ping stammered, shaking her head. If you don't rape me, I 1T smash it on you. Haha, no problem. Come on. Xing Gang pulled Mei Ping's hand down, aiming the vase at his head, and with a crash, the vase shattered into pieces. Xing Gang remained unfazed. You're not hurt, Mei Ping exclaimed in shock, hurriedly waving to Lu Chen to escape. Lu Chen knew that a direct confrontation wouldn't work. However, he was skilled in acupuncture. A single needle to the right spot could render someone unconscious. Looking down, he noticed the toothpick he had used earlier to help Mei Ping. Glancing at the wall, he spotted a framed portrait of Mei Ping's husband, Gao Fuqiang. Let us create some tension, Lu Chen thought to himself, smiling as he decided to use the portrait and toothpick against Xing Gang. This fool isn't leaving. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen smiling instead of fleeing and felt a wave of despair, unable to stop herself from cursing. Ha ha, sister-in-law, I really am a fool. A fool who just wants to sleep with you. Come on, my beautiful lady, I will make you feel comfortable. Xing Gang shook off the porcelain shards from his head and opened his arms, lunging toward Mei Ping. Don't. Mei Ping pushed him away. Lu Chen swiftly took down the portrait from the wall and struck Xing Gang's head with it. Smack. The portrait hit Xing Gang on the head and fell to the ground. Ouch. Xing Gang looked down and was startled. Why did my brother's portrait fall? Xing Gang. You beast. Your brother Gao Fuqiang cannot bear to see this. He has come back for you. Mei Ping shouted intentionally. No way. Xing Gang exclaimed in shock. Beast. Fall down. Lu Chen aimed the toothpick at Xing Gang's acupoint and stabbed it in. Ah. Xing Gang let out a soft cry. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. What happened to him? Mei Ping looked at the unconscious Xing Gang in disbelief. Probably your husband's portrait scared him into unconsciousness. Lu Chen laughed, extending his hand to Mei Ping. Sister Ping, are you all right? I'm fine. Mei Ping scrambled up, then leaned down to check Xing Gang's nose. Her expression turning serious. He's really out cold. Quickly, Lu Chen, we need to leave here. It won't be long before Xing Gang wakes up. It shouldn't be that quick. Lu Chen replied calmly, smiling. He'll need at least 10 minutes to regain consciousness. How do you know? Mei Ping asked curiously. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and pointed at the portrait on the ground, smiling. Your husband told me. Don't scare me. Gao Fuqiang has been dead for several years. Mei Ping looked at Lu Chen, then seemed to recall something, murmuring, strange. How did you make him fall just by touching him? Could it be that you also know martial arts? No way. Could it be that Gao Fuqiang possessed you? Possessed? That's a clever excuse. Lu Chen quickly cleared his throat, feigning seriousness, and called out to Mei Ping. Wife, hurry and put your clothes on. We need to leave soon. Wife? You call me wife? Mei Ping gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment. Lu Chen felt a bit guilty. It was hard to impersonate Gao Fuqiang. After all, Mei Ping's husband had been the top crime lord in Long City. It was a tough demeanor to replicate. Why did you leave me to fend for myself? You're so bad. Mei Ping suddenly wailed, collapsing into Lu Chen's arms and lightly pounding his chest. Lu Chen had no choice but to continue playing the fool, embracing Mei Ping and comforting her. Wife, don't be like this. I had no choice. Ugh. You're so bad. The worst. Leaving me to guard an empty house. Leaving me to be schemed against. Mei Ping cried, her tears flowing. Lu Chen could only gently pat her back. Mei Ping suddenly pressed closely against Lu Chen, their cheeks brushing. Darling, hold me tight. She found herself at a loss for excuses to engage with Lu Chen, and he had conveniently provided an opening. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to sleep with this fool. Lu Chen was startled by Mei Ping's fervor. Continuing in this manner could lead to trouble. He intended to push her away, but suddenly, he felt a surge of energy emanating from her chest, slowly flowing into his body. He soon noticed the second divine figure on the jade pendant at her bosom glowing with blue light, immense energy being transmitted to him. It seemed that he would soon be able to absorb the energy of the second divine figure. Not wishing to miss such a splendid opportunity, Lu Chen embraced Mei Ping tightly. Darling, I miss you. Mei Ping, seemingly beside herself, clung to him and began to kiss him. No. Lu Chen wanted to protest against her actions. Shoo. Mei Ping placed a finger gently against his lips, gazing at him with deep affection. It was unclear whether this enchanting woman was performing or genuinely lost in the moment. Lu Chen felt overwhelmed, his body responding in ways he could hardly control. My dear, come on, I want to have your child. Mei Ping pressed closer. Ah, Lu Chen stammered in shock. Darling, didn't you always want me to bear you a plump baby? Mei Ping cradled Lu Chen's face with deep sincerity. You never had the chance to touch me before. And now let me make it up to you. Come on, I want to have your child. As she spoke, this alluring woman unexpectedly began to guide Lu Chen toward the bedroom. Hey, hey, Lu Chen panicked. Although Mei Ping was delightful, he was apprehensive about proceeding without clear intentions. He was not inclined to engage in such morally dubious acts. If he were to sleep with Mei Ping, he desired it to be done honorably. Taking a deep breath, he was about to push Mei Ping away when he heard a soft sigh from behind. Ouch! My whole body aches. It was Xing Gang, who had just awakened. Lu Chen quickly pushed Mei Ping away. Xing Gang is awake. Ah! Mei Ping jumped in surprise and whispered urgently to Lu Chen, quick, hide. Lu Chen hastily slipped behind the curtain. Goodness! Why was there blood on the portrait of his elder brother? Lu Chen realized with horror that this blood was his own. Upon waking, Xing Gang's cold gaze met that of the deceased in the portrait, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. This was the elder brother who had once guided him through the underworld, a figure of formidable presence. Remembering how the portrait had mysteriously fallen and struck him, causing him to faint, fear crept into Xing Gang's heart. Huh, the heavens are watching. You dare to toy with your elder brother's woman? Are you even human? Mei Ping stepped forward, coldly addressing Xing Gang. That portrait fell on its own, nearly claiming your life. This is your elder brother teaching you a lesson. I believe Gao Fuqiang has spared you all these years for your loyalty, but should there be a next time, your fate will be dire. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I will never dare to do such a thing again. Xing Gang's face turned pale with fear. What good is your apology to me? It is your elder brother's forgiveness that truly matters. Mei Ping pointed at the portrait on the floor. Kneel. I'm sorry, elder brother. I was wrong. Terrified, Xing Gang immediately knelt before Gao Fuqiang's portrait, bowing 3 times in rapid succession. As he rose, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Ouch! What is this? He reached behind to discover a colorful toothpick. This is my used toothpick. Why are you still holding it? Mei Ping snapped. How could it be on me? Xing Gang questioned, perplexed. Indeed, I find it strange as well. This was originally in the trash, and now it's on your back, indicating your elder brother is infuriated and wishes to pierce you. Mei Ping retorted coldly. Ah, elder brother, I'm sorry. Xing Gang tossed the toothpick away and hurriedly prostrated himself, rising in a panic. All right, elder brother has forgiven me. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. He dashed out of the villa, slippery as oil. That scared me to death. Mei Ping gasped, collapsing onto the sofa. Are you all right, Ms. Mei? Lu Chen emerged from behind the curtain. I'm fine. Mei Ping gently touched her chest, then stood up, placing her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders. Darling, go take a shower. Ms. Mei, your husband has already left. Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I am Lu Chen now. Oh. Mei Ping paused, then sighed with a bitter smile. It's all the same. Ah, Ms. Mei, I am Lu Chen. Lu Chen emphasized, I am no longer your husband. He has left my body. He did not wish to be mistaken for her deceased spouse. My apologies. Mei Ping's cheeks flushed as she smiled and explained. When I said it's all the same, I meant you too. You will need to shower eventually. And then what? Lu Chen recalled Mei Ping's earlier mention of wanting to have a child with him, feeling a sense of unease. After you shower, we can do whatever we like. Mei Ping replied with a seductive smile. Hurry up and shower. I'll wash your little underwear and dry it with a hairdryer. Ms. Mei, isn't that inappropriate? Lu Chen felt embarrassed. Silly, what is the harm in a sister helping you wash your underwear? Mei Ping urged him with a smile. Go on. Reluctantly, Lu Chen turned and entered the bathroom. He turned on the shower, letting the water cascade down, and began to ponder. Mei Ping was urging him to shower and offering to wash his underwear. Perhaps she truly intended to engage in intimate relations with him. Lost in thought, he spent an unintentional 20 minutes under the water. Lu Chen, are you done? I've dried your underwear. Open the door. Mei Ping knocked on the bathroom door. Just finished. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, feeling nervous. Please hang the underwear on the doorknob. That would get it dirty. Just crack the door open. I'll hand it to you. I won't see anything. Mei Ping insisted. All right. Lu Chen opened the door a crack. Mei Ping squeezed through with determination. Ms. Mei, wait. I'm not dressed yet. Lu Chen quickly shielded himself. I brought it for you. Mei Ping laughed as she handed him the underwear. Lu Chen hastily took it and pulled it onto his legs. This little rascal moves quickly. Mei Ping sighed in disappointment. Why do you keep staring at me, Ms. Mei? Lu Chen turned around, realizing she was still gazing at him intently. I like it. Is it wrong to take a look? Mei Ping winked playfully at Lu Chen, her smile enchanting. Don't you want to do something? Lu Chen's heart raced. At this pace, in less than 5 minutes, they might find themselves enacting scenes reminiscent of a romantic film. He dared not meet Mei Ping's gaze, his eyes instinctively drifting downwards. Suddenly, he felt stars dancing before his eyes. Oh no, my blood sugar is dropping. Ms. Mei, I want. Lu Chen began to say he wanted candy, but his strength waned mid-sentence. You're right, come here. Mei Ping opened her arms, ready to embrace Lu Chen. I want candy. Lu Chen struggled to utter, collapsing into Mei Ping's embrace. Ah, more candy. Mei Ping, seeing Lu Chen fall against her, held him tightly, gently patting him. All right, I will indulge you. She closed her eyes, tilting her face as she embraced Lu Chen, mimicking the intimate moment they had shared in the car before. Lu Chen pressed his face against the jade pendant on her chest, and soon, he once again beheld the 12 divine statues within the pendant through his celestial eye. The first statue bore the inscription Medicine God upon its chest, its color having shifted from blue to a dull gray, appearing lifeless and lackluster. Lu Chen understood that this was due to his complete absorption of the energy contained within the Medicine God statue. He quickly shifted his gaze to the second divine statue, a martial deity, which prominently displayed the character for martial on its chest. A tremendous surge of energy flowed from the martial god statue, invigorating him with renewed vitality. Like the other statues, this one radiated a deep blue hue, shimmering with a ghostly glow. However, as Lu Chen absorbed the energy, its brilliance began to fade. Images of training flashed through his mind. The first layer of the Golden Bell shield, the second layer, the third layer. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. What he desperately sought to master was indeed martial arts. If he continued to absorb this energy, he feared that skills like lightness technique and acupoint sealing would soon be within his grasp. Just as he was fervently absorbing the energy, the glow of the second divine statue flickered and abruptly transitioned to the third statue. Wait, I haven't finished with the second one yet. Why did it jump away? Lu Chen felt a pang of anxiety. He had only absorbed up to the third layer of the Golden Bell shield. Doubts clouded his mind. Was it possible that his current cultivation was insufficient to contain the energy of the second divine statue? As he pondered, a fresh wave of energy surged from the third divine statue, flooding into his mind. The third statue bore the inscription Earth Master, signifying its dominion over feng shui. The knowledge released by the Earth Master encompassed a new world, brimming with countless symbols and illustrations related to feng shui, including various malevolent energies and methods of dispelling them. This feng shui knowledge is splendid. It's precisely what I need. Lu Chen exclaimed with exhilaration. He clung tightly to Mei, continuing to savor the sweet candies with great delight. As the energy flowed into him, he began to feel a slight pressure in his head. Prolonged use of the celestial eye could be painful, so he reluctantly withdrew it. All right. Lu Chen gently pushed Mei Ping away. You're done with the candy? Mei Ping asked, somewhat surprised. I'm fine now, Lu Chen replied, smiling as he donned his clothes. So you're just going to leave me to my own devices? Mei Ping shot him an annoyed glance. Who cares? I'm off to cook. Lu Chen nodded with a grin and stepped out of the bathroom. Wait, I'm not even hungry. Mei Ping sighed in disappointment as she watched Lu Chen hurriedly exit the bathroom, muttering to herself, what a fool. Who asked you to cook? Once in the kitchen, Lu Chen busied himself, while Mei Ping donned her clothes with a resigned sigh, thinking, well, he is a bit simple-minded. I suppose I need to exercise more patience. Some things will take time to teach him. They worked together to prepare 5 exquisite dishes in half an hour. Mei Ping poured Lu Chen a glass of red wine and served herself some coconut juice. They took turns pouring for each other, enjoying the moment. As they drank, Lu Chen felt a sudden chill on his back. Turning around, he realized that the dining room aligned perfectly with the balcony. Directly opposite the balcony, 2 mountain peaks formed a concave shape. This balcony is afflicted by the concave wind sha. Lu Chen murmured. What is the concave wind sha? Mei Ping inquired, intrigued. The concave wind sha is a type of feng shui curse. When a house's door, balcony, or window faces between 2 mountains or buildings, creating a concave shape, it can attract negative wind, Lu Chen explained earnestly. Over time, this alignment can harm one's health, and in feng shui, it is considered a detrimental situation. No wonder someone advised me to sell this villa, claiming it was a haunted dwelling, Mei Ping sighed. It seems this villa really should be sold. It cannot be inhabited any longer. Wait, Lu Chen urged Mei Ping. Although this villa has the concave wind sha, it is not necessarily a haunted house. Moreover, such a curse can be mitigated, so there is no need to sell it. Alas, I sense more than one curse, Mei Ping replied with a wry smile. This house does indeed have issues. I often hear strange noises at night and have even seen shadows twice. Is that so? Lu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the Yin energy is too strong? He involuntarily recalled the watch's hands spinning rapidly on the balcony. Lu Chen, you haven't seen something, have you? Mei Ping's concern grew as she observed his peculiar demeanor. She had heard tales of simple-minded individuals being susceptible to malevolent spirits, allowing them to perceive things invisible to others. No, I haven't seen anything. Lu Chen shook his head. How curious. How do you know about the concave windshaw then? Mei Ping asked, intrigued. Well, Lu Chen pondered how to fabricate an excuse. Just then, a loud crash echoed as something fell from the balcony. Oh no, something has dropped. Lu Chen dashed toward the balcony. Peering over, he saw a figure clad in black, clutching their legs and rolling in agony on the grass below. Clearly, this person had just plummeted from the balcony. Goodness, is this a burglar? Mei Ping rushed to the balcony, her eyes widening in shock. I'll go take a look, Lu Chen declared, vaulting over the balcony and jumping down. Hey, are you out of your mind? Mei Ping exclaimed, attempting to grab him. But he was already airborne. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure on the grass quickly rolled over, leaping up and scaling the wall. Stop! Lu Chen shouted, grabbing the intruder's pant leg. Let go of me. A feminine voice cried out from the night. It turned out to be a female thief. Lu Chen tugged at her pants, attempting to restrain her. Take them. I don't want these pants anymore. The thief retorted, yanking at her waistband and swiftly pulling her legs up. Lu Chen caught hold of her tight-fitting pants, raising his gaze to see her long, bare legs and red panties emblazoned with the words wealth abounds. Wealth abounds. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. You pervert, die? The female thief retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Lu Chen's face. Not so easy to catch me, she taunted, effortlessly leaping over the wall. Running away won't be so simple, Lu Chen declared, following her over the wall. She mounted a motorcycle parked nearby and stuck her tongue out at him, challenging. Come chase me if you can. Why would I chase you? Your pants are still in my possession. Lu Chen chuckled, brandishing the tight-fitting pants. You scoundrel, just wait. I'll have my revenge. The female thief shouted as she sped away into the night. Lu Chen, unable to discern her face in the darkness, nonetheless noted her long, bare legs and the conspicuous red panties adorned with the phrase wealth abounds. Lu Chen, are you all right? Mei Ping had rushed downstairs. Spotting Lu Chen holding a pair of women's tight-fitting pants, her curiosity piqued. What are you doing with a woman's pants? It was a female thief who fell earlier. Lu Chen tossed the pants aside. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch her, but I ended up with these pants instead. Well, it seems this place is truly uninhabitable, Mei Ping sighed. I'll contact the agent tomorrow to put this house up for sale. Wait, such a lovely house should not be sold, Lu Chen urged. What then? I can't bear to stay here alone anymore. Mei Ping placed her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, feigning a state of nervousness. How about this? Every time I return to the villa area, you come stay with me. Is that really appropriate? Lu Chen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What's inappropriate about it? I've already embraced you and brought you to my home. Are you unwilling to assist me with this small favor? Mei Ping teased, rolling her eyes at him. If you refuse to help, I won't let you hold me anymore. All right then, I will come stay with you in the future. Lu Chen conceded with a nod. After all, the jade pendant Mei Ping wore held boundless energy, and he needed to continue absorbing it. He certainly couldn't afford to offend her. That's more like it. Mei Ping smiled sweetly and pulled out her phone. Let me add you on WeChat for easier communication later. Mei, I don't have WeChat on my phone. Lu Chen awkwardly revealed as he fished out his old mobile device. My goodness, you're still using this kind of phone? Mei Ping exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of Lu Chen's outdated device. She bit her lip and said, Come on, I'll take you to buy a new phone. Is that really necessary? Lu Chen protested, feeling a bit shy. It's imperative. We're changing it tonight, Mei Ping insisted, pulling him along. Before long, she brought him to the bustling night market in the city. It's hard to find parking here. You go ahead to the phone store and pick out a phone. I'll park the car and join you shortly, Mei Ping instructed as she dropped Lu Chen off at the store before driving away. Once inside, Lu Chen was greeted by a familiar voice. Oh, isn't this the foolish Lu? He looked up to see Su Xiaohong, the woman who had humiliated him earlier that day before being fired by the store manager. Surprised to see me find a job so quickly? She said, a smug expression on her face. What brings you here? I'm here to buy a phone, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Buying a phone. Su Xiaohong noticed Lu Chen was dressed in the designer clothes he had purchased earlier that day, and her smile widened. Well, since you're here to buy, why not let me assist you? I can offer you a discount. She thought to herself that this fool must have struck it rich and been taken care of by some wealthy woman. It would be wise to curry favor with him to extract some money. Thanks, but I'll just buy from your colleague, Lu Chen declined her offer without hesitation. Humph. What a show-off. A fool is a fool. He'll be dumped by his rich lady one day. Su Xiaohong rolled her eyes. Lu Chen paid her no mind and walked towards the front counter. At that moment, a short-haired girl pushed past two tall women and headed straight for him. Her chest puffed out and her eyes fixed directly on him. Ouch! She yelped, then crouched down. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, fearing he had encountered a scammer. Do you have eyes? The girl stood up, annoyed, and shoved him lightly. It seems I was standing still, and you were the one who bumped into me. Lu Chen retorted coldly, curious about her intentions. Forget it. I'll consider myself unlucky, the short-haired girl said, rubbing her chest as she turned and walked towards Su Xiaohong's counter. Seeing her leave without further incident left Lu Chen puzzled. Was her intention merely to bump into him for some advantage? That seemed illogical. While he considered himself somewhat handsome, it hardly warranted such behavior from a stranger. Forget it. I won't dwell on it, he thought, shaking his head as he began browsing phones at the counter. Suddenly, a tall girl beside him exclaimed loudly, "Oh no! Something is missing from my bag. It was just here. How could it disappear so suddenly? It can't have been stolen. What is missing?" A companion in a blue skirt asked curiously. "My sanitary pads and new underwear are gone," the tall girl replied, her face turning crimson. Surely no one would steal those. The girl in blue laughed, trying to reassure her. "That is impossible. I checked my bag right before entering this store." The tall girl insisted, her conviction clear. "Who would steal that?" The girl in blue muttered in disbelief. "Girls, there have been quite a few perverts around lately," the short-haired girl chimed in, joining the conversation. "I think your pads and underwear must have been taken by some creep. Why not check the surveillance footage?" "No need to check. There is only one man here, and he must be the one who stole them," the short-haired girl said, glancing at Lu Chen, who was still perusing phones. "Exactly. It has to be a man," Su Xiaohong added with a smirk. "Hey, tall girl, just search that pervert's bag. He is probably the culprit. That guy is known for being a creep in our village, specifically targeting women's underwear," she concluded, pointing at Lu Chen. All eyes turned toward him, and Lu Chen suddenly felt alarmed. He quickly opened his bag to check, and to his shock, he found a pack of sanitary pads and a piece of women's underwear lying inside. Realization dawned on him. The short-haired girl must have intentionally placed them in his bag when she collided with him. Her reflexes were astonishing. But why would she do that? He had no quarrel with her, and there was no reason for such an effort. The only one with a motive seemed to be Su Xiaohong. Yet they had not even made physical contact. It appeared that Su Xiaohong had orchestrated this scheme through the short-haired girl. How despicable, Lu Chen thought. He could not allow anyone to inspect his bag. Otherwise, he would be unable to clear his name. With that in mind, he boldly faced Su Xiaohong and the short-haired girl, asserting, "You shouldn't make baseless accusations without evidence." "Evidence? We can check your bag and find out." The short-haired girl retorted mockingly. "Yes, let us check his bag," Su Xiaohong echoed. "Why should I show you my bag?" Lu Chen shot back, narrowing his eyes at them. "You aren't the police. I have no obligation to show you anything." "Fine, I'll call the police and let them handle it," Su Xiaohong declared, pulling out her phone. "Let us not escalate this unnecessarily," the tall girl interjected hesitantly, urging Su Xiaohong. "This is just a misunderstanding. Don't call the police." "Absolutely not. I want to let this pervert get away," Su Xiaohong insisted, dialing the police. "Hello, officer? Someone has stolen something here." Once she hung up, she looked at Lu Chen with a smug expression. "You're finished. Just wait to be arrested." At that moment, Mei Ping entered the phone store, her bag slung over her shoulder. "What is going on?" She sensed an unusual tension in the air. "Perfect timing, Mei." Su Xiaohong approached her with a smile. "By the way, you're..." She almost referred to him as your little man, but thought better of it in front of so many people. Instead, she said, "Your worker Lu Chen has stolen something from our store." Mei Ping recognized Su Xiaohong immediately, irritation flashing across her face. "So it's you. I see now that you harbor a grudge against Lu Chen and are seizing this opportunity to retaliate." "I assure you, I had no such intentions," Su Xiaohong stammered. Realizing that confronting a wealthy boss was not wise, she deliberately leaned closer to Mei Ping and whispered, "This fool is not honest. He has stolen a woman's sanitary napkin and underwear. The items are currently in his bag." Mei Ping's expression darkened immediately as she turned to Lu Chen and asked quietly, "Is this true?" "Mei, this is a misunderstanding." Lu Chen was at a loss for words. "Did he steal or not?" Mei Ping demanded coldly. "He did not steal, but..." Lu Chen hesitated, wanting to mention the items in his bag. "Enough, I understand. Mei Ping interrupted him and turned to Su Xiaohong, stating, Lu Chen says he didn't steal. Then why is he afraid to let us see what's in his bag? Retorted the short-haired girl. Exactly. Why won't he open his bag for us? Su Xiaohong echoed. Why should I show you? Mei Ping shot them a fierce glance. Just because you say he stole doesn't mean he did. I could say you stole my money. Should you not prove your innocence by stripping down and letting me search you? Su Xiaohong opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Then let's call the police. The short-haired girl huffed. Yes, let's call the police. Su Xiaohong regained her earlier bravado. The police are here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone parted to make way. A tall female officer in uniform stepped out of a police car. What happened? The officer scanned the store. Officer, I made the report, Su Xiaohong smirked, pointing at Lu Chen. This pervert stole a female employee's underwear and sanitary napkins. We suspect the evidence is in his bag, but he refuses to open it, insisting we wait for the police. Oh, is that so? The officer glared at Lu Chen. Now, open your bag. I'm sorry, I cannot open my bag. Lu Chen shook his head. Perhaps you should check the surveillance footage instead. He believed that reviewing the footage would be more advantageous, as it might reveal how the short-haired girl had framed him. If it showed her putting items in his bag, that would suffice to prove his innocence. Check the footage? Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? The officer glared at Lu Chen and commanded, Please cooperate and open your bag. As she spoke, she reached for Lu Chen's bag. I will not open my bag for anyone. Lu Chen firmly grasped the officer's hand. If you want to investigate, check the surveillance first. Hey, you're quite strong, aren't you? You refuse to comply? The officer withdrew her hand in irritation, feeling a twinge of pain in her wrist. She took out her handcuffs from her waist. Beautiful officer, please don't do this. He's not right in the head. He's just a fool, Mei Ping hurriedly interjected. A fool? The officer looked at Lu Chen skeptically. Officer, please don't make it difficult for him. The tall girl stepped in front of Lu Chen, spreading her arms protectively. This is a misunderstanding. He did not take my underwear or sanitary napkins. Then why did you call the police? The officer asked, visibly annoyed. I didn't report it. The tall girl shook her head. The officer's expression darkened as she turned to Su Xiaohong. Didn't you say a female customer lost her sanitary napkin and underwear? Yes, that's what the tall girl said. She claimed her underwear and sanitary napkin were missing. So I called the police, Su Xiaohong explained helplessly. I merely mentioned that something was missing. I never said to call the police. The tall girl blushed, glancing at Su Xiaohong. Now I remember. Those items are in my car. The tall girl's words puzzled Lu Chen. He clearly had the sanitary napkin and underwear in his bag, evidently lost by the tall girl. Why was she now defending him? Even if she sympathized with him, there was no need to lie. Why didn't you say that earlier? Su Xiaohong gritted her teeth in frustration. I did tell you not to call the police. But if you insisted, what could I do? The tall girl shrugged helplessly. Is it my fault? You. Su Xiaohong was both angry and resentful. Miss, please ensure you understand the facts before calling the police next time. Don't waste public resources. The officer glared at Su Xiaohong before turning and exiting the store. Su Xiaohong stood there, dumbfounded, her face resembling a wilted flower. She had intended to watch Lu Chen's embarrassment, yet now she had become the fool herself. Let's go to another store, Mei Ping suggested, leading Lu Chen to leave. Oh, isn't that Mei? A stocky middle-aged man in a floral short-sleeve shirt entered the mobile store, warmly gesturing for Mei Ping to come in. He was the store owner. No thanks. Mei Ping scoffed, shaking her head. I initially intended to buy several phones here as employee benefits, but now it seems unnecessary. The quality of your staff is too poor. Mei, who upset you? The store owner's expression darkened. It was the new employee, Xiao Su, who angered Mei. A female employee whispered. Yes, it was Xiao Su who drove Mei away. This fool falsely accused Mei's friend and even made a false police report, only to be scolded by the officer. Another female employee pointed at Su Xiaohong. I must have been blind to hire someone like you. The store owner exploded, shouting at Su Xiaohong. You are fired. Boss, this is a misunderstanding. Su Xiaohong attempted to explain. Get out. I don't want to see you again. The store owner furiously pointed at her. Su Xiaohong huffed and shot Lu Chen a resentful glare. Lu Chen, I hate you. After that, she stormed out. Wait. Lu Chen hurried after her, asking, Su Xiaohong. I have no grievances with you. Why did you frame me? Did I? Su Xiaohong sneered. Wasn't it you who set me up? Were you not the one who brought in that short-haired girl? Lu Chen queried, curious. How ridiculous. I'm just a worker. Where would I get the money to hire someone? Su Xiaohong scoffed bitterly. You, on the other hand, have latched onto a rich woman and can now manipulate others at will, right? Now that I'm unemployed again, are you satisfied? She wiped a tear from her eye and angrily fled the store. Could it be that the short-haired girl was not hired by Su Xiaohong? Lu Chen was confused and turned to scan the store. The short-haired girl had vanished. May, that ill-mannered employee has been fired. The store owner approached Mei Ping with an ingratiating smile. Would you like to come in and sit down? What do you think, Lu Chen? Mei Ping turned to him. Let's skip the sitting. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at the store owner. Boss, I have a small request. I would like to review your surveillance footage. Of course. Follow me. The store owner readily agreed. Accompanied by the owner, Lu Chen specifically examined the complete video of the short-haired girl entering and leaving the store. To his astonishment, the young woman adeptly evaded the surveillance cameras, leaving only traces of her interactions with the tall girl and Lu Chen, which merely involved a fleeting touch of their bags. Yet, there was no evidence of her rummaging through or placing anything into them. This left Lu Chen in a state of perplexity. He was utterly baffled as to how the sanitary napkins and women's undergarments had found their way into his bag. It was evident that the short-haired girl had surreptitiously inserted them, but her technique was astonishingly swift. Did you discern anything? Mei Ping inquired softly. Nothing at all. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. I truly do not comprehend who is framing me. Framing? Mei Ping gasped, leaning closer to Lu Chen and whispering, so? It means there are indeed women's sanitary products and undergarments in your bag? Yes, Lu Chen replied candidly. My goodness, we must leave immediately, Mei Ping exclaimed, seizing Lu Chen's hand as they hurried outside. Ms. Mei, are you not going to purchase a phone? The shopkeeper asked curiously. I glanced at a few, but nothing caught my eye. I shall wait for your new models to be released, Mei Ping replied dismissively. With that, she hastily led Lu Chen out of the phone store and into a shadowy corner. Lu Chen, open your bag and take a look, Mei Ping commanded with a serious expression. Ms. Mei, I have no idea how these items got here. Lu Chen attempted to explain. Just open it, she replied curtly. Reluctantly, Lu Chen unzipped his bag. Upon peering inside, Mei Ping indeed saw a pack of sanitary napkins and a pair of women's underwear crammed within. My heavens, these items are genuinely in your bag, Mei Ping exclaimed, utterly astonished. Ms. Mei, I did not take these. I am just as puzzled as you are about how they appeared in my bag, Lu Chen said, feeling mortified. Enough of that. Just dispose of these later, Mei Ping said, not displaying any anger. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Lu Chen, softly reassuring him. Sister understands that you must be yearning for a woman. No, Ms. Mei, I truly did not take anyone's belongings, Lu Chen insisted. Mei Ping pressed her face against his, whispering soothingly, do not speak further, dear. Sister understands your predicament. You're a young man. It is entirely natural to desire companionship. First, you spied on me while I bathed. And then you sought me out for sweets. There is a fire within you. At your age, with such vitality, and with the allure I present, it is only to be expected that you might act impulsively. Fortunately, at your core, you are a kind-hearted person. Even if you stray, you have not done anything too outrageous. I actually feel as though I have wronged you. Lu Chen's mind was in a whirl. Let us not dwell on this. If you ever find yourself longing for a woman, come to sister. I shall provide you with sweets, Mei Ping said. Planting a kiss on his forehead, Lu Chen felt a delightful tingling sensation. Being embraced by the beautiful proprietress felt wonderful. Noticing his silence, Mei Ping playfully winked and said, Lu Chen, heed your sister's words. If ever you yearn for a woman, do come to me, all right? Do not take things from other women. That would be illegal. I. Lu Chen stammered, at a loss for words. This situation was truly beyond explanation. All right, do not feel embarrassed. Sister knows what is on your mind. It is simply that matter. Mei Ping smiled, leaning closer to him and whispering, how about we return to the villa now? Let us play some games together, shall we? This insinuation from Ms. Mei suggested a more intimate encounter, and Lu Chen was reluctant to engage in such confusion. Even if he were to share a bed with her, it would need to be under proper circumstances. Ms. Mei, I wish to go home, Lu Chen said, pretending to be foolish, placing his finger on his lips. Seeing Lu Chen's obliviousness, Mei Ping sighed in exasperation. Very well, I shall take you home. We can purchase that phone another day, it is getting late. Lu Chen nodded and turned toward Mei Ping's car. Just as he was about to enter, her phone rang. It was Cheng Dazhuang calling, and she promptly answered. What? The local villagers and workers are in a scuffle. All right, I shall be right there. After hanging up, Mei Ping's expression turned grave as she looked at Lu Chen. This is bad. Cheng Dazhuang has incited conflict between the workers and nearby villagers. It seems that Xie Gang, that rascal, has instigated trouble since he did not gain any advantage here. It appears I cannot take you home. I shall call a taxi for you. Ms. May, why don't I accompany you back to the mine? Lu Chen suggested, feeling concerned. Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to go, Mei Ping said. Embracing Lu Chen and offering reassurance, such incidents occur frequently every year, and I handle them adequately each time. You should focus on resting and recuperating. Besides, if I constantly bring you along, people will talk. Very well. Lu Chen's tension eased. Such matters were indeed trivial for Mei Ping. He had faith in her capabilities. After arranging a taxi for Lu Chen, Mei Ping drove her BMW directly to the mine. Lu Chen leisurely fastened his seatbelt, ready to depart, when suddenly a figure rushed toward him from the side. Lu Chen, wait. It was the tall girl who had lost her sanitary napkins and underwear. It's me, she gasped, catching her breath. Please get out of the car. I need to speak with you. All right. Lu Chen called to the driver. You may go. Keep the fare. Sure thing. Enjoy yourself. The driver replied, driving off with enthusiasm. Go ahead, Lu Chen said as he stepped out of the car. Eager to inquire about the tall girl. I know you took my underwear and sanitary napkins. Could you return the underwear? It holds sentimental value as it was sent from my sister. The tall girl stated. Why didn't you expose me in the store? Lu Chen asked, confused. I didn't want to tarnish your reputation, she replied with a bittersweet smile. After all, you are my idol. Even though you seem foolish now, I couldn't bear to embarrass you in front of others. You were once the pride of our city and my source of inspiration. That is all in the past. Lu Chen murmured, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a pack of sanitary napkins and a pair of women's underwear from his bag and handed them to her. Here, take them back. Thank you for sparing my dignity, she said gratefully. Do you not wish to know who I am? The tall girl asked, curious. Not necessary. Lu Chen replied with a wry smile as he turned away. I am merely a fool. I know you are pretending to be foolish, the tall girl called after him. You are avoiding your rival, Wan Xiaochong, out of fear of his retribution, aren't you? A wave of resentment surged within Lu Chen, and he turned to shake his head. No, I am not hiding from anyone. Then why pretend to be a fool? She pressed, her tone sharp. I am not pretending. I truly am foolish, Lu Chen lamented inwardly. He had indeed become a fool over the years. You are deceiving yourself, the tall girl retorted disdainfully. Lu Chen, you are a coward. My cousin, Yun Yan, a wonderful woman, likes you, yet you continuously evade her. Does your conscience not ache? I have not been avoiding her, Lu Chen asserted. Then why do you not dare to meet her? The tall girl challenged. I have genuinely become foolish over the years, Lu Chen admitted, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Only recently have I begun to recover. Fine, I shall take your word for it, the tall girl said, biting her lip. I hope you will arrive punctually at the Jinping Hotel on the night of September 22nd. It is my cousin's birthday, and also the day Wan Xiaochong intends to declare his love for her. I implore you to strive, to seize, to reclaim all that is rightfully yours. Having said that, she turned and walked away. Hey, cousin, could you please refrain from informing Yun Yan that I have returned to normal? Lu Chen called out to the tall girl. I know you are putting on an act. You must have your reasons, the tall girl nodded in agreement. All right, I will keep your secret. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat. I use an old phone, Lu Chen replied, pulling out a brick-like device. At present, he could hardly afford a new phone, as his monthly salary was deposited directly into his bank account, which was in his mother's possession. You. His cousin chuckled helplessly and shook her head. Forget it. Once you have fully regained your identity, we can connect then. Thank you, Jin Yume. You are a commendable cousin. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. You actually remember my name? Jin Yume expressed her surprise. Of course, I remember. You once passed me a love letter and treated me to an ice cream when I was in my second year of high school, and you were in your first. Lu Chen replied with a calm smile. Oh my, you truly haven't lost your wits. You still embody that brilliant scholar, that top student. Jin Yume exclaimed as she suddenly opened her arms to embrace Lu Chen, her voice trembling. I thought you had really become a fool and wouldn't return. All right, cousin, don't cry. It may lead to misunderstandings if the older cousin sees us. Lu Chen chuckled, gently patting Jin Yume's shoulder. She lightly pushed him away, blinking as she said, Oh please, my older cousin wouldn't be upset. Besides, you are my teenage idol. What is wrong with a hug? It's not like we shared a bed. As long as we keep the rhythm in check and don't cross any lines, it's fine. All right, just put away those sanitary napkins and undergarments. Otherwise, someone might think they were a gift from me. Lu Chen noted as he saw the beautiful girl still holding those items, intentionally changing the subject. Get lost, I wouldn't want your gifts. Jean Yume tucked away the items, smiling as she waved goodbye to Lu Chen. You must come to Yunyan's birthday. I will definitely come. They waved each other farewell. Lu Chen's spirits sank once more. What he lacked most at the moment was money. He needed funds for a birthday gift for his first love, to support his family, and eventually, to marry. With his return to sanity came greater responsibilities and pressures. Currently, apart from having some knowledge of feng shui and medicine, he possessed nothing. His family was still in debt. He couldn't possibly rely on General May's goodwill and live off her. While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure passing by. What a familiar silhouette! Lu Chen was taken aback. He furrowed his brow, instinctively activating his celestial vision. The figure before him was instantly revealed layer by layer. First, he discerned a slender woman, followed by the color of her undergarments, and her fair skin became apparent. Suddenly, Lu Chen was astonished to discover the words wealth and prosperity printed on the woman's undergarment. He was all too familiar with those words. They were the same ones he had seen on the thief's undergarment at General May's villa. No wonder this silhouette seemed so familiar. It was indeed that thief. Lu Chen hastened towards her, placing his hand on the thief's shoulder. She turned around, exclaiming, "It's you. It's you." When Lu Chen clearly saw her face, he was likewise taken aback. She had delicate features and short hair that barely grazed her ears. This woman was none other than the short-haired girl who had falsely accused him in the store. Lu Chen instantly understood why she had sought to frame him. The sanitary napkins and undergarments that Jean Yume had lost were stolen by this woman, explaining her adeptness in evasion, as even the surveillance cameras had failed to capture her. She was clearly a professional thief. How outrageous! Not only had she stolen, but she had also attempted to frame him. Lu Chen firmly grasped the thief's wrist. "Come with me to the police station." "Who stole anything?" The thief glared at Lu Chen, cursing, "You pervert. You're the one who stole someone's undergarments and sanitary napkins, and now you want to blame me? Have you no shame? Aren't you the thief who fell from the villa earlier?" Lu Chen scoffed. "Stop pretending." The thief blinked in surprise, but quickly composed herself, asserting, "What villa? I don't know what you're talking about. You've mistaken me for someone else." "Impossible." Lu Chen stepped closer to her, whispering, "You can take off your makeup. And I might not recognize you at first, but the words wealth and prosperity on your undergarment are etched in my memory, and your figure cannot change. Pervert. You actually peeped at me in the restroom." The thief seethed, grinding her teeth as she lifted her leg to kick Lu Chen. "Don't move." Lu Chen caught her calf, pressing forward. "If you move again, I'll throw you on the ground. Now, tell me what you stole from the villa." "Steal from whom?" The thief retorted defiantly, then turned and shouted, "Someone is assaulting me. Help! This guy is trying to force me." As her words fell, the gazes of passers-by turned towards them. Coincidentally, the female police officer who had been patrolling was nearby. "You scoundrel! Daring to act lewdly in public. Just wait for me to deal with you." The officer jumped from her patrol car and rushed forward. Lu Chen realized that words would not suffice, and in panic, he quickly released the thief. She laughed triumphantly. "Fool, don't run. You can't escape. She's the fiercest in our city. A fool wouldn't he run." Lu Chen turned and fled. "Stop." The policewoman pursued him relentlessly. She was as swift as the wind, catching up to him in less than 100 meters. Without hesitation, she swung her baton. "Don't hit." Lu Chen quickly raised his hands to block. With a loud crack, the baton struck his arm. However, he felt no pain. His protective barrier had absorbed the impact. The policewoman narrowed her eyes, recognizing Lu Chen, her expression darkening instantly. "You again. Previously, you stole someone's sanitary napkins and undergarments in the store, and I let it slide. Now you've caused trouble again. Come, let us go to the police station." "No, beautiful officer. I didn't steal anyone's sanitary napkins in the store. Haven't we clarified this already?" Lu Chen smiled as he explained. "Clarified? That's because someone said you were a fool, and the victim didn't wish to pursue it, which is why I didn't press charges. However, you don't appear to be a fool," the officer replied coldly. "Tell me, are you pretending?" "Yes, I'm a fool. But I can't pretend to be too clever," Lu Chen thought, then smirked and placed a finger on his lips, playfully saying to the beautiful officer, "Auntie, I didn't do anything wrong." "Auntie, am I that old?" The officer gritted her teeth in frustration. Onlookers couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie, please don't be angry. I truly didn't do anything wrong. I saw that girl nearly fall, so I went to help her, and she accused me of flying her." Lu Chen feigned innocence. Responding to the officer, "I didn't fly her. I can't even fly." His words elicited another burst of laughter. "Oh my, this guy is a fool. What a handsome young man. It's such a pity he has become a fool." Beautiful officer, let it go. This guy is a fool. It was likely just a misunderstanding. That girl who shouted assault has already left, indicating she knows it was a misunderstanding. Indeed, since he is a fool, there is no need to take him away. The crowd rallied in Lu Chen's defense. The officer eyed Lu Chen suspiciously and coldly commanded, "You be quiet. I must take you back to the station for a thorough investigation." "Auntie, I want to go." Lu Chen immediately crouched down, feigning a nervous demeanor as he pleaded. "I want to go home. I want to go home." "Sigh, officer, perhaps we should let it go." This young man appears quite pitiable. A middle-aged man could not help but interject. Pitiable? This fellow just embraced a girl, attempting to get intimate, which frightened her into screaming for help. It seems to me he is merely pretending. The female officer, exasperated, shoved Lu Chen and said, "Come on, let's head back to the station for further discussion." Lu Chen glanced around, noticing that the short-haired thief had vanished, presumably frightened off by the police. Realizing this, he began to wail dramatically, "Annie, I didn't mean to offend the lady. I merely caught her when she was about to fall. She thought I had ill intentions and screamed, but later she forgave me. If she has forgiven me, why won't you, Annie?" Seeing Lu Chen's pitiful demeanor, the onlookers began to voice their support. "Let it be. It was all a misunderstanding. If the girl has forgiven him, it must have been a genuine mistake. Yes, she has already left. Let it go." Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the female officer found herself in a dilemma. "Fine. In light of everyone's plea, I shall let you off this time," she warned Lu Chen. "But do not act recklessly again. If you misbehave once more, I shall handcuff you, regardless of your mental state. Whether you are truly foolish or not, I'll have it assessed, and it won't be determined by your own words." "Thank you, Auntie." Lu Chen nodded and smiled at the officer. "Auntie again? I'm only 26. The officer seethed, irritated. Yet, with so many witnesses, she could hardly argue with a fool and simply shot him a glare. "Don't call me Auntie. We are not acquainted. My apologies, I was mistaken." Lu Chen feigned ignorance, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "You truly are a fool." The officer scolded before turning to leave. "Take care." Lu Chen sighed with relief. He surveyed the area, confirming the thief had departed, and decided to abandon his plans. At present, making money was paramount. However, what could he do at this late hour? Perhaps he could set up a stall to offer medical consultations. Lu Chen rummaged through his pockets, finding only 20 yuan. He purchased a black marker, a ballpoint pen, and a notebook from a stationery store, then found a piece of cardboard on which he wrote the words medical consultations and feng shui. Holding the makeshift sign, Lu Chen ventured to a bustling square and began to hawk his services. His voice was not particularly loud, but a nearby watermelon vendor shouted boisterously, "Watermelons for sale. Sweet or not, no charge. Feel free to taste." Lu Chen imitated her, raising his voice, "Medical consultations and feng shui. If I can't help, it's free. Come and ask as you wish." "Goodness, young man, that is not how you attract business." The watermelon vendor chuckled at Lu Chen's imitation. "Consulting isn't something you can just shout into existence. Who goes to the street for treatment these days?" The crowd began to laugh at him. Indeed, who would trust a street-side practitioner? The notion of offering medical advice and feng shui consultations was ridiculous, further painting him as a charlatan. Haha, even if they believed it, no one would trust a mere boy. The onlookers dismissed him as a fraud. Isn't that the genius youth, Lu Chen? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Lu Chen looked up to see a man in a plaid shirt adorned with a gold chain approaching. His heart skipped a beat. The man was Huabao, one of the 3 enforcers under Wan Xiaochong, and once a school bully during Lu Chen's middle school years. They had no real interactions, but both being notable figures. They recognized each other. Realizing this was not the time to confront Wan Xiaochong head-on, Lu Chen decided to pack up his sign and move to another spot. "Stop." Huabao stepped onto the cardboard. Lu Chen let go of the sign and turned to leave. "Fool, don't walk away." Huabao blocked his path. "What do you want?" Lu Chen replied coldly. It seemed some matters could not be avoided, so he prepared to confront the situation bravely. "Haha, I want to see a fool attempt to practice medicine." Huabao sneered, pointing at Lu Chen and addressing the crowd. "Everyone, take note. This guy claims he can treat ailments. Next, I'll have him demonstrate." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. "So he's just a fool. No wonder he's south shouting on the street. I thought someone was actually selling consultations. Turns out he's just a fool." The watermelon vendor shook her head, lamenting, "What a fool. No wonder he's shouting. It's a wonder he attracts any customers." Seeing Huabao's smug expression, Lu Chen felt a strong urge to retaliate. But reason told him that now was not the time. Outnumbered, and with only one defensive technique at his disposal, he needed to tread carefully. Rather than confront him directly, he decided to let Hua Bao face some subtle embarrassment. With a calm smile, Lu Chen began to circle around Hua Bao, observing him. Since Brother Hua wishes to see a consultation, allow me to oblige. Let us conduct a live diagnosis. What do you intend to do? One of Hua Bao's lackeys attempted to intervene. Let him proceed. I'm curious to see what this fool has to say, Hua Bao encouraged with a grin. Speak, fool. Describe my health condition. If you get it right, I'll treat you to some candy. If you miss, you'll have a reckoning. His followers chimed in, if he can't get it right. Let him bark like a dog. Let him crawl like a dog. Let him squeal like a pig. They reveled in their superiority. Let everyone bear witness. After making a couple of circuits around Hua Bao, Lu Chen bowed to the crowd. Next, I shall examine this brother's health. If I am accurate, I ask that you speak a few words in my favor. That's enough. You truly think you're something special, don't you? Hua Bao glared at Lu Chen. Stop stalling. If you miss, I'll break your legs. And if I'm right? Lu Chen countered. Haha, do you really think you're a doctor? Hua Bao laughed, pointing to the ground. Listen carefully. If you're correct, I'll give you 100. If not, you'll crawl like a dog. 100 is too little for crawling, Lu Chen replied with a smile. It should be at least 500 to start. Your appetite is quite large. Hua Bao patted Lu Chen's shoulder. All right, if you're accurate, I'll give you 1,000. His expression darkened as he pointed to the ground. If you miss, not only will you crawl like a dog, you'll also kneel. Very well, let me take your pulse, Brother Hua. Lu Chen grasped Hua Bao's wrist, feigning a grave expression. Your pulse is erratic. That is not a good sign. It seems you've been indulging too much, leaving your body rather weak. At this, the crowd burst into laughter. My health is perfectly fine. Hua Bao, furious, yanked his hand away and shouted at Lu Chen. You fool, stop your nonsense. Kneel before me and beg, then crawl like a dog. Hurry, kneel, kneel, kneel. His followers echoed, reveling in the chaos. Hua Gu, I haven't finished speaking yet, so please be patient. Lu Chen smiled and gestured towards Hua Bao, saying, the weakness in your body is the cause of your ailment, but it is not the symptom. The symptoms manifest as heat, irritability, and a propensity for rashes. If I am not mistaken, you have developed numerous rashes on your abdomen, back, and thighs. Earlier, Lu Chen circled around Hua Bao twice, having already used his divine eye to examine his body thoroughly, and he indeed noticed the eczema. How did you know I have eczema? Hua Bao inquired, curiosity piqued. The crowd was astonished. Could it be that this young man truly discerned that this brother had eczema? It seems implausible that merely by feeling the pulse one could determine such a condition. The curious gazes of the crowd turned to Lu Chen's face. Seizing this golden opportunity for self-promotion, Lu Chen calmly rolled up Hua Bao's sleeve and explained with a smile, the maladies of a person often manifest internally before appearing externally. If there is illness within, it will naturally reflect on the surface. The rashes on your body are a clear indication of your weakness. The crowd turned their attention to Hua Bao's abdomen and back, and indeed, they saw a large swath of red rashes. Incredible. He can actually see that. It really is eczema. This young man is quite impressive, murmured the onlookers. Hua Bao looked skeptical, scrutinizing Lu Chen from head to toe, and asked curiously, since you have identified my symptoms, why don't you analyze the cause of my illness in detail? Haha. The medical arts of Huaxia are profound and cannot be elucidated in just a few words. Lu Chen extended his hand with a smile. Now, about the consultation fee. You want money for this? Hua Bao snapped back to reality, casting a cold glance at Lu Chen. Indeed, you have accurately discerned my eczema. But the condition is not yet treated, and you ask for payment? That seems unreasonable. He merely intended to tease Lu Chen and had no intention of paying. Friend, eczema is not some complex ailment. You can simply purchase a tube of eczema cream at the pharmacy for a mere dozen yuan. Apply it twice daily for a few days, and you'll be fine. Look, I've even provided you with a prescription. Just go to the pharmacy across the street and get your medicine, Lu Chen replied with a smile, nodding at Hua Bao. Now, let's settle the consultation fee first. 1,000 yuan, please. One glance and you demand 1,000? That is extortion. Hua Bao's expression darkened, and he raised his voice to the crowd. Everyone, don't you think this guy is a bit too greedy? Clearly, Hua Bao intended to sway the crowd against Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, did not allow him that opportunity. Wait, he called out, interrupting the murmurs of the crowd. He shook his head at Hua Bao with a smile. Brother, it was you who suggested 1,000 if I was accurate. I cannot undermine your dignity. Of course, if Brother Hua cannot provide the money, then so be it. Lu Chen knew Hua Bao was proud and would not admit to being broke. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, it was this brother who proposed 1,000 yuan. Hua Bao's face shifted through a spectrum of colors. He was reluctant to part with the money. Yet in front of so many people, refusing would invite ridicule. After hesitating for several seconds, he gritted his teeth and handed over the cash. Here, he slammed 1,000 yuan into Lu Chen's hand, then stormed off with his entourage, fuming. How infuriating. I can't believe I was played by a fool. Bro, this fool seems far from foolish. He is quite adept at making money. Why don't we wait until he gathers more funds here and then rob him? One of his subordinates suggested with a grin. Exactly. You stay here and keep an eye on this fellow. I'll take the brothers elsewhere for a bit, and we can come back to take all his money, Hua Bao chuckled, patting his subordinate's shoulder before leading his gang away. After Hua Bao's display, the onlookers began to believe in Lu Chen's medical prowess. Hey, young man. Could you feel my pulse? A woman clad in a qipao approached Lu Chen, extending her hand. Of course, Lu Chen grasped her wrist and felt her pulse. As he continued, his expression grew serious. Madam, you have a stomach ailment. My goodness, you can even tell that. Impressive, the qipao-clad woman exclaimed, nodding in admiration. I've suffered from stomach issues for years and have visited numerous hospitals without improvement. It's been quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, the crowd's admiration for Lu Chen deepened. He can really see that. Remarkable. The onlookers gathered around, forming layers of spectators. Stomach ailments require nurturing. Lu Chen nodded at the woman. Let me prescribe a remedy for you. Follow it, and you'll see improvement in a week and complete recovery in 3 months. That's wonderful. The qipao-clad woman asked eagerly. By the way, how much is the prescription? Just give what you feel is appropriate, Lu Chen replied, feeling a bit shy about naming a price. I'll give you 200. The woman promptly pulled out 200 yuan in cash and handed it to Lu Chen. Here you go. If it works, I'll return to thank you. No need for thanks. Your recovery is all the reward I require. Lu Chen took out a pen and swiftly wrote a prescription, tearing it off and handing it to her. Young man, please take a look at me as well. A middle-aged man with a briefcase eagerly approached Lu Chen. Let me go first. A young woman waved 200 yuan, calling out, just check my pulse. The money is ready. First for me. I have cash prepared too. Another woman raised her 200 yuan, pushing forward. Look at me first. I often feel dizzy. A young man squeezed his way to the front. Hey, are you all trying to push me out? The middle-aged man, about to be shoved back, protested and raised a 10,000 yuan note, declaring, no one can outbid me. I have plenty of cash. Seeing the crowd surge forward, even the watermelon vendor from earlier couldn't resist and joined in with her 200 yuan. Hey, young man, please check me as well. I failed to recognize your talent before. Now I know you are skilled. The crowd clamored for attention, nearly reaching a boiling point. Everyone, please be patient. Form a line. I will attend to each of you in turn. Rest assured, I will see you all. Lu Chen reassured the crowd with a smile. The consultation fee is up to your discretion, but cash only. Line up, line up. The watermelon vendor waved a watermelon knife, scaring the crowd into orderly lines. She stood at the front, smiling at Lu Chen. Hey, handsome, please attend to me first. Seeing her cut in line, the crowd erupted in protests. What are you shouting about? This is an emergency. The vendor shouted back, brandishing the watermelon knife. I have a problem. If I don't get checked soon, I might have an accident, and it would be quite unpleasant for you all. Her words prompted a wave of laughter from the crowd. Undeterred, she called out to Lu Chen. Hey, young man, do you treat gynecological issues? Oh, that's not something I specialize in, Lu Chen replied, a bit embarrassed. Oh, come on. You don't need me to strip for you to check. Just feel my pulse, and that should suffice. The vendor rolled her eyes and laughed. If you can determine stomach issues for others, surely you can help me without any fuss. I cannot guarantee that, Lu Chen replied honestly. If you are unsure about the pulse diagnosis, perhaps you could visit my home sometime. The lady smiled and responded to Lu Chen, I'll cover your transportation expenses. Haha, young man. She must be inviting you to see something more at her home. A bystander couldn't help but chuckle. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? The lady shot a glare at the man. Going to the hospital still requires disrobing for examination. It's merely a medical consultation. No need to make a fuss. I will not be alone at my home. I will invite my husband too. Rest assured, I am not that kind of woman. Even if we examine the issue, there will be no impropriety. This elicited another round of laughter. All right then, let me take your pulse first. Lu Chen said with a smile as he gently placed his hand on the lady's wrist, carefully assessing her pulse. So, young man, what is my condition? It can't be that I've been overindulging with my husband, can it? The lady eagerly inquired. It has nothing to do with that, Lu Chen replied with a grin. Your pulse appears somewhat weak, indicating a deficiency in both qi and blood. I will prescribe some tonics for you. After a week of treatment, you should notice an improvement. He proceeded to write her a prescription on the spot. Young man, if you cure my incontinence, I will certainly thank you later. The lady said as she took the prescription and handed him 200 yuan. Here, take this as a deposit. After a week, when my issue is resolved, I will give you 800 more. To be honest, I've spent over 10,000 at the hospital for this problem and have seen no improvement. I change several pairs of pants daily, and in summer, I can't even wear stockings. It's like a continuous drizzle in March. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. All right, it's my turn now, beautiful. Your issue has been logged for repairs. I have severe back pain that needs addressing. A middle-aged man impatiently pushed past the lady to get closer. No rush, take your time, Lu Chen calmly responded. The atmosphere was lively, and business was booming. Lu Chen was able to prescribe remedies for individuals every few minutes, with some offering several hundred yuan and others just a few dozen. After an hour, he had already made over 3,000 yuan, adding to the 1,000 he received earlier from Hua Bao, totaling over 4,000. Thanks to his exceptional pulse reading skills and the assistance of his unique abilities, he could swiftly identify key issues in various ailments. Everyone present was left in awe of Lu Chen's remarkable medical expertise, and his reputation quickly spread. Hey, there's a young miracle healer in the square. He looks to be in his 20s, yet his medical skills are astonishing. Is that for real? Absolutely. He can diagnose ailments just by feeling a pulse. He knows precisely where someone is unwell. Haha, that's nothing. I've heard he can even help women with incontinence. No way. How does that work? Does he require the women to remove their pants in front of everyone? Haha, I can't go into detail. You'll find out if you go see him. A few delivery riders, waiting for their orders, discussed the healer. Just then, Zhong Liqin, a police officer who had changed into casual clothes after her shift, happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. Where is this young miracle healer? She asked the riders. Miss, are you looking for him to address a gynecological issue? One rider joked, noticing her beauty. Shall I take you over there? It's free. Just sit in front, and I'll hold you. Mind your tongue. Zhang Liqin pulled out her police badge and warned the rider, take heed, insulting or harassing women is a crime. Be mindful of your words and actions. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend, the rider stammered, startled. Inwardly, he thought, I was only joking because she looked nice. No need to pull out a badge and intimidate me. Where is that young miracle healer? Zhong Liqin demanded coldly. Her instincts told her that the healer the riders spoke of was likely a fraud. Over there. In the busiest part of the square, one rider pointed ahead. I must see this healer for myself, Zhong Liqin declared as she quickly made her way toward the crowd. At the same time, Hua Bao received word from his men about Lu Chen's financial success. Brother Leopard, that kid is making a fortune. He's charging several hundred for just a pulse diagnosis. In just an hour, he has likely earned over 10,000. One of his subordinates exaggerated. I never expected that street medicine could be so lucrative. This kid is earning money faster than I am. Hua Bao, beaming with pride, waved his hand at his men. Let's go find this kid and collect some money from him. Move. The gang quickly followed his lead. By now, Zhong Liqin had reached the square, pushing her way through the crowd. It's you? She immediately recognized Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced over, but did not recognize her as the earlier police officer. He smiled and waved at Zhong Liqin. Miss, please wait in line for your consultation. Kindly move to the back. Business is thriving. I didn't expect a fool could be a healer, Zhong Liqin remarked, tossing her hair aside with a smirk. Do you remember me? You are. Lu Chen finally recognized the police officer, startled. Well, you really have a knack for playing the fool. After taking advantage of me, you're back here in public, pretending to treat ailments for money. Zhong Liqin seized Lu Chen by the wrist, commanding, come with me to the police station. Auntie, please don't. Lu Chen feigned innocence. Being taken to the station and charged with illegal medical practice would be disastrous. Auntie? Zhong Liqin retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Cut the nonsense. Calling me mother won't help you now. She prepared to twist his arm. Mom, please, don't. Lu Chen suddenly called out, thinking quickly to use the term affectionately. I was wrong. I won't be mischievous anymore. He struggled vigorously. Your pleas are in vain. I want to believe you again. Behave yourself. Zhong Liqin, enraged by his resistance. aimed a knee strike at his back in an attempt to subdue him. Help! Don't hit me. Mom, I was wrong. Lu Chen shouted deliberately. I won't be mischievous anymore. Stop calling me that. I'm not your mother. Zhang Liqin, infuriated by his antics, swiftly moved to apply a chokehold, planning to restrain him first. Onlookers, hearing Lu Chen call her mom, assumed it was a case of a stepmother disciplining her son. People began to interject, hey, let us talk this over. Even if the young man is misbehaving, you shouldn't resort to violence. Exactly. Even if he's not your biological son, you shouldn't treat him this way. As the crowd voiced their disapproval, Zhang Liqin's face flushed red with embarrassment. Don't listen to this scoundrel. He is a fraud. Actually, I am. She intended to show her badge to prove her authority. Seeing her relax her grip, Lu Chen quickly drew in his stomach and thrust his hips back forcefully. Ouch! Zhang Liqin was unexpectedly jolted in her abdomen and instinctively released him. Annie, I'm off. Lu Chen executed a swift turn and dashed away. Stop, you scoundrel. How dare you push me? Zhang Liqin seethed, her teeth clenched, as she sprang to pursue him. The woman moved with astonishing speed, even faster than Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen had the advantage of his keen eyesight, allowing him to navigate through the darkened paths ahead. He swiftly slipped into the nearby woods. Scoundrel, I will not let you escape. Zhang Liqin, in a fit of exasperation, pulled out her phone to illuminate her path and continued her pursuit. You won't catch me, Lu Chen declared, seemingly as if he had cast a spell, sprinting madly into the darkness. Impossible. You cannot outrun me. I was the champion at the police academy. Zhang Liqin retorted defiantly. Just as she spoke, her foot slipped, causing her to stumble forward. Ouch! My foot. It hurts so much. Zhang Liqin, her expression twisted in agony, cradled her foot in distress, unable to rise. Upon witnessing the female officer collapse to the ground, Lu Chen halted in his tracks, concern etched upon his face. Furrowing his brow, he activated his celestial vision and was taken aback to see that her foot had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's trotters. Worry not at him. After all, he had led her into the forest, and should any misfortune arise, he feared the repercussions would be grave. My lady, what has befallen you? Lu Chen hastily approached the female officer. You scoundrel, it's still your fault. Zhang Liqin glared at Lu Chen in anger and gritted her teeth. It seems you might have dislocated something. Come, let me take a look. Lu Chen knelt before Zhang Liqin, gently lifting her feet. Casually, he glanced at the female officer and was taken aback by her stunning beauty. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, lips as red as roses, a straight nose, fair skin, and jet black hair created an enchanting visage. Her ample bosom and impossibly long legs, likely measuring a meter in length, completed her alluring appearance. She was truly a vision of beauty that could captivate anyone. Hey, why do you keep staring at my legs? Zhang Liqin, in a fit of anger, pushed Lu Chen with force. I am assisting you in divining your fortune. Lu Chen swallowed hard, gently pinching the beautiful woman's ankle, his expression grave as he remarked, Indeed. It appears to be dislocated. Bear with me, and I shall set it back in place. Are you all right? Do not act recklessly, Zhang Liqin shouted. She could hardly believe that Lu Chen truly possessed medical expertise. With a sudden crack, before the beautiful woman could react, Lu Chen had already realigned her ankle. Ah! Zhang Liqin winced, her expression resembling that of someone suffering from menstrual discomfort. All right, you can get up now, Lu Chen said with a smile, patting her thigh. Take a few steps and see how it feels. With a gentle gnawing at her lip, Zhang Liqin endeavored to rise to her feet. Initially, she harbored a slight apprehension of pain. However, after a mere couple of steps, her brow unfurled in relief, as she perceived not the slightest sensation of discomfort. Well now? Remarkably, my foot no longer hurts. Of course it doesn't, for I have already assisted in its recovery. Lu Chen smiled and gestured towards Zhang Liqin, saying, however, you must refrain from engaging in strenuous activities for the time being. Is that so? Thank you. Zhang Liqin nodded and gradually approached Lu Chen. Suddenly, she reached out and firmly grasped Lu Chen's wrist, executing a swift maneuver that effectively captured him. Hey, beautiful, you can't just turn your back on me. Lu Chen shouted at Zhang Liqin. Just now, I saved you. I truly owe you my gratitude for your rescue. Zhang Liqin smirked as she seized Lu Chen's wrist, exclaiming, Yet it is a fact that you have engaged in illegal medical practices to swindle money. Public matters are separate from private ones. Furthermore, you have yet to account for your earlier misconduct towards my sister. Come, accompany me to the police station. At worst, if you are incarcerated, I shall visit you several times. Alas, this is the moment when a compassionate farmer encounters a venomous serpent. A wave of desolation washed over Lu Chen. He understood that reasoning with this woman, given her obstinate mindset, would likely prove futile. My dear lady, claiming that I am practicing medicine illegally is a grave injustice. Lu Chen asserted with a smile, attempting to defend himself to Zhong Liqin. I am a distinguished scholar, a legitimate doctoral candidate, no less. There is no alternative. To extricate myself, I must abandon all sense of shame. Let it be. Do not assume that your rudimentary knowledge of bone setting can deceive me. It is merely the practice of a rustic healer. Zhong Liqin shoved Lu Chen aside and coldly commanded, regardless of whether you possess a certificate or not. You must first report to the police station for an inquiry. Under no circumstances can you be taken into custody. After all, we have only just returned to a semblance of normalcy. To be incarcerated now would be utterly humiliating. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen intentionally hunched his back. His expression contorted in pain as he called out to Zhong Liqin. Hey, beautiful, my stomach feels quite bloated. Could you possibly allow me to address this urgent matter first? Spare me your antics. I won't fall for your tricks. Zhong Liqin replied coldly, her demeanor unyielding. Now move. Alas, I find myself in a rather dire predicament. Lu Chen displayed an expression of genuine distress and implored the female officer, saying, Fair lady, if you harbor any doubts, might you assist me in unfastening my belt and zipper? Otherwise, I fear I may find myself in an unfortunate situation. As he spoke, he deliberately mimicked the sound of flatulence with his mouth. Uft. The sound seemed to emanate from some part of the body. My goodness, you really must let it out. Zhong Liqin waved her hand in front of her nose, biting her lip as she said, You wait. First, unbuckle your belt and hand it over to me for safekeeping. All right. Lu Chen turned to the female police officer with a smile and said, Beautiful. Why don't you take it out yourself? Be honest and don't be sly. Zhong Liqin pulled out Lu Chen's belt, gripping it firmly in her hand, and took 2 steps back. Beauty, don't peek. I'm about to tackle a problem now. Lu Chen, feeling bold, removed his trousers, took a few steps forward, and crouched down, starting to make a noise with his mouth. Hearing the beeping sound, Zhong Liqin mistakenly thought Lu Chen had indeed lost control, and couldn't help but angrily exclaim, Bah, who would care to look at you? She turned her face away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen leaped into the darkness. Hey, don't you dare run. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhong Liqin quickly reacted and began to pursue him. Lu Chen had escaped several dozen meters when he turned around, laughing, and called out to Zhong Liqin, Beautiful lady, this belt of mine is worth 1,000 yuan. You must take good care of it for me. Do not let it slip away. How infuriating. Don't you dare run away. Zhong Liqin exclaimed angrily, taking a few steps forward. However, she soon got caught by a thorn, which caused her to halt in pain. She shouted furiously towards the distant bushes, You bastard. If I catch you, I will make sure you pay. Lu Chen, without glancing back, distanced himself from the female officer. With his enhanced vision granted by the heavenly eye, he possessed far superior sight compared to ordinary individuals, traversing the night without so much as a blink. Goodness, the more I utilize this heavenly eye, the more effective it becomes, Lu Chen mused as he scanned his surroundings. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure descending from the mountain, 100 meters away. Isn't that Xing Gang? What brings him here in the dead of night? Lu Chen was taken aback. He observed Xing Gang sneaking around, glancing furtively in all directions as though fearful of being discovered. With every few steps, he would scan his surroundings. After a while, Xing Gang straightened his posture, wielding a flashlight, and descended directly down the mountain. This is bad. The fellow is approaching this way. Lu Chen hurriedly concealed himself in the thicket. Just as he settled in, he heard a female officer's voice emanating from the foot of the mountain. Hey, excuse me, have you seen a young man without a belt? Oh, what a stunningly tall and fair beauty. My dear, have you perhaps had a quarrel with your boyfriend and found yourself cast aside? Haha, come to me, and allow me to offer you some solace. Xing brandished his flashlight towards the female officer, Zhong Liqin. Upon noticing her strikingly long and fair legs, he instantly became invigorated. Seeking trouble, Zhong Liqin swiftly raised her hand to shield her face and shouted at Xing Gang, You scoundrel, why haven't you turned off the light yet? Haha. I simply relish the sight of beautiful women. Xing Gang felt increasingly pleased with himself, laughing heartily as he walked. Sister, do not be angry. I shall comfort you right away. He thought to himself that the person ahead must be an exquisite beauty, as her figure appeared quite appealing. He quickened his pace, but upon reaching her, he was taken aback. Ah, it's you. As he recognized her features, he was so startled that he turned to leave. Stop right there. Zhang Liqin reached out and seized Xinjiang, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, Xinjiang, what are you doing here? Captain Zhang, I apologize. I mistook you for someone else, Xie Gang explained with an obsequious expression. Before him stood the captain of the city's criminal police, renowned for her fierce demeanor. Years ago, she had apprehended him on several occasions due to his involvement in fights. What were you doing? Zhang Liqin interrupted Xie Gang impatiently, her tone sharp. Tell me, are you in cahoots with that fool? And no, I wasn't doing anything. I was just out for a walk, Xie Gang stammered, scratching his head with a smile. What fool are you talking about? I have no idea. The idiot who was pretending to be a doctor and scamming people in the square just now. Zhang Liqin retorted coldly. That fool broke free from my grasp and ran off just as you were coming down. How can you claim you're not working together? Captain Zhang, I am being wronged. I truly don't know who you're referring to. I didn't see anyone go up, Xie Gang insisted, his smile unwavering. You know I've turned over a new leaf. I earn millions at the coal mine each year. Why would I stoop to petty crimes? Besides, I haven't been in trouble for years. Zhang Liqin mused, considering his words. Captain, what is going on? Do you need my assistance? Xie Gang inched closer to her, his countenance ingratiating. Get lost. Zhang Liqin shot him a glare. Yes, I'll take my leave, Xie Gang said, saluting her before turning to descend the mountain. Come back. Zhang Liqin barked. Xie Gang blinked in surprise, turning around with a beaming smile. Captain Zhang, I haven't done anything. Humph, you still claim innocence? You shone a flashlight at me and uttered those repulsive words. That lecherous look on your face suggests you were up to no good, she scolded. Captain, you're mistaken. Xie Gang protested with a grin. When I saw a stunning woman from above, I couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to express my admiration. Is it a crime to appreciate beauty? Not a crime. But why did you run when you saw me? Zhang Liqin pressed, her voice icy. Speak. Were you harboring ulterior motives and felt guilty upon seeing a police officer, prompting you to flee? Haha. Since Captain Zhang has brought it up, I shall speak the truth. When I glimpsed you, a magnificent woman, naturally, I felt a rush of excitement and had to compliment you. As a man, I'm only human, and being single, I couldn't help but be captivated. However, you are the most renowned beauty in the police force, the infamous female tyrant. How could a ruffian like me ever catch your eye? I know you look down on me, yet I still dared to utter those flirtatious words. Wouldn't you expect me to run? Staying would only invite trouble. Zhang Liqin was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words by his charming yet reasonable explanation. Captain, I genuinely like you. Xie Gang ventured closer, his tone softening. How about we grab a late-night snack together? My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. I see you're in casual attire. So it's not like you're on duty. Why tire yourself out? Let the others handle the small matters. Come, let us head down together. If this continued, he might attempt to take her hand. In the distance, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at Xie Gang's prowess in wooing women. Get lost. Zhang Liqin snapped back to reality, her expression hardening as she glared at him. I can manage my own affairs. No worries. Xie Gang replied, unperturbed, offering another salute. Captain Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and walked down the mountain cheerfully. After a short distance, he glanced back up the slope, seemingly lost in thought, but ultimately continued his descent. It struck Lu Chen as odd. Xie Gang had no apparent interest in walking for leisure. Typically, he was either chasing women or hanging out with unsavory friends. His presence at the mountainside at such a late hour was peculiar. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Could he be up to something nefarious? It seemed prudent to investigate once the female officer departed. He settled down, quietly observing the departing figure of the policewoman. What Lu Chen did not anticipate was that after walking a short distance, Zhang Liqin let out a startled cry as her heel broke. The beautiful officer was now barefoot, holding a pair of black leather shoes, cursing under her breath as she walked down the mountain. That fool not only ruined my new dress, but also destroyed my shoes. Next time I catch him, I want to let him off easily. Lu Chen squinted ahead and noticed the damage. Her thigh bore a mark, and her skirt was torn. To make matters worse, one of her shoes had lost its heel. It was clear that Zhang Liqin had suffered quite the mishap. Though he felt a twinge of sympathy, it was ultimately not his pain to bear. Closing his eyes, he brushed it off. Once the policewoman was off the mountain, he promptly rose to investigate what Xie Gang had been up to. Following his memory, he ascended for about 100 meters when he spotted a pile of red paper at a fork in the path. Could it be money? He pondered, furrowing his brow to see more clearly. As he approached, it became evident that there were stacks of crisp bills neatly arranged, 10 stacks in total. 100,000. He exclaimed internally, thrilled at the prospect of finding money. Curiously, beneath the stack was a yellow piece of paper, on which someone had written the ominous words "must be returned in 3 days" in vermilion ink. Even more unsettling were the remains of burnt paper 3 meters away, accompanied by 3 incense sticks and a bowl of rice. Could this be a life-for-money offering left by someone gravely ill? Lu Chen murmured to himself. He recalled hearing tales of individuals who, upon facing severe misfortune, would scatter money in hopes of averting disaster. By picking up the money, the misfortune would supposedly transfer to the finder, allowing the afflicted to recover. Such money was known as life exchange money, signifying a trade of life for cash. Typically, these offerings were modest, just a few dozen or a few hundred yuan at most. But here lay a staggering 100,000. Who was so extravagant? Wait, Xie Gang was here earlier, acting suspiciously on his way down. Could this be his money? Lu Chen contemplated, shaking his head. Xie Gang hasn't been unlucky or sick lately. After a moment of hesitation, he spat on the ground. To hell with "must be returned in 3 days. I don't believe it. With a swift motion, he tore the yellow paper and stuffed the money into his bag. Feeling a pang of hunger, he resolved to find a place for a late-night snack. With the money secured, Lu Chen adjusted his pants and confidently strolled down the mountain. After a short while, he heard the thunderous roar of motorcycles ahead. A beam of bright light shone around the bend. The motorcycle approached with alarming speed. Instinctively, Lu Chen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light and swiftly darted to the side. Whoosh! The motorcycle zipped past him like a gust of wind. What's the rush? Are they trying to court disaster? Lu Chen muttered irritably under his breath. The motorcycle came to a halt 30 meters away, and a pair of long, fair legs touched the ground. A slender silhouette removed her helmet, revealing porcelain skin, delicate features, and a stylish bob. It was a young woman. She furrowed her brows slightly and smiled at Lu Chen, saying, "Sorry, I didn't see you while turning. Are you all right?" Lu Chen was taken aback as recognition dawned upon him. This was the very thief who had set him up earlier in the mobile phone store. "So it's you?" Lu Chen exclaimed coldly, striding towards her. The thief, realizing who he was startled. "You must be mistaken. I'm leaving," she stammered, hastily revving her motorcycle. "Stop!" Lu Chen shouted, sprinting forward with lightning speed, grabbing hold of the motorcycle's rear seat, lifting the back while off the ground. The engine roared as the thief desperately accelerated, but the rear wheel spun wildly without gaining any traction. "Get down," Lu Chen commanded. Sweat broke out on the thief's forehead as she turned and yelled, "You jerk. Let go. If you don't, I'll kick you." "Not a chance. You get down first," Lu Chen replied coldly. "Get lost." Enraged, the thief unleashed a swift kick aimed at Lu Chen's face. Startled by her speed, Lu Chen instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding her fierce strike. "I'm off," she laughed triumphantly, donning her helmet and revving the throttle, speeding away. However, less than 30 meters later, there was a loud crash as her motorcycle collided with a nearby tree. "Ah!" she cried out in anguish, falling to the ground with the motorcycle pinned atop her chest. "Hey, are you okay?" Lu Chen exclaimed, rushing over in alarm. He quickly helped lift the motorcycle off her. "It hurts. My chest hurts so much," the thief sobbed, rubbing her chest. As Lu Chen examined the area, he noticed a significant bruise forming where the motorcycle had pressed against her. "Come on, don't move. Let me help you," he offered, placing his hands on her chest and beginning to massage with practiced precision. Initially, she was too pained to think clearly, but as the discomfort subsided, she glanced down to find Lu Chen's hands resting on her chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she seized his wrist angrily, exclaiming, "You pervert! What are you doing?" I'm just helping," Lu Chen stammered, realizing too late that his hands were inappropriately positioned. He quickly withdrew them. "Ouch!" the thief gasped, feeling a sharp pain as he withdrew. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen inquired, concerned. "You, just put your hands back where they were," she insisted, biting her lip. "I feel much better when you do that." "But..." Lu Chen hesitated, feeling awkward. "What?" she shot back, glaring at him. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen so badly. I'm in this state now. Just help me out a bit. Besides, I didn't steal anything from your villa. So why are you still chasing me? All right, let us put this behind us. I'll help you with your injury, and we'll be even," Lu Chen conceded, raising his hands again. He contemplated applying pressure on her chest, but hesitated. "Come on, stop being so shy, just do it. No one else watching," she urged, biting her lip and pressing his hand back onto her chest. Reluctantly, Lu Chen resumed his massage. As he continued, the thief's brow furrowed, and she exclaimed, "Hey, have you practiced any form of energy healing?" "I haven't, T," Lu Chen replied, puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "Something feels off. Your palms are warm. Almost like energy is flowing into me," she said, gripping his hand firmly against her chest, her expression serious. "Don't move. Let me feel it." Lu Chen paused, focusing inward, and soon he sensed a warm energy emanating from his palms. "Can you feel that?" she exclaimed, excitement lighting her eyes. "It's like a warm, full sensation, almost a bit overwhelming." "Yes, I can feel it too," Lu Chen responded, widening his eyes as he glanced down at her chest. To his astonishment, he saw a pink aura expanding from where his hand rested, clearly visible to him. Evidently, he was indeed releasing his internal energy. "It's happening. I can feel it clearly," the thief exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You wouldn't happen to have learned the legendary Golden Lotus hands, would you?" "What is that?" Lu Chen asked, confused. "It's a powerful technique used for healing. When executed, it releases energy that manifests as a golden lotus. Some masters can produce 9 consecutive lotuses, and the sensation is unparalleled. It can even be lethal," she explained, her enthusiasm evident. "I certainly don't possess such skills," Lu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. However, as he inadvertently glanced at the spot where his hand rested, he was astonished to see a lotus-like energy forming there. A sense of joy surged within him. It seemed he had genuinely cultivated the golden lotus hands, and his internal energy was indeed present. Lu Chen continued to massage her, and soon the bruise on her chest faded. Feeling fatigued, he withdrew his hands. "All right, the bruise is gone. Is that all?" she asked, holding onto his hand with reluctance. "I wanted more." "That might not be appropriate," Lu Chen replied awkwardly, gesturing for her to cover herself. She seemed to realize her request was unreasonable and hastily adjusted her clothing. Her face flushed as she glared at him, saying, "All right, you can leave now." Lu Chen stood up calmly. "Wait, there is something wrong with your villa," she called out as she rose to her feet. "Oh, what's wrong?" Lu Chen turned back, intrigued. He had sensed something amiss with May's villa. Could this thief be more than she appeared? "Your villa is unclean. It likely harbors misfortune," she said seriously. "You should sell it." "Unclean? That's a rather flimsy reason to sell my villa," Lu Chen replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "I'm afraid I can't part with it unless you provide a more compelling argument." "The reason is," she glared at him, then sighed, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand. I guess I want to sell it." Lu Chen feigned interest, wanting to see what she would say next. "Hey, if you don't sell it, something bad will happen to you and your lover," she warned. "Lover?" Lu Chen laughed, glancing at her. "You've got it all wrong. That house belongs to our manager, May." "Umph. Even if it's not yours, why are you chasing after me so fervently?" she retorted, narrowing her eyes. "You don't need to work so hard to flatter a rich woman." "Enough. I'm not discussing this any further," Lu Chen said, turning to leave. "Wait a moment." The thief, in her haste, inadvertently yanked Lu Chen's bag down. With a thud, the bag fell to the ground, its zipper bursting open, spilling out stacks of cash. "Goodness, so much money." The thief bent down to gather the scattered bills. "Miss, that money isn't yours." Lu Chen chuckled as he grasped her hand. "And I dare say it isn't yours either." After inspecting a bundle of cash, the thief's expression turned serious as she shook her head. "This money is cursed. It carries a deadly aura." "Why is that?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "This is a life exchange ransom. If I'm not mistaken, it should have come with a note written in vermilion ink, indicating how many days are left." The thief picked up a bill and scrutinized it closely, her face immediately darkening. "This isn't just a life exchange ransom, it's a fatal one. Look, someone has performed a blood sacrifice on it. I suspect your money is similarly tainted. It's all been soaked in blood." She pointed to a corner of the bill. Lu Chen examined the bills in his bag and noticed that indeed, the edges of each one were stained crimson. Clearly, they had been immersed in blood. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Chen questioned, bewildered by the thief before him. "I am a yin-yang master." The thief fished out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. "My name is Lu Wuya. I am well-versed in the matters of the supernatural and skilled in exorcising evil spirits." "Ah, Lu Wuya, the one who roams the night and intrudes upon others' homes." Lu Chen teased. "Enough. I am not a thief. I visit villas to dispel malevolent spirits, not to steal," Lu Wuya corrected him. "Then what about the sanitary napkins and underwear in my bag earlier?" Lu Chen inquired with a cold smirk. "Who told you to rummage through my belongings while I was at a wealthy lady's place? You were the one who saw my underwear." Lu Wuya shot him a glare and retorted, "Consider it a lesson learned. Women are not to be trifled with, especially capable ones. So, should I be thankful to you then? Lu Chen asked with a grin. Spare me. Let's change the subject, Lu Wuya interjected, pointing at the cash in Lu Chen's bag with a warning. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to hand over that 100,000 to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, you won't live to see 3 days. Thanks, but nothing is more important than money. Lu Chen smiled as he snatched the 10,000 from Lu Wuya's hand and tossed it into his bag. I'm off. Hey, you're going to get into trouble, Lu Wuya shouted. Lu Chen ignored her and continued down the hill, heading back to the square to catch a taxi home. Hey, Lu the fool, finally found you. A triumphant voice rang out ahead. Lu Chen looked up to see Huabao approaching with a group of his followers. Is there something you want? Lu Chen replied coldly. Indeed. There is, Huabao said, picking at his teeth with a toothpick as he sauntered up to Lu Chen with a grin plastered across his face. I heard you made over 10,000 tonight. With business going so well, shouldn't you share a little with your brothers? Are you trying to rob me? Lu Chen shot back icily. Haha, don't be so harsh. Huabao laughed, clapping Lu Chen on the shoulder. I'm merely suggesting you part with a bit of your ill-gotten gains. How about you give me 7,000 for my brothers to enjoy, and you can keep the rest? And if I refuse? Lu Chen asked with a smile. That's fine. Huabao chuckled, tossing aside the toothpick and suddenly throwing a punch at Lu Chen's stomach. Smack! The punch landed swiftly and accurately, producing a sharp sound as it struck Lu Chen's abdomen. Normally, such an attack would have felled an ordinary person. However, Lu Chen, protected by his golden shield, remained unscathed. He feigned a pained expression and exclaimed, Ouch, that hurts. Good. It should hurt. If you're not convinced, I'll keep hitting you until you are, Huabao boasted, laughing triumphantly. Do you want another? The gang members erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. How could you, a fool, withstand Huabao's might? Just hand over the cash to avoid a beating. Fool. Quickly give him the money. They viewed Lu Chen as a mere joke. Not a chance. Lu Chen pretended to be frightened, waving his hand at Huabao. I concede. Let's find a secluded place for the money. Why a secluded place? Huabao asked suspiciously. Come on, I have my dignity too. Lu Chen explained with a smile. Let us go somewhere quiet, and I'll hand over the money. Just don't let this get out. Ha ha ha, so this fool cares about his dignity. Huabao laughed smugly and signaled his lackeys. Let us go to the woods ahead and settle this. Is it really necessary to bring so many people? Lu Chen provoked. Are you afraid I might fight back? What? You think you can take me on? Huabao scoffed, his disdain evident. Lu the fool. I could take on 6 or 7 of you without breaking a sweat. His words sparked another round of laughter. Don't overestimate yourself. Huabao wouldn't even give you a second glance. I could easily take on 3 of you. The gang members viewed Lu Chen as nothing more than a featherweight. Looks like I was overthinking things. Lu Chen feigned innocence, scratching his head. All right, let us head to the woods for the money. Fool, let us go. Huabao pushed Lu Chen forward, then turned to his gang, instructing, You all wait here. I'll be back shortly. 5 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit grove. All right. We've arrived. Lu Chen stepped back into the shadows, calling out to Huabao. Huabao, I have 100,000 in my bag. Want it? What? You have 100,000? Huabao stared in disbelief. Indeed, but first, you must defeat me, Lu Chen declared with a chilling smile. As he spoke, he intentionally stepped backward into a tangle of rocks. With his awakened sight, Lu Chen could navigate the terrain with ease, while Huabao would struggle without a light. Fool, are you playing with me? Huabao's expression darkened as he barked. Hand over the money, or I want to go easy on you. Come and catch me. Lu Chen turned and pretended to flee. Curse you. Don't let me catch you. Huabao began to chase, but as he took a few steps, he stumbled into a small muddy pit, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Go on. Lu Chen tripped him intentionally. Ouch. Huabao stumbled and fell face first into the dirt. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Chen rushed over and unleashed a flurry of strikes on him. In the darkness, Huabao was unprepared for Lu Chen's sudden onslaught. Within moments, Huabao's face was bruised and battered. Ouch, please stop, please stop. Lu Chen stepped on Huabao's back, coldly commanding, listen well, don't bully honest people. Even the meek can be terrifying when provoked. I want to do it again, I swear. Huabao nodded frantically. Scram. Lu Chen kicked him away, then swiftly exited the grove from the other side. Humiliated, Huabao resembled a defeated rooster, both angry and embarrassed, his face swollen like a pig's head. When his gang saw him in such disarray, they were all taken aback. Huabao, what happened to you? Did that kid beat you? That kid, has he trained in martial arts? They asked incredulously. The heart of the leopard, already wounded, seethed with anger upon hearing the inquiries from his subordinates. Don't mention it. That fool has schemed against me. How could this happen? Isn't he supposed to be an idiot? The crowd exchanged glances. An idiot, my foot. That kid is quite cunning. The leopard spat out a mouthful of blood from his gums and shouted, Gather everyone. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to find that kid. I must break his legs tonight. The group of thugs hastily pulled out their phones. Quick. Call for reinforcements. We need to search for this kid. 10 minutes later, the reinforcements summoned by the leopard began to converge on the square. Split into 3 groups and search. We must find that fool tonight. The leopard bellowed, leading the thugs in a frantic search. In truth, Lu Chen had not strayed far. The night was quiet, and it was exceedingly difficult to hail a cab. He had been waiting on the street for about 10 minutes without a single taxi passing by. Leopard brother, look, under the streetlight ahead, there's that fool. Someone shouted as they spotted Lu Chen. Indeed, it's that kid. Haha, he has done for. The leopard laughed maniacally, signaling his subordinates, surround him. We cannot let this kid escape. Wow, he actually called so many people. Lu Chen turned at the noise, only to see the leopard and a dozen men rushing towards him. He took off running. Bring the car over. The leopard shouted. On it. I'll fetch the motorcycle. Several thugs raced toward the roadside. Some jumped into a sedan, while others mounted motorcycles. Another group sprinted after Lu Chen in a frenzied chase. Lu Chen ran wildly, not daring to stop. At that moment, he found himself on a bridge about 400 meters long, with no choice but to continue along the roadway. Soon, the sounds of motorcycles and cars echoed behind him. Lu, you can't escape. Haha, prepare to be beaten to a pulp. The leopard mounted a thug's motorcycle and sped towards Lu Chen, closing in with 50 meters to go. The leopard brandished his belt, swinging it in the air. Fool. Meet your end. Lu Chen glanced sideways and was startled to see the leopard approaching like a gust of wind. Instinctively, he raised his hands to guard his head. In a flash, a powerful Harley motorcycle came barreling towards him. Quick dodge. The leopard yelled in fright. The thug driving the motorcycle panicked, swerving dangerously, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar. That was close. How are you driving? The leopard cursed angrily. The approaching Harley performed a swift drift right in front of Lu Chen, coming to a halt elegantly, revealing a pair of long, fair legs dismounting from the bike. Hurry, get on. It was Lu Wuye, clad in shorts and riding boots, arriving on a commanding Harley motorcycle. Thank you. Lu Chen promptly jumped onto the motorcycle. Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Lu Wuye revved the engine, unleashing a thunderous roar. Quick, block him with the car. The leopard shouted. Brother leopard, my car is here. A small sedan sped past, executing a sharp turn to block the road ahead. You think you can stop me? No chance. Lu Wuye retorted coldly, flooring the accelerator. The motorcycle surged toward the sedan. Are you crazy? Lu Chen shouted in alarm. Just as it seemed they would crash into the car, the motorcycle leaped onto the roof like a wild stallion, swiftly gliding over it before landing a few meters ahead. Boom. The motorcycle roared again as it sped off. Lu Wuye whisked Lu Chen away, and in the blink of an eye, the car's lights faded into the distance. Wow, this woman is an ace driver. Her skills are incredible. The thugs buzzed with excitement, marveling at her prowess. The leopard, witnessing his men enthralled, gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing, so many people, yet none could stop that kid. It infuriates me. The thugs exchanged glances, falling silent. Fine, let that kid slip away tonight. It's his luck. The leopard sighed bitterly, then declared, tomorrow. I'll go to that kid's home. If he is not there, I'll eat and drink at his place, slaughtering chickens and dogs as I please. Now, let us find a place to continue our revelry and drink. The band of thugs followed the leopard, while Lu Wuye sped away with Lu Chen. Hey, beautiful. Where are you taking me? Lu Chen asked, clutching Lu Wuye's slender waist tightly, too afraid to let go. Lu Wuye slowed down and stopped on a quiet country road. She propped her long legs on the ground, removed her helmet, and shook her long, dark hair, turning to Lu Chen with a pointed finger. You're doomed. Beautiful. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. That 100,000 yuan is already bringing you misfortune. Look, in just half an hour, you've attracted the attention of thugs. If it weren't for me, tonight you would have met a tragic end. Lu Wuye shook her head, sighing. I advise you to hand that 100,000 yuan over to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, you will surely die within 3 days. Thank you for saving my life, beautiful. Lu Chen replied with a smile. As for that 100,000 yuan, you need not worry. If you're willing to help me by taking me to Bishi village in Longyan town, I'll give you 200 yuan. Not a chance. Lu Wuye shot him an annoyed glare. Get out. Fine, I'll just walk home then. It'll save me 200 bucks. Lu Chen muttered as he jumped off the motorcycle. It's only 10 kilometers. I'll consider it exercise. Hey, fool, you really can't take that 100,000 yuan. It's dangerous, Lu Wuya warned, starting her motorcycle again, blocking Lu Chen's path with a serious expression. I'm doing this for your own good. That money is a death sentence in your hands. Enough of the pretense. You just want to reclaim that 100,000 yuan, don't you? Lu Chen scrutinized Lu Wuya, chuckling. If I'm not mistaken, that money was something you tricked someone into leaving by the roadside, right? Lu Wuya paused in surprise, quickly recovering to glare at Lu Chen indignantly. Nonsense. How could I possibly deceive someone? Since you want to admit it, let us have a proper discussion, Lu Chen said, grabbing her wrist. What are you doing? Lu Wuya gasped, her eyes widening. I warn you, I know martial arts. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. I will fight back. You're overthinking it. Lu Chen chuckled as he pulled her wrist a little closer, clearing his throat. Let me show you your palm lines. According to your palm, your financial luck has been poor lately. You must be short on cash. Of course, who isn't short on money? Lu Wuya rolled her eyes dramatically. However, tonight seems to be a fortunate night for you. You've landed a big deal, and your benefactor is wealthy and generous. How do you know? Lu Wuya stared at him in disbelief. I not only know that your benefactor is rich and generous, but I also know that the 100,000 yuan was left there by that benefactor, Lu Chen said, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Wuya. How foolish of you. You have been stalking me all along. Lu Wuya retracted her hand and glared fiercely at Lu Chen. I have not been following you. Besides, with your elusive nature, who could possibly keep up? Lu Chen replied with a calm smile. I merely deduced it. Impossible. Lu Wuya shook her head, her brow furrowing once again. Fool. Then tell me how you arrived at that conclusion. Promise to take me home, Lu Chen said, patting the seat of his motorcycle. Fine. I agree to give you a free ride home. Lu Wuya smiled, lifting her face. Now you can tell me, right? It's quite simple. When you discovered the 100,000 yuan in my bag, you promptly declared it was life debt money, insisting that I had only 3 days to live. Lu Chen shook his head at Lu Wuya with a smile. You're clever, yet you've overlooked the note left with the life debt money. I never told you the note said must be returned in 3 days, but you confidently asserted that I would die within 3 days of taking the money, indicating you were already aware of the note's content. Could I not have merely guessed? Lu Wuya retorted defiantly. In matters of life debt money, it is usually 3 days, 7 days, or even 49 days. I simply happened to guess the right number. Since you are a yin-yang master, an expert in this field, how could you make such a casual guess? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Could I not come here for a jog? Lu Wuya countered, still unwilling to concede. Does one need to ride a motorcycle to jog? Lu Chen laughed. I could be practicing driving. Lu Wuya persisted. No. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Continuing, let me restore the truth of the matter. The truth is, someone encountered a ghost and was quite terrified, then sought you out. You recognized the benefactor as a wealthy individual and employed the life debt money scheme. The benefactor believed you and placed 100,000 yuan at the fork in the road as instructed. Upon learning this, you rushed to collect the money, only to find that I had already snatched it up. Thus, you desperately tried to frighten me, claiming that taking the money would lead to my demise within 3 days. How did you know? Lu Wuya was utterly astonished. I deduced it, Lu Chen replied. By the way, I am not a fool. My name is Lu Chen. He released Lu Wuya's hand, smiling. Now, drive me home. He pieced together the series of coincidences involving Xingang and Lu Wuya. Xinggang's presence in the forest park at night must have been for a reason, and Lu Wuya's firm assertion that Lu Chen had only 3 days to live clearly had some basis. Coincidentally, Xingang, struck by a portrait of his boss at the villa, mistakenly believed he had encountered a ghost and likely sought a master to resolve it. Inadvertently finding the yin-yang master Lu Wuya instructed him to place the 100,000 yuan at the fork in the road, then came to collect it at the appointed time. All these events aligned perfectly. Impressive. It seems you truly are not a fool, Lu Wuya exclaimed excitedly, pushing Lu Chen playfully. Come, let's go make some big money together. Your deductions are spot on. Tonight, I have a significant deal lined up. I am in need of an assistant. From now on, you shall be my aide. We will split the profits, 70 to 30. Forget it. I would rather be a fool than a swindler. Lu Chen shook his head. You are the swindler, Lu Wuya replied defiantly, raising her chin. Though I may enjoy a bit of cleverness and tend to ask for a high price, all that I do is absolutely justifiable. Besides, my pricing is contingent upon the individual. I charge nothing to those truly in need, but I will extract a hefty price from those with dubious intentions. This benefactor is one such case. He has a notorious background and is ruthless, so I instructed him to part with 100,000. However, rest assured, once I receive this money, I shall keep none for myself. It is a rule of our trade. Even thieves have their code. I am a thief, but not a robber, and all my actions are rooted in righteousness. So, you steal from villas in the name of justice? Lu Chen retorted. One cannot explain everything in just a few words. Lu Wuya patted her chest. Regardless, I am at peace with my conscience. Her eyes were filled with determination. Lu Chen nodded. All right, I believe you. You must be a good person. Now, take me home. Hey, are you not coming with me to make money? Lu Wuya urged anxiously. How about this? We split it 50-50. Forget it. Lu Chen shook his head. 70-30. I take 70. You take 30. That should be acceptable. Lu Wuya nearly cried out. I really need money right now. Could you help me finish this deal tonight? Here, take this 100,000. Lu Chen retrieved the 100,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Lu Wuya. Take it, and promise not to engage in deceptive acts anymore. Why do you still not believe me? Lu Wuya glared at Lu Chen, a hint of anger in her eyes. I assure you, everything I do is in good faith. I am not lying. I believe you have your reasons, but I simply cannot partake in such acts. Lu Chen smiled as he pressed the money back into Lu Wuya's hands. This is yours. From now on, we are even. Forget it, you need not escort me anymore. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave. Stop. Lu Wuya pulled 5,000 yuan from the 100,000 and extended it to Lu Chen. Take this. You deserve half since you found it. Though this money is ill-gotten, as the benefactor is a ruthless scoundrel, we can use it for a righteous cause. Thank you. Lu Chen readily accepted the money. That scoundrel Xing Gang had committed many wrongs, and most of this money had been extorted from Maison. Why not take advantage of it? Wait. Lu Wuya suddenly grasped Lu Chen's wrist. Will you help me complete that deal? I am truly in need, just this once. Rest assured, my earnings are not from ill-gotten gains. Once it is done, I will give you 70. At this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, clearly hinting at her hidden troubles. All right, I will accompany you to finish this deal. No need for 70-30. Let us split it 50-50. Lu Chen readily agreed. Yay, fool. I love you. Lu Wuya exclaimed, throwing her arms around Lu Chen. Miss, this is inappropriate. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. What are you thinking? Lu Wuya laughed, gently pushing him away. When I say I love you, I mean as a good buddy, not a confession, so don't overthink it. Now, let us hop on the bike. Oh, is that so? Then it's nothing. Lu Chen laughed as he climbed onto the motorcycle. Hold on to my waist. Lu Wuya donned her helmet and revved the motorcycle. All right. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the beautiful woman. Oh dear, that tickles. Lu Wuya suddenly twisted her body and said to Lu Chen, Hey, Lu Chen, could you reach in and scratch my back a bit? Is that really appropriate? Lu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. Oh, what's inappropriate about it? I'm in my riding gear and wearing gloves. It's such a hassle to scratch my back. Lu Wuya shot him a reproachful glance. Hurry up. Fine. Lu Chen reluctantly reached under the beautiful woman's clothing. As his hand touched her delicate, smooth skin, he felt a tingling sensation. A little higher, Lu Wuya instructed. Here, Lu Chen tentatively inched upwards. Yes, right there. Much better, she sighed in relief. All right. It shouldn't be itchy now. After scratching for a while, Lu Chen prepared to withdraw his hand. Wait, could you also help me shift that strap to the left? Lu Wuya requested. The strap? Lu Chen was taken aback. What strap? Oh, the strap of the underwear. The horizontal one in the middle, Lu Wuya said anxiously. Hurry, we must get there before the hour of the rat ends. All right. Lu Chen attempted to reach up and grasp the strap, gently moving it. Is this okay? To the left, to the left. I'm moving. Under the pressure from the beautiful woman, Lu Chen grew flustered. Suddenly, the strap slipped from his fingers, and he vaguely heard a soft sound, unsure whether it had loosened or broken. Lu Chen, what are you doing? How did you unfasten my underwear? Lu Wuya exclaimed in shock. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Lu Chen said, instinctively reaching inside. Ah, pervert, don't touch me, you made contact. Lu Wuya twisted her body, quickly turning to glare at Lu Chen. No more fooling around. I didn't mean to. Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation in his fingers and withdrew his hand. While reaching forward, he was uncertain if he had inadvertently touched something he shouldn't have, soft and peculiar to the touch. Forget it, I'll manage myself, Lu Wuya declared, removing her gloves and reaching into her clothing to adjust her underwear. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but soon his celestial eye revealed the true form of this beauty. The pink lingerie adorned with a small kitten perfectly complemented her fair skin, presenting a delightful sight. Lu Chen smiled knowingly, silently concluding that in future encounters of this nature, he could simply use his celestial eye to avoid unwanted contact. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Wuya had finished adjusting her underwear. Noticing Lu Chen staring blankly with wide eyes, she scolded, "Pervert, were you just imagining something between men and women?" "Ah, no, not at all." Lu Chen laughed, diverting the topic. "I'm a bit hungry. I want to eat something." "Humph, I think you want to eat me." Lu Wuya shot him a disdainful glance and commanded, "Sit tight. Hold on to me." Lu Chen embraced the beautiful woman as the motorcycle roared to life, speeding forward. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop beneath a tree at the village entrance. "Wait here for me. I need to change," Lu Wuya instructed Lu Chen, then opened the motorcycle's trunk to retrieve a bag, heading behind the tree. 3 minutes later, Lu Wuya emerged clad in a red robe, a peachwood sword hanging at her waist. Seeing her in this Taoist attire, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so funny? This is called professionalism." Lu Wuya shot him a glare. "Why don't I need to change?" Lu Chen asked with curiosity. "You, just play the fool." Lu Wuya winked playfully at Lu Chen. "Later. Watch for my signal." "All right, I'll follow your lead." "Let's go. Get on the bike," Lu Wuya instructed once more, riding off with Lu Chen toward the village. Finally stopping near the entrance of an opulent villa. "Do you see that? This villa is the most beautiful within a 3-kilometer radius. It's the property of the village tyrant. Duan Wuda." "Duan Wuda?" Lu Chen exclaimed, suddenly excited. "I've heard of him. He's from our Longyan town. Years ago, he was involved in the underworld, and he is the village chief of the impoverished Bang village. Yet he is immensely wealthy, probably worth several tens of millions. Bah! That scoundrel has committed countless vile deeds over the years. He amassed his wealth by monopolizing sand pits, seizing forests, and selling land, all at the expense of others suffering. His family is the only one thriving in the entire village, while everyone else endures hardship." Lu Wuya expressed her outrage. "What a scumbag. Haha, there are many such scum. Our village chief, Chung Dana, is no different," Lu Chen sighed. "I heard that the former underworld boss, Gao Fuqiang, spent 100,000 to secure our village chief's cooperation. Then he led a gang to force the villagers to sell a piece of forest land for 2,000 per mu to Gao Fuqiang. Fortunately, Gao Fuqiang died later, and the coal mine was reclaimed by the Mei family, entrusted to Mei Ping, who is kind-hearted and gives each household in the village several thousand every year. Truly a great person. Haha, speaking of your Mei boss, you seem quite excited." Lu Wuya leaned closer to Lu Chen with a smile. "If you sleep with her, her coal mine would be yours. She's a billionaire." "Don't say such things. I have no such intentions." Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. "Humph. I saw you peeking at her while she was washing her small underwear." Lu Wuya shot him a disdainful glance. "You're not being honest. Trying to deceive me." "Oh, you saw that?" Lu Chen's face turned crimson as he hurriedly shook his head. "But truly, I did nothing with her." "You better not have done anything. If you did, you might find yourself in serious trouble." Lu Wuya chuckled, shaking her head at Lu Chen. "I doubt you could even manage to do anything." "Why is that?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Haha, if you lack the strength of a diamond, don't try to handle porcelain work. She is not someone just anyone can touch." Lu Wuya leaned closer to Lu Chen, explaining, "From what I understand, she is still a virgin." "Really?" "But Mei Ping dated the former underground boss Gao Fuqiang for a while. He even married into her family." Lu Chen defended. "They must have been intimate." "A brief relationship doesn't mean anything," Lu Wuya replied, laughing. "Ordinary men cannot approach her. If they do, they will meet their demise." Her ex-husband, Gao Fuqiang, was too proud, attempting to get close, but he ended up dead before he could even touch her. "Wasn't Gao Fuqiang killed in a car accident?" Lu Chen questioned, puzzled. "That is merely the surface. The underlying truth is beyond your understanding," Lu Wuya said with a serene smile. "Stick with me, and you'll learn in time." "All right, let us not dwell on this. Just remember my words. Mei Ping, this wealthy woman, is not someone just any man can approach. You should keep your distance. If you can't resist, you might lose your life. Don't say I didn't warn you." "Really?" Lu Chen was startled, asking with concern. "Will it be dangerous if I hold her?" "Hold her?" Lu Wuya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mei Ping does indeed have an adverse effect on men, but the so-called not touching means not sleeping with her. If she gives you a hug or a hand touch, what harm could that possibly do? Even the most fatal woman wouldn't kill you just for a simple touch. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen, you're adorably foolish. Lu Chen chuckled as well. He hadn't merely hugged her. He had absorbed the energy from the jade pendant on her chest. Yet, it seemed to have brought him fortune instead. Could it be that he was not an ordinary man? He pondered the deeper implications of his contact with Mei Ping. What might happen if he were to truly engage with her? Would he indeed be an exception? Lu Wuya's words only heightened Lu Chen's anticipation of Mei Ping's presence. Absorbing the energy from the jade pendant had opened his celestial eye. What might happen if he were to experience a deeper connection? Enough talk. The ominous hour approaches. Let us proceed and set up the formation. Lu Wuya glanced at her wristwatch. Ominous hour. Lu Chen snapped back to reality, intrigued. Lu Wuya, shouldn't rituals be conducted during auspicious times? Why deliberately choose an ominous hour? Because I wish for village chief Duan to encounter misfortune. Lu Wuya replied with a serious expression. Duan Wuda is a scoundrel. 8 years ago, he commissioned Master Mo to create a vicious eagle-pecking wealth-boosting formation. Lu Wuya's demeanor turned grave as she continued. The entire Bing village resembles a large male eagle. Ideally, this location has good feng shui, conducive to producing minor benefactors and rich individuals. However, this scoundrel had Master Mo construct 2 intersecting paths at the eagle's neck and built his house at the eagle's beak. Is there really no problem with this? Lu Chen inquired curiously. You don't understand. Lu Wuya shot a glance at Lu Chen and elaborated. Feng shui dictates that where there is form, there must be energy. Where there is energy, there will be associated influences. When combined with talismans and formations, certain shapes can indeed lead to utter ruin. The House of Village Chief Duan is a prime example, where Master Mo has employed these principles to set up a malevolent formation. Come, let me show you, and you'll comprehend. As he spoke, Lu Wuya retrieved his phone and opened a series of images. Look at this. This is the topographical map of Baiying Village. And here is the House of Village Chief Duan. See? The way this house is constructed resembles a piece of meat strung on an iron ring around the neck of a majestic eagle. Quite the resemblance, isn't it? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Originally, the eagle was meant to soar high, symbolizing the village's promising future and development. However, with a piece of meat hanging from its beak, the eagle becomes preoccupied with its desire for food, forever gazing downwards, craving what it cannot have. This, in turn, stirs its ferocity, transforming the once noble creature into a volatile beast, thus releasing a malevolent energy that harms the village's auspicious aura. Lu Wuya sighed softly. Since the construction of that house by Duan Wuda, 6 young lives have been lost in the village over the past 8 years, and 3 others have been left disabled. Even more alarmingly, 2 families have been rendered extinct. But what benefit does village chief Duan derive from this? Lu Chen queried, intrigued. You fail to grasp the intricacies. Lu Wuya responded. He commissioned Master Mo to establish a wealth-boosting scheme. Every time the eagle opens its mouth to seek meat, it drools, and in feng shui, water symbolizes wealth, the essence of the entire village. All that wealth flows directly to his household. Notice how he even built a pond at his doorstep to collect the eagle's droppings. In practical terms, this translates to him monopolizing the village's orchards at meager prices and reselling the village's land at undervalued rates, thereby controlling the local sand quarry, among other exploitations. This scoundrel is profiting from the destruction of the village's wealth for his own gain, which is utterly despicable. No wonder such a small, impoverished village could produce a tycoon worth tens of millions. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what a scoundrel. Well said. Tonight, that rascal specifically invited me to set up a scheme for him, claiming it would help his mistress become prosperous. Lu Wuya replied with a chuckle. His mistress runs a restaurant in town, but instead of focusing on her business, she's turned to dubious practices, hoping to leverage feng shui to usurp the fortunes of her competitors, making her establishment the only one to thrive. Such delusions of grandeur. Later, I will take you along under the guise of performing a ritual, but in reality, I will be crafting a scheme to bring about her financial ruin. A scheme for financial loss. Is there truly such a formation? Lu Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed. Lu Wuya winked at Lu Chen. You will see for yourself shortly. The results will be immediate, causing village chief Duan to witness his wealth diminish at a visible rate. Now, let us proceed, as the hour has come. Very well. The two mounted their motorcycles and approached the villa, soon met with the barks of a fierce guard dog. Be quiet, you beast. Keep barking, and I'll turn you into stew. Village chief Duan yelled at the dog tethered in the corner. He then turned to greet Lu Wuya. Ah, Master Lu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Lu Wuya, Have you prepared everything I instructed? Lu Wuye asked impassively. Yes, yes. Everything is ready. Just waiting for Master Lu to perform the ritual. Village Chief Duan smiled as he opened the iron gate. He glanced at Lu Chen behind Lu Wuye, surprised to see a young man. Master Lu, this lad is. Do not underestimate him. He is a skilled expert I have hired at great expense. Lu Wuye assured, moving closer to Duan and whispering, he may not speak much, but he can command the situation. Is that so? Village Chief Duan scrutinized Lu Chen, curiosity evident in his gaze. Ah, the master has arrived. A young and charming woman in her 30s approached the yard. Her fair complexion and beauty immediately identifiable as Bai Sha, the village chief's wife. She entwined her arm around village chief Duan's, speaking sweetly, "Darling, you must hire a truly formidable expert, or else our restaurant's business might be completely snatched away by those country bumpkins from across the street. Rest assured, I have indeed brought an expert," village chief Duan said, patting her back reassuringly. "But why bring along a young fellow? He looks a bit foolish." Bai Sha pointed at Lu Chen, disappointment flickering in her eyes. This is. Village chief Duan felt a bit embarrassed and turned to Lu Wuye for reassurance. Master Lu, what can this fool do? Lu Chen too found himself puzzled by Lu Wuye's decision to present him as a simpleton. This is not foolishness. It is wisdom disguised as ignorance, Lu Wuye reassured him calmly. Fear not. I assure you, I have brought only the best. Very well, village chief Duan chuckled. Turning to Bai Sha, dear wife, please prepare some excellent tea. Humph, what is there to entertain a fool? Bai Sha dismissed Lu Chen with a scoff, her lips pouting in disdain. Then she turned to Lu Wuye with a smile. Master Lu, my husband has entrusted you with this matter. You must ensure success, without failure. Please keep a close eye on it. Rest assured, I am a disciple of Master Mo and will not disappoint, Lu Wuye declared confidently. Master Mo? Bai Sha's eyes widened in shock. You don't mean that Master Mo who is rumored to use sorcery to harm others? They say he can even borrow luck from others, ensuring their misfortune becomes his own. I've heard he has had successful cases even in our county and has helped certain business owners gain immense wealth. Lu Chen felt a twinge of suspicion. Lu Wuye had previously mentioned that this villa was arranged by Master Mo, yet even the village chief's wife seemed unaware of this. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Such malevolent deeds would likely only be known to the village chief himself, and he would not disclose this to his wife, especially since she was merely a mistress. Yet, based on Lu Wuye's description, Master Mo did not appear to be a saint either. How curious that he was the mentor of this woman. The depths of this situation seemed unfathomable. And what of this borrowing of luck? Was it genuine or mere superstition? Lu Chen felt as if he were entering an entirely new realm, his curiosity about the evening's events intensifying. He pondered. Could he also be a victim of this so-called borrowing of luck, suffering misfortune and being rendered foolish? Who might be the puppeteer behind the scenes? Ahem. Lu Wuye, noticing Lu Chen's distraction, cleared his throat to prompt him to pay closer attention. Lu Chen snapped back to reality as Lu Wuye smiled at Bai Sha, explaining. The technique of borrowing luck indeed exists, but it is a harmful sorcery that should not be employed lightly, lest it backfire on the practitioner. I see. Bai Sha smiled and pressed further. How strange. It seems Master Mo has vanished in recent years. He hasn't passed away, has he? Lu Wuye's expression darkened slightly, and he awkwardly replied, Master Mo. He merely went abroad. Shoo. Do not speak carelessly. Village Chief Duan chided Bai Sha with a glare, gently pushing her aside. Tonight's ritual requires a large gathering to accumulate yang energy. I have specifically invited a few friends over for a game of mahjong, and they should arrive shortly. We must have some food ready beforehand, so go help me prepare a few good dishes. You need not concern yourself with anything else here. All right. I shan't say more. I will head to the kitchen now. Bai Sha's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment as she smiled and nodded apologetically at Lu Wuye, saying, Regarding Master Mo, I have only heard rumors. Please do not take it to heart. Lu Wuye, however, ignored her, turning to Duan village chief with a calm demeanor and commanded, Let us proceed. All right. Village chief Duan gestured for Lu Wuye to lead the way. Suddenly, a car horn echoed from outside, and an Audi A6 came to a halt. Duan village chief, are the food and drinks ready? Tonight, let us indulge and enjoy a night of revelry. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen turned to look outside, startled to see none other than Cheng Dana, the village chief of their village and the elder brother of Cheng Dazhuang. What is he doing here? This is troublesome. If I encounter someone I know, How can I continue this charade? He quickly turned to evade the encounter. Isn't that Lu Chen, the village fool? Cheng Dana had already spotted Lu Chen. Oh, it really is that fool. The car door swung open, revealing a young man who was Huang Erxiang, Lu Chen's classmate and also Cheng Dazhuang's cousin. He worked as a foreman, often collaborating with Cheng Dana over the years and had benefited greatly. Do you know him? Village Chief Duan asked, astonished as he gazed at Lu Chen. Haha, of course. This fool is from our village, Huang Erxiang replied with a hearty laugh. Cheng Dana nodded in agreement, then curiously remarked, Duan Village Chief, you aren't seriously bringing a fool to play mahjong with us, are you? Ah, don't mention it. Recently, some strange events have transpired at home, so I invited a master to look into it. Village Chief Duan hesitated to admit that he sought someone to borrow luck, instead steering the conversation toward the supernatural. This person is no master. He is merely a fool from our Bi Shui village, Cheng Dana remarked, puzzled as he glanced at Village Chief Duan. Why would you invite such a person to consult? My goodness, this fool is from your Bi Shui village? Bai Shasha, Village Chief Duan's wife, overheard their conversation and rushed out. Old Duan, you've been deceived. What is going on with Master Lu? Village Chief Duan looked suspiciously at Lu Wuya, saying, you mentioned that this person possesses great wisdom disguised as foolishness. But you cannot truly expect me to believe you brought a fool here. This was a disaster. The ruse was thoroughly exposed. Lu Chen cast a glance at Lu Wuya. Haha, Duan Village Chief, you seem to misunderstand. Lu Wuya calmly explained with a smile. There exists a type of person known as a guardian. Surely you have heard that every village has one or two individuals who are not quite right in the head. They are also referred to as village guardians. They may appear foolish, yet they possess an understanding that eludes ordinary folk, able to perceive things unseen by others. They silently protect the safety of the villagers and livestock, shielding them from malevolent forces. Oh, the village guardian. I have indeed heard of that. Duan Village Chief nodded with a smile, then called out to Bai Shasha, wife. Go brew some fine tea to treat Master Lu and this guardian. Brew tea for a fool? This is clearly a charade. You can only deceive yourself, Bai Shasha retorted, her expression stern. I will not brew tea. I suggest we call the police instead. Wife, we cannot involve the police in this matter. Village Chief Duan whispered urgently. Have you forgotten? We invited Master Lu tonight not only to set up a ward, but also to perform a malevolent ritual. If the police learn of this, they might take action. But we cannot bring a fool into this. Isn't that just a blatant scheme for money? Bai Shasha scoffed. I suggest we send them away without paying a dime. As the couple debated, Cheng Dana and Huang Erxiang were already laughing uncontrollably. A fool is just a fool. When did he become a guardian? Indeed, he is clearly just a fool. Village Chief Duan's face turned a myriad of colors as he glared at Lu Chen and Lu Wuya, exclaiming, forget it. I'll consider myself unlucky. You may leave as if you never came. If you do not believe in this master, then so be it. Lu Wuya snapped, turning to Lu Chen and calling. Let us return. Wait. Cheng Dana stepped forward, pointing at Lu Chen. Let this fool stay. Why should he remain? Lu Wuya shot an irritated glance at Cheng Dana. Haha. This fool has already managed to swindle money from Village Chief Duan's household. As he is one of our village, I must intervene, Cheng Dana sneered. Then pointed at Lu Chen, commanding, fool, kneel. With a swift motion, Lu Chen approached and slapped Cheng Dana across the face. Ouch! Fool, you dare strike me? Cheng Dana seethed with rage, rolling up his sleeves to retaliate. Lu Chen took a step back, feigning innocence, and shouted at Cheng Dana, grandson. You've worn the wrong woman's undergarments. You might get beaten when you return home. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dana froze. Realizing, how did this fool know he had mistakenly worn someone else's underwear? Tonight, he had been caught in a moment of passion with a married woman from the neighboring village, inadvertently wearing her undergarments in his haste. No one was supposed to know about this. How did this fool see through it? Cheng Dana was intrigued, lowering his raised hand. What is this fool babbling about? Huang Erxiang asked, confused. Cousin, hit him. Young man, do not act all high and mighty. If you can afford a car, surely you can replace those tattered underpants. Lu Chen quipped, pointing at Huang Erxiang. Ah! Huang Erxiang's face flushed as he stared at Lu Chen in astonishment. Indeed, his underpants were in tatters. Goodness, cousin, you don't mean to say your underpants have a hole in them, do you? Cheng Dana leaned closer, whispering with curiosity. This fool seems to have some insight. He really can pinpoint certain things. I am indeed wearing a pair from old Wang's wife from the village, Cheng Dana admitted. Ah, cousin, it seems this fellow has spoken the truth. My underpants also have a hole. Huang Erxiang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Goodness, how accurate is that? Cheng Dana said. Exhilarated. This young man might actually have some talent. Indeed, he possesses some insight. Huang Erxiang's gaze toward Lu Chen shifted significantly. What is this fool saying? By Sha Sha? Noticing Cheng Dana and Huang Erxiang's reactions to Lu Chen's words, grew curious and followed suit. Sister, you are quite promiscuous, wearing a skirt and no undergarments. Lu Chen remarked, glancing at Bai Sha Sha. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Lu Chen an annoyed glare. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, fool. If you keep babbling, I shall teach you a lesson. Village Chief Duan raised his fist angrily, preparing to strike. Do not strike. Do not strike. Cheng Dana quickly interjected. Though he may be a fool, he seems to possess some insight. Let's observe before acting. Dear, let us hear him out. Bai Sha Sha tugged at Village Chief Duan's sleeve. Whispering urgently, this fool has indeed spoken the truth. I truly have not worn any undergarments. Why are you not wearing any undergarments at all? Village Chief Duan shot a furious glare at his wife. I simply did not have time. Bai Sha shot an irritated glance at the village head, reproaching him. You rascal. Just 10 minutes ago, you were asking me for that matter, and now, halfway here. We hear the barking of dogs at the entrance. You hurriedly dismounted, and in my rush, I didn't know where I had put my trousers, so I had to settle for a skirt. That's why I'm not wearing them. You, the village head, Duan, rolled his eyes in frustration. Fine. I'll change when we get back. Bai Sha Sha chuckled as she grasped the village head's hand, playfully advising him. It seems that the fool brought by Master Lu is possessed. This is the perfect opportunity to take action. Well, if a fool is possessed, then he is no longer a fool. He becomes a god. A smile immediately spread across Duan's face as he gestured invitingly to Lu Chen. Come, Master, please, step inside. Master Lu, please, have a seat. I will fetch you the finest tea. Bai Sha Sha beamed with congratulations at Lu Chen, turning to walk into the house. Lu Chen, please don't be angry with us. We were merely jesting with you. Cheng Dana and Huang Erxiang both laughed, showering Lu Chen with flattery. Seeing this scene, Lu Wuye revealed a smile. Now that Master Lu is seated, you must treat him with utmost hospitality. Lu Wuye feigned seriousness as he scanned the crowd, admonishing. While one can seek leniency and apologize to a mere mortal, offending a deity is not a matter that can be resolved with a few kind words. You may be casual with me, but you must show the utmost respect to Master Lu. Absolutely. We shall treat Master Lu with the highest regard. The crowd nodded in deep respect, treating Lu Chen as a divine being. Lu Chen settled into a redwood chair, patting his belly. I'm a bit hungry. Let us eat something first. What would you like, Master Lu? Duan inquired eagerly. Yes, Master Lu, feel free to ask for anything. Duan is the wealthiest in these 10 villages, with a sand pit, an orchard, and a restaurant. Cheng Dana replied with a smile. You two are alike. Both gluttons who have reaped quite a fortune. Lu Chen pretended to be possessed, responding with a teasing tone. If there's too much grease on one's skin, it's best to scrape some off lest it becomes too filthy. Haha, how insightful. Huang Erxiang laughed, patting Cheng Dana's shoulder. To be honest, my cousin has made over $1 million in recent years building a temple and repairing roads in Bishi village. Don't speak carelessly. Such words should not be tossed about. Cheng Dana shot a glance at his cousin Huang Erxiang, though he increasingly believed that Lu Chen had some insight. No worries, we're all friends here, Duan chuckled dismissively. Master Lu is now divine. Naturally, he spread word of it, and Master Lu is also half a deity. As her client, she wouldn't speak carelessly. Frankly, your earnings are mere pocket change compared to mine. I've spent several million building villas, selling village mountains, land, sand pits, and orchards. I've made a fortune. And the villagers are completely under my thumb. Haha, Duan, you are indeed ruthless. Cheng Dana replied with envy. I lack your audacity. I can only scrape together small sums and bully the useless villagers. Just like that, treating the villagers like swine. Haha. Well, what can we do? It's because we're clever. They both laughed heartily, exuding arrogance. A chill flickered at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth as he mused. Soon, the two of you village tyrants will face hard days. Bring me the finest wine and the best meat. Lu Chen feigned the demeanor of a shaman, lightly tapping the table. Of course, I'll fetch the finest wine from my cellar. My most expensive bottle is a 1990 Lafite, worth over 10,000. Duan exclaimed, displaying a grand demeanor. One bottle, 1 TB enough? I plan to set up the 7 grand array, with 49 large bowls, each filled to the brim with wine. Lu Wuya chimed in with a smile. While Master Lu is in good spirits, we must set up the array quickly for it to work effectively. 49 bowls, each filled to the brim? How much Lafite will that require? I only have 3 bottles. Duan replied with a pained expression. Regardless of what wine is poured, we must first present the best from your home, Lu Wuya said seriously. Only with true sincerity can I assist you. Offer your divine tribute, and the deity will bless you with greater fortune. All right. I suppose I'll have to bring out all the Mao Dai from my cabinet, Duan sighed, turning to Cheng Dana and Huang Erxiang. We're going to need a lot of Mao Dai. Are you serious, using Lafite and Mao Dai for a ritual? How much will that cost? Cheng Dana exclaimed in shock. One must spend to gain. Duan forced a smile. Come, let us go into the room and fetch the wine. Though he feigned ease, his heart ached. Moments later, the 3 entered the wine storage room, where several cabinets were filled with various fine wines, both red and white. Lu Chen glanced around, and, seeing the assortment of wines, couldn't he help but mutter, indeed, a hefty pick. You've made quite a fortune over the years. Just the wine collection alone must be worth hundreds of thousands. Humph. Let us take it down. Lu Wuya smirked, whispering, let us team up and indulge in some reckless spending. How shall we waste it? Lu Chen inquired curiously. Lu Wuya shot Lu Chen a glance and chuckled. You could see that the village head's wife wasn't wearing any underwear. Such trivial matters are hardly worth teaching you. Ah, that was purely a guess. Lu Chen laughed awkwardly. Spare me. Sneaking glances at women is your forte. I've caught you peeping several times. Lu Wuya rolled her eyes playfully, with how exposed the village head's wife is. You could easily figure it out with a little cunning. Be honest with me. Did you peek when she bent down? Which is how you discovered she wasn't wearing any. That truly wasn't the case. Lu Chen hastily shook his head. He had seen it with his heavenly eye. But such matters were best kept secret. Just as the awkwardness peaked, Duan approached with a beaming smile. Master Lu, the wine and bowls are ready. Shall we commence the ritual? Lu Chen glanced at the floor, curious that Mao Dai must cost quite a bit. Doesn't it? Not expensive, just over 3,000 per bottle. Duan replied with a carefree smile. Including 3 bottles of Lafite, it's just over 100,000. This amount is trivial. I sold timber from the back mountain to cover it. The timber from the back mountain should belong to all the villagers, shouldn't it? Lu Chen inquired. Indeed. It does belong to the villagers, but I alone hold the power, Duan replied proudly. The villagers are a bunch of fools. The mountains worth 200,000 were sold at a low price of 50,000, and I pocketed a 15,000 kickback from the mountain's owner. Not a single person in the village dares to speak up. Haha, earning money has never been easier. Very well, since you possess such power, I shall further enhance your array with the 99 grand array. Lu Chen feigned seriousness, prepare 81 large bowls, and bring forth your finest wine. Filling each bowl to the brim, he thought to himself, since this scoundrel has amassed quite a fortune by oppressing the common folk, he might as well squander it. What? Another 99 bowls of wine? Next, wouldn't there be dozens of bottles of Mao Dai to set out? Village Chief Duan replied with a heavy heart, all told. These 2 formations will cost me around 200,000 to 300,000. This will completely empty my wine cabinet. One must give to receive, remarked Lu Wuya. Smiling as he interjected, the Chi-Chi formation is meant to attract wealth for you, signifying good fortune with its 77. The Jiu-Jio formation, on the other hand, dispels misfortunes, hinting at overcoming the 81 tribulations. Originally, you would have to endure 81 trials to attain this wealth. But now Master Lu can easily help you mitigate them with the Jiu-Jio formation. From here on out, you can lie back and watch the money flow in. With sincerity, the luxurious villa, beautiful women, and everything else will come to you. Just remember how you came by your fortune. This girl certainly knew how to speak her mind. Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. Upon hearing that this was a formation to avert disasters, Village Chief Duan, who had previously been distressed, instantly perked up as if he had been invigorated. All right, I will bring out our finest wines, one by one. Come on, Village Chief Cheng. Gather your brothers and help me fetch the wine. They all hurriedly went back inside to gather the wine. Moments later, they arranged 81 large bowls and filled them with wine. By the end, the 3 were drenched in sweat from the exertion. All right. Village Chief Duan can let your wife bring out the dishes now. I will eat while helping you attract wealth and dispel disasters. Lu Chen gestured calmly to Village Chief Duan. Great. I'll arrange that right away. Village Chief Duan replied with a smile, then turned to shout towards the kitchen. Wife, is the food ready? Hurry and bring it out. Coming. Bai Sha, donned in a vibrant apron, scampered into the hall. Upon noticing the array of bowls and numerous bottles of Maotai nearby, the rich aroma of liquor wafting through the air, her expression soured. Goodness. Please tell me this isn't all wine. Why so much? How much will this cost? Wife, it's nothing serious. We have only consumed around 70 bottles of Maotai and 3 bottles of Lafite. I roughly calculated, it's only about 300,000, village chief Duan answered nonchalantly. Heavens, 30,000 just for a ritual? Bai Shash shot a glance at Lu Chen and Lu Wuya, questioning, is such extravagance really necessary? As they spoke, the sound of motorcycles revving outside interrupted, followed by a loud voice calling, Village Chief Duan, open the door. It's me, Cheng Dazhuang. Coming. Village Chief Duan replied, quickly turning to rush outside. Lu Chen's attention was drawn, and he couldn't help but be startled. He saw Cheng Dazhuang arriving with 2 workers. This would complicate matters further. Hey, brother, cousin, you're also here. No wonder Village Chief Duan mentioned he had acquaintances. I knew it was you. Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed as he entered the villa with his 2 companions. Village Chief Duan invited me and your cousin to play mahjong. Cheng Dazhuang replied excitedly. What? The fool Lu is here too? Upon spotting Lu Chen, Cheng Dazhuang was taken aback. Seeing Lu Chen dressed impeccably and seated in a mahogany chair, resembling a distinguished guest, he couldn't help but wear an expression of disbelief. What on earth? Why is this fool here? What right does he have to come to Village Chief Duan's home? Shoo. He is here to perform a ritual for Village Chief Duan, Cheng Dazhuang's brother. Cheng Dazhuang gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering with a chuckle, this fool has become a spiritual medium. He can predict things quite accurately. Just now, he even deduced that Village Chief Duan's wife isn't wearing any undergarments. More accurate than a fortune teller. How is that possible? This fool is just pretending. He loves to play tricks, Cheng Dazhuang scoffed, pointing at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you idiot, stop pretending to be a mystic here. Kneel and apologize, or I want to go easy on you. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. What are you doing, Cheng Dazhuang? Master Lu is my esteemed guest. Don't frighten him. Village Chief Duan hurriedly intervened, pushing Cheng Dazhuang away and smiling at Lu Chen. Master Lu, please ignore him. This is a misunderstanding. Please continue. Wait a moment. I think Cheng Dazhuang has a point. These days, there are many who enjoy putting on a show. Bai Shash shot Lu Chen a cold glance, saying, I want to ask, Master Lu, why do you need so much wine? This is dozens of bottles of Maotai and Lafite. That's a small fortune. Is it really necessary for a ritual? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, I will hold you accountable for the cost of the wine. Wife, don't make a fuss. Master Lu is helping us set up a formation to attract wealth and dispel disasters. Village Chief Duan approached by Sha, trying to placate her. Master Lu is a highly esteemed individual. He can see things that ordinary people cannot. If he dares to do this, he certainly has his reasons. Don't forget, he was able to deduce that you weren't wearing any undergarments. That shows he has genuine skill. That's nonsense, Bai Shash retorted, biting her lip defiantly. I even suspect that he saw me when I bent down to tie my shoelaces. Sister-in-law, you guessed right. Lu Chen loves to peek at women. He even spied on our manager, Mei, taking a shower yesterday. He got beaten up pretty badly by our group. Cheng Dazhuang chimed in with a laugh. Indeed. This fool has a penchant for such things, the 2 workers accompanying Cheng Dazhuang added, laughing along. How foolish. So this guy is not only a fool, but also a pervert. Bai Shasha scoffed, pointing at Lu Chen, shouting to Village Chief Duan, Honey, teach him a lesson. Wife, don't say such things. I'm afraid of offending Master Lu. Village Chief Duan quickly intervened. Lu Chen may be a fool, but he is currently possessed by a spirit, which makes him extraordinary. Don't forget, he truly predicted many things. He even knew you weren't wearing any undergarments. What else can you call that, if not extraordinary? Humph. If he is so capable, let him predict what color undergarments I'm wearing now. Bai Shasha stood her ground, puffing out her chest. Master Lu, help me with this one. If you can't figure it out, you'll have to pay for the wine. She had already changed into a new pair of undergarments and put on jeans, so she had no fear of an accidental reveal. Yes. Let us see if this fool can guess what color sister-in-law is wearing, Cheng Dazhuang added excitedly. What does it have to do with you? Village Chief Duan glared at Cheng Dazhuang, annoyed. This is my wife. Why are you so excited? Sorry, Village Chief Duan. I spoke without thinking. Cheng Dazhuang apologized, slapping himself on the cheek in embarrassment. Master Lu, go ahead, Bai Shasha urged, a triumphant smile on her face. See if you can guess the color of what I'm wearing underneath. If you can guess, you have to pay for the wine. I'll even give you an extra 3,000 as a red envelope, Bai Shasha replied, lifting her chin. Seeing Bai Shasha's aggressive demeanor, Lu Wuye felt a twinge of anxiety. She suspected that Lu Chen had indeed caught a glimpse of the village chief's wife through the bright lights in the villa courtyard. Thus, it was a mere utterance before it struck true. However, at present, the village chief's wife had donned thick denim trousers. How could one possibly perceive anything? With this thought, Lu Wuye resolutely declared, 3,000 is too meager. Let it be 100,000 in cash. This is the least respect one can offer to a master. She was confident that the other party could not produce such an amount in cash. Very well. 100,000 it shall be. Bai Shasha turned to the village chief, Duan, and called out, Darling, go fetch the money. I want him to calculate something on the spot. Wife, do not act thus. Duan, the village chief, cautioned softly, You mustn't offend Master Lu. This is not an offense. I am merely offering him money. Bai Shasha retorted, swaying her slender waist with pride. If he can truly deduce the color of my undergarments, I shall give him 100,000. What a splendid opportunity to earn easy money. I believe my sister-in-law speaks wisely, Cheng Dazhuang whispered to Duan. True gold fears no fire. If one possesses skill, they are unperturbed by tests. Let Master Lu give it a try. Eager for the spectacle, Cheng Dazhuang wished to further validate Lu Chen's prowess, especially since he would not be the one footing the bill. Very well, Master Lu. You have put us in a difficult position. Duan nodded towards Lu Chen, forcing a smile. There is no helping it. My wife insists you assist her. Upon hearing this, the two workers behind Cheng Dazhuang could not suppress their laughter. Fool, hurry and see. The village chief's wife has requested you to discern her undergarment's color. Fortune has arrived. Do take a good look at what she is wearing. The workers chuckled lewdly, causing Bai Shasha's cheeks to flush crimson. Husband, I did not ask him to gaze at me. I asked him to deduce what I am wearing, not to look. Bai Shasha shot a glare at the two workers. What nonsense are you two spouting? Duan chastised them with irritation. It is a deduction, not a gaze. My wife's undergarments are for my eyes alone. Forgive us. The workers stammered, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Dazhuang and Huang Erxiang, however, could not help but stifle their laughter. Master Lu, please make a deduction. Duan smiled encouragingly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen closed his eyes in silence. Bring forth the money. Lu Wuye coldly interjected. Fetch the money, Bai Shasha urged, pushing Duan. Duan nodded and retreated to the room. Moments later, he emerged carrying a plastic bag filled with 100,000. Here. Bai Shasha received the bills and placed them beside Lu Chen, swaying her hips as she said, Master Lu, please deduce the color of what I am currently wearing. If you are correct, this 100,000 is yours. However, if you are mistaken, you will owe me for the drinks and this sum as well. Lu Chen's eyelids drooped, avoiding her gaze. Yet he had already activated his divine eye. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Lu Wuye felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead. She blinked at him, signaling him to prepare for a swift exit. Forget the money. Master Lu, do speak. Bai Shasha taunted with a smug smile, swaying her waist provocatively. What color am I wearing? Or perhaps, you are not wearing anything at all. Lu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. As his words fell, everyone turned to the village chief's wife in anticipation. Is she truly wearing anything? Duan inquired softly, filled with curiosity. Of course I am. And it is quite an expensive piece, over 1,000. Bai Shasha retorted coldly, then glared at Lu Chen, exclaiming, You fool. So you were merely pretending. You deduced correctly earlier, yet now you cannot. What does this imply? It implies you were peeking before. Fool, if you dare spy on me, you shall suffer for deceiving my family. Lu the fool, your fate is sealed. You dared to peek at the village chief's wife. You must be tired of living. Cheng Dazhuang laughed heartily. Huh, this fool is doomed tonight. Indeed, Lu the fool is finished. The two workers joined in the mockery. I cannot believe he deduced correctly before but falters now, Cheng Dazhuang mused, skepticism etched on his face. Could it be that he spied on us as well? Huang Erxiang pondered, doubt creeping into his thoughts. Ah, Master Lu Yu. Duan's expression darkened suddenly as he turned to Lu Chen, blood rushing to his face. Considering the loss of 300,000 from the evening's rituals, his temper flared. In a fit of rage, Duan rushed towards Lu Chen, prepared to strike. Do not touch him. Lu Wuye stepped forward, arms outstretched in a gesture of restraint. Calm down, Duan. Lu Chen rose, smiling at the village chief. When I said your wife is not wearing anything, I meant she is wearing something that is akin to not wearing anything at all. After all, it is merely a strip of fabric 2 fingers wide that hardly qualifies as undergarments. Ah, surely, that cannot be perceived. Baishasha's cheeks flushed as she shyly turned away. Wife, is what he says true? Duan asked, curiosity etched across his face. If you are not wearing undergarments, then what are you wearing? Ah, it is merely that expensive thing you gifted me. Baishasha blushed, casting a sidelong glance at Duan. You ask knowingly. What else could be the most expensive? Ha ha ha, it seems Master Lu's deduction was spot on. Indeed, it is akin to not wearing anything at all. Every time you flaunt it before me, I always assume you were bare. Duan exclaimed with pride, wrapping his arms around Baishasha's slim waist, casting a delighted gaze at her. As this revelation unfolded, Cheng Dazhuang and the others could not resist whispering amongst themselves. Well, the village chief really knows how to enjoy himself. Haha, the thong has been revealed. The joys of the wealthy are beyond imagination. A mere piece of cloth costing over 1,000 is truly valuable. The group of men eyed Baishasha with curiosity. Only Cheng Dazhuang wore an expression of disbelief. Shaking his head repeatedly, this cannot be. This is impossible. How could this fool possibly deduce what the village chief's wife is wearing? Beside them, Lu Chen furrowed her brows, perplexed as she regarded Lu Chen, secretly admiring his capabilities. Meanwhile, Duan wore a beaming smile, holding Baishasha close, occasionally praising Lu Chen. Bravo, Master Lu. You could even deduce what my wife is wearing, and you identified it as a thong. Incredible. Stop shouting so loudly. Everyone can hear you. Baishasha chided, playfully nudging him. It seems this Master Lu indeed possesses remarkable skills. Not just remarkable, but truly extraordinary. Amazing. Duan nodded excitedly, then playfully patted Baishasha's thigh, saying, Wife, go on, give him the money. We must honor our promise to the master. Certainly, Baishasha replied sweetly, taking the 100,000 and respectfully extending it to Lu Chen. Master Lu, I apologize for my previous rudeness. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. Here, this 100,000 is what I promised you. Please accept it. Master Lu, please accept it. Lu Chen nonchalantly glanced at Lu Chen. Thank you. Lu Chen readily accepted the money. Wait, something seems amiss here. Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed loudly. What do you intend to do now? Village Chief Duan shot a displeased glance at Cheng Dazhuang. Duan Chinching was a fool, or rather, he feigned foolishness. Do not fall for his tricks. Cheng Dazhuang loudly urged Village Chief Duan. This rascal has deceived many people. Just this afternoon, he tricked a young lady at the hospital into giving him a gold watch. You must get that 100,000 back. Enough. Village Chief Duan snapped at Cheng Dazhuang. Master Lu can even deduce the color of my wife's underwear. Do you really need to slander him? Listen to me. There's definitely something fishy going on here, Cheng Dazhuang replied anxiously. If I'm not mistaken, this guy must have peeked at my sister-in-law. Peeking at your sister-in-law? Village Chief Duan angrily shoved Cheng Dazhuang. My wife just changed her underwear. And Master Lu has been in the hall the whole time, never leaving our sight. It's impossible for him to have seen anything. Oh, I see. It must be that my sister-in-law gave him a signal, Cheng Dazhuang suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. That must be it. Otherwise, how could this fool possibly know? Cheng Dazhuang was thoroughly agitated. What do you mean by that, you scoundrel? Baishasha cried out, turning to Village Chief Duan with a pout. Look at the friends you associate with. How could I possibly tell Master Lu such things? Why would I need to put my elbow outwards? That would be like handing him money. But how does this guy know what you're wearing? Cheng Dazhuang insisted. Sister-in-law, there is definitely something wrong. Think carefully. Is there any part of this that doesn't add up? Cheng Dazhuang murmured, feeling a bit embarrassed. Think again. Could it be that the village chief's wife is having an affair with this guy? One worker exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It does seem like there is something going on. Another worker chimed in quietly. Wife, you wouldn't really be having an affair with Master Lu, would you? Village Chief Duan asked, his eyes wide with suspicion. Duan Wuda. You don't even trust me? Baishasha cried, exasperated. I only met Master Lu today. How could you suspect me? I can't go on like this, she said, making a move towards the wall. Wife, don't be reckless. I was just asking. Village Chief Duan hurriedly embraced Baishasha. Seeing this, Cheng Dazhuang also began to persuade Village Chief Duan. Village Chief, your wife is innocent. Master Lu is truly capable. He not only figured out what my sister-in-law was wearing, but also knew that my cousin's underwear had a hole in it. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Village Chief Duan slapped his forehead, then gently patted his wife's back to comfort her. Wife, stop crying. It's my fault for listening to gossip. I'll buy you a handbag worth 100,000 later, okay? Okay. Baishasha wiped her eyes, then pointed at Cheng Dazhuang. Husband, throw this scoundrel out. All right. Village Chief Duan gritted his teeth and turned to Cheng Dazhuang, shouting, "Get out. I don't want to see you again." "No, Village Chief, listen to me. This fool Lu Chen definitely has issues. I suspect my sister-in-law must have accidentally revealed some information to him." Cheng Dazhuang tried to explain further. "Shut up. You're still suspecting my wife of having an affair with Master Lu? I'll beat you to death." Village Chief Duan grabbed a Mouta liquor bottle and swung it at Cheng Dazhuang's head. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me." Cheng Dazhuang, frightened, turned and ran. "Get out." Village Chief Duan angrily threw the liquor bottle. With a loud crash, the bottle struck Cheng Dazhuang's back, causing him to yelp in pain as he fled the villa in a panic. The bottle shattered on the ground, glass scattering everywhere. "Wow, that was intense. Let us go." The two workers, frightened, shrank their necks and hurriedly left the villa. "Wow, I lost to that fool again tonight," Cheng Dazhuang grumbled as he hopped onto a motorcycle, followed by the two workers. "Lu Chen, just wait. You can't keep this up for long. I will expose you." Cheng Dazhuang started the motorcycle and roared away. "Let us not bother with him." Village Chief Duan glanced outside, then smiled at Lu Chen, nodding. "Master Lu, let us continue with our ritual. Bring out the dishes." Lu Chen, with a calm smile, rubbed his belly and said, "I'm a bit hungry." "I'm hungry too," Lu Wuye echoed, also patting his belly. "I'll bring out the dishes for both of you masters right away." Bai Shashan nodded with a smile and turned to fetch the food. "Village Chief, I'll head back for a bit too." Cheng Dazhuang's brother, Cheng Dina, felt embarrassed by how messy things had turned out. "I'll go back too." Huang Erxiang nodded in agreement. "Why not stay for a late-night snack before you go?" Village Chief Duan cheerfully urged. "I still want to play mahjong with you." "Let us do it another day." Cheng Dina chuckled awkwardly, then pointed at Lu Chen. "By the way, I'd like to ask Master Lu to perform a ritual for me to borrow good luck." "Sure, as long as the payment is satisfactory," Lu Wuye readily agreed. "How much?" Cheng Dina inquired, smiling. 50,000. Lu Wuye held up a hand. "That expensive?" Cheng Dina's eyes widened in shock. "If you think it's too expensive, then don't ask." Lu Wuye sipped his tea, looking proud. "Brother, good things don't come cheap." Village Chief Duan smiled at Lu Wuye. "To be honest, I borrowed luck through Master Lu's master, Master Mo, and in just 8 years, I went from being a penniless scoundrel to a wealthy businessman with tens of millions. Not to mention becoming village chief and marrying a beautiful wife." "Is that so?" Cheng Dazhuang nodded, then turned to Lu Wuye with a smile. "Master, could you help me borrow the luck of everyone in the village for myself, so I can earn several million, or even tens of millions, in just 1 year?" "Haha, brother, you're even more ruthless than I was." Village Chief Duan laughed proudly. "Back then, I thought about borrowing luck from the whole village. But I never imagined earning tens of millions in a year. Haha, let them eat dirt. What does it matter if I earn a bit more?" Cheng Dina laughed, lifting his chin. "The fools in the village dying has nothing to do with me, as long as I get rich. Don't forget, Master Lu is also from your village," Lu Wuye reminded coldly. Sorry. Cheng Dina quickly turned, smiling at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, I was targeting you. I want to borrow your family's luck, just that of the other villagers." "I'm not Lu Chen." Lu Chen deliberately shook his head, speaking in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. After saying this, he winked at Lu Wuye, signaling him to cooperate. Lu Wuye understood and immediately smiled, responding, "Master Lu is merely possessed by a deity at the moment. He is not that fool. You can borrow the luck of the entire village, including that of Lu Chen himself." "Really? That is fantastic." Cheng Dina swallowed hard and leaned closer to Lu Wuye, whispering, "Then I'll borrow all the good fortune from the Lu family. I've heard their ancestral grave is quite good, having pinpointed a feng shui treasure spot, which resulted in the top scholar of our city, Master Lu. Unfortunately, he didn't have the fortune to last and was hit by a car 5 years ago, becoming a fool." At this, Cheng Dina pointed at Lu Chen. "Wow, so Lu Chen was the top scholar of Long City. Impressive." Lu Wuye looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. "Oh dear, have I raised my voice a bit too much? I hope Master Lu didn't hear me." Cheng Dana covered his mouth with his hand. "It's fine. I told you, he is no longer the foolish Lu." Lu Wuye feigned seriousness and said, "Speak freely. Just pretend he doesn't exist." Lu Chen slightly closed his eyes, pretending to meditate, though he heard everything. He was curious to see just how greedy and wicked Cheng Dana truly was. How refreshing. "How about this? Master Lu, whenever you're free, I would like to invite you to set up a scheme to borrow the good fortune of everyone in our village," Cheng Dazhuang said with a smile, eager to please Lu Wuye, including Master Lu's. Lu Wuye shot Cheng Dana a glance and coldly replied, "However, You must consider this carefully. Borrowing fortune comes with significant backlash. The more fortune you borrow, the greater the harm to the local villagers, potentially leading to their ruin. Haha, it doesn't matter to me if they perish. As long as I make money, that's what counts, Cheng Dana unabashedly responded with a grin. Master Lu, please feel free to proceed. Lu Chen silently cursed him. This scoundrel is truly vile, caring only for his own wealth while disregarding the lives of others, just like village chief Duan, damnable. Fortunately, Lu Wuye was resolute, directly quoting a high price. The beautiful woman stood up, smiling at Cheng Dana, and said, if you want to get rich quickly, the damage to the villagers will be doubled, and it could even harm me. Therefore, you must increase the payment. How much more? Cheng Dana inquired. Let's make it a total of 200,000. Lu Wuye expressionlessly held up a pair of fingers. So expensive? Cheng Dana's face showed signs of distress. If you don't want to borrow, then forget it. Lu Wuye sat down, continuing to sip her tea. Borrow. All right, let's set off tonight. Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed eagerly. As soon as dawn breaks, the villagers will start making money. The sooner I borrow, the sooner I prosper. Haha, let them perish. I shall be the only one to thrive. Very well, once we finish the rituals at village chief Duan's home, I will accompany you to your village. Lu Wuye responded nonchalantly to Cheng Dana. First, we will examine the terrain. Then you need to gather the 200,000 in cash before you come to find me. Here, take my business card. As she spoke, she handed him a card. Sounds good. Then I shall shamelessly keep you both company for a drink. Cheng Dana replied cheerfully. No, you are not worthy to drink with me. Lu Wuye arrogantly lifted her chin. I will later enjoy a couple of drinks with Master Lu. The divine rituals conducted by this master differ from those of ordinary practitioners. Drinking while performing them is far more effective. Understood. Cheng Dana nodded vigorously. All right. Let us step aside and allow Master Lu and Master Lu to have a proper exchange, Village Chief Duan said with a smile, tugging at Cheng Dana's sleeve as they retreated outside. Goodness, I'm exhausted. Come, let us drink heartily. Once Lu Wuye saw that Village Chief Duan and the others had exited the hall, she unapologetically grabbed her chopsticks and began to eat and drink with gusto. Cheers. Lu Chen also indulged in the food and drink. After half an hour of feasting, they finally stood up to bid farewell to Village Chief Duan. Before leaving, Lu Wuye accepted a $5,000 red envelope from him. Let us go. Cheng Dana, take me to see the terrain of your village first. Lu Wuye stood up and glanced at Cheng Dana. You have a maximum of half an hour for this. Time is precious and cannot be wasted. That is enough. Half an hour will suffice. Cheng Dana smiled and gestured for Lu Chen and Lu Wuye to proceed. Let us go. Get in the car. Lu Wuye quickly exited the villa and hopped onto a motorcycle. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the waist of this enchanting woman. Soon, they departed from Baiying village under the watchful eyes of village chief Duan and his wife. 20 minutes later, Lu Wuye followed Cheng Dana to the picturesque Baishui village. Here we are, this is our village. Let me take you to see the back mountain. Cheng Dana smiled and gestured for Lu Wuye to follow. Let us first visit the ancestral grave of the Lu family. It is said that the best burial is that of the Lu family, which is the grave of Lu Chen's foolish grandfather. Oh, is that so? Lu Wuye inquired with curiosity. All right, then lead the way. Come, let us go see the grave of the foolish Lu. Cheng Dana repeatedly referred to Lu Chen as foolish, completely disregarding his dignity. Clearly, in his view, Lu Chen was currently possessed by a divine spirit, so there was no need for respect. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. This scoundrel is calling me foolish so gleefully, he will soon suffer for it. After a moment, they arrived at the top of a small hill. Do you see? The land in front is the Lu family ancestral grave, Cheng Dana said with a proud smile, pointing to a small mound. Notice that slightly raised area? On either side, there are the beautiful Qinglong Mountain and Baohu Mountain. The dragon's back behind it is also quite powerful, and most astonishingly, the front mountain resembles a sacred edict. Does it not? Lu Wuye and Lu Chen gazed ahead. The mountains before them were orderly and elegant, indeed resembling an unfolded sacred edict at first glance. Beautiful. Lu Wuye pretended to nod in agreement. However, Lu Chen secretly pondered. When did Cheng Dana come to understand feng shui? Such professional terminology slips from his tongue? No. This guy is a rough character. Even if someone taught him, he might not fully comprehend it. This is suspicious. Of course it's beautiful. Cheng Dana picked up on Lu Wuye's statement. Laughing, it is said that the Lu family's ancestral grave is a feng shui treasure ground where scholarly officials issue decrees. Oh? What does scholarly officials issue decrees mean? Lu Wuye asked, intrigued. The distant mountain resembles a sacred edict. If a decree arrives, what does that signify? It indicates that a scholar has come here to inform the locals that this place produces top talents. The Lu family's ancestral grave is directly aligned with the mountain, signifying that the top scholar hails from the Lu family, Chengdana explained with a smile. And then what? Did they produce a top scholar? Lu Wuya asked excitedly. Of course they did. Chengdana unabashedly pointed at Lu Chen and laughed. This foolish one here was the top scholar in the college entrance examinations of Long City 5 years ago. Their ancestral grave is well placed, perfectly aligned with the sacred edict mountain. However, it is said that this also requires a suitable burial site. In any case, the Lu family struck it rich. Lu Chen hadn't expected that he was the top scholar of Long City. Impressive. Lu Wuya looked at Lu Chen with admiration in her eyes. Impressive? What is so impressive? He is now just a fool. Chengdana cast a proud glance at Lu Chen. Originally, this was a place destined to produce dragons, but someone borrowed their fortune. The Lu family also fell from grace. Lu Chen became a fool, and his father died in an accident. What? So tragic? Sympathy flickered in Lu Wuya's eyes. Lu Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, remaining silent. They deserved to die. If the Lu family hadn't perished, how could I, Chengdana, become the richest in the village? Fortunately, their feng shui was ruined, and their fortune was borrowed. Otherwise, the wealthiest family in the village would surely be the Lu family. Aha. The top scholar turned into a fool and his father died. How delightful. Chengdana unabashedly expressed his inner glee. Slap. Lu Chen struck him across the face. Master Lu, why did you hit me? Chengdana looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. This is the ancestral grave of the Lu family. One must show respect to the living and the dead, Lu Chen replied sternly. Chengdana, you have gone too far. Lu Wuya glared at Chengdana with displeasure. This is also the feng shui treasure ground of the top scholar. Places like this possess malevolent energies, and even Master Lu must exercise caution. Who should I hit if not you? Chengdana touched his burning cheeks and repeatedly nodded toward Lu Chen, saying, Master Lu, I am truly sorry. I am not angry with you. It is the ancestor of the Lu family who is upset. Lu Chen, adopting a sinister expression, replied, Why not go and pay your respects to the old gentleman? Offer a few words of flattery. Ah, yes, I will do that right away. Chengdana, pale with fright, stumbled toward the nearby graveyard. Upon reaching the ancestral tomb of the Lu family, he immediately bowed down. After 3 bows, he hurriedly returned, adjusting his trousers in a panic, and exclaimed, All right, I have paid my respects. Who has borrowed the luck of the Lu family? Lu Chen inquired. I heard it's someone quite remarkable, but I do not know who exactly, Chengdana chuckled, scratching his head. I overheard it while playing mahjong. I've heard it several times, but now I can't recall who said it. Oh, Master Lu, aren't you a deity? Can't you discern it? Lu Chen was taken aback, nearly revealing too much. He paused, then shook his head darkly. I cannot see it. This is a place of great promise. It is surely blessed. Those who can borrow such fortune must be formidable beings. Even I, a humble spirit, cannot fathom it. Haha. Master Lu is indeed possessed by divine spirit. This place is truly extraordinary. Although luck has been borrowed, I have heard there is still residual energy. To be frank, I privately consulted several feng shui masters, and they all said this place is excellent, suggesting that even with borrowed luck, there remains some residual energy. A turnaround could happen at any moment. Chengdana smiled as he leaned closer to Lu Wuya, wearing a flattering expression. Master Lu, could you possibly help me set up a scheme to completely borrow away the residual energy of the Lu family, ensuring they never rise again? Goodness, you are too ruthless. Lu Wuya shot Chengdana a glare, saying, If you take all their good fortune, will you not leave the Lu family destitute? They would surely face extinction. Well, since Lu Chen is already a fool, it might be better for him to die sooner. Chengdana replied dismissively, glancing at Lu Chen. It would be better if he and his mother were both dead, to avoid wasting the nation's resources. Too despicable. Lu Chen could no longer endure this, and was about to confront him. Slap. Lu Wuya swiftly struck Chengdana across the face. Master Lu, how can you hit me? Chengdana protested, displeased. Hitting you is being lenient, Lu Wuya retorted angrily. This is the ancestral grave of the Lu family. You show no respect. Even if you want to scheme for fortune, you must not speak of it. In such a grave place. To speak of cutting off lineage in front of the dead, do you wish to bring calamity upon us? I am sorry, I overlooked that point. Chengdana quickly apologized. All right, let's move on. However, the matter of borrowing luck will require additional payment. Lu Wuya stated coldly, add 50,000. Another increase? That makes 250,000. I could buy a decent car with that. Cheng Dana gritted his teeth in dismay. Fine. Though it is expensive, you must ensure I borrow thoroughly, along with the good fortune of everyone in the village. Not a problem. Lu Wuye replied nonchalantly. Hurry and gather the money. Once the funds are secured, I will arrange it for you. All right. Cheng Dana turned to leave. Lu Wuye sighed in relief, then pulled out 50,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Take this. Half of it is yours. No need. This is ill-gotten wealth. And I refuse it. Lu Chen extracted 300 yuan from the pile, waving it before Lu Wuye. I will take 300 as a fee. Keep it. Lu Wuye collected the money and walked toward the nearby bushes. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Chen asked. Lu Wuye removed her Taoist robe and handed it to Lu Chen. Take this. I need to relieve myself. No peeking. What is there to see? Lu Chen received the robe, chuckling. Isn't it just a few characters saying wealth and fortune on the back? You. Lu Wuye, infuriated, picked up a clod of dirt and threw it at Lu Chen. In her vigorous motion, the force caused a button to pop off her garment, exposing a glimpse of her fair skin. Oh my. Lu Wuye quickly covered herself with her hands, blushing. Whoa, that was fierce. Lu Chen was about to comment on her fierceness but choked on his words. Pervert. What does my chest have to do with you? It's not for your viewing. Lu Wuye glared at him with disdain. Haha. This lady is indeed interesting. I merely remarked on your fierceness, not your chest. Lu Chen chuckled. Humph. Whether or not it is good does not require your validation. I am well aware, Lu Wuye replied, puffing her chest proudly. Well, that is quite a figure. Lu Chen gulped. Humph. If my figure were poor, would you be so entranced? Deny it all you want. Lu Wuye shot him a glance, strutting forward like a proud peacock. Lu Chen laughed softly and turned away. He inadvertently furrowed his brow, soon noticing a vivid red comb-like structure emerging in the darkness ahead, followed by a pair of dark eyes moving. It was a chickeness head. Lu Chen widened his eyes in curiosity, only to be met with a chilling sight. Below the chicken head was a long, jet-black body adorned with scales, a comb snake. Lu Chen gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain himself from whispering, Incredible. He carefully observed the comb snake, quickly captivated by its striking comb. How beautiful. Besides its body, the comb is quite exquisite. I wish to touch it. Lu Chen reached out as if to grasp it. As he took a step forward, the comb snake noticed the movement, recoiled, and swiftly darted into the grass. Wait, is even looking forbidden? Lu Chen grumbled playfully, hastening after it. The comb snake slithered away faster, disappearing from view in an instant. I didn't even get a good look. I just wanted to touch it. Lu Chen mumbled. Just then, he pushed through the grass and caught sight of a white, flowery expanse. It appeared to be a girl squatting, her skirt already bunched up considerably. Lu Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Wuye stood up from the grass, glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. You shameless pervert. How can you be so audacious? I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Lu Chen shook his head vigorously. Humph. I told you not to peek. Why did you follow me? Lu Wuye scolded, staring daggers at him. Are you even human? Miss Lu, you truly misunderstand me. Lu Chen smiled as he explained. I just saw a comb snake. It was real. The comb was beautiful, a vibrant red, simply stunning. I just wanted to touch that gorgeous comb. Ha, keep lying, Lu Wuye sneered. So beautiful, huh? You want to reach out and touch it. You must be referring to me. Do you have a comb too? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. You. Lu Wuye's face flushed crimson. Glaring at him indignantly, I am not a chicken. Suddenly, a rooster crowed nearby. Listen, the comb snake is calling out. Lu Chen exclaimed, seizing Lu Wuye's hand. Let us go. I'll take you to see the comb snake. Where? Lu Wuye's curiosity piqued. Just follow the sound, Lu Chen replied, leading the way. Lu Chen smiled and quickly walked towards the direction where the sound of roosters crowing could be heard. At that moment, faint rooster calls echoed from the foot of the mountain. Could it be that a rooster has come up the mountain? Lu Wuye inquired curiously. Listen, it seems the roosters at the foot of the mountain are responding. Suddenly, a clear crowing sound rang out ahead. Lu Chen glanced forward and soon spotted a vibrant coxcomb snake. He couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, Did you see that? That's a coxcomb snake, with such a beautiful red crest. Just then, the coxcomb snake leapt onto a large rock, raising its head and crowing towards the sky. The resonant crowing echoed through the air, followed by a chorus of rooster calls from the foot of the mountain. What a majestic coxcomb snake. It seems to be leading the chorus of roosters from the nearby villages. Lu Wuye murmured in admiration. Lu Chen, equally intrigued, widened his eyes as he observed the coxcomb snake adorned with its vibrant crest. As he gazed, an image of a wild ginseng root, thick as a marker, suddenly appeared in his mind. Using his heavenly eye, he noticed that beneath the rock where the coxcomb snake stood, a large wild ginseng root was buried deep in the soil. Wow, there's wild ginseng here. It seems this coxcomb snake is a spirit beast, Lu Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. Lu Chen, I think you've watched too many movies and read too many novels. How could there possibly be wild ginseng in a place like this? And a spirit beast at that. Coxcomb snakes are indeed rare, but they do exist. Lu Wuye retorted disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Chen. Really? I feel there's wild ginseng just ahead, Lu Chen insisted, gently nudging Lu Wuye. Why don't you try clucking like a hen and see if you can lure that coxcomb snake away? Are you out of your mind? I'm not a hen. Why would I cluck? Lu Wuye shot back with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Enough with the nonsense. While coxcomb snakes are uncommon in the mundane world, I've seen plenty of their specimens at auctions. Let's go? It's almost dawn. We should head to your place to rest. Wait, about sleeping at your place. There's no rush, Lu Chen chuckled, playfully pushing Lu Wuye aside. Hey, how dare you talk like that? Who said anything about sleeping with you? Lu Wuye angrily pinched Lu Chen's arm and warned, Lu Chen, I advise you not to entertain any thoughts about me. Ouch! Lu Chen let out a sharp cry. Suddenly, the coxcomb snake leapt and, in an instant, bounded to a spot just 2 meters away from Lu Chen and Lu Wuye. It opened its beak and unleashed a long black tongue towards Lu Wuye's face. Run! Lu Chen grabbed the beautiful girl and turned to flee. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The coxcomb snake slithered after them vigorously. As Lu Wuye saw the dark, flicking tongue approaching, panic washed over her, and she screamed. Oh no! It seems to have brushed against my skirt. Oh my gosh, it might have touched my thigh. Ah no. Lu Chen glanced back and saw that the black tongue was nearly grazing Lu Wuye's skirt, causing him to panic as he pulled her along, sprinting forward. As they ran, Lu Chen suddenly slipped and let out a cry of distress. Both he and Lu Wuye tumbled down a slope. Ah, hurry, hold on to me. They clung tightly to each other, rolling like a ball for several turns before finally coming to rest in a grassy ditch. Oh my, that scared me to death. Lu Wuye gasped for breath. Yes, that was a shock, Lu Chen replied, also catching his breath. As he spoke, he suddenly realized he was lying atop Lu Wuye. Lu Chen, you jerk, you're hurting me. Lu Wuye opened her eyes and quickly pushed against Lu Chen's body. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Let me get up, Lu Chen said as he prepared to rise. Don't move. Lu Wuye tugged at his clothing. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Hey, Lu Chen, have you ever held a woman? Lu Wuye smiled and winked at him, her hand moving towards her waist as if she were about to remove her skirt. Lu Wuye? What are you doing? Lu Chen gasped in surprise. Don't move. I'm asking you a question. Lu Wuye smiled mischievously and said, Tell me honestly. Have you ever thought about women? Lu Chen glanced at the beautiful girl and noticed her skirt had slipped down halfway, revealing her midriff, causing him to feel flustered. Lu Wuye, don't do this. It's inconvenient to be doing this out in the wilderness. Lu Chen was bewildered by her actions. He had to admit that the temptation was difficult to resist. With such beauty and allure so close, he could even feel her heartbeat. All right, it will be over soon. Quickly, roll over to the side. I need to stand up, Lu Wuye said, shifting her weight and unexpectedly flipping Lu Chen onto the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Chen exclaimed, startled by her strength. For a moment, he was even more confused. First, she was removing her skirt, and now she was flipping him over. Was Lu Wuye playing tricks on him? Lu Wuye, don't mess around too much. I'm quite a traditional man, he stammered, calling out to her. Traditional, my foot. I'm using a weapon of mass destruction here, Lu Wuye retorted, pulling her hand from her skirt and revealing a white and red sanitary pad. With a shout, she hurled it forward. The pad flew like a frisbee through the darkness, landing on the vibrant coxcomb. Instantly, a cacophony of cackles erupted. The coxcomb snake, ensnared by the pad, began to sway its head and swiftly retreated into the bushes. Wow, is that really effective? Lu Chen chuckled, bemused. Of course. Sanitary pads have the power to dispel malice and even neutralize magical artifacts. Once that coxcomb snake is covered, it will be disoriented for at least 10 minutes. Lu Wuye boasted proudly. All right then, since the coxcomb snake has been subdued, let us hurry and dig for wild ginseng, Lu Chen urged, pulling Lu Wuye back towards the spot. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can get rich quick? I told you. It's impossible to find wild ginseng in a place like this. Lu Wuye shook her head vigorously. Lu Chen remained silent and hastened his pace. Arriving back at the spot where the coxcomb snake had stood, he found a sharp stone and began to dig at the base of a vine. Fool! Stop wasting your effort. There is no way wild ginseng can be found here, Lu Wuye said with a sneer, looking at Lu Chen disdainfully. When it comes to medicinal herbs, I know more than you. Just then, Lu Chen yanked at a vine with all his might, and with a pop, he pulled out a white wild ginseng root. Heavens, is that truly a wild ginseng? Lu Wuye's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the remarkably thick wild ginseng. This is rather extraordinary. It's a fact, not some supernatural phenomenon. Lu Chen chuckled as he brushed the dirt off. Let me see. Lu Wuye snatched the wild ginseng and, after inspecting it, remarked with envy, this item could fetch a handsome sum online. It should sell for at least 300,000 CAD. No way. Can a single wild ginseng sell for 300,000? Lu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Huh. You ought to consider the age of this wild ginseng. It's quite substantial, and its roots are so robust, I estimate it to be at least 30 years old. It won't go for less than 300,000. Lu Wuye replied with a grin. If you leave it with me, I can sell it for you at that price. Forget it. Since this is our first meeting, it may not be appropriate for me to entrust it to you. Lu Chen responded with a smile. You could help me find a buyer, and if it sells, I'll give you 10% in commission. Huh, you really are amusing. I offer you 5,000 for my services, and yet you fear I might abscond with your ginseng? Lu Wuye extended the ginseng back to Lu Chen. Here, take it. I'll inquire on your behalf. No, this ginseng is for you to safeguard. Lu Chen gently pushed the ginseng into Lu Wuye's hands. How can you find someone to assess it without even a sample? Can you trust me? Lu Wuye seemed taken aback. Absolutely. For 100,000. You are willing to share half with me. You are clearly not a miser. I trust you won't deceive me. Lu Chen nodded at Lu Wuye and said, Let us head home and get some rest. The two descended the mountain. When Lu Wuye saw the earthen brick house that Lu Chen's family had constructed with mud and stones, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly your home? From such humble beginnings, a scholar has emerged? This is rather shabby. A mountainess fame lies not in its height, but in the presence of a sage. A person's worth is not measured by wealth, but by ambition and talent. Lu Chen calmly smiled as he gently pushed open the wooden door. Who is it? A voice called from inside, belonging to his mother, Lin Xiaoming. Mom, it's me. Lu Chen replied. Upon seeing the fair-skinned, slender young woman standing beside Lu Chen, his mother was taken aback. Chenner, who is this girl? Mom, she is my friend, Lu Chen introduced with a smile. Her name is Lu Wuye. Just call me Xiaoya. Lu Wuye said with a smile as she took out an iron box from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen's mother. Auntie, it's my first visit to your home, and I didn't bring anything. Luckily, I have a box of donkey hide gelatin with me. Please accept this gift. Young lady, this must cost over 1,000 yuan per pound. I can't accept this. Lin Xiaoming quickly protested. It's all right. I have plenty at home. Lu Wuye laughed lightly as she pressed the iron box into Lin Xiaoming's hands. Mom, just accept it. Lu Chen encouraged, patting his mother's hand. Very well. Lin Xiaoming reluctantly accepted the gift, then turned to Lu Wuye. Come, please sit in the living room while I prepare breakfast. Auntie, there's no need for that. I came here to sleep. Lu Wuye smiled at Lin Xiaoming, explaining, I was up all night. I'm simply too exhausted to stay awake. Ah, well. Lin Xiaoming, thinking the two had grown fond of each other, felt a twinge of worry. After hesitating for a moment, she grasped Lu Wuye's hand and led her to a corner. Auntie, what's the matter? Lu Wuye asked in confusion. Young lady. It's rare for someone not to mind our humble home. Lin Xiaoming said with a hint of bitterness, but I must be honest with you. Lu Chen, he is a bit of a fool, so do consider this carefully. Auntie, I am quite clear about my feelings. Lu Wuye winked playfully. No worries. I don't mind at all. Lu Chen has already informed me. But Lin Xiaoming was about to say more. Mom, you should get some rest. The sun hasn't even fully risen. Lu Chen urged his mother, assuring, I will manage my own affairs. Go on. All right, I'll take a short nap. You both should rest as well. Lin Xiaoming, believing her son was eager for a moment alone with Lu Wuye, turned and entered her room. Hey, Lu Chen, which room will I sleep in tonight? Lu Wuye scanned the house, noticing only 2 rooms, feeling somewhat awkward. Right. Lu Chen scratched his head, suggesting, why don't you sleep with my mom? I'll ask her to open the door. Forget it. Lu Wuye took hold of Lu Chen's hand. I'm not familiar with your mother. Perhaps it's better if I simply sleep with you tonight. Is that appropriate? Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. What is inappropriate about it? I'll sleep on the bed, and you can sleep on the floor. Lu Wuye shot Lu Chen a mischievous glance, declaring, besides, I have my period. So you can't do anything anyway. Let us go, stop dawdling. I'm exhausted. Very well. Lu Chen reluctantly agreed. Once inside the room, Lu Wuye lay down on Lu Chen's bed. Lu Chen spread an old mat on the ground and lay down. Noticing that Lu Chen had no pillow and that the mat was riddled with holes, Lu Wuye felt a pang of sympathy and bit her lip, suggesting, why don't we just share the bed? That won't do. You're a girl, Lu Chen blushed. It's fine, we can each sleep at opposite ends. The floor is damp and could make you sick. Lu Wuye climbed up, her expression serious, stating, if you don't sleep on the bed, then I won't tea either. Fine, we'll each take an end. Lu Chen conceded. That night, they shared the bed, each sleeping at opposite ends, until the sun warmed Lu Chen's back, rousing him from slumber. He felt a tugging sensation just above his thigh as though something was gripping it. Lu Chen looked down and was startled to see Lu Wuye grasping the waistband of his trousers. What on earth, Lu Wuye, what are you doing? Ah. Lu Wuye awoke to find her hand tangled in Lu Chen's waistband, her face flushing crimson as she quickly shook her head in explanation. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was dreaming that we were gathering herbs together, and I slipped and was about to fall off a cliff. I panicked and instinctively grabbed onto a sturdy branch. As she spoke, Lu Wuye unintentionally tightened her grip. Enough. If you keep holding on, you might tear it apart. Lu Chen pulled her hand away and got up. Let's go. It's time to rise. Lu Chen's mother had prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to wake. She sat at the table, occasionally rubbing her lower back. Mom, is your kidney pain acting up again? Lu Chen approached with concern, placing a hand on her back, offering, let me give you a massage. Alas, this ailment is beyond remedy. The doctor has said I've missed the golden opportunity for a kidney transplant. I fear. Lin Xiaomin's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Mom, it will be all right. I'll massage you, and then I'll get you some medicine, and you'll feel better. While comforting her, Lu Chen employed his unique technique to massage his mother. How curious. Your hands are quite warm. Lin Xiaomin remarked in surprise. Warm is right. Lu Chen continued with his focused massage. The pain subsided for Lin Xiaomin, who stared at her son in disbelief. Son, who taught you this skill? How is it that my kidney pain eases so much after your massage? I learned it in a dream. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Learned it in a dream? Lin Xiaomin was initially astonished, but then smiled and nodded. Well, learned it in a dream is still good. Mom, from now on, I will come home every day to help you with this. Next time, I will bring back some medicine. Once you take it, you will feel better. Lu Chen comforted his mother with a smile, saying, Mom, don't worry too much. You will recover soon. His mother, Lin Xiaomin, suddenly grasped Lu Chen's hand and placed it on Lu Wuye's hand, smiling as she remarked, when are you two going to register your marriage? Then I can die in peace. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Lu Wuye couldn't help but feel amused. She quickly withdrew her hand and explained to Lin Xiaomin with a smile. Auntie, Lu Chen and I are just ordinary friends, not what you think. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiaomin appeared a bit puzzled. Lu Wuye, feeling somewhat awkward, was saved by a phone call from Cheng Danao. She immediately answered, and after a brief conversation, she gestured to Lu Chen, saying, Hurry, we have 5 minutes for breakfast. We need to get ready for work. Cheng Danao is calling. Ah. Lin Xiaomin was startled, fearing that Cheng Danao had come to cause trouble for their family. She exclaimed, Son, did you offend someone from the Cheng family? You mustn't provoke them. Mom, it's fine. Lu Chen attempted to clarify. Lu Wuye smiled and quickly reassured Lin Xiaomin. Auntie, please rest assured. Cheng Danao wouldn't dare to trouble you. He only wants to curry favor with the Lu family. How is that possible? Lin Xiaomin shook her head with a bitter smile. Over the years, they haven't bullied our family, let alone flatter us. You don't understand. At this point, Lin Xiaomin broke down in tears, lamenting, the hard-earned money my son makes every month from the coal mine. He still has to hand over 500 to that scoundrel Cheng Danao. Mom, I wasn't aware of this. No way. Both Lu Chen and Lu Wuye widened their eyes in shock. It's true, Lin Xiaomin said with a wry smile, gently stroking Lu Chen's cheek. Son, even if you know about this, don't confront the Cheng family. After all, this job was introduced by Cheng Danao. Mom, there are still people needed at the mine. This job doesn't require an introduction at all. Lu Chen replied to his mother. From now on, I won't pay that money anymore. Moreover, I will demand it back. That scoundrel will cough it up today. Lu Wuye, filled with indignation, clenched her fists. Please, don't cause a ruckus, Lin Xiaomin urged Lu Chen, her face filled with concern. Son, you're not like others. You're a simpleton. If they let you go from the mine, where will you find work? Mom, but I'm not working there for Cheng Danao. Lu Chen argued. Whether I stay at the mine or not is not up to him. It's up to President Mei. He insisted. You don't need to worry about this. I'll confront Cheng Danao myself. Absolutely not. Lin Xiaomin quickly grabbed Lu Chen's arm. Auntie, we want to cause trouble for Cheng Danao? Lu Wuye winked at Lu Chen and then comforted Lin Xiaomin with a smile. We are simply going to discuss matters with him, perhaps negotiate a reduction, given how hard it is to earn money now. That is fine, but you must speak properly. Don't anger him. Lin Xiaomin leaned closer to Lu Wuye, whispering, My son is a simpleton. He will likely rely on you more in the future. Auntie, rest assured. Lu Chen's affairs are my affairs, Lu Wuye replied, setting her bowl down and winking at Lu Chen. Let us go to the Cheng family now. Let us go. The two exited the adobe house together. Remember, don't make a scene. Some concessions must be made. Lin Xiaomin called out as she reached the door, still reminding them. Annie, understood, Lu Wuye responded, then gritted her teeth and quietly cursed. Cheng Danao, that scoundrel, even dares to take a simpleton's hard-earned money. I want to let this go. How infuriating. Lu Chen clenched his fist in anger, wishing he could confront Cheng Danao immediately. As they walked, they suddenly heard a whistling sound. Hey, hey. It was the local troublemaker, Gao Ermao, grinning as he whistled at Lu Wuye. Lu Wuye, already in a foul mood, turned and snapped. What are you whistling for? Beautiful lady, I'm just warning you. Gao Ermao smirked, pointing at Lu Chen. This guy is a fool. You need to be cautious. Humph. What's wrong with a fool? Lu Wuye shot a cold glance at Gao Ermao, deliberately linking her arm with Lu Chen's. Can't a fool have a girlfriend? Is that so? Gao Ermao was taken aback by Lu Wuye's unexpected display of affection. He pointed at Lu Chen and warned Lu Wuye. Beautiful lady, this guy isn't all there. You're the one who isn't all there. Not only is your brain faulty, but your eyes are too. Can't you see I'm holding Lu Chen's arm? Lu Wuye disdainfully shot back, inching closer to Lu Chen with a smile. We're doing great. Even if he is a fool, I'm happy to be friends with him. Do you have a problem with that? You. Gao Ermao was left speechless by Lu Wuye's retort. Let us go. Take me to Cheng Danao's house. Today, I want you to shine in front of the villagers. Lu Wuye turned to Lu Chen with a playful smile. Lady Lu, what are you up to? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Come, just follow my lead. Lu Wuye leaned in and whispered a few words in Lu Chen's ear. Seeing the two of them whispering so closely, Gao Ermao was left in shock. Just then, several villagers arrived. Hey, did you see that? Lu the fool actually found a girlfriend. Gao Ermao leaned toward Tai Tu, who had just arrived. Even fools can have girlfriends? Tai Tu exclaimed in disbelief, gazing ahead. Wow, this girl is quite pretty. Lao Lin couldn't help but join in. This girl is practically about to kiss that fool. What is happening in this world? Lao Guangguan, Jiang Taigun, also chimed in, muttering, I'm not bad either. Why can't I find a wife? A group of men envied the situation, regretting that they were not even as fortunate as a fool. Haha, your taste is terrible. Aunt Jiang from the village approached, sneering as she glanced at Lu Wuye. Just looking at this woman, she doesn't seem smart. She is probably a stupid girl or a lunatic. She might have been bought for several thousand. As soon as those words were spoken, the scene erupted in laughter. Haha, so Lu the fool bought a stupid girl. Gao Ermao laughed. I knew that fool couldn't find a normal woman. It makes sense. If your brain isn't working right, that has to be expected. Gao Ermao and Lao Lin couldn't help but chuckle. If it's bought, then I could find one too. I probably wouldn't even need that much money. Jiang Taigun laughed heartily, boasting, if Lu the fool can find a woman, I, Jiang Taigun, can too. Just grab a lunatic from under the bridge in the big city. The villagers dismissed Lu Chen and Lu Wuye entirely, showing no fear of being overheard. How infuriating. Lu Wuye gritted her teeth, turning to the crowd and shouting, You're going too far. You must apologize. Oh, is the lunatic having a fit? Aunt Jiang retorted without hesitation, pointing at Lu Wuye and scolding. You're only fit to be a fool-s woman. What decent man would look at you? Aunt Jiang, you've gone too far. Lu Chen rushed forward, grabbing her collar and angrily demanding, apologize to her now. Afterward, he pointed at Gao Ermao and the others, saying, and you too. Did you hear that? This fool actually wants me to apologize to the foolish woman he brought. Aunt Jiang laughed triumphantly, pointing at Lu Chen and exclaimed, Come and see. The fool has gone mad. Don't be afraid of him. He is merely a fool. Everyone, let us join together to berate his woman. His woman married a fool. She will surely betray him in the future. The men in the village will be fortunate. Ha ha. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in jeers. Ha ha. Fool, your woman must be delightful to sleep with. Lu the fool, when you marry her, can we indulge as well? Fool, she is quite charming. I want to have a taste too. The crowd laughed heartily, clearly not taking Lu Chen seriously at all. Suddenly, Lu Chen slapped Aunt Jiang across the face, causing her cheek to swell immediately. Wah! Aunt Jiang cried out in shock, pointing at Lu Chen. How dare you hit me? The crowd was momentarily stunned. No one expected Lu Chen, who had always been bullied, to dare strike back, and against a couple at that. Well done. Lu Wuye clapped with a smile. What is happening? What is going on? A man's furious voice echoed from the front, and soon a small-statured man rushed over. He wrapped his arms around Aunt Jiang and shouted, Who hit my wife? It was Aunt Jiang's husband, Mao Hozi. The fool Lu the fool hit me. Aunt Jiang pointed at Lu Chen and yelled, Husband, you must avenge me. Hit him hard. Good for you, fool. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, you'll think you can get away with anything. Mao Hozi rolled up his sleeves and charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his leg and kicked Mao Hozi in the stomach. Thud. The heavy kick sent Mao Hozi staggering back 3 steps before he collapsed to the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to believe that the usually timid Lu Chen would dare to fight back, and against a couple no less. Ouch! Mao Hozi cried out in pain, but quickly got back up. He turned to the crowd and shouted, Help me beat this fool. Why are you all afraid of him? Gao Mao and the old bachelor Jiang Taigun exchanged glances, but ultimately did not dare to step in. Mao Hozi, go get the fool's mother. Oldly murmured. This is outrageous. Even a fool dares to hit people. Is there any safety left in this village? Yes, husband. Go get the village chief Chengdana and let him mediate. Aunt Jiang, energized, pushed Mao Hozi. At this moment, a large crowd of villagers had gathered. Wow, I never thought Lu Chen, this fool, would dare to strike someone today. I heard he brought a woman back, and he is not thinking straight. Aunt Jiang said a few words about her, and Lu Chen just snapped. Wow, even a fool knows how to protect his wife. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Everyone, be quiet. Lu Wuye pointed at the crowd and shouted, I am neither insane nor dull-witted. This instantly provoked a wave of laughter. Ha ha, if the fool's woman isn't foolish. What is she? This is hilarious. Just as the laughter erupted, Mao Hozi's brother, Mao Daidu, arrived. What is going on? What happened? Sister-in-law, brother, what is wrong? Have you been attacked? Mao Daidu bellowed, silencing the crowd instantly. This man looked entirely different from his brother. He was burly and towering, standing at 185 meters and weighing over 200 pounds. In the village, he held a certain weight in discussions due to his stature. Second brother, this fool bullied your sister-in-law. Little brother, you must avenge us. Aunt Jiang exclaimed. This fool not only hit me, but also struck your brother Mao Hozi. What? Is there no law left? Mao Daidu seethed, turning to point at Lu Chen and shouted, Lu the fool, your time is up. You are finished. At this statement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Fool, you're doomed. Fool, kneel down and beg for mercy. All eyes turned to Lu Chen, regarding him as if he were a condemned criminal awaiting execution. Let the fool perish. Mao Daidu clenched his fists and stormed toward Lu Chen. Stop. Do not bully him. Lu Wuye stepped in front of Lu Chen. Huh? Do you think I'm afraid to hit a woman? Mao Daidu sneered. Let me take care of this. Lu Chen brushed aside Lu Wuye and stepped forward. You're asking for death. Mao Daidu raised his fist, preparing to strike Lu Chen. Please don't hit me, I beg you. Lu Chen's mother rushed into the crowd, pleading loudly. Please, do not hit my son. He is a fool. Humph, you acknowledge your son is a fool? And he is still causing trouble? Mao Daidu scoffed, pointing at the ground and commanding, if you want your son to avoid a beating, come here and bow down. Mom, don't go. Lu Chen reached out to stop his mother. Son, you've caused a big mess. Mao Daidu is affiliated with Xing Gang. Lin Xiaomian, with concern, pushed past Lu Chen, saying, Son, how about I plead with him? Perhaps I can offer him 5 chickens to let you off the hook. You old hag, listen well. You not only have to bring me 5 chickens as compensation, but you also need to kneel and apologize. Mao Daidu boasted, pointing to the ground and bellowing, kneel. Old lady, kneel. Aunt Jiang laughed triumphantly. Xing Gang is a ruthless character. Be careful, my uncle may call him to take care of your son. The surrounding villagers began urging, quickly kneel, old woman. Your son has caused trouble. You need to kneel. Listening to the mockery and encouragement from Mao Daidu's family and the villagers, Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling his blood pressure rise. Fine, I will kneel. I will kneel. Lin Xiaoming bent her knees, ready to submit. Mom, don't kneel. Lu Chen quickly caught his mother and gestured to Lu Wuya. Keep an eye on my mom. Lu Wuya supported Lin Xiaoming. Mao Dadu, Aunt Jiang, Mao Hozi, I'll go home and catch a few chickens for you. Let's call it even. Lin Xiaoming pleaded, nodding at Aunt Jiang and the others. Let it go? It's not that simple. You haven't knelt yet. Mao Dadu sneered, spitting on the ground, and said triumphantly, if you don't kneel, then lick the spit clean, and this will be settled. Ha ha, old lady, hurry and lick it. Aunt Jiang laughed gleefully. Quick, lick it. Mao Hozi joined in the laughter. This is too much. Lu Chen bent down and picked up a brick. Fool, what are you planning to do? Mao Dadu was taken aback. I plan to hit you. Lu Chen coldly replied. Ha, come and hit me. Mao Dadu mocked, pointing at his head and saying, if you don't hit me, you're a coward. He was convinced Lu Chen wouldn't dare. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Lu Chen charged forward, shouting. Here goes. Crack. The brick smashed into Mao Dadu's head and shattered in two. Ouch. Mao Dadu touched his head, blood gushing forth. What the hell? You fool actually hit me? Mao Dadu doubled over in pain, momentarily disoriented. Ah, that fool truly struck him. Aunt Jiang's face turned pale with fear. Brother, what happened to you? Mao Hozi hurriedly rushed over to support Mao Dadu. The scene erupted in chaos. My goodness, Lu the fool actually hit Mao Dadu. Lu the fool has split someone's head open. Nobody expected Lu Chen to be so formidable. This fool is not to be underestimated, as the crowd murmured. Their gazes toward Lu Chen were now laced with a hint of fear. Son, you really hit someone? Lin Xiaoming's legs trembled in fright, and she began to cry. What are we going to do? He will surely come looking for trouble with Xingang. Aunt, it's fine. A hit is a hit. Lu Wuya quickly reassured Lu's mother with a smile. He asked for it. Lu Chen merely assisted. You're finished. Mao Dadu stood up and yelled at Lu Chen, you are done for. How dare you break my head? This time, without a cow, this matter is far from over. Though he spoke defiantly, fear crept into his heart. He never imagined that the usually bullied Lu the fool would dare to attack with a brick. A single cow would not suffice. His family would have to compensate at least 30 to 50,000. Mao Hozi fumed. Mao Hozi, go fetch the village chief. We need him to mediate this and make the Lu family pay. If we can't settle it, we'll call the police. Aunt Jiang pushed Mao Hozi. All right, I'm on it. Mao Hozi gritted his teeth and pointed a threatening finger at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you're finished. If your family doesn't pay 30 to 50,000 today, this matter is far from over. Ah, even if we sold everything in our house, it wouldn't be worth 30,000. Lin Xiaoming collapsed to the ground in tears. Aunt, don't be upset. Here's 100,000. Lu Wuya smiled as she took a plastic bag of money from her purse and handed it to Lin Xiaoming. Take it. Even if we have to pay, I can manage it. We're just venting our frustrations. Next time someone dares to provoke us, we'll retaliate. I have plenty of money. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, what incredible luck Lu the fool has found in this wealthy woman. This lady is extravagant, offering 100,000 right off the bat. How could such a foolish woman possess such wealth? Curious eyes fell upon Lu Wuya. What is the background of this young man as companion? Seeing Lu Wuya so generously offer 100,000 made Mao Dadu feel a twinge of concern regarding her influence. He quickly shouted to Mao Hozi, who had not gone far, Brother, come back. Let us assess the situation first. All right, I won't go yet. Mao Hozi was equally stunned by the scene before him. Muttering to himself, how does this woman have so much money? Indeed, how does she possess such wealth? Aunt Jiang also wore an expression of disbelief. Didn't you say I was a foolish woman, a mad woman? Lu Wuya shot a cold glance at Aunt Jiang and retorted, fine, now I'll return the insult. I say you're a shameless woman. Come on, big brother, help me out. As she spoke, she took out 100 yuan and handed it to Jiang Taigun. This isn't right. Jiang Taigun wanted the money but felt intimidated with Mao Dadu present. Not enough, is it? How about 500? Lu Wuya immediately added 500, coldly stating, curse more fiercely. If you do well, there's a reward afterward. All right, I'll curse. Jiang Taigun took the money from Lu Wuya and turned to Aunt Jiang, hurling insults. You're a shameless woman. You sold yourself when you were young, and after marrying. You still steal. You're disgraceful to the core, a woman full of dirt. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Well said. Lu Wuya pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Jiang Taigun. Here's your reward. Thank you, boss. Jiang Taigun nodded with enthusiasm. Lu Wuya then shouted to the crowd, who else wants to curse? Speak up, and there is money to be had. Anyone who wants money, come collect it. Let us insult this shameless woman. I want to. I'll do it. I'll do it. Several bold men from the village rushed over to collect the money, turning to unleash their wrath on Aunt Jiang. Shameless woman, you resemble a hen. You look like you're for sale. You're just a foolish and disgraceful woman. The anger of the crowd was palpable, and Mao Datu, who had been struck, dared not speak up. Even Mao Hosey pretended not to hear. Aunt Jiang, furious, gritted her teeth and pushed Mao Hosey. Monkey, are you still a man? Others are calling me a hen, and you don't get angry at all? Wife, you're not really selling yourself, so what is there to fear? A clear conscience has no need to fear shadows. Mao Hosey chuckled in comfort. Go die. You useless man. You only watch as others bully your wife, and you can do nothing but hide like a turtle. Aunt Jiang fumed and began to punch Mao Hosey. Enough. Whoever insults you, go after them. Mao Hosey angrily pointed at Lu Wuya. If you have the guts, go hit her. Fine, I will go hit her. Aunt Jiang's face turned red with rage as she charged toward Lu Wuya. What do you want? Lu Wuya shot a piercing glare at Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang, intimidated by Lu Wuya's fierce gaze, awkwardly forced a smile. I want to say, I'm not for sale. Really? I've only been with my husband. Whether you sell yourself or not is none of my concern. Lu Wuya shouted coldly. Get lost. Why are you so fierce? Aunt Jiang, frightened, retreated and shrank away. Laughter erupted from the crowd. My goodness, Lu Chen found such a fierce woman. Even the fiery Aunt Jiang is subdued by her. What good fortune the fool has found in such a remarkable woman. Wealthy and capable of holding her ground. She is truly impressive. It seems that from now on, no one will dare to bully Lu the fool in the village. The crowd looked at Lu Wuya with newfound respect. Lu Wuya, with an air of pride, surveyed the onlookers and declared, listen well, if anyone dares to bully Lu Chen in this village, I will throw money at them. Miss, I can't accept this money. Lin Xiaomin nervously held out the bag of money toward Lu Wuya, whispering, you both will need this money in the future. She wanted to convey that in the future, they would have many expenses for marriage and children. Lu Wuya quickly interrupted her with a smile. It's fine. I have plenty of money. This 100,000 is specifically for dealing with matters like this and for compensation. Lu Chen understood that his mother must have misunderstood and quickly took the 100,000 from her, then smiled as he handed it back to Lu Wuya. Even with money, we shouldn't waste it like this. Hear me out. Mao Datu was hit, and that is that. I won't compensate a single cent. We'll stand our ground and hire the best lawyer. Even if it goes to court, we'll exhaust him. In any case, not a single cent will be given to him. Don't forget, he provoked me into striking him. Yes, you're right. Lu Wuya nodded with a smile. We want to compensate. Since he called you a fool and even encouraged you to hit him, then it's all for nothing. Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness crossed Mao Datu's face. He never imagined that Lu Chen would dare to strike him with a brick. And now he had a wealthy woman by his side who could easily produce 100,000. Mao Datu felt a twinge of apprehension toward Lu Wuya. But in front of so many witnesses, with his head injured by a fool, he needed to find some resolution. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in the village? With this in mind, Mao Datu stood up and pointed at Lu Chen, shouting, Lu Chen, I don't care what your woman does or how capable she is. Today, since you hit someone, you must pay. Yes, this matter needs to be resolved. Aunt Jiang straightened her back and turned to the nearby monkey, calling out, Monkey, go fetch the village head. Let us first hear what Cheng Dana has to say. If we cannot reach a resolution, we shall call the police to handle it. Just then, Cheng Dana approached, carrying a leather suitcase. Ah, the village head has arrived. Monkey exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands at Cheng Dana. Village head, come quickly. What is it? Cheng Dana responded, quickening his pace and soon spotting Lu Wuya. Ah, Master Lu. Cheng Dana glanced around, sensing an unusual tension in the air. He swiftly walked to Lu Wuya's side and asked with concern, Master Lu, what is happening? They are calling me a foolish woman and bullying me in your village. Lu Wuya replied, casting a proud glance at Cheng Dana. Is this the quality of the villagers you lead? Let me investigate first. Cheng Dana replied with a forced smile. He never imagined that on his first occasion of inviting someone to perform a ritual, there would be disparaging remarks about Master Lu. This matter certainly could not be taken lightly and required serious attention. Village head, do you know each other? Monkey asked, astonished. Of course. Master Lu is my esteemed guest whom I specially invited. How could I not know her? Cheng Dana answered, somewhat impatiently, then turned to Monkey. By the way, what were you calling me for earlier? It's about Lu Chen, that fool. He hit my wife and my brother. Monkey stammered. It was I who ordered it. Lu Wuya interjected promptly. Someone deserved to be hit. Lu Chen added. With both masters speaking up, Cheng Dana dared not offend them. He turned to Monkey, scolding him with irritation. Well, is it true that your wife insulted others and your brother bullied someone? The insults may have been exchanged, but hitting is still unacceptable. Monkey awkwardly replied. Well, yes, but that fool broke my head. Ma Dudu joined Cheng Dana's side, deliberately showing the wound on his head. Village head, although I insulted that woman. She insulted me too. And Jiang chimed in. The fool hit my brother-in-law with a brick and slapped me. We deserve an explanation. Cheng Dana scratched his head, feeling troubled. He needed the assistance of both Master Lu and Master Lu for a favor. He certainly could not seek recompense from them. After weighing his options, Cheng Dana smiled and bowed to Madudu and Aunt Jiang, saying, How about this? I apologize on behalf of Master Lu and Master Lu. What? Master Lu? Madudu exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. When did that fool become a master? Indeed, he is clearly a fool. Aunt Jiang angrily shouted at Cheng Dana. You've had plenty of meals at my home, and now you're praising a fool. Hush. Cheng Dana leaned closer to Madudu and whispered. That Lu Chen fellow is possessed by a spirit. The current him is not that foolish Lu. He is a divine being. A divine being possesses powers and can see many things. Oh, I see. Madudu hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but spit on the ground. So that fool dared to hit me because he was possessed. If that is the case, then it was not a fool who hit me. His previously suppressed emotions suddenly felt much lighter. As long as it wasn't a fool hitting him, he felt his dignity had been preserved. Brother, let us settle this. Cheng Dana smiled and comforted Madudu. I'll send you 2 bottles of fine wine later, and we'll consider the matter closed. Also, let us not spread the word about the possession. All right, if the village head says so, then it's settled. I'll consider it as if it never happened. Madudu declared, feigning generosity with a nod. Just like that? Aunt Jiang eyed him suspiciously. Sister-in-law, let it go. Madudu whispered closer to her. That fool is possessed. The village head has summoned someone to exorcise him. So he is possessed. Aunt Jiang shrank her neck in fear, then quietly asked, What is that woman here for? Oh, probably has a connection with the village head. She was invited to exorcise Lu the fool. Madudu casually replied. I say, you women are troublemakers. Monkey interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Aunt Jiang. The village head's woman calls others foolish. Isn't she just asking for trouble? I had no idea. Aunt Jiang retorted, feeling somewhat defiant. Come on, the village head will compensate me with 2 bottles of fine wine. I'll give you one. Madudu signaled to the 2. Let us head back. The 3 turned towards home. The onlookers could only express their bewilderment. What just happened? Madudu, usually so imposing, seemed to have been hit for free today. Indeed, what kind of luck has that fool struck today? Not only did he attract a beautiful and wealthy woman, but he also got Madudu hit for free, and the village head spoke on his behalf. What has that fool done? Even the village head seems to fear him. The crowd buzzed with speculation. All right, there is nothing more to see. Everyone disperse. Cheng Dana waved his hand. The villagers began to leave, but they did not wander far. Come, Master Lu, this is the 20,000 yuan cash I have prepared for you. Cheng Dana respectfully presented the small leather suitcase to Lu Wuya. Let us check the contents first. Lu Wuya gestured for Cheng Dana to open the suitcase. All right. Cheng Dana placed the suitcase on the ground, pressing a button to pop it open, revealing stacks of red bills inside. Lu Wuya counted the money on the spot, taking half and handing it to Lu Chen. Here. Take this. It's for you. This isn't right. Lu Chen attempted to refuse. Take it, or I might get angry, Lu Wuya insisted, her expression stern. Fine. Lu Chen accepted it without further protest. He turned and handed the 100,000 yuan to his mother. Mom, take this. My goodness, so much. Lin Xiumin gasped, her hands trembling. I think I should pass on this money. Mom, it's fine. This is from Master Lu, especially for us. Just take it. Lu Chen firmly pressed the cash into her hands. All right, I'll accept it. I'll deposit it in the city when I get the chance. Lin Xiumin stared at the stacks of money, unable to contain her joy. This was the most money she had ever held in her life. Meanwhile, Cheng Dana wore a gloomy expression, his heart aching. Just like that, 100,000 yuan had slipped into the hands of a fool. The amount he had exploited from Lu Chen over the years didn't even add up to this. This money had to be reclaimed. Lu Wuya received 20,000 yuan from Cheng Dana and distributed half to Lu Chen, which did not go unnoticed by the villagers, sparking murmurs among them. Wow, Cheng Dana is even showing respect to this woman. What is her background? Regardless of her status, she is showing respect to that fool. What has that fool done to earn such treatment? It seems we can't provoke the Lu family lightly from now on. The villagers cast envious glances towards Lu Chen. Let us go. We're off to your home for the ritual. Lu Wuye called softly to Cheng Dana. Please, this way. Cheng Dana gestured with enthusiasm. The three proceeded towards the village head's residence, while Lin Xiaomin carried the 20,000 yuan home. The villagers greeted her warmly as they passed. Xiaomin, your son is truly fortunate. She found such an accomplished woman. Your son, Lu Chen, is truly remarkable. The crowd eagerly lavished compliments on Lin Minxiu. What skills does he possess? The future remains uncertain. Lin Minxiu expressed such sentiments outwardly, yet internally, she was overjoyed. This sense of honor was akin to the pride she felt 5 years ago when her son achieved the highest score in the city's college entrance examination. Subsequently, life became more bitter than wormwood. After enduring hardships, the joy of today was a reason to celebrate. On her way home, she received continued praises. Lin Minxiu did not conceal her inner delight, waving to the crowd with a smile. I must return to prepare dinner. We have guests today, and I need to cook several exquisite dishes. Lu Chen, not far off, heard his mother's laughter and felt a deep sense of comfort. Once the pride of the village and his parents, he had lost that joy after becoming a fool. Today, after giving Mao Dadu a good beating, he felt he had finally vented his frustrations. Next on his list was Cheng Dana. That rascal had bullied his family for many years, and retribution was necessary. Upon arriving, the two began their ritual. Cheng Dana eagerly urged, Masters, you must summon all the good fortune from everyone in the village, especially from the Lu family. None should be spared. Why the rush? Lu Wuye glanced at Cheng Dana. First, prepare the finest tea. Certainly. Cheng Dana responded politely. Wait, the ritual will attract malevolent spirits. You must be prepared to ward them off. Lu Chen intentionally reminded. Cheng Dana, fixated on borrowing the Lu family's good fortune, thought he could swindle that rascal out of some money. Ward off evil? Cheng Dana shook his head. I don't know how to do that. To ward off evil, gold is needed. Lu Chen cleared his throat. Here's the plan. During the ritual, wear all your family's gold jewelry. Yes, gold can ward off evil. Cheng Dana's face lit up with excitement. We have plenty at home. All right, go prepare the tea. Certainly. Cheng Dana hurried inside to brew tea. Lu Wuye moved closer to Lu Chen, whispering, You plan to swindle him out of that gold, don't you? You noticed that? Lu Chen was quite surprised. We must have been husband and wife in a past life. Lu Wuye winked at Lu Chen. I can sense your thoughts. I'll handle the subsequent arrangements. Fine. I trust you. Lu Chen agreed readily. Moments later, Cheng Dana returned with tea and brought out his gold jewelry. He adorned himself with 3 golden bracelets on each wrist, for thick gold chains around his neck, and covered his fingers with rings. The entire ensemble was worth at least 200,000. Listen closely. Today's ritual is somewhat peculiar. Lu Wuye solemnly instructed Cheng Dana. Do not allow any outsiders to enter, and if anything strange occurs, do not shout. After all, with all that gold on you, you should be safe. Rest assured, I won't let a single fly in. Cheng Dana assured, locking the door. Now, I will set up a 5-ghost wealth-gathering formation, Lu Wuye declared, rushing to the center of the hall. Swiftly retrieving a peachwood sword and beginning to perform a celestial step. With fluid movements, she pointed the sword east and then west, occasionally tossing talismans into the air. To an unknowing observer, she would appear to be a master of the mystical arts. The 5 lamps were arranged. Suddenly, Lu Wuye produced 5 candles from her bag, placing them in 5 different directions. Then, she began to dance with the sword. Eastern spirits, bring forth wealth. Lu Wuye shouted, pointing the peachwood sword at a candle, which ignited spontaneously. Wonderful. Amazing. Cheng Dana clapped in excitement. Lu Wuye waved her sword again, stabbing another candle beside Cheng Dana. Western spirits, bring forth wealth. Another candle lit with a whoosh. Southern spirits, bring forth wealth. Northern spirits, ignite. Central spirits, come forth. Lu Wuye chanted incantations while dancing with her sword, igniting all 5 candles without the aid of a lighter. Cheng Dana's eyes widened in terror as he whispered, Incredible. This is worth the expense. He was thoroughly impressed by Lu Wuye's displayed abilities. Benefactor, wealth has its own destined flow. Lu Wuye collected her peachwood sword and glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, with an indifferent expression, asked Cheng Dana, Now that the 5 ghosts are summoned, how do you intend to borrow fortune from the Lu family's ancestral spirit? Oh, Cheng Dana scratched his head in confusion. Speak quickly. Use gold as collateral. Lu Wuye urged softly. Yes, gold as collateral. Cheng Dana nodded vigorously. Very well. This evening, when no one is around, bury your collateral 5 meters west of the Lu family ancestral grave. Lu Wuye replied nonchalantly. Cheng Dana lamented. This gold of mine is worth over 200,000. You won't bury it all, will you? It's collateral. Lu Chen promptly interjected. Collateral can be returned, right? Lu Wuye inquired. Yes, you can retrieve it in 3 years. Pledge 10 taels of gold to the ancestral spirit, and you shall receive 30 million in worldly wealth. Lu Wuye stated seriously. If you are unwilling to pledge, then so be it. I'll pledge. I'm willing to pledge. I'll bury the gold tonight. Cheng Dana nodded repeatedly. A contract is formed. Now, let us draw some blood. Lu Wuye produced a talisman and a silver needle, puncturing Cheng Dana's fingertip, causing a drop of crimson blood to fall onto the talisman. Ouch, what is this? Cheng Dana gasped in fear. Establishing a contract with spirits, the gold you wear must be buried today and cannot be retrieved for 3 years. Lu Wuye stated flatly. Otherwise, you shall meet with calamity. Ah! Cheng Dana broke into a cold sweat. Can you do this? Lu Wuye asked coldly. I can. I'll bury the gold tonight. Cheng Dana replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Now, begin your confession. Lu Chen prompted. Do I really need to confess? Cheng Dana was taken aback. It is essential. Lu Chen insisted. Quickly, recount the misdeeds you have committed over the past 3 years. He had already instructed Lu Wuye to start recording. This. Cheng Dana hesitated. Speak freely. It's fine. Master Lu is no longer the fool he once was. He is now a deity. The 5 ghosts wish to hear your words. Do not be negligent. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lu Wuye urged Cheng Dana. Speak up. Only then can the 5 ghosts help you borrow fortune. Fine, I will. Cheng Dana gritted his teeth. The year before last, the village raised funds to repair the ancestral hall, collecting 500,000. I pocketed 200,000. The actual cost for the village roads was only 700,000, and I took a 30,000 kickback. As for the land behind the mountain, I took a 15,000 kickback from Bosley. He divulged all the ill-gotten gains he had amassed over the years. That's enough. The ritual is complete. Await your fortune. Lu Wuye stood up, smiling casually. You will surely prosper within 3 years. Once you do, offer me a generous reward. For now, just a token of gratitude will suffice. Thank you, Master Lu and Master Lu. Here, please accept my humble offerings. Cheng Dana smiled, handing them 2 thick red envelopes. Let us go. Lu Wuye and Lu Chen took the envelopes and departed gracefully. The 2 returned to the Lu family home. A single transaction netted over 200,000. And later that evening, there was a barrel of gold to collect. How delightful. Lu Wuye smiled as he reminded Lu Chen. You'll be the one to collect the gold tonight. Let us do it together. Lu Chen replied with a grin. All right. I'll wait for you to come back this evening. Lu Wuye waved goodbye to Lu Chen, saying, I need to leave now. I still require a few tens of thousands more. A couple more transactions should suffice. Why do you need so much money? Lu Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. Ah. You wouldn't understand. When the time is right, I will naturally reveal it to you. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Wuye mounted his motorcycle, waved at Lu Chen, and sped away. Is he already leaving? Lin Xiaoming chased after him. We haven't even had lunch yet. He'll be back in the evening. Lu Chen reassured his mother with a nod. Come, let us celebrate our little profit today and head to the bank this afternoon. Child, why is Cheng Dana giving so much money to Lu Wuye? Lin Xiaoming asked, perplexed. Who knows? That scoundrel's money is nothing but extorted from the villagers. Lu Chen chuckled as he replied to his mother. What he devours must be regurgitated. Son, you mustn't let Cheng Dana hear you say that. It will only lead to trouble, Lin Xiaoming urged, pulling Lu Chen towards the house. Though you've struck it lucky with a formidable wife, you must not be too ostentatious. Mom, I understand. Now let us eat. Afterward, I'll take you shopping for some nice clothes, and we can deposit the money. Lu Chen guided his mother to the dining table. Excellent. The 2 shared a warm moment together. After dinner, Lu Chen rode the tricycle his mother usually used for selling vegetables directly into the city. As he passed by Cheng Dana's villa, he was spotted by him. Hey, Lin Xiaoming, don't you dare leave. That 100,000 is mine. Give it back immediately, and you must also bring me 2 chickens from your home as compensation. Cheng Dana exclaimed, rushing out to block their path. Why should I return it to you? Lu Chen retorted coldly. I didn't take this money from you. Humph. Lu Chen, You're just a fool now, not a deity. I have no obligation to respect you. I'll only acknowledge the Master Lu when he is present. Cheng Dana grabbed a steel pipe and smashed it against the tricycle, shouting, "Enough talk, hand over the money." As he spoke, he attempted to search through the tricycle. "Don't search it, I'll give it back to you." Lin Xiaoming, frightened, quickly grabbed the snakeskin bag, preparing to hand over the money. "Mom, don't give it to him." Lu Chen yanked the bag away, pushing Cheng Dana aside as he shouted, "If you have the guts, go find Lu Wuya for it. I will not give it to you. You fool, how dare you challenge me? Today, I will break your legs." Cheng Dana seethed, brandishing the steel pipe and swinging it towards Lu Chen's head. "Get lost." Lu Chen blocked the attack with his hand and then forcefully shoved Cheng Dana, causing him to stumble and fall into a nearby fish pond with a loud splash. "Lu Chen, you bastard. You dare strike me. You'll regret this." Cheng Dana cursed, floundering in the murky water. "Son, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Perhaps we should just return the money to him." Lin Xiaoming's face turned pale with fear. "Mom, it's all right. That 100,000 was given to Lu Wuya. We didn't take it from him. If he wants it back, he should go to Lu Wuya." Lu Chen reassured his mother with a smile. "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare confront Lu Wuya." "Then, what does Lu Wuya do that even Cheng Dana fears her?" Lin Xiaoming asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "Lu Wuya is simply more capable than him." Lu Chen comforted his mother. "Cheng Dana is a bully who preys on the weak. Be at ease, Lu Wuya is far superior. After all, we had no trouble dealing with Mao Dudu earlier, did we? Thank heavens, truly a stroke of luck." Lin Xiaoming, seated on the tricycle, clasped her hands together in gratitude, whispering, "Heaven has sent my son a formidable woman. Now, no one in the village can bully us, and we can live our lives in peace. Son, with this 200,000, let us set aside 30,000 to pay off our debts. We still owe your second uncle 20,000. And we owe the Huang family in the village 10,000. They helped us during our difficult times. We must repay them first." "Sure thing, Mom. After I buy some gifts, I'll visit your second uncle and bring something back for the Huang family as well, and we'll settle our debts." "Yes, paying off debts will lighten our burdens." The mother and son chatted happily as they continued on their way. At that moment, Cheng Dana had just climbed out of the pond, seething with anger. "Lu Chen, you dare strike me? Just wait. I will break your legs today." 5 minutes later, Cheng Dana called his cousin Huang Erxiang, instructing him to gather some people to intercept Lu Chen. "Don't worry, cousin. I will definitely help you retrieve the money." 20 minutes later, at a secluded alley, a car blocked the path of Lu Chen's tricycle. Lu Chen glanced ahead and, using his keen senses, recognized Huang Erxiang sitting in the car. He immediately surmised that this was Cheng Dana's ambush. "Mom, let us get out. The bank is just ahead. I'll park the tricycle and come right back." Lu Chen assisted his mother out of the vehicle. "Haha, Lu Chen the fool, what a pleasant surprise." Huang Erxiang stepped out of the car, flanked by 2 henchmen. He pressed a hand against the wheel of the tricycle and coldly declared, "Don't move. Hand over the money." "And if I refuse?" Lu Chen replied defiantly. "If you don't, I won't hold back." Huang Erxiang signaled to his 2 henchmen, "Beat him. Don't fight." Lin Xiaoming shouted in panic, "We don't want the money anymore. We don't want it." The 2 henchmen swung their fists at Lu Chen. Having reached the 3rd realm of the Golden Bell Shield, Lu Chen felt nothing from their punches. He retaliated without hesitation, quickly gaining the upper hand against the 2 henchmen. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Huang Erxiang attempted to snatch the snakeskin bag from the tricycle. "Hey, the money." Lin Xiaoming began to call out but stopped herself, thinking that the money was causing trouble. It would be better to let it go, so she fell silent. "Stop." Lu Chen turned to see Huang Erxiang fleeing with the bag, and he rushed forward to block the car door. "Quick, catch." Huang Erxiang tossed the snakeskin bag to one of his henchmen. "Let us go." The henchman caught the bag and swiftly turned to run down a side alley. Lu Chen took off in pursuit. "Help! Help!" The henchman yelled as he ran, drawing the attention of passers-by. At that moment, a female police officer on a motorcycle happened to pass by. Hearing the cries, she turned her head to look, and upon seeing the commotion, her eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Lu Chen caught up with the thief, and without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of blows. "Stop hitting! Stop hitting!" The henchman cried out in pain. "I'll teach you a lesson, you scoundrel." Lu Chen kicked him down to the ground and seized the snakeskin bag. This scene was witnessed by the police officer. "Zhong Liqin, not again. It's this kid again. He's becoming bolder by the day, committing robbery in broad daylight." Zhong Liqin leaped off her motorcycle and rushed toward the fray. Seeing the police approaching, the henchman, regardless of his pain, scrambled to his feet and fled. Not so fast. Lu Chen was about to pursue when, stop. The female officer, Zhang, opened her arms to block Lu Chen. In a moment of panic, Lu Chen accelerated, unable to halt his momentum, and collided directly with her chest. Ouch! Officer Zhong Liqin cried out in pain as she was knocked to the ground by Lu Chen. I'm sorry. Lu Chen, not thinking twice, immediately reached out to help her up. You scoundrel, you dare to knock me down. Zhong Liqin seized one of Lu Chen's hands. It was only then that Lu Chen realized he was pinned beneath the very officer he had encountered the previous night, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Miss, I truly apologize. That was unintentional. Huh. You have grown increasingly bold, haven't you? To commit such an act in broad daylight. Zhong Liqin pulled out her handcuffs and snapped them onto Lu Chen's wrist, rising to her feet. Come with me to the station. Wait, you've got it wrong. Someone else robbed me. Lu Chen sat up, a look of embarrassment on his face. Humph. Spare me the act. The officer retorted. I witnessed you stealing from someone. I saw you chasing that person down, knocking them to the ground. And to add insult to injury, you pursued them further. I suspect you intend to silence them. For someone like you, a villain, I cannot allow this. I will see you handcuffed today. You misunderstand. He robbed me first. I caught up with him and gave him a beating. Then he fled. And that's when you arrived. That's the truth. Lu Chen insisted, his expression serious. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Have I ever wronged you? Zhong Liqin shot back with a cold smile. You deceived me last night. I will not fall for your tricks again. Now come with me. Officer. You can't take my son away. He's a good person. Lin Xiaomin rushed over, kneeling beside Lu Chen, pleading with Zhong Liqin. Please, let my son go. He truly is a good person. Ma'am, please calm down. I assure you I will get to the bottom of this. I would never wrongfully accuse an innocent individual. Zhong Liqin smiled reassuringly at Lin Xiaomin. Now please stand up. I won T. Free my son. He didn't rob anyone. It was the other way around. Lin Xiaomin said, wiping her tears. Anyone can bully me, but you mustn't bully. Ma'am, please. Zhong Liqin felt a wave of embarrassment as Lin Xiaomin began to cry. She turned to Lu Chen and shouted, Lu Chen, why aren't you calming your mother down? You can't engage in moral coercion like this. Officer Zhong, who is truly engaging in moral coercion here? I did not rob anyone. On what grounds do you accuse me? Lu Chen responded coldly. I will not accept this accusation. I witnessed everything. You cannot deny it. Zhong Liqin glared at him. Her anger palpable. Even you would wrongfully accuse my son. Lin Xiaomin burst into tears. What meaning does my life have if my son is arrested? Her cries drew the attention of many bystanders. Oh, that poor lady. Someone murmured. She must have suffered some injustice. Mom, please don't cry. Lu Chen couldn't bear to see his mother in tears and tried to comfort her. Let her cry a little. It pains my heart. Lin Xiaomin choked on her words. This. Zhong Liqin suspected Lu Chen was feigning concern and lightly pinched his arm, whispering, Can you maintain some boundaries? Letting your mother act this way, doesn't your conscience ache? Huh. Officer Zhong, your investigative skills are quite lacking, Lu Chen smirked. You haven't even bothered to understand the situation before labeling me a robber. You didn't check the surveillance footage, and even more absurd. You wouldn't let my mother express her sorrow. Does she not have the right to cry upon seeing her son wrongfully accused? You. Zhong Liqin bit her lip. Fine, I will check the surveillance. If you are indeed innocent, I will apologize. Is a mere apology sufficient? Lu Chen scoffed. Do you think my time and the emotional distress I've suffered are worthless? All right. Zhong Liqin straightened her posture confidently. If I wrongfully accused you, I will submit to your wishes. I have no authority over you. Lu Chen chuckled, gesturing to his torn pants. Let us make a deal. Since my pants were accidentally ripped, if you wrongfully accuse me, you can take me to buy a new pair. And also get my mother a new outfit. Huh. You're quite the extortionist. Zhong Liqin retorted coldly. You need to wrong me first for that to happen. Material compensation for my pants and emotional compensation for my mother's outfit. Is it unreasonable to request a new garment for her after you've upset her? Lu Chen replied with a smile. Fine, let us check the surveillance. A short while later, the three arrived at the police station to review the footage. As they watched, Zhong Liqin's expression froze. Well, Officer Zhong, I wasn't wrong, was I? Lu Chen smiled. How infuriating. I can't believe that the person who escaped earlier was the real robber. Zhong Liqin slammed her hand on the table. I must capture those rascals. Now can you apologize to me? Lu Chen grinned. I concede that I wronged you. I owe you an apology. Zhong Liqin nodded, though still somewhat unconvinced. However, you are no saint either. Regarding last night's incident, I want to pursue it further. We are even now. You may leave. With that, she turned to Lin Xiaomin and said, I am sorry, ma'am. I misjudged you. You are free to go. Thank you, officer. Lin Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. Thank you? You still owe me a pair of pants and her an outfit. Lu Chen pulled his mother behind him and smiled at Zhong Liqin. Officer Zhong, let us go. Take us shopping for clothes. You. Zhong Liqin gritted her teeth in frustration, but suddenly winced in pain, squatting down. Officer Zhong, are you all right? Lu Chen asked with concern. It hurts so much. She cradled her abdomen in agony. Is it menstrual pain? Lu Chen inquired. Yes. Zhong Liqin nodded. Frowning. Here, try taking a deep breath. Lu Chen instructed, placing his hand on her abdomen to help alleviate the discomfort. Without thinking, she instinctively complied and took a deep breath. Soon, a strange warmth flowed through her abdomen, bringing an inexplicable sense of relief as the pain gradually dissipated. Feeling better now? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Yes, much better, Zhong Liqin replied, just regaining her senses. Looking down, she was startled to find Lu Chen's hand had ventured too far. Enraged, she shouted, You scoundrel! What are you doing? Where is your hand? I was helping you. Lu Chen insisted, not meaning to overstep. You pervert! I don't want to see you. Zhong Liqin stood up angrily, pointing at Lu Chen and shouting, Get lost! Leaving is fine. Lu Chen chuckled, scratching his head. But you did promise to help me buy those pants and an outfit for my mother. Captain Zhong, surely you wouldn't resort to petty tricks over such trivial matters? How unfortunate for me. Zhong Liqin, exasperated, rolled her eyes and declared, Let us go. I'll take you to buy some pants and clothes, and we'll bring your mother along. Then I shan't hold back, Lu Chen replied with a grin. Calling out to his mother, Mom, let us hop on the tricycle. All right, I'll get in now. Lin Xiaomin was astonished by Lu Chen's behavior. In such a short time, he had already touched a female officer's abdomen and was now asking her to buy him clothes. Even a mother was beginning to struggle to comprehend the antics of today's youth. 10 minutes later, Zhong Liqin led Lu Chen to a row of clothing stores. Lu Chen, accompanied by his mother, entered the shop first. Lu Chen, is that you again? A female voice suddenly chimed in. Lu Chen looked up to see Su Xiaohong. What a coincidence. He smiled and nodded. Lu Chen, don't mess with me. I've already wronged you, and I've paid the price. Su Xiaohong shot him a fearful glare, as she indeed felt some trepidation towards him due to her previous job losses that he had inadvertently caused. All right, I want to shop for clothes here, Lu Chen replied with a smile. I'll find someone else. Su Xiaohong pouted and ignored him. Isn't that Lu Chen, that fool? Suddenly, 3 tall men entered the shop, led by a young man with a leopard tattoo on his arm. Leopard? Lu Chen gasped in surprise. Haha, indeed. It's me. The leopard boasted, exhaling a plume of smoke, but then his expression darkened. Lu Chen, you're finished. You're dead meat, you idiot. The 2 thugs accompanying him echoed his threats. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaohong couldn't help but chuckle with glee. Haha, I didn't expect this fool to have messed with leopard. This is going to be entertaining. The shop attendants began to whisper among themselves. I heard leopard is the 3rd enforcer under Wan Xiaochong, capable of taking on 7 or 8 at once. It's over for that kid. Seeing leopard's fierce demeanor, Lin Xiaomin was alarmed and hurriedly approached, pleading, Young man, can we discuss this calmly? Discuss? Leopard pointed at Lin Xiaomin with the hand holding his cigarette, laughing triumphantly. You must be Lu Chen's mother. Listen well, your son is doomed. I'm going to break his legs. Haha. The 2 thugs laughed along. Whose legs are you going to break? Just then, Zhong Liqin had locked her motorcycle and strode into the clothing store, exuding authority in her police uniform. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Officer Zhong. Leopard was startled, quickly forcing a smile. Hello, Officer Zhong. What brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you have started to get violent? Zhong Liqin retorted coldly. I was just joking, Leopard explained, his expression overly accommodating. Really just a joke. Yes, Leopard was just joking. The other thugs nodded eagerly. Best not to cause trouble. Zhong Liqin warned in a sharp tone. No trouble, no trouble. We'll take our leave. Leopard said with a forced smile, quickly making his way to the exit. As he passed Lu Chen, he paused, leaning in to threaten, You're lucky, fool, to run into Officer Zhong on patrol. But it's useless. We'll be waiting for you outside. Once Officer Zhong leaves, let us see who can save you. Well then, you wait. If you don't, you're the grandson, Lu Chen retorted with a laugh. Just you wait. Leopard scoffed, leading his gang out of the store. Come on, Officer Zhong, help me pick out some pants. Lu Chen approached Zhong Liqin, holding up a pair of pants for her approval. What do you think of these? Don't ask me. Zhong Liqin shot him an expressionless glance. I agreed to pay for you, not to choose for you. In that case, I'll take my time choosing. Lu Chen continued to browse, deliberately flaunting the clothes before her. After repeating this for the third time, Zhong Liqin could no longer remain patient. She shot Lu Chen an irritated look. Hey, how long are you going to take? Unfortunately, I suffer from a condition of indecisiveness. Lu Chen chuckled. Why don't you help me pick one? He aimed this at Leopard, who was watching from outside. Zhong Liqin, grinding her teeth in frustration, finally took a pair of pants from the rack and handed them to Lu Chen. Take this one. It's the only choice. The swiftness of her action inadvertently caused the pants to bump against Lu Chen's abdomen. Ouch! Lu Chen exclaimed. What's wrong? Zhong Liqin asked, curious. You hit me there, Lu Chen replied, his face turning red. You, shameless rogue, are you even embarrassed? Zhong Liqin raised her fist to strike him. Don't hit me. You did it. Lu Chen protested, feigning innocence. Get going, try on your pants. Zhong Liqin pushed him away irritatedly. This scene was witnessed by Leopard and his thugs outside. No way, Captain Zhong isn't actually getting involved with that fool, right? It looks like she's his girlfriend. One of the thugs remarked. This kid is quite the charmer. He even managed to win over the fierce flower. Leopard, hearing their chatter, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Soon, Zhong Liqin completed the purchase and exited the store with Lu Chen. Seeing the beautiful police officer accompanying Lu Chen, Leopard reluctantly revved his engine. Let us go. With a police flower protecting him, he's out of our reach. Lu Chen called out. Hey, grandson, don't leave. Didn't you say you'd wait for me? Humph. Lu Chen, you've just gotten lucky, Leopard responded with a forced grin, giving him a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to manage to charm the fierce flower. You're impressive. With that, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Hey, who said she's his girlfriend? You better clarify. Zhong Liqin shouted as she chased after him. Oh no, the fierce flower is coming after me. I only yelled at that fool a couple of times, and now she's chasing me. I better skedaddle. Leopard was startled and accelerated away. Zhong Liqin halted, turning to point at Lu Chen, demanding, Lu Chen, was that you? What are you talking about? Lu Chen smiled innocently. Did you say I'm your girlfriend? Zhong Liqin approached him quickly. You said it yourself. Lu Chen replied with a grin. You scoundrel, you've tarnished my reputation. Zhong Liqin swung her fist at Lu Chen. He let her hit him, confident in his invulnerability against such minor assaults. Alas, this woman has quite the temper. It seems she wouldn't make a suitable wife. Lin Xiaomin murmured, fearing for her son. Hey miss, stop hitting him. He hasn't done anything to deserve it. He has been spreading rumors, claiming I'm his. Zhong Liqin began to defend herself, but upon reflection, realized it was a convoluted matter and sighed. Forget it. Let us move on. You both go in and pick out clothes. I'll make a phone call before joining you. Mom, let us go buy clothes. Lu Chen nudged his mother towards the women's clothing store. Lin Xiaomin leaned closer to Lu Chen, whispering, Son, didn't it hurt when Officer Zhong was hitting you? Mom, it's nothing. Hitting is affection. Lu Chen smiled and comforted his mother, saying, her punches and kicks are not forceful. She is holding back. It was merely a jest. As long as everything is fine, that is all that matters. Lin Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. Observing Lu Chen's steadfast defense of her in front of her mother, Zhong Liqin felt a twinge of guilt. She couldn't help but reproach herself. Did I inadvertently hurt this boy just now? What a fool. Can he not even put up a defense? Lu Chen entered a brand women's clothing store, carrying a snakeskin bag along with his mother. Upon entering, Lin Xiaomin became noticeably anxious. She grasped the tag and glanced at the price, which exceeded 600, and was taken aback. Son, perhaps we should reconsider. The clothes here are exceedingly expensive. Mother, it's all right. We've come this far. Lu Chen gently held his mother's arm. Oh dear, these garments seem rather mismatched with me, Lin Xiaomin said. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the attire here does not suit you at all, came a mocking voice from behind them. Lu Chen and his mother turned to see a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman striding towards them. Oh, isn't this my cousin's wife? Lin Xiaomin swiftly pulled Lu Chen over and pointed at the middle-aged woman, smiling as she exclaimed, Lu Chen, this is your fourth aunt. Quickly greet her. Hello, fourth aunt. Lu Chen nodded politely. Oh, it seems this fool is not as foolish as he appears. He can even call for someone. The alluring woman stood with her legs spread apart, resembling two leaning posts, and burst into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, Fool! Can you truly afford to bring your mother to such a place? Lin Xiaomin's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, leaving her utterly embarrassed. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, she softly retorted to the alluring woman, "Cousin-in-law, while I may not afford fine garments, there is no harm in Lu Chen bringing me out for a stroll. Haha, is it still not wrong?" The alluring woman let out a cold laugh, and then, her expression darkening, cast a glance at Lin Xiaomin and said, "Cousin, I do not mean to speak ill of you, but given your circumstances, being able to afford a meal is quite commendable. How is it that you remain so oblivious, allowing your son to bring you to such a place? I tend to speak my mind candidly. Please do not take it to heart. I intend to bring my mother along." Lu Chen raised his face and retorted with a cold smile, "Aunt C, just focus on enjoying your own life and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. If you find yourself too idle, perhaps you should consider exercising. It might grant you a few more years of life. Look at you. You've become quite plump from idleness. I speak rather candidly, so do not take it to heart." As the words hung in the air, several employees in the store could not help but chuckle softly. "Oh dear, even a fool can retort now?" The enchanting woman instantly became furious, turning to Lin Xiaomin beside her and shouting, "Xiaomin, look at you. How have you educated your child? I am his elder. Why has this foolish son of mine begun to lecture me? Mother, what is the matter?" A rotund man, resembling a winter melon, approached with brisk steps. Upon reaching the front, he immediately recognized Lu Chen and greeted him with a cheerful nod. "Oh, ISN and Opos, this my foolish cousin." The chubby child smiled and nodded at Lu Chen. "Do you see? My son has been well educated. He greets others upon arrival." The flamboyant woman, beaming with pride, pulled the chubby child closer and cast a glance at Lin Xiaomin, saying, "Even though Lu Chen is somewhat foolish, my son still remembers to address him as cousin. That reflects proper upbringing and a fine family tradition. Haha, it is precisely because of our good family values that we are wealthier than your family. Indeed, you are the epitome of refinement." Constantly referring to him as a fool, Lin Xiaomin said, her voice tinged with sorrow as she wiped away a tear. "Your family may excel in many aspects, yet over the years, I have not seen you extend even a dime of assistance to us. If you choose not to assist, that is one thing, but to belittle us is quite another. Do you find any amusement in such actions? Oh dear, Xiaomin, you are being overly sensitive. The fact remains that your son is not the brightest, and your family's financial situation is indeed modest." The alluring woman smiled triumphantly as she gently patted her face with her hand, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "Do not forget," she remarked, "you are a widow, having lost your husband. If I were in your position, I would have no shame in showing my face in such a place. Indeed, dear aunt and cousin, you should leave promptly. The garments here cost several hundred yuan each, far beyond what a fool or a widow could possibly afford." The plump girl, brimming with self-satisfaction, pointed at the snakeskin bag in Lu Chen's hand and chuckled, "My foolish cousin, perhaps you should assess your own circumstances. What makes you think you are worthy of bringing your mother to such a place? Do you believe you are akin to me? I am capable of earning over 10,000 in a single month. Look at you, such an adult, still wandering about with a plastic bag. How utterly uncouth and embarrassing." As he spoke, he reached out to snatch the bag from Lu Chen's grasp. "Don't touch it, that's money." Lu Chen coldly cast a glance at the venomous mother and son before exclaiming, "Listen well, my mother and I will shop as we please. If you find it displeasing, then be gone." "Ha ha, this fool actually dared to tell us to leave." The alluring woman laughed triumphantly, pointing at Lu Chen's snakeskin bag, exclaiming, "He even claims that his bag is filled with money. I find it utterly hilarious." The performance of the two individuals attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Come, foolish one, empty your snakeskin bag for all to see. I am eager to ascertain whether it contains money." The rotund individual reached out to snatch the snakeskin bag from Lu Chen's grasp. Lu Chen, disinterested in evading, simply let go. The rotund individual yanked the bag towards him, appending its contents, and with a cacophony of rustling, stacks of crisp banknotes cascaded to the ground. This immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. "Goodness, it is indeed money. Surely, there must be around 200,000. Carrying such a substantial amount of money to purchase clothing. This is indeed a display of affluence. Even when purchasing clothing, one resorts to a snakeskin bag for storage." Gazing at the vibrant red banknotes strewn across the ground, the enchanting woman and the plump figure were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Lin Xiaomin, when did you amass such a fortune? Isn't it true that your family struggles financially every month?" The alluring woman gazed at Lin Xiaomin with astonishment. What does that have to do with you? Lu Chen coldly retorted, then turned to the rotund figure beside him, exclaiming, "Please pick up the money." He added, "Let me count how much there is." The portly man crouched down, carefully placing the bills back into the burlap bag. With a grin, he handed the bag of money to Lu Chen, saying, "My foolish cousin, this is hardly a substantial amount. It totals merely 200,000. Look at how pleased you are. This sum is insufficient even for the dowry to marry a wife. Haha, who would wed a fool for just 200,000? The alluring woman cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chen, then turned to Lin Xiaomin with a smile, shaking her head, and remarked, "Xiaomin, I fear your foolish son will never find a girlfriend in this lifetime." Lin Xiaomin, brimming with pride, lifted her chin and replied, "You need not worry about that. My Lu Chen already has a girlfriend." She candidly added, "To be honest, all this money comes from his girlfriend." "What? Will there be a woman who would give 200,000 to Lu Chen?" The alluring woman couldn't help but burst into laughter. How ugly must he be? Not only unattractive, but he must also be foolish. Haha. The plump and cheerful figure joined in laughter. "Lu Chen, have you selected the outfit for your aunt? If you have, I shall take care of the bill. Hurry, I must return to the police station." The striking and poised policewoman, Zhong Liqin, strode into the store with an air of confidence. Instantly, the gazes of those present were captivated by the sight of this tall and stunning beauty. My goodness, she resembles a star. What a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She is the most stunning young lady I have ever seen in uniform. Her elegance and poise are truly captivating. A multitude of guests showered compliments. The enchanting woman's eyes resembled a scanner, meticulously scrutinizing Zhong Liqin from head to toe. Unable to contain herself, she murmured softly, "Could it be that this fool has managed to attract such a stunning woman?" In the eyes of the stout, round-faced man, disbelief was evident as he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could such a stunning policewoman possibly be interested in a fool like him?" Naturally, Lu Chen seized this exceptional opportunity to retort. Although Zhong Liqin was not his girlfriend, he intended to create a misunderstanding to vex that malicious aunt and her son. All right, it will be ready soon. Mom, hurry up. Liqin still needs to get to work." Lu Chen smiled as he gently urged his mother deeper into the clothing store. Just this one. After scanning the store, Lin Xiaomin finally discovered a clearance section and casually selected a piece of clothing priced just over 100, handing it to the sales assistant. "Here, young lady, please wrap this up for me." "Auntie, since you're here, why not choose something more expensive?" Zhong Liqin recalled how she had previously treated Lu Chen harshly, amidst a series of misunderstandings, and felt a twinge of guilt. She resolved to offer some material compensation. "That would be too much." Lin Xiaomin replied awkwardly, "You've already spent quite a bit on pants for my son. I really can't let you buy me clothes too. Not at all. I specifically brought you here to buy clothes and pants." Witnessing Lu Chen's mother's sincerity, Zhong Liqin felt increasingly touched. She picked out a garment priced over 400 and smiled as she handed it to Lin Xiaomin. "Here, Annie, try this one on. This is too much." Lin Xiaomin protested, feeling immensely embarrassed. "I insist you take it." Zhong Liqin insisted, forcefully placing the clothing in Lin Xiaomin and Appo's hands, winking playfully, "Auntie, go try it on." "All right then." Lin Xiaomin accepted the garment and turned toward the fitting room. Observing this scene from a distance, the stout man could only shake his head in amazement. When did Lu Chen become so impressive to attract such a wonderful woman? "Enough looking. It's not for you." A glamorous woman shoved him, angrily retorting, "Look at you. You're even worse than a fool, earning over 10,000 a month yet unable to find a girlfriend. And look at Lu Chen's girlfriend. She's from a stable profession and stunningly beautiful. Goodness, the more I hear, the angrier I get. Let us go." "Mom, I don't want to." The stout man's face turned ashen as he was pushed out of the clothing store by his mother. Watching the aunt shove her son out, Lu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. Gratefully, he pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to Zhong Liqin. "Thank you, beautiful. You've saved my face. You don't need to cover my mother's clothing expenses. You can leave now." Who do you think you are?" Zhong Liqin shot him a glare, retorting, "I keep my promises. I'm not doing this for anyone's face. You, Lu Chen, don't hold such significance in my eyes." This left Lu Chen feeling somewhat bashful. "All right, let us go with just this one." Just then, Lin Xiaomin emerged from the fitting room, looking pleased in her new outfit. "Sales assistant, I'll take this dress for my aunt. Let us settle the bill." Zhong Liqin confidently approached the checkout counter. "Sure." The sales assistant swiftly completed the transaction. Zhong Liqin returned to Lu Chen's side, softly admonishing him. Listen well, Lu. I've cleared my debts to you, and our grievances are now over. I hope you can behave yourself from now on. Don't fall into my hands again. Otherwise, I won't be so kind. With that, she turned and strode out of the store with an air of superiority. Hey, what about my belt? Lu Chen called after her with a smile. That was over 1,000. Belt? I tossed it. Zhong Liqin replied with a cold smirk before revving her motorcycle and disappearing from view. Son, what was that about the belt? Lin Xiaomin inquired curiously. Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Lu Chen laughed as he changed the subject. Mom, let us pick out 2 more outfits for you. Ah, having money doesn't mean you should squander it. We can buy more another day. Lin Xiaomin advised, smiling. Son, I take back what I said before. Actually, that policewoman isn't bad. If you like her, you should consider it. Even if her temper is a bit fiery. Her character is quite good. She would make a practical partner. Mom, what are you saying? She doesn't even have that intention. Lu Chen laughed, slightly exasperated. Doesn't he have that intention? Yet she buys me clothes? The belt was left at her place, and she still won't admit it. Lin Xiaomin rolled her eyes playfully. Mom just means that both Officer Zheng and Lu Wuye are good choices. I support you in choosing either. Lu Chen was utterly speechless. Realizing that this was a conversation he couldn't clarify, he decided to let it go and cheerfully suggested, all right, enough of that. Let us find you a couple more outfits, and then go buy shoes. No need, Mom has shoes to wear. We must buy some. Look at how worn out those are. Lu Chen feigned seriousness. You know I'm looking for a girlfriend now, and they're all wealthy women. If you look shabby, they'll look down on you. That is true. Lin Xiaomin nodded happily. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Chen took his mother to buy shoes. And after gathering a collection of bags, they hopped onto a tricycle heading straight for the bank. Mom, let us keep over 30,000 and deposit the remaining 260,000. Lu Chen said excitedly. Once we save up to 500,000, we can build a small villa in our hometown. Son, where did you get 260,000? Miss Lu only gave you 200,000. Lin Xiaomin questioned. Perplexed. I found an extra 100,000 last night. Lu Chen grinned as he revealed the cash from his bag. Found it. Lin Xiaomin's expression darkened. Son, that money might belong to someone in urgent need. You should return it. Return it? How would I even do that? Lu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. I don't even know who lost it. Then you should hand it over to Officer Zhong so she can return it. Lin Xiaomin urged. We mustn't keep what isn't ours. How about we hold on to it for now? If someone comes looking for it, we'll return it then. Lu Chen suggested with a smile. No, give me that money. Lin Xiaomin insisted firmly. Fine. Lu Chen reluctantly pulled out the cash. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hey, where did you guys find that money? Lu Chen looked up to see Manager Xing stepping out of a BMW 740. Manager Xing. Lu Chen felt a rush of anxiety. He knew this money was the death money Lu Wuye had tricked Xing into placing at the intersection. If Xing discovered the truth, he would not let Lu Chen off lightly. Manager Xing was far more formidable than he appeared. Fool, why are you standing there? Show me. Manager Xing approached swiftly, snatching a stack of bills from Lu Chen's hands to scrutinize. Haha, so it really is that 100,000. After a moment of examination, Manager Xing chuckled and returned the money to Lu Chen. He recognized it as the money he had personally placed there as a sacrifice. You're the owner? Lin Xiaomin, thinking the money belonged to Manager Xing, smiled as she took the 100,000 from Lu Chen and handed it to him. Here, this money is yours. We won't take anything that doesn't belong to us. Upon hearing this, Manager Xing was taken aback. This was the death money he intended to use to borrow Lu Chen's life. How could he allow it to be returned? Returning signifies that misfortune has also returned. Auntie, this money is for you. Take it. No need to return it. Xing Gang feigned a cheerful demeanor, once again stuffing the money back into Lu Chen's mother's hands, and added, I work in the same mine as Lu Chen. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. With that, Xing Gang turned and entered his BMW. We cannot accept this money. Lin Xiaomin pondered for a moment and quickly carried the 100,000 yuan back to Xing Gang's car, inserting it through the window with a smile, saying, Young man, this money belongs to you. It should be returned. We cannot take what is not ours. Hey, this. Xing Gang unbuckled his seatbelt, about to exit the car, when suddenly a loud crash resonated from behind. Someone had rear-ended his BMW 740. The tremendous impact jolted the vehicle, causing Xing Gang's head to strike the steering wheel, leaving a noticeable bump. Damn it, who the hell is blind? Driving like that? He roared, pushing the door open and stepping out. Brother, I'm so sorry, so sorry. A crew-cut man exited the passenger seat and approached Xing Gang. nodding and smiling apologetically. My wife just got her driver's license. Her skills aren't great. How about this? I'll report the insurance and get the car fixed for you. What? Just fix it? Xing Gang scoffed coldly, pointing at the crew-cut man and shouted, "You wait here. I need to see if my head is injured." He glanced into the car's side mirror and quickly saw that his forehead had swollen like a light bulb, igniting his fury. "Damn it, I've been disfigured. Brother, are you all right? Don't scare me." The female driver from the passenger seat hurried over, feigning tears. Xing Gang turned to see the woman in a short skirt, her long, fair legs and ample bosom drawing his attention. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Beauty, what are we going to do about this? My BMW 740, worth over 100,000, has been damaged and my appearance is ruined. This is no small matter." He scrutinized the female driver, a lewd smile creeping across his face. "Brother, how about we take you to the hospital first? Then we can handle the insurance." The crew-cut man suggested quietly. "Forget the insurance." Xing Gang erupted in anger, grabbing the crew-cut man's collar and yelled, "I earn over 10 million a year. Do you think I care about your insurance? What do you take me for?" Just as he exerted force, he released the man and grimaced in pain. "Ouch, ouch. What's wrong, brother?" The female driver was nearly in tears. "Nothing. Just a bump on my back. It's itchy and painful, terribly uncomfortable." Xing Gang sighed, reaching behind to scratch at the spot. "That bump on your back has nothing to do with me." The crew-cut man replied helplessly. "Shut up." Xing Gang shot him a glare. The crew-cut man fell silent. The female driver bit her lip and approached Xing Gang, winking playfully. "Brother, how about I help you scratch it? All right, you're considerate. Scratch for me first, and we can discuss the car. Your husband is difficult to reason with." Xing Gang eyed the woman's chest, a lecherous grin on his face. "Get in the car." The female driver glared at her husband, her voice cold. "You can't drive. I'll handle this." "Okay. Honey, I'll stay in the car." The crew-cut man turned and climbed back inside. The female driver returned to Xing Gang, reaching her hand to his back. "Is it itchy here, brother?" "Ouch, ouch." "Never mind. This is just too painful." Xing Gang scowled, lamenting, "I was fine last night. How did I wake up with a bump? This is ridiculous. It's both itchy and painful." He complained, scratching gently at his back. This subtle action caught Lu Chen's attention, and he leaned forward in surprise, realizing that the spot Xing Gang was scratching was precisely where he had pricked last night at Mei's house with a toothpick. "Interesting," Lu Chen chuckled to himself. "I just helped Mei with a pimple on her backside, and now it's infected on Xing Gang. No wonder he has been so unfortunate lately." He figured that he need not worry about the 100,000 yuan. Xing Gang would undoubtedly return it. With that thought, Lu Chen smiled and quietly urged his mother, "Mom, let us go. Time to deposit the money. Let us go." The two entered the bank. After they deposited the money and exited, Xing Gang had already left, and his BMW was nowhere to be seen. Only the car involved in the accident remained, with the crew-cut man sitting inside, weeping softly, his hands gripping the steering wheel. "Hey, buddy, what is going on?" A bank security guard asked curiously. "My wife went out for hot pot with another man," the crew-cut man replied, wiping his tears. Hearing about the hot pot, Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. Poor Xing Gang was likely in for a rough time. The red bump on his back was particularly sensitive to hot pot, especially lamb hot pot. He figured that before long, Xing Gang would be in excruciating pain. "Young man, it's just hot pot with someone else. Is it really that terrible?" The security guard chuckled to console him. "You don't understand." The crew-cut man took a bottle of beer from the seat and began to drink, tears streaming down his face. "My wife crashed someone's BMW 740. And that guy doesn't look easy to deal with. My wife must be scared of having to pay, which is why she's treating him to hot pot. I could see that guy's restless eyes. He will probably persuade my wife to drink, and she might end up with him. Just now, I noticed the way she looked at him. It was different, filled with longing. My wife's belt is also quite loose." With that, he broke down in tears. "Wait a minute, your wife's car didn't bump on purpose, did it?" The security guard couldn't help but laugh. "Sounds like your wife has some inexplicable admiration for that guy. Wow, I hadn't even thought about that." The crew-cut man smacked his thigh in despair. "That woman is no good. I suspect she intentionally bumped into his car. Otherwise, why would she leave with him so readily? Oh my God, why is my wife so loose?" "All right, buddy, try to see the bright side." The security guard patted him on the shoulder. "As the saying goes, if you want to live well, you must wear a bit of green. Green is good, environmentally friendly, and resource-saving. Your woman is taken care of by someone else without costing you a dime. The car still runs. Look at you. You've got an Audi A4 now. Let your wife wear a few green hats, and you might end up with a BMW 740 like that guy. As soon as the words were out, the crowd around them erupted in laughter. All right, green hats are great. Ha ha, what the hell? The crew-cut man burst into laughter, suddenly throwing the beer bottle to the ground. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered, and orange-yellow liquid splattered everywhere. The scene fell into an immediate silence. The security guard's face turned ashen, and with a dismissive gesture, he quickly turned to the crowd behind him, exclaiming, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Everyone, please disperse. This gentleman has had a bit too much to drink." Witnessing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, let's go. We should head home and return old Huang's money." With a smile, Lu Chen mounted the tricycle. "Let's go?" Lin Xiaoming followed suit, letting out a gentle sigh as she advised Lu Chen, "Son, I believe you should consider Officer Zhong as your partner. She may have a fiery temperament, but she is principled and upright. Although Xiao Lu is quite lovely, I feel you might find her a bit elusive and whimsical. She may not suit our farming family." "Mom, you're overthinking it. Those two beauties don't have any romantic intentions towards me," Lu Chen replied with a laugh. "Not interested? Yet you spent the night with Xiao Lu." Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. "Besides, you've already made advances on Officer Zhong. I saw you myself. Even if she playfully hit you, it wasn't serious. It's quite evident she harbors some interest in you." "Mom, it's truly not as you imagine," Lu Chen attempted to clarify. All right, I won't press you further. Both young women are commendable, and I support whichever you choose. Neither is frivolous. Marrying either would be perfectly acceptable." As Lin Xiaoming spoke, she couldn't help but sing praises. However, from a mother's perspective, I lean slightly towards Officer Lin. She has a generous figure, which is advantageous for childbearing, and she possesses strength and resilience. "Mom, why do you always return to this topic?" Lu Chen said, exasperated. Enough. Lin Xiaoming waved her hand, her heart thoroughly amused. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen remained quiet, yet his mind inadvertently compared Lu Wuye and Zhong Liqin. Both were stunning women. One was quirky and entertaining, while the other exuded strength and grace. Lu Wuye was charmingly attractive, while Zhong Liqin possessed a statuesque elegance and a natural beauty. Indeed, Zhong's figure was quite impressive, seemingly surpassing Lu Wuye's, especially with her long, slender legs. However, Mei's long legs were also quite appealing. Lost in thought, Lu Chen's mind wandered to Mei Ping's alluring figure. Beep! A car horn sounded from behind. "Son, pull over. A car is approaching," Lin Xiaoming called out. Turning to glance back, Lu Chen saw a brand new BMW X6 approaching. "Meizong." He recognized Mei Ping instantly. "Ah, Lu Chen, is that you?" Mei Ping said excitedly as she brought the vehicle to a halt on the road. "Hello, Boss Mei." Lin Xiaoming greeted with a nod. "Oh, Auntie, you're here too." Mei Ping smiled and added, "I happen to be on my way to visit Lu Chen and you today. Auntie, please get in. Just direct us while Lu Chen rides." She suggested. "Never mind. I think I should ride," Lin Xiaoming said with a smile, playfully pushing Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, you get in the car and guide Meizong. I'll leisurely ride back." "Mom, let me ride," Lu Chen insisted. "All right." Lin Xiaoming whispered to Lu Chen, "I'll grab some fresh vegetables from the garden for Meizong." "Get in, Lu Chen." Mei Ping opened the car door. "All right." Lu Chen complied and entered the vehicle. Mei Ping smiled ambiguously at him. "Lu Chen, did you sleep well last night? Did you have any dreams?" "I stayed up quite late. I barely caught a few winks before dawn," Lu Chen replied honestly. "Tell me, is it because you're thinking of a woman that you couldn't sleep?" Mei Ping teased. "I have no woman to think about." Lu Chen feigned exasperation, sighing. "You know my family's situation. Is that so?" Mei Ping laughed, teasing him. "I think your situation is quite fine. You're handsome and in great shape. You might even thrive as a gigolo." "Boss Mei, please don't jest," Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, still shy?" Mei Ping slowed the car, playfully patting Lu Chen's thigh. "Wait for me here. I'll quickly buy 2 cases of milk from the convenience store." "No need, Meizong." Lu Chen shook his head. "Just coming over is enough. There's no need to bring anything. Besides, my mom doesn't even like milk, and I usually stay at the mine, not returning every day." "Silly boy. The milk isn't for you. Anything I bring for you will be far superior to mere milk. The milk is for Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma." Mei Ping explained with a smile. "Since you're from the same village, of course, I should visit them too. Last night, some villagers caused a ruckus near the mine, and Cheng Dazhuang and the workers were stuck dealing with it late into the night. I specifically gave them a day off. Today, I'm visiting Bishi village to see you and to check in on them as well." "Ah, I see. Perhaps you should visit Chengda and Wang Irma first. Then come to my house, Lu Chen suggested with a smile. I can tidy up in the meantime. By the way, my house is just ahead. That dilapidated mud brick house over there. I'll get out here. Lu Chen, are you upset? Mei Ping suddenly grasped Lu Chen's wrist. If you don't want me to visit Chengda, I won't go. Not at all. It's just regular work. Lu Chen opened the car door and turned to smile. I just need to tidy up a bit. My place is quite messy. Call me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up. Wait. Mei Ping held on to Lu Chen's arm, gently caressing the distinct line on his bicep. Maison, what is it? Lu Chen felt a twinge of nervousness. What a beautiful Qinglong line. Mei Ping praised with a smile. What is a Qinglong line? Lu Chen asked, intrigued. It's a type of virginal line. Having a Qinglong indicates you possess a strong masculine energy. Mei Ping winked. Tell me, have you never been with a woman? And no. Lu Chen's face turned crimson as he scratched his head. Truly beautiful. Mei Ping took Lu Chen's hand and kissed his arm gently. Maison, please. That area is dirty. Lu Chen protested. Silly, that's your masculine energy. A Qinglong line is rare. It's not dirty. Mei Ping leaned closer, whispering playfully. You are my Qinglong. I'm no Qinglong, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. I'm just a fool. Shoo, don't say that about yourself. In my eyes, you are not foolish. You are my Qinglong, Mei Ping whispered, her breath warm against his ear. I am the Baihu. The Baihu matches the Qinglong. And only you can subdue me. All right, I must go buy the milk now. You prepare the vegetables at home, and I'll come over later to cook dinner with you. With a charming smile, she opened the car door and stepped out. Mei Ping walked with a confident gait towards the convenience store. Inside, a group was playing cards. And her arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, that woman is stunning. One exclaimed. Look at those long, fair legs. What a figure. And her face is even more beautiful. The men laughed heartily. Shoo, quiet. That's Mei Ping, the wealthy lady from the coal mine. Someone in the crowd recognized her, and the laughter ceased, replaced by murmurs. Wow, no wonder she's so beautiful. She's the top beauty in Long City. Another remarked. Of course, the most beautiful boss is extraordinary. She was pursued by the top man in Long City back in the day. Those legs could keep you entertained for years. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Chen couldn't help but steal a few glances from behind. Not to mention President Mei. The more he looked, the more intriguing she seemed. As he gazed, memories of almost becoming intimate with President Mei at her home last night flooded his mind. What could possibly attract such a beautiful and wealthy woman to him? Lu Chen scratched his head and muttered to himself, could it be that President Mei thinks I'm Qinglong? Qinglong and Baihu? Could it be that President Mei is Ano Hair Woman? He was startled. He had heard of Baihu, said to be a fate that brings misfortune to husbands, destined to live a life devoid of hair. If that were true, it seemed wise to keep his distance from her. Yet, even if President Mei were indeed Baihu, that didn't seem too dire. For he had the ability to keep her in check, and she even brought him fortune. After all, he had just indulged in 2 pieces of milk candy with President Mei, and he had already mastered medical skills and understood the Golden Bell Shield. The power of this Baihu was formidable, akin to a treasure trove of energy. No matter what, if given the chance to pair with a Baihu, he would seize it. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, anticipating something might unfold with President Mei. He decided to first ascertain whether President Mei was truly Baihu. Lu Chen swallowed hard, attempting to use his heavenly eye to reveal her true nature. He gazed towards the distant convenience store, but found it to be a futile endeavor. President Mei's back was turned, and she was too far away, leaving him with only a fleeting glimpse of her fair thigh. Never mind, he thought. He would take a closer look once she was nearer. With that, Lu Chen retracted his heavenly eye, humming a tune as he made his way home. He tidied up his humble abode, brewed a pot of tea, and set up a table and chairs in the sunlit area of his yard. The poverty of his home struck him, as it lacked even a cement floor, a stark contrast to the esteemed status of President Mei. Oh, is foolish Lu drinking tea all by himself? Wang Irma happened to stroll past Lu Chen's house. Spotting Lu Chen's solitary setup outside, he couldn't help but chuckle with glee. Lu Chen, do you know that President Mei came to see me? Clearly, he was eager to show off. Of course, Lu Chen nodded. She mentioned it to me. I just came here in her car. President Mei will be having dinner at my house tonight. If you don't mind, why not join me for a drink? What? President Mei told you that? She will come to your house for dinner? Wang Irma burst into laughter, turning to his village companion beside him. Gotsi, this fool claims Mei Ping will come to his house for dinner. Can you believe it? Haha, foolish Lu, with your rundown place. Do you really think Mei Ping would come to your house for dinner? You must be dreaming. She didn't even bother to visit you, Gotzi mocked, raising a middle finger at Lu Chen. Does he even know what's going on? A villager named Li, passing by, chimed in with a laugh. Fool. Let me tell you the truth. Mei Ping will not come to your home. I believe you rode in her car, but that was merely a coincidence. To say she came to see you is a stretch. Wang Irma shouted at Lu Chen. Don't forget, you're a fool. President Mei would never regard you as a normal person. Just so you know, after bringing milk to see me, she went to Cheng Dazhuang's house. She is probably boasting to him now. You'll be waiting until your hair turns gray, and she still won't show up. The crowd erupted in laughter. What are you all doing? Lin Xiaomin returned home on her tricycle, noticing the group mocking her son, and she felt a mix of anger and concern. Lin auntie, you should really talk some sense into your foolish son. He's gone mad thinking about women, Wang Irma replied, clearing his throat. He's still fantasizing that the most beautiful woman in Long City, Mei Ping, will come to see him, saying she'll have dinner at your place tonight. Where is President Mei? Lin Xiaomin parked her tricycle and quickly approached Lu Chen, her face filled with suspicion. Son, didn't you come here in President Mei's car? Where has she gone? Why don't we see her? Haha, she probably thinks your family is too poor and doesn't even want to enter, Gotzi laughed, chiming in. Not because of their poverty. What normal person would want to associate with a fool? Wang Irma interjected. Indeed. How could a big boss like her possibly associate with a fool? Haha, I wouldn't either. Several people laughed heartily. Lu Chen, unfazed, smiled reassuringly at his mother. Mom. President Mei went to Cheng Dazhuang's house. She'll be here soon. Let us prepare dinner first. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. Haha. This fool is still holding out hope. Fool, don't wait. Even when the flowers wither, she won tea come, they laughed joyfully. Just then, they heard the sound of a car horn from behind. Mei Ping drove her BMW X6 into the yard. The atmosphere shifted from silence to a buzz of excitement. My goodness, Mei Ping really has come. Indeed, President Mei actually came to see this fool. Is that really President Mei? Lin Xiaomin wiped her eyes in disbelief, her face breaking into a sweet smile. She is finally here. President Mei has come to see my son. Lu Chen stood up, smiling broadly as he called out to Mei Ping, who was parking. Sister Ping, you finally arrived. Sister, didn't we agree you'd come a bit later? Mei Ping winked at Lu Chen with a smile, turning off the engine. Sister, she just referred to herself as sister? Wang Irma and Appo's face turned pale as if struck, alternating between shades of green and red. He stared in disbelief at Lu Chen. Could it be true? Mei Ping actually called this fool her sister? Gotzi's expression was one of incredulity. Fool who dared to call President Mei's sister? Li was equally astonished, his eyes wide open in shock. This is impossible. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, they suddenly heard a loud bang as Mei Ping closed the car door and approached Lu Chen, radiating warmth. Lu Chen, come here and help me. I've prepared some gifts for you and your mother, she beckoned. All right. Lu Chen rushed over, filled with excitement. Mei Ping opened the trunk of her car, revealing rows of red and yellow gift boxes. Here, take this. This is bird's nest for your mother. This is the Hong Pao tea for you, and this is Matai liquor. A little for health is beneficial. And this is for your mother, Ajiao. As she handed bag after bag of gifts to Lu Chen, he was taken aback. President Mei, why did you bring so many things? What kind of talk is that? Mei Ping smiled and winked at Lu Chen. It's my first time visiting your home. Of course, I must bring something presentable. It's basic courtesy, understand? All right, enough talk. Take these. She filled Lu Chen's arms with the gift boxes while also carrying 2 large boxes herself. Annie, I even bought a box of cosmetics especially for you. Mei Ping approached Lin Xiaomin, holding a pink box. President Mei, you came to visit. Why bring me all these gifts? I'm just an old woman. What do I need with cosmetics? Lin Xiaomin laughed, waving her hand. Auntie, these are skincare products specifically for you. Just accept them. Mei Ping smiled as she placed the box in Lin Xiaomin's hands. Take it. I have plenty at home. All right then. Lin Xiaomin reluctantly accepted, gesturing for Mei Ping to enter. Please, come in. Let us finish unloading these gifts first. Mei Ping nodded with a smile. Just one more trip will do. Lu Chen led the way, guiding her inside. Mei Ping's ostentatious arrival attracted quite a number of villagers, who could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Goodness, this boss is truly affluent, bringing so many items at once. One exclaimed, look, there's Mao Tai and Ajiao. This must be worth thousands. Another wondered aloud, did Lu the fool save this woman's life? Why else would she bestow him with such gifts? What good fortune has the Lu family encountered lately? Listening to the villagers' chatter, Wang Irma's expression soured, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Nearby, Gotzi could not resist mocking him. Irma, did you not claim that Mei Ping treated you well? Compared to Lu the Fool, you seem to fall short. Irma, seething with rage, retorted, I truly do not understand why Ms. Mei has suddenly become so kind to that fool. Could it be that he spied on her while she was bathing, and that is why she is so generous? That fool spied on Ms. Mei while bathing? Irma's curiosity piqued. Shoo, keep it down, another villager cautioned. Last night, Lu the Fool was caught peeking at Ms. Mei, and we gave him a good beating. Afterward, she took him to the hospital for treatment, and her demeanor toward him seems to have changed entirely today. Wang Irma scratched his head in suspicion. This is quite strange. Gotzi leaned closer and whispered, no matter how beautiful Mei Ping is, she is still a widow. She desires a man. Perhaps, when she took Lu the Fool to the hospital last night, they became intimate. Once a woman is satisfied in that regard, she tends to treat a man exceptionally well. Could it be true? Irma shook his head skeptically. It's impossible, with her beauty and wealth. How could she possibly be interested in a fool? My friend, you just do not understand, Gotzi chuckled, edging closer to Irma. I have a profound understanding of women. Mei Ping is indeed beautiful and wealthy, yet her arrogance has kept men at bay. Being a widow for too long, she must be yearning for male companionship. If a man were to make a move now, success would be easily within reach. Lu the Fool has merely seized this opportunity. You best learn from this. Do not allow a fool to steal your thunder. Remember, Mei Ping is a widow, and she is particularly longing for a man. Understood. Tomorrow, I shall also try to sneak a peek at Ms. Mei bathing. Irma gulped, clenching his fists, wearing an expression of determination. Hey, what is happening here? Cheng Dazhuang, curious, joined the gathering. Dazhuang, you're here. Quickly look. Ms. Mei has come to see that fool Lu Chen, Irma exclaimed, pulling Cheng Dazhuang into the crowd and pointing at Mei Ping's back as she entered the Lu household. She brought a plethora of gifts, easily worth over 10,000. There's Mao Tai, a jiao, and even skincare products for his mother. Why is she giving him so much? Cheng Dazhuang grumbled. When she visited me, she only brought a box of milk. Ms. Mei is incredibly biased. Do you think Mei Ping might have an affair with this fool? Irma inquired. I suspect it's quite likely, Cheng Dazhuang replied through gritted teeth. Haha Dazhuang, why don't you pursue Ms. Mei as well? You must be better than that fool. Irma jested. If he can win her over, it shows she is truly yearning for a man. You should seize the opportunity. You could certainly win her heart. Indeed. It seems that bad boys are favored by women. Cheng Dazhuang muttered, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. I should have acted more decisively. Had I rushed in first, like Lu the Fool, and taken her down last night, perhaps it would be me receiving gifts from her now. As he pondered this, Wang Irma began to plot his own mischief, resolving to tease Ms. Mei when the opportunity arose. After all, if she craved male attention so desperately, why not indulge in it himself? Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. A brand new BMW 740 was seen approaching the Lu family's drying yard. Cheng Dazhuang, spotting the car, exclaimed excitedly, Oh, Gang Ge, you are here too? Indeed. It was Xing Gang, who had personally driven to Lu Chen's home. Oh, Dazhuang, you are here as well. I merely came to check on Lu Chen. Xing Gang replied cheerfully. I heard the Lu family is the poorest in the village, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Doing a good deed. Just in time, Ms. Mei is also here, Cheng Dazhuang mentioned casually. He knew that Xing Gang was one of Mei Ping's ex-husband's trusted subordinates and would undoubtedly be concerned about the type of man Mei Ping was associating with. If Xing Gang were to discover that Mei Ping had an affair with a fool, he might be driven to violent measures against Lu Chen. What? Mei Ping is here. Xing Gang's expression darkened. What is she doing here? I cannot say for certain, but she has brought many gifts, Cheng Dazhuang continued. There's Mao Tai a jiao, and even Bird's Nest. Xing Gang's demeanor grew serious as he spotted a black BMW X6 parked in the corner, his anger surging inexplicably. So it is indeed Mei Ping's car. Why is she bringing so many gifts to see a fool? I must investigate further, he thought, tightening his grip on the steering wheel as he drove into the drying yard. Xing Gang, what brings you here? Mei Ping asked, her demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness. She instinctively recalled the events of the previous night in the villa, her concern for Lu Chen growing. She wondered if Xing Gang had learned that Lu Chen had been the one to administer the injection that rendered him unconscious. Yes. Ms. Mei, what brings you here? Xing Gang inquired curiously. Ms. Mei came to see me, Lu Chen chimed in, smiling. To see you? Xing Gang retorted with a cold laugh. I hear she has brought you many gifts? A flush crept across Mei Ping's face. If Xing Gang were to discover her interest in Lu Chen, he would likely seek to make things difficult for him, or worse, send someone to harm him. Are you not here to see me as well? Lu Chen feigned ignorance, responding to Xing Gang, and you even brought me money. Money for you? Mei Ping asked, her eyes widening in curiosity. Now it was Xing Gang's turn to feel awkward. He feared being exposed for giving Lu Chen a large sum as hush money. With a smile, Xing Gang nodded at Mei Ping. I am here to do a good deed. I saw that the Lu family is the poorest in Bishi village, so I came to offer assistance. Lu Chen laughed inwardly, fully aware that Xing Gang had come to deliver money. However, he intended to ensure that everyone in the village witnessed this act of generosity. This way, the villagers would perceive that even Xing Gang was showing him respect, alleviating concerns for his mother at home. Haha, Lu Chen, I specifically came to give you money, Xing Gang said, pulling 10 stacks of cash from his bag and offering them to Lu Chen. Brother Gang, you really need not give me this money. Lu Chen feigned reluctance. You must accept this money. Xing Gang, with a stern expression, remarked, I am well aware of your family's circumstances. Consider it my charitable contribution. As the saying goes, the wealthy must assist those in need. He had finally secured a benefactor and could not allow the unfortunate to reclaim their misfortune. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Gang, for the 100,000 yuan. Lu Chen intentionally raised his voice. Upon hearing the sum, the villagers immediately began to buzz with excitement. What had transpired with the Lu family recently? It was one thing for a wealthy woman to give money to a fool. Now even Xing Gang was contributing, and a sum of 100,000 at that. When had Xing Gang become so benevolent? He was not known for his philanthropy. Yet today he had chosen to bestow financial aid upon the Lu family. It truly felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Was the Lu family on the verge of a resurgence? It seemed prudent to avoid provoking them in the future. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Xing Gang found himself amused. He smiled and waved to the crowd, declaring, the Lu family is in trouble. We must lend a hand. With wealth comes the responsibility to assist others. Everyone should be more considerate moving forward. Xing Gang, ever astute, believed that money spent should yield the greatest benefit. Since he had already lent Lu Chen the funds, he might as well garner a good reputation in the process. Thank you, Brother Gang. Lu Chen called out, turning to the crowd. Tell me, isn't Brother Gang a good person? Indeed. The villagers echoed in unison. Hearing their praises, Xing Gang felt a sense of elation. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. In life, one must do good deeds. It is through such actions that wealth is accumulated. Generosity is key. Yes, generosity is essential. Brother Gang must have plenty of money. Lu Chen chimed in, grinning. When did I say I would distribute money to everyone? Xing Gang shot Lu Chen an annoyed glance, muttering, You fool, don't speak recklessly. Come on, Brother Gang, you must have a good amount of cash. Lu Chen replied cheerfully. Fool, who told you I have money? Xing Gang retorted, his irritation evident. Brother Gang, you mustn't tell lies. Lu Chen feigned innocence, adding, if you lie, you'll develop boils all over. He knew that Xing Gang, having encountered an eerie incident the previous night, sought assistance from Lu Wuye for fortune. He was particularly susceptible to superstitions at that moment. Upon hearing this, Xing Gang's expression darkened. He had indeed developed a boil on his back, which had worsened after lunch with a female driver. How do you know I have a boil? Xing Gang glared suspiciously. Lu Chen smirked, recalling how he had pricked Xing Gang with a toothpick after a mishap with Mei, resulting in the unfortunate growth on his back. Oh, Brother Gang, you really do have a boil. Lu Chen laughed. You should disperse your wealth. Only then can you avert disaster. He turned to the villagers and shouted. Brother Gang is about to distribute red envelopes worth 100 yuan each, so don't run off. When did I say I would distribute 100 yuan to everyone? Xing Gang was furious, ready to lash out. Brother Gang, it's about dispelling misfortune through spending. Lu Chen persisted, feigning foolishness. If you share your wealth, your bad luck will vanish, and your ailment will heal. A smile broke across Xing Gang's face. Recently, he had been so unfortunate that he dreamt of a stroke of luck. He had heard that sometimes the words of a fool could hold weight. To seek good fortune, Xing Gang quickly nodded. Indeed, spending can avert disaster. Today, I shall generously distribute some wealth to turn my luck around. Then hurry and distribute. Lu Chen urged, grinning. All right, I shall do so. Xing Gang nodded, pulling out a stack of crisp bills and announcing to the crowd. Today, I will give each of you a red envelope for good fortune. Come, gather around. Everyone gets 100. The villagers rushed forward, eager to claim their envelopes. In his excitement, Xing Gang distributed all 10,000 yuan from his bag. All done, he declared with a clap. Brother Gang, since you're here, Why not come inside for a drink? Lu Chen gestured invitingly. That evening, he planned to prepare particularly spicy dishes to ensure Xingang's boil became inflamed, serving as a lesson for him. Additionally, it would help establish Lu Chen's family as standing, ensuring that no one in the vicinity would dare to bully them again. Even if Cheng Dineo wished to intimidate him, he would have to reconsider. Haha, splendid. I shall not be polite then, Xingang grinned, gladly entering Lu Chen's humble abode. He was curious about why Mei Ping had grown so close to this fool Lu Chen, especially to the extent of presenting such a generous gift. Seeing Lu Chen invite Xingang for dinner, Mei Ping felt a twinge of displeasure. She stood, clearing her throat. I have some matters to attend to this evening, Lu Chen. Perhaps I should take my leave? Let's have dinner first, Lu Chen urged. Indeed. Stay for dinner before leaving, Lin Xiumin added. Sister-in-law, stay and have a few drinks with us first. Xingang smiled, nodding at Mei Ping. I believe the mind should be quiet today. After last night's incident, it should be a peaceful night. Last night, the villagers had caused a ruckus near the mine, instigated by Xingang himself. Mei Ping was well aware of this, but the audacity of Xingang to speak of it openly felt like a provocation. Xingang, what do you mean by that? Mei Ping's expression darkened suddenly. Oh, nothing at all, Xingang replied, a smug smile on his face. I merely wish to convey to my sister-in-law that sometimes it is best not to worry too much. Excessive concern often leads to the opposite of what one desires. Sit down and enjoy a drink with us. I assure you the mind will be perfectly fine. In fact, staying home might bring trouble. Huh. The world works in such mysterious ways. The more you care, the more likely issues arise, and the less you care, the smoother things go. This had escalated to a level of threat. The implication was clear. If Mei Ping did not sit down to drink with Xingang, he would incite trouble at the mine. What exactly are you trying to achieve, Xingang? Mei Ping stood, seething with anger. Sister-in-law, I simply wish to share a drink with you. Is that wrong? Xingang feigned innocence, surveying the crowd. What do you all think? Am I in the wrong? Not at all. Well said, brother gang. The villagers, having received Xinggang's money, were eager to support him. Seeing this, Xingang, who had initially felt a pang of regret for having given away so much, suddenly felt it was worth it. Mei Ping's face turned a shade of red and blue. Xinggang's audacity was growing, and if she did not teach him a lesson, he might eventually impose himself upon her. Mei Ping bit her lip and motioned for Xingang to come closer. Come here, I need to speak with you. She deliberately stepped aside. Sister-in-law, I am coming. Xingang smiled, nodding as he approached. Mei Ping, with a serious expression, said, Xingang, have you forgotten how your elder brother taught you a lesson in the hall last night? If you harbor any ill intentions towards me, Gao Fuqiang would not let you off easily. Ha ha, sister-in-law, rest assured, my elder brother will surely understand me, Xingang retorted with a mischievous grin. Leaning closer to Mei Ping's ear with a smug demeanor, I pondered all night and realized that it would be rather pitiable to leave you alone after my brother's departure. It would be better to find a man to look after you, and I, without question, am the most suitable candidate among all men. If you choose me to guard your side each night, my brother would also be at ease. After all, I was his most trusted comrade in life. I shall take good care of his woman. Is that so? Mei Ping replied with a cold smile, casting a glance at Xingang. It seems that you have yet to recover from the beating your brother gave you last night in the villa. Xinggang's face stiffened as memories of the haunting events from the villa flooded back, leaving him feeling unsettled. However, relinquishing Mei Ping was a challenge beyond measure, for she was the most beautiful woman in Long City, the former spouse of the top brother. Just mentioning her name incited longing. Moreover, he had already employed skilled individuals to transfer his misfortunes onto Lu Chen. After a moment of hesitation, Xingang smiled and suggested to Mei Ping, sister-in-law, I advise you to sell that villa. It has been a while since my brother passed. Some things ought to be let go. Start anew. Stay with me, and I assure you comfort. What that dead ghost could provide, I can certainly offer, and what he cannot, I still can. How dare you refer to the brother who brought you into this world as a dead ghost? Do not forget, Gao Fuqiang saved your life back then. Mei Ping glared at Xingang in anger. Sister-in-law, let us not dwell on the past, Xingang replied with a smile, gesturing towards a nearby table and chairs. One must live in the present. Let us sit down and enjoy some tea. Tonight, let us drink to bid farewell to the past. I refuse to drink with you, Mei Ping declared resolutely, lifting her chin defiantly. The sunset is splendid. Xingang sighed dramatically, pulling out a cigarette. Alas, the world is ever-changing. This fine weather may soon turn, and who knows what ominous events may unfold tonight. What do you intend to do, Xingang? Mei Ping seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Nothing at all. I merely wish to persuade you, Ms. Mei, to stay for dinner. That is all. He returned to the tea table, taking a sip from his cup and sighing with a smile. I hope Ms. Mei will remain and enjoy dinner before departing. Let us not waste Lu Chen's hospitality. Upon hearing this, Mei Ping's face paled instantly. A blaze of fury flickered in her eyes, leaving her at a crossroads. If she left, Xingang would likely create trouble. But if she stayed, this rogue would undoubtedly attempt to ply her with alcohol or worse, drug her drink. After last night's terrifying ordeal, her trust in Xingang had evaporated entirely. This man had long harbored desires for her beauty, and given the chance, he would certainly attempt to exploit her. Originally, she thought that after the ghostly happenings of last night, he would have tempered his demeanor. However, he quickly reverted to form. Noticing Mei Ping's troubled expression, Lu Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He smiled gently and advised, Ms. Mei, Xingang speaks the truth. Why not stay for dinner before leaving? You need tea drink if you wish not to. All right, I shall stay for dinner, Mei Ping replied, her smile returning as she glanced at Xingang. However, I must insist that I will not drink, no matter who urges me. It is illegal to drink and drive, you know. Haha, drinking is of no concern. Ms. Mei, our villages de Zhuang and Wang Irma also drive. They are your workers, after all. Perhaps we can call on them to drive you back later. Xingang interjected cheerfully. It would be a shame not to indulge in some authentic local delicacies while here. HMPF. No matter what you say, I will not drink a drop, Mei Ping retorted, rolling her eyes at Xingang before turning to Lu Chen, exclaiming, Lu Chen, take me to your vegetable garden. I wish to personally pick some vegetables to cook. She intended to privately discuss some matters with Lu Chen. Sure. Lu Chen stood up and turned to his mother, saying, Mom, please entertain Xingang with tea. I will take Ms. Mei to pick vegetables. Go ahead, I will be here. Lin Xiaomin smiled, gesturing for Xingang to sit. Come, Gongzi, enjoy some tea while I head to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. Xinggang's expression darkened. After all this time, Mei Ping had abandoned him to accompany a fool to pick vegetables. He turned to see Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma nearby and waved them over, saying, You too. Go find a deck of cards. We shall play do di jus tonight at Lu Chen's home for dinner. Is that appropriate, Brother Gang? Indeed, Brother Gang. This is Lu Chen's home, and he hasn't objected. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma appeared somewhat hesitant. What is inappropriate? I donated 100,000 to him. Bringing 2 people for a meal is hardly excessive. Xingang shot back at Lin Xiaomin. Old woman, don't you agree? Not at all. The more, the merrier. Lin Xiaomin nodded vigorously. See. Even the fool's mother has no objections. Xingang kicked off his shoes, propping his feet up on the tea table, calling out to Wang Irma. Irma, go fetch a deck of cards from the small shop. All right. This rogue showed such blatant disrespect. Mei Ping glanced at Xingang before turning to Lu Chen, reassuring him, Lu Chen, do not take it to heart. It's fine. I believe he will change. Lu Chen replied, sharing a knowing smile with Mei Ping. Let us go pick vegetables. He was already devising a plan to deal with Xingang. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen carried a basket and led Mei Ping to a tranquil vegetable garden. Looking around at the various vegetables, Mei Ping was filled with excitement. Heavens! The water spinach is exquisite. And these eggplants, these cucumbers. She ran into the garden, touching this and that, occasionally pulling out her phone to snap a few pictures, genuinely delighted. Ms. Mei, what do you wish to pick? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Well, I'll take some green beans, a few eggplants, water spinach, bok choy, and some cucumbers as well. Mei Ping replied happily, plucking a shiny green cucumber and playing with it in her hands. As she admired the cucumber, she looked at Lu Chen and called out, Lu Chen, come here for a moment. This cucumber is stunning. Of course, all these cucumbers are the result of my mother's and my careful cultivation. Lu Chen replied with a smile. They're lovely, but I wonder if they've been treated with any chemicals? Mei Ping asked suspiciously. Chemicals? What kind of chemicals? Lu Chen inquired curiously. The kind that acts as a contraceptive. Mei Ping moved closer to Lu Chen, whispering, if they've been treated, then this cucumber is not to be consumed. It could prevent one from having children. Rest assured, Ms. Mei, none of our vegetables have seen pesticides. Let alone that kind of chemical, Lu Chen reassured her with a smile. Feel free to pick as you wish. That's a relief. Mei Ping suddenly stepped closer, linking her arm through Lu Chen's, and softly asked, Lu Chen, have you ever thought about having children with a woman? Ms. Mei, why do you suddenly ask this? Lu Chen was startled and quickly withdrew his hand from Mei Ping's arm. You little rascal, Can't you see that I care about you? Mei Ping teased, noticing Lu Chen's flushed face. She picked a cucumber and placed it in the basket, laughing. All right, enough of that. Let's pick some vegetables. With a shy smile, Lu Chen joined her in harvesting. As they continued, the sun began to set, and darkness loomed. Suddenly, Mei Ping called out, lifting her skirt. Hey, Lu Chen, is there a restroom nearby? You'd have to go back to the village for that. Lu Chen replied with a grin. Mei, are you looking for a big one or a small one? A small one, Mei Ping said, somewhat embarrassed, cradling her stomach. I've been out for a couple of hours, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Can you help me find a place to take care of this? At this hour, you can just find a shed to squat behind, Lu Chen chuckled. That's how it is in the countryside. Once it gets dark, no one can see. All right, just keep watch for me. I'll take care of it over there. Mei Ping playfully tugged at Lu Chen's shirt and winked. No peeking. It's dark now. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't see anything. Lu Chen joked. You cheeky boy, are you hoping to see? Mei Ping rolled her eyes at him. No way. Lu Chen's face turned crimson. It's pointless to even think about it. It's too dark. Mei Ping winked at him again. Just stay there and keep watch. Sure. I and Oppos. LL wait right here, Lu Chen assured her. Mei Ping walked a few meters ahead and squatted down behind a cucumber shed. Lu Chen had no intention of peeking. Instead, he closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, as he did so, his third eye opened instinctively, revealing a remarkably clear vision. The outline of Mei Ping's figure emerged before him, and he found it increasingly difficult to look away. Suddenly, he gasped softly, wow, Mei Ping really is. He recalled her mention of being a white tiger. As he continued to gaze, a pressure began to build in his forehead. Just then, a sound of rustling came from the shed. Lu Chen, don't wander off. I'm scared. Mei Ping called out. I'm right here. Lu Chen swallowed hard and decided to close his third eye. Although it had its advantages, prolonged use caused discomfort. He had no desire to continue peeking. A brief glance was sufficient. He redirected his gaze and soon spotted a figure about 50 meters away on the mountain path, carrying a hoe and a jar, heading toward his family's ancestral grave. Lu Chen recognized him instantly as Chung Dana from the village. It seemed he was going to bury gold at his grandfather's grave, having fallen for Lu Wuya's superstitions about borrowing luck. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of surprise. With the frequent use of his third eye, his natural eyesight had also improved significantly. He could now see farther and even discern details in the dark, though not as clearly as with his third eye. All right, I'm done, Mei Ping called out, standing up from behind the shed. Oh, Lu Chen turned to her. Ouch, that hurts. Mei Ping frowned, pressing her hand against her skirt, her face contorted in pain. What's wrong, Mei Ping? Lu Chen rushed over. The spot you helped me with last night is hurting a bit, she grimaced. I think I need to go to the hospital for some medicine. That's unnecessary. Just applying some herbal remedy will suffice. We have a local herb that's excellent for swelling, Lu Chen reassured her, patting her back. Wait here for a moment while I find some. Take me with you. I'm scared to stay here alone, Mei Ping said, her cheeks flushed. All right. Lu Chen took the basket with one hand and grasped Mei Ping's hand with the other as they hurried forward. The night had completely fallen, rendering the path pitch black, and Mei Ping felt a twinge of anxiety, walking carefully. Mei Ping, let me carry you, Lu Chen offered, bending down. Are you strong enough? She asked, concerned. I've dug coal. Carrying you, who weighs less than 100 pounds, will be no problem, he chuckled, patting his shoulder. Hop on. Okay. Mei Ping climbed onto his back. Her soft form against him sent a delightful shiver down his spine, and the faint scent of her body heightened his excitement. Lu Chen attempted to use his third eye again in the darkness, and soon spotted a cluster of leaves tinged with red. There's the herb, he exclaimed, quickly setting Mei Ping down. He plucked a few leaves and popped them into his mouth. Why are you eating leaves? Mei Ping, using her phone as a flashlight, asked curiously. Chewing them releases their medicinal properties, Lu Chen explained, grinning. All right, get ready to lie down. Okay. Mei Ping complied, gently adjusting her skirt to expose her skin. Lu Chen stole a glance and quickly applied the chewed leaves to her wound. Ah, that hurts. Mei Ping let out a soft whimper, her voice sending a thrill through Lu Chen. Could you refrain from making such sounds? You'd make someone think we're up to something. He laughed. Mei Ping turned to him. Winking, what do you want to do then? She lifted her skirt, placing her hands on his shoulders, gazing at him with longing. Ah, nothing. I was just joking, Lu Chen stammered, his face reddening. He pointed at her injury, saying, There, it's all taken care of now. You should recover completely by tomorrow. Seeing Lu Chen's obliviousness, Mei Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. She sighed internally, recognizing that he was a bit dense and would need gentle guidance. "What's wrong, Mei Ping?" Lu Chen inquired, noticing her melancholy. She returned to reality, sighing thoughtfully. "I was just wondering if this injury will leave a scar." "Don't worry, I have a remedy. Mixing aloe vera juice with cucumber will get rid of it," Lu Chen assured her. "Once I prepare the ointment, I'll let you know." With the confidence bestowed by the medicine god, he already had a solution in mind. "My sweet fool, it seems I was right about you. You are indeed my azure dragon." Mei Ping suddenly embraced Lu Chen. "Mei Ping, please. It's dark now. My mother must be finishing dinner," Lu Chen said, nervously pushing her away. "Is my hug that frightening? Am I really that terrifying?" Mei Ping teased, rolling her eyes playfully. "Tonight, I'm coming over to your house for drinks. If I get drunk, I'll just sleep there." That might not be appropriate." Lu Chen was taken aback. "Look at how nervous you are." "I'm just joking," Mei Ping laughed, resting her hand on his shoulder. "All right, let us hurry down the mountain before people start talking." "Sure." Lu Chen was about to bend down to carry her down when a triumphant laugh echoed from behind them. "Ha ha, the 5 ghosts clear the path, and good fortune follows. Borrowing luck, let us borrow their good fortune until they perish." It was precisely Dana who was approaching with a hoe in hand. "Oh no, someone is coming," Lu Chen whispered to Mei Ping. If the villagers saw him alone with Mei, it would be difficult to explain. Startled, Mei Ping instinctively stumbled backward. "Be careful." Lu Chen quickly reached out and caught her. What was that rustling sound? Could it be a rabbit? Dana, having heard the commotion ahead, hastily advanced with his hoe. Lu Chen, holding Mei Ping, rolled over, and the two of them turned sideways, daring not to make a sound. "Come out, rabbit, come out." Dana began to sweep through the grass with his hoe, while Mei Ping clung tightly to Lu Chen, too frightened to utter a word. Probably ran away. "Never mind, I'll just relieve myself first." After sweeping for a while and seeing no rabbits, Dana paused. He unzipped his pants, preparing to urinate into the bushes ahead. Lu Chen was merely over a meter away. If this fellow actually relieved himself, not only would he end up with a face full of it, but Mei Ping would likely end up in the same predicament. "What should we do, Lu Chen? Shall we come out?" Mei Ping whispered to him. "Watch this." Lu Chen released Mei Ping, picked up a small stone, and flicked it with his middle finger. With a swift motion, the stone flew like a bullet straight towards Dana's lower body. Just as Dana was about to relieve himself, he suddenly heard a loud crack and simultaneously felt a sharp pain, causing him to scream. "Ouch, damn, that hurts." Dana, in agony, stumbled back 3 meters. Fear etched on his face as he stared into the grass, clutching his groin, loudly questioning, "What was that? What on earth was that? Wow, this is too much." Mei Ping could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "There are ghosts. There are ghosts. This place is haunted." Dana, terrified, turned and fled down the mountain. "My goodness, this is hilarious." Mei Ping laughed, glancing at the retreating Dana, scolding, "You toothpick. How dare you try to show off? If you don't die, who will?" "Fortunately, I hit my target. Otherwise, we would have been in a messy situation," Lu Chen chuckled in response. "You truly have a knack for this. Your aim is impeccable. Come here, give me a kiss." Mei Ping playfully puckered her lips, leaning in towards Lu Chen's face. "This." Lu Chen felt as though he had been struck dumb. "Let us go. This is your reward." Mei Ping laughed, calling out to Lu Chen. "Let us head back for dinner." "All right," Lu Chen replied, quickly stuffing some ripe fruits into his pocket before hastening down the mountain with Mei Ping. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "Why did you stop?" Mei Ping asked curiously. "There are gunpowder fruits here," Lu Chen exclaimed, setting Mei Ping down. "I'll go pick some. They are great for making liquor." "What are those good for?" Mei Ping inquired with interest. "They can invigorate a person, but can also be quite heating," Lu Chen explained with a smile. "Oh, so it's an aphrodisiac?" Mei Ping laughed. "You could say that. In any case, they have many uses. Let us gather some," Lu Chen replied, swiftly moving ahead. "Lu Chen, you seem to know a bit about medicine," Mei Ping observed with curiosity. "Just a little. I learned some at home," Lu Chen replied while picking wild fruits. "There are plenty of herbs in the countryside, and those who understand them are numerous. Observing them enough naturally leads to knowledge." "I see." Mei Ping held the flashlight for Lu Chen, captivated by his agile movements and well-defined muscles, filled with admiration and fantasy for him. She even imagined that being intimate with this charming man might be particularly delightful. "All right, I'm done," Lu Chen announced as he jumped down from the tree. "Lu Chen, can I see them?" Mei Ping suddenly called out to him. "See what?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "I want to know if you are the Azure Dragon." Mei Ping leaned closer to Lu Chen and Appos. ear. Ah, May, I'm not sure what you mean. Lu Chen stammered, though he had already grasped her implication. However, such matters should not be taken lightly. Don't move. Mei Ping suddenly reached out, her hand landing on Lu Chen's waistband. Mei, what are you doing? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Mei Ping was also taken aback, curiously glancing down at Lu Chen's waist. Heavens, where's your belt? Didn't I buy you a belt worth over 1,000? It fell off. Lu Chen's cheeks burned as he stuttered. His belt had been taken by the alluring Zhong Liqin, and she had yet to return it. However, he couldn't reveal this to Mei Ping. It fell off, so what? Next time, I'll buy you another one, Mei Ping said, gently brushing her hand over Lu Chen's waist, contemplating her next move. Ultimately, she smiled and patted his waist. All right. Let us hurry down the mountain. Uh-huh. Lu Chen inhaled sharply, feeling that if it weren't for the missing belt, Mei Ping might have directly taken his pants off. Sigh. If this continues, it might ignite a fire. It seemed Mei Ping was becoming increasingly enamored with him. What are you thinking about? Mei Ping teased, blowing softly in his ear, whispering, come stay at my place tonight. Isn't that inappropriate? Lu Chen was startled once more. Let us head down first, Mei Ping said with a smile, placing her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders. Come on. All right. Lu Chen, feeling utterly flustered, quickly carried Mei Ping down the mountain. Upon returning home, his mother had prepared a lavish spread. Lu Chen, you're back. Quickly, bring Mei Ping inside. Dinner is ready. Lin Xiaomin greeted warmly. However, Xing Gang, who was playing cards, wore an unhappy expression. He glared at Lu Chen, scolding, Fool, why did it take you so long to pick some vegetables? Don't you know we're starving? Exactly. How do you even function? Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma joined in the scolding. You all are being too much. Mei Ping shot them a cold glance, her expression indifferent. Don't forget, you are guests here tonight. I donated 100,000 to this fool. What is wrong with having a meal? Xing Gang stood up, pointing at Lu Chen, angrily shouting, Fool, listen well, if you don't serve me well tonight, we're not finished. Brother Gang, why don't you take your money back? I don't want it, Lu Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head. After all, we're already used to being poor. Xing Gang was furious. This money was meant to bring luck. He certainly didn't want it returned. He feared that if Lu Chen returned the money, it would mean his bad luck would continue. Xing Gang sighed. The money I give will never be taken back. Let us not dwell on that. Let us eat. Let us eat. Mei Ping also smiled, trying to ease the tension. Everyone, please take your seats. Lu Chen gestured for everyone to sit down. Let us begin. As everyone took their seats, Xing Gang glanced at Lu Chen, coldly stating, Hey, where's the wine? You're treating us to dinner, yet you're being stingy with the drinks. Lu Chen, didn't Mei Ping just give you 2 bottles of flying mitai this afternoon? Why aren't you serving it to your guests? Cheng Dazhuang casually mentioned the matter of Mei Ping sending wine. Upon hearing that Mei Ping had gifted Lu Chen a bottle of mitai, Xing Gang's jealousy flared instantly. Sister-in-law, you truly take care of Lu Chen, Xing Gang remarked sarcastically, casting a cold smile at Mei Ping. Ever since my brother left, it seems I have never enjoyed mitai at your place. If you want mitai, I'll send you 2 bottles another day, Mei Ping retorted with a smirk, glancing at Xing Gang. Truth be told, the mitai I gave Lu Chen was a gift from someone else. I don't drink, so I thought to pass it on to Lu Chen. Just like you. I'm also helping those in need, hence the generous gifts. Did you not send Lu Chen 100,000? Mei Ping's words were impeccably sharp, leaving no room for rebuttal. Xing Gang could only nod with a forced smile and called out to Lu Chen. Since Mei has sent over 2 bottles of mitai, Lu Chen, why not bring them out and treat your brothers? Bring them out for us to drink. Cheng Dazhuang echoed. You, a fool, hardly have any friends anyway. Just share it all with us. Wang Irma also urged without restraint. Brother Gang, Mei just gifted me the wine. Isn't it inappropriate to open it right away? Lu Chen smiled, explaining to Xing Gang. I've heard that one shouldn't immediately unwrap a gift in front of the giver. It's a matter of respect. To honor Mei, I cannot just distribute the mitai. If everyone wishes to drink, let us gather another day. I will certainly treat you all with mitai then. Wow. This idiot speaks quite eloquently, Wang Irma murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts. It seems he is not as foolish as he appears. Brother Gang, I sense Lu Chen is merely pretending to be naive. Listen to how logically he speaks. Cheng Dazhuang leaned closer to Xing Gang, whispering, do not fall for this trick. You must make him bring out the mitai for everyone to enjoy. Enough. Is it really amusing to pressure Lu Chen into bringing out the mitai? Mei Ping's expression darkened, her tone grave. What Lu Chen said is correct. This wine is a gift from me to him. Unwrapping it in front of me feels somewhat disrespectful, doesn't it? Haha, sister-in-law. That is not my intention, Xing Gang chuckled, casting a glance at Lu Chen. All right, Lu Chen, we want to take your mitai. Just keep it for yourself. Go fetch a couple of cases of beer from the convenience store. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. He decided to take this opportunity to get Lu Chen drunk while testing Mei Ping's reaction. Earlier, during a card game, Cheng Dazhuang had spoken ill of Lu Chen and even expressed suspicions about Lu Chen's relationship with Mei Ping. Naturally, Xing Gang couldn't help but feel jealous. All right. How about this? Since everyone wants to drink, I'll bring out the medicinal wine I've kept hidden for over 2 years to share with everyone. Lu Chen responded with a smile. He leaned closer to Xing Gang and whispered, this medicinal wine has remarkable effects. It can enhance a man's vigor. Knowing Xing Gang's lustful nature, Lu Chen seized this chance to add some fiery fruits into the medicinal wine, ensuring that Xing Gang would have an unforgettable experience. You've tried it, and it works? Xing Gang murmured, eyeing Lu Chen with suspicion. Of course I have. Lu Chen replied readily. Oh, is that so? A wave of jealousy crossed Xing Gang's face as he shot a glance at Lu Chen and then at Mei Ping. Gazing at the alluring Mei Ping and then at the bumbling Lu Chen, Xing Gang couldn't help but speculate. It seems Mei Ping and this fool truly have something going on. This idiot has medicinal wine backing him. Perhaps he has been pleasing Mei Ping quite well. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If this medicinal wine is indeed so potent, once he consumed it, he would surely become invincible. When Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma heard Lu Chen offer them his concocted medicinal wine, they couldn't help but scold him in frustration. What is there to drink in medicinal wine? Fool, you're being too stingy. Brother Gang gave you 100,000, and you're serving us medicinal wine? You don't understand. Brother Gang knows what's good, Lu Chen feigned pride, glancing at Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma. Your opinions don't matter. Let us hear what Brother Gang thinks. Haha, fool, Brother Gang has tasted plenty of fine wines. There is no way he'd drink your medicinal concoction. Exactly. What good medicinal wine could a fool like you brew? Wang Irma and Cheng Dazhuang burst into laughter. Fine, if you two want beer, go buy it yourselves. I believe my medicinal wine is superior. At least it doesn't have any additives. Xing Gang shot a disapproving glance at Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma, then nodded at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, go fetch the medicinal wine. As he said this, he discreetly glanced at Mei Ping, contemplating the dynamics between men and women. If only he possessed Lu Chen's prowess. After one encounter with Mei Ping, she might willingly submit to him. Soon, that immense fortune would undoubtedly fall into his hands. All right, I'll go get the wine now, Lu Chen replied, turning to retrieve the medicinal wine from the room. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. What the? This fool knows how to maneuver. He has even got Brother Gang listening to him. Is he really a fool? 5 minutes later, Lu Chen emerged carrying a large bottle of medicinal wine. He had deliberately added 2 fiery fruits into the brew, which would surely cause a fiery reaction later, especially if Xing Gang consumed spicy dishes that night. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen placed the jar of medicinal wine on the table and cheerfully called out, Come, the wine is ready. Brother Gang, let us fill our cups. Let us fill them up. Xing Gang eagerly handed over an empty bowl, grinning at Lu Chen. Tonight, we'll drink to our heart's content. While saying this, he didn't forget to glance at Mei Ping. He thought to himself, as long as he kept pouring wine for Lu Chen, Mei Ping would surely feel compassion for him. And then he could take the opportunity to coax her into drinking a few cups as well. Once she started drinking, with Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma's help, they could easily have Mei Ping pinned down that night. Xing Gang then instructed Wang Irma and Cheng Dazhuang to take turns toasting Lu Chen. Having already consumed herbs that counteract intoxication, Lu Chen welcomed their toasts, downing several bowls of the fiery fruit wine. Seeing Lu Chen downing one bowl after another, Mei Ping felt a pang of concern and began to advise him. Lu Chen, you should drink less. Too much alcohol is harmful. This wine is reputed to enhance vigor. Mei. Xing Gang teased Mei Ping, his voice slurred from intoxication. Drinking this will surely give you more energy. Doesn't that mean you'll be even more satisfied? Indeed. Mei, if he drinks too much, you'll benefit even more. Wang Irma and Cheng Dazhuang chimed in, reveling in their amusement. Xing Gang, you are going too far. Mei Ping, furious, lifted a bowl of wine from the table and splashed it onto Xing Gang's face. With a splash, The fiery liquor hit Xing Gang's face, igniting his fury like a lit powder keg. You wretched woman! How dare you splash me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Xing Gang, filled with rage, stood up and reached out to grab Mei Ping. Stop! Lu Chen rose abruptly, extending his hand to intervene. Xing Gang leaned back, nearly losing his balance, but managed to support himself against the wall. Oh, who would have thought that a fool like you possesses such strength? Fine, I'll crush you. Xing Gang glared at Lu Chen in disbelief, then bent down to seize a stool, preparing to strike him. Xing Gang, don't act recklessly, Mei Ping shouted, stepping in front of Lu Chen. You would shield a fool with your body. Xing Gang froze for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief. I never thought I would be deemed inferior to a fool in your eyes. His heart filled with sorrow and jealousy towards Lu Chen intensified. What nonsense. Just because Lu Chen is a fool, you should not bully him. You're strong. Can he withstand a blow from you? Mei Ping's face flushed as she shot a glare at Xing Gang, explaining, I advised you against drinking for your own good. If something were to happen, you would bear legal responsibility. Had you not said those provoking words earlier, I would not have splashed you with wine. I admit my mistake and apologize. An apology is unnecessary. Who told you to be my sister-in-law? Xing Gang leered, surveying Mei Ping, swallowing hard with a sly grin. Since you care for Lu Chen so much, why not share a couple of drinks with me? After this toast, we can consider the previous incident settled. As he spoke, he poured a large bowl of liquor. Knowing Mei Ping's poor tolerance, he anticipated that once she drank, she would be unable to drive, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. Fine, I'll drink. Mei Ping agreed readily. She bit her lip, lifting the bowl to her lips. Mei, don't. This liquor is potent. Lu Chen attempted to dissuade her. It's fine, I'll drink. Mei Ping brushed Lu Chen aside, gulping down the liquor. However, her poor tolerance led her to feel unwell from the strong medicinal aroma, causing wine to spill from her mouth, trickling down her neck and soaking her clothes, revealing glimpses of her figure beneath. Xing Gang's eyes widened, saliva pooling as he stared, while Wang Irma and Cheng Dezhuang beside him craned their necks, their eyes nearly popping out. I'm done. Mei Ping wiped her mouth and raised her face towards Xing Gang. Now can you let Lu Chen go? Haha. Since my sister-in-law has spoken, I must comply. I was merely teasing you. Sister-in-law, you take things too seriously. Look, the wine has already spilled on you. Let me help you clean it up. Xing Gang leered, grabbing a napkin from the table and standing up, approaching Mei Ping with a grin. No need. Mei Ping blocked him with her hand, biting her lip. I'll do it myself. But you have no napkins to wipe with. Xing Gang chuckled, leaning forward with a lecherous grin. Let me do it. I'll handle it. Seeing Xing Gang's lascivious demeanor, Lu Chen realized his intentions to take advantage of Mei Ping. Seizing the napkin from Xing Gang's hand, he began to wipe Mei Ping's chest. All right, you can come a bit closer. Mei Ping slightly turned, pointing to her chest with a cooperative demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Xing Gang seethed with anger. Yet, in front of everyone, he could not express his fury. Forced to watch as Lu Chen wiped Mei Ping down, Cheng Dezhuang and Wang Irma, seated opposite, gazed at the sight with envy. Her chest is truly impressive. Mei Ping's figure is stunning. Xing Gang shot several furious glances before slumping back down, irritated. Come, let us continue drinking. Yes, let us drink more. Wang Irma and Cheng Dezhuang followed suit, pouring more liquor into their bowls. Lu Chen, you should join us. Xing Gang, feeling furious, glared at Lu Chen. Don't forget, Mei Ping is my sister-in-law, my brother's woman. You better not think of taking advantage of her. Xing Gang, don't speak recklessly. Mei Ping's face flushed, quickly clarifying. Lu Chen is close to me. I asked him to help wipe my clothes. Haha, I don't care. Just now, I saw this fool touch your chest. Xing Gang's expression darkened as he pointed at Lu Chen. Fool, you are being disrespectful to the boss. Tell me, how should you be punished? Xing Gang, you must have misunderstood. Lu Chen merely helped me wipe the wine stains. He didn't touch me at all. Mei Ping defended Lu Chen. Is it really amusing for you to pick on a fool? Am I picking on him? Sister-in-law, why don't you believe me? Xing Gang shrugged, turning to Cheng Dezhuang and Wang Irma. What do you think? Am I wronging Lu Chen? Did he not touch Mei Ping's chest? Indeed, Lu Chen did touch Mei Ping's chest. Yes, I saw it too. Both Wang Irma and Cheng Dezhuang nodded in unison. You. Mei Ping fumed, recognizing that Xing Gang was intentionally causing trouble. I apologize. I may have accidentally brushed against Mei Ping earlier. Lu Chen, understanding that Xing Gang merely sought to intoxicate him, smiled and nodded. How about this? To express my regret, I shall down another bowl of the potent liquor. He filled his bowl to the brim. Haha, Lu Chen, Do you underestimate our Mei Ping? Just one bowl to touch her chest? I could drink 10. Xing Gang responded with a laugh. At this, Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Gang, you lecher, how can you say such things? Mei Ping, infuriated, stood up again. Sister, don't be angry. I'm not targeting you. I just want to give this fool a little punishment. Xing Gang grinned shamelessly, pointing at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, having taken such advantage, you must drink at least 5 bowls. Fine, 5 bowls it is. Lu Chen readily agreed. Xing Gang, this is dangerous. Someone could get hurt. Mei Ping, exasperated, stood up. No worries. If someone dies, I'll compensate. Xing Gang shrugged, unbothered, as he addressed Mei Ping. Sister-in-law, this is Lu Chen's own agreement. If you care for him, help him drink. 1 bowl counts as 2. All right, I'll drink for him. Mei Ping bit her lip, pouring a bowl of liquor into her cup, preparing to drink. Mei, don't do that. Lu Chen tried to intervene. Move aside. I'll drink. Mei Ping gulped down the liquor. Haha, impressive drinking skills. Xing Gang beamed with pride. After downing 1 bowl, Mei Ping was eager for more. You've had enough. Let me drink the rest. Lu Chen blocked her, then proceeded to down 2 bowls in quick succession. At this moment, Mei Ping's cheeks flushed, indicating her intoxication. It's so hot. She felt a wave of warmth in her chest, inadvertently unbuttoning 1 button, revealing her alluring figure. Wow, this woman is incredibly stunning, Xing Gang muttered, swallowing hard. Tonight, I must have her. He then turned to Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma, exchanging furtive glances and whispering a few words. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma nodded repeatedly. Manager Mei, you've had a drink, so you certainly cannot drive. Why don't you stay at the Lu family's home tonight? Cheng Dazhuang suggested earnestly. That won't do. I'll call for a designated driver. Mei Ping, feeling a bit lightheaded, fumbled for her phone. Let me assist you with that. Wang Irma stood up, pretending to be serious as he operated his phone. Soon, he shook his head in distress, saying, It's no use. There's no one to take orders in this area. It's the countryside, and we simply can't get a car. Cheng Dazhuang shot a glance at Wang Irma and pulled out his phone, replying, I'll call my cousin and ask him to come help drive Manager Mei home. That works. Mei Ping nodded, her voice slightly slurred. Cheng Dazhuang immediately dialed. Before long, he had summoned his cousin, Tai Go. Manager Mei, why don't I take your car back to the city? Xing Gang chimed in, rising with a smile. I've had a drink too. I can't drive. That's not an option. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Mei Ping firmly rejected Xing Gang. Sister-in-law, I can't drive because I've been drinking. Surely, you can't deny me this little favor? Xing Gang feigned a pitiful expression. I said no, and that's final. Mei Ping's tone was resolute. Though Xing Gang was furious, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, Fine, you all help Manager Mei into the car. Yes. Cheng Dazhuang replied and reached out to assist Mei Ping. Manager, take it slow. Wang Irma hurried over, ready to support her as well. I can manage on my own. Mei Ping stood unsteadily, pushing away both Wang Irma and Cheng Dazhuang. However, after barely 3 meters, her legs buckled, and she sat down again. Be careful, manager. Lu Chen rushed over and caught Mei Ping. Lu Chen, how about you help me into the car? Mei Ping draped her hand over Lu Chen's shoulder, slurring. I feel safer with you. All right, I'll help you into the car. Lu Chen assisted Mei Ping towards the BMW X6. Watching the intimate scene from a distance, Xing Gang seethed with jealousy. I can't believe this fine woman is being led away by this fool, Cheng Dazhuang muttered under his breath. I really don't understand how Manager Mei could be interested in such an idiot. Wang Irma swallowed, visibly envious. You two fools, be quiet. Xing Gang shot a glare at them before gritting his teeth, declaring, Listen well, Mei Ping is mine. I intend to win her over tonight. Brother Gang is right. Manager Mei belongs to you. Tonight, Brother Gang will claim this woman. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma immediately flattered him. Tai Go, come here. Xing Gang beckoned. What can I do for you, Brother Gang? Tai Go approached promptly. Xing Gang whispered a few words to Tai Go, who nodded eagerly, grinning, understood. I know what to do. Go on. Tonight, make it happen. I'll reward you handsomely. Xing Gang grinned, patting Tai Go on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Gang. You will surely succeed tonight. Wishing you and Manager Mei a wonderful evening. Tai Go smiled ingratiatingly. A wonderful evening, my foot. Xing Gang sneered, making an obscene gesture towards Mei Ping's back. You shameless woman. Tonight I'll make sure you regret it, and you won't be able to get out of bed. Haha, Brother Gang is truly fierce. Cheng Dazhuang and the others immediately chimed in with flattery. I'll drive Manager Mei now. Tai Go waved at Xing Gang. then turned swiftly towards Mei Ping's BMW X6. At that moment, Mei Ping was already helped into the car by Lu Chen. "Manager, be careful on the road." Lu Chen settled Mei Ping into her seat and turned to open the door. "Wait, Lu Chen, please take me home." Mei Ping grasped Lu Chen's hand. "Isn't that inappropriate? How will I get back?" Lu Chen replied awkwardly. "You want tea return, you'll stay at my house tonight. My place is spacious." Mei Ping, with hazy eyes, draped her hand around Lu Chen's neck, speaking softly. "Manager, perhaps that is not a good idea. I have matters to attend to at home." Lu Chen was startled, pulling her hand away. "Lu Chen, don't go." Mei Ping once more wrapped her hand around his neck, gazing at him intently, biting her lip. "I have a feeling something bad might happen tonight. Please, take me home. I'm afraid that scoundrel Xing Gang might have ulterior motives." "Surely not. He is completely drunk." Lu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. "Besides, he can't drive. You don't understand. Xing Gang has an impressive alcohol tolerance. He can easily drink 2 gin of liquor by himself." Mei Ping bit her lip. "Regardless, will you take me home? If you're uncomfortable staying at my place, you can take a taxi back. I'm quite frightened. I already feel a bit tipsy, and who knows how I'll feel in half an hour. What if Taigo stops the car and calls Xing Gang over? Wouldn't I be giving that scoundrel an advantage?" Seeing Mei Ping's pitiful expression, Lu Chen reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll take you home." "Yes, that's more like it." Mei Ping smiled and leaned into Lu Chen's embrace. Just then, Taigo approached, startling Lu Chen, who quickly pushed Mei Ping away. "Someone's coming." "Ah, all right." Mei Ping hurriedly straightened up. Taigo opened the car door and took the driver's seat. He turned to see Lu Chen in the back seat and asked curiously, "Lu Chen, why haven't you gotten out?" "He is coming with me to the city," Mei Ping said sternly, addressing Taigo. "You drive." "Ah, isn't that inappropriate?" "Brother Gang, didn't he mention Lu Chen would be going?" Taigo replied awkwardly. "You're taking me home, not Brother Gang," Mei Ping impatiently urged. "Drive." "Wait." Taigo, feeling anxious, rolled down the car window and called out to Xing Gang in the distance, "Brother Gang, that fool Lu Chen is coming along too. What should we do?" "What? Why is that fool coming?" Xing Gang hurried over. "I can't believe this idiot thinks he is someone important. This fool really believes he is a contender." Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma chimed in. Xing Gang, fuming, approached the BMW X6 and yanked the door open. "Lu Chen, get out. Manager Mei is going home. What business do you have here? Get out." Xing Gang shouted at Lu Chen, "Get down." As he spoke, he reached to grab Lu Chen's shirt. "It's my decision to have him take me home," Mei Ping said angrily, pushing Xing Gang's hand away. "Sister-in-law, you can't really be involved with this fool, can you?" Xing Gang glared at Mei Ping coldly. "What does it matter to you if I am or not?" Mei Ping shot back, emboldened by the alcohol. "To be honest, I brought Lu Chen along to keep an eye on you. At least he is more reliable than the people you've arranged. Who knows what you might be planning?" Xing Gang felt a pang of guilt. He never imagined Mei Ping would see through his intentions. However, in front of such a beautiful woman, he couldn't admit it. With that thought, Xing Gang chuckled smugly. "Haha, sister-in-law. You're guarding against me as if I were a thief. Fine, if you don't believe me, then let this fool accompany you. Time will reveal everything. I shall show you who the true man who cares for you is." "All right, Taigo, start the car and be careful on the road. Take good care of President Mei." "Yes," Taigo responded, immediately starting the vehicle and slowly driving forward, watching the taillights fade away at the village entrance. Xing Gang gritted his teeth in anger, spitting on the ground and cursing, "You shameless woman, tonight I will make you aware of my power. I guarantee you will be ecstatic." "Brother Gang, what about this fool?" Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma approached with curious expressions. "Brother Gang, this fool is coming along too. What use is it for him to come? Soon, I will make him wish he were dead." Xing Gang retorted with irritation, a sly grin crossing his face. "I've already instructed Taigo to pretend the car breaks down halfway and then have a couple of brothers grab Lu Chen and toss him into the ditch. After that, it will be a world for just me and President Mei. Haha, Brother Gang, you're amazing. You really know how to handle things." Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma immediately flattered him. "Enough, stop that." Xing Gang shot Cheng Dazhuang a glance and ordered, "Give me 5 or 6 stronger brothers." "Yes, Brother Gang. I will arrange that right away." Cheng Dazhuang quickly pulled out his phone to make calls. Moments later, 6 strong men arrived in the village. "Let's go." Xing Gang waved his hand to the gang and led them to his BMW 740, while Cheng Dazhuang and the others rode 2 motorcycles closely behind. Lu Chen's mother had just come out of the kitchen. Unaware of what was happening outside, she noticed the group leaving and, not seeing Lu Chen, grew a bit worried and dialed his number. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Chen answered the call immediately. "Son, where have you been? I haven't seen you and President Mei with Xing Gang and Cheng Dazhuang." Lin Xiumin asked curiously. "Mom, President Mei got drunk. I'm just seeing her home." Lu Chen replied truthfully. "Oh, that's great." Lin Xiumin nodded with a smile. "It's nothing to worry about. Just be careful on the road. By the way, Mom, did Xing Gang and the others leave?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "They just left with Cheng Dazhuang and called over a few more people. I don't know what they are up to." Lin Xiumin sighed. "Probably nothing good." "All right, I won't say more. Goodbye." After hanging up, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel worried. He began to analyze the situation in his mind. "Lu Chen, I'm so sleepy." Mei Ping's drunkenness was more pronounced now, and she leaned heavily against Lu Chen's chest. The beautiful woman resting against him was one thing, but she also grasped his hand and placed it on her slender thigh. This enticing gesture made Lu Chen's blood surge. At just over 20 years old, how could he resist such temptation? It was hard not to think about women. Tai Go, who was driving, caught a glimpse of this intimate scene in the rearview mirror, and his heart raced with excitement. He even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he were sitting beside Mei Ping, this stunning beauty. Unable to resist, he glanced back again, just in time to see the expanse of Mei Ping's fair skin. He nearly lost control, and the car veered straight towards a nearby tree. "Brake!" Lu Chen shouted loudly. "Oh no!" Taigo snapped back to reality and immediately slammed on the brakes. The car came to a sudden stop next to a camphor tree as thick as a man's waist. "What happened? What's going on?" Mei Ping was jolted awake by the sudden movement of the car. "Great, the car broke down." Taigo shrugged helplessly, feigning resignation. "We can't go any further." "How could that be? The car was working fine." Mei Ping exclaimed incredulously. "I don't know. I can't drive it anymore," Taigo said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, President Mei, but I have to leave the car here. You might need to call someone else." With that, he opened the door and walked off. Lu Chen began to scan the surroundings cautiously. "Wait," Mei Ping exclaimed, unbuckling her seatbelt and getting out of the car. "You can't leave us here in the wilderness. Where am I supposed to find someone to drive?" "President Mei, I'm sorry, but I really can't drive anymore. We almost crashed," Taigo called back without looking. "Hey, you can't just leave." Mei Ping stumbled after him. "Don't go over there." Lu Chen firmly held Mei Ping, his expression serious. "Quick, get back in the car. Someone is coming after us." He had already seen a group of people approaching from the woods with his heightened senses. It was undoubtedly Xing Gang and his crew. And that BMW 740 was clearly crossing gangs. "What do we do? We're in the middle of nowhere, and I'm too drunk to drive." Mei Ping nearly cried out, cursing. "It must be that bastard Xing Gang scheme." "Indeed, it's Xing Gang who is after you." Lu Chen suddenly scooped Mei Ping up. "Hurry, get in the car." "I'll drive." "Can you do it?" Mei Ping looked worried. "You don't know how to drive." "I taught myself. I can manage a small car." Lu Chen opened the door, placing Mei Ping inside. He turned and closed the door behind him. "Lu Chen, don't run. Brother Gang told me to bring people to take you down." It was Huang Erxiang, Cheng Dazhuang's cousin, riding up on a motorcycle with another thug, blocking Lu Chen's path. "Get lost." Lu Chen kicked the man hard. "Ouch." Huang Erxiang, still trying to steady himself on the motorcycle, was knocked off balance and toppled over with the bike. Bang. The motorcycle fell on him and the other thug, causing them to howl in pain. "Brother Gang, come quick. The fool hit me. The fool hit me. Help. Brother Gang, that fool is running." Huang Erxiang cried out as he struggled beneath the motorcycle. Meanwhile, Xing Gang was driving towards them in the BMW 740. Hearing the commotion, he cursed. "What the hell? That fool dares to fight back. Hurry, step on it. I'll deal with him first, and then have my way with Mei Ping." The BMW 740 struggled along the rural dirt road. "Lu Chen, get in the car." Mei Ping's drunkenness had worn off, and she shouted urgently. Lu Chen quickly jumped into the driver and amp. Oppo's S seat, fumbling around. "First, start it. This car doesn't require a clutch, it and amp. Oppo's S automatic." Mei Ping leaned forward, grabbing Lu Chen's hand to guide him. Fortunately, Lu Chen was quick-witted. After a few instructions, he managed to start the car. He reversed it and then pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. "Ah!" Mei Ping screamed, startled by the sudden movement. At that moment, the BMW 740 had turned onto the main road leading to the town. Seated in the car, Xing Gang observed the vehicle ahead swerving erratically. He could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's over for Lu, the fool. He's driving under the influence. We must promptly report this to the traffic police. They should apprehend him without delay." Once this imbecile is locked away, Mei Ping will be mine. Tonight, I shall claim her. Cheng Dazhuang promptly pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Let me handle this. Xing Gang interjected, firmly grasping Cheng Dazhuang's hand with a triumphant grin. My cousin is in the traffic police department. This is the perfect opportunity to assign her a task. With that, he diligently dialed his cousin's number. As soon as the call connected, Xing Gang exaggeratedly shouted into the phone, Cousin, someone just drove under the influence. I need to report this guy. He's utterly audacious, having downed 5 bowls of liquor and still insisting on driving. I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. You need to handle this, or it could turn fatal. By the way, he boasted about having powerful connections, claiming he wouldn't be worried even if he caused a fatal accident. He has plenty of money for compensation. Is that so? His cousin replied incredulously. He really drank 5 bowls and still drove? Absolutely, no doubt about it. Xing Gang responded, feigning seriousness. You all should hurry. I'm currently on the rural road leading to Bishui village. You can intercept him on the county road up ahead. This guy is driving someone back to the city. He provided detailed directions regarding Lu Chen's route. On the other end of the line, an indignant voice responded immediately. How audacious. Don't worry, cousin. I'll make sure to apprehend him. I'm heading to the intersection up ahead with my team. After hanging up, Xing Gang turned to Cheng Dazhuang and the others with a smug expression. All right, let an Appos leisurely follow behind. He wanted Appos to be able to escape. Brother Gang is amazing. Haha. Lu Chen is finished this time. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Irma exchanged triumphant laughs, eagerly awaiting Lu Chen's downfall. In reality, Lu Chen felt no intoxication at all. Initially, the car had swayed a bit when it started, but that was merely due to his long absence from driving, compounded by the unfamiliar automatic transmission. After a kilometer, however, he maneuvered with remarkable ease, the experience flowing smoothly. Xing Gang's car followed closely behind. Observing Lu Chen's increasing speed, he grew slightly anxious and called out to the driver. Slow down a bit. Don and Appos detail him too closely. If we pursue too aggressively, he might speed up even more. And I fear my cousin's team won't set up their checkpoint in time. All right, I'll reduce the speed, the driver replied, intentionally easing off the accelerator and widening the gap. Noticing the trailing vehicle had eased its pursuit, Lu Chen also reduced his speed. Meanwhile, Mei Ping, sitting in the back, worried about Lu Chen drinking earlier, urged him. Lu Chen, I think Xing Gang's crew has lost ground. Why not find a spot near the upcoming village to pull over? After all, you've had quite a bit to drink, and if you're caught, it could lead to serious consequences. You're right. Let's stop at the village entrance. Lu Chen agreed, spotting a small convenience store nearby where many people were gathered playing mahjong. Even if Xing Gang catches up, he won't dare do anything to us. We can rest in the car for an hour or two until the alcohol wears off. Lu Chen reasoned that, having taken a hangover remedy, the alcohol in his system should be minimal and would likely dissipate after a brief rest. All right, let's do as you say. Mei Ping glanced back, relieved to see no cars chasing them, and she sighed deeply. That was close. Thankfully, that scoundrel Xing Gang hasn't Appos. He caught up. Please stop the car under the camphor tree ahead. Sure, I'll park right there. Lu Chen maneuvered the car beneath the ancient camphor tree, activating his keen senses. He scanned the surroundings and confirmed that Xing Gang's vehicle had indeed not followed them, allowing him to relax. In fact, Xing Gang had spotted their car parked under the tree from a distance. He chuckled. Ha! This fool has stopped the car, probably too intoxicated to continue. Well, we might as well wait here. I'll call my cousin to come and apprehend him. With that, he dialed his cousin again, informing her of Lu Chen's location. Meanwhile, seated in the BMW X6, Lu Chen had unbuckled his seatbelt and was gulping down water, eager to flush the alcohol from his system so he could safely drive Mei Ping home. However, after only 2 sips, he felt an uncomfortable pressure in his abdomen, a strong urge to relieve himself rising swiftly. Oh no, this isn't good. My stomach feels bloated, he muttered anxiously. Before he could voice his concern, Mei Ping, seated in the back, exclaimed, what now? Lu Chen scanned the area and suggested, how about you step out and go behind the camphor tree to take care of it? Absolutely not. If I get out, everyone at the convenience store will see me. And if anyone passes by, they'll see everything. That would be so embarrassing. Women can't just do it like men. We need to squat. Mei Ping shook her head vigorously, her face flushed. Then what should we do? Lu Chen awkwardly smiled. How about you handle it in the car? I'll turn around. In the car? Mei Ping hesitated but eventually nodded. I have a garbage bag in my car, but I need someone to hold it open, otherwise It might spill everywhere and create an unpleasant odor. Lu Chen, could you help me out? She asked, handing him a plastic bag. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But I'm really desperate. Mei Ping pleaded, her cheeks reddening. Please help me. I can't hold it much longer, and no one is watching. Ultimately, Mei Ping decided to be bold, thinking, we're already planning to have children together. It's only a matter of time. Lu Chen felt slightly uneasy. If you don't come over, I will be upset, Mei Ping warned. Her face flushed as she glared at him. Hurry up, just squeeze through from the center console. It won't take long. I promise. Seeing the urgency in Mei Ping and Appo's expression, Lu Chen reluctantly nodded and squeezed between the front seats. He took the plastic bag and bent down to hold it open. Mei Ping lifted her skirt slightly and squatted down. The entire process was swift, lasting no more than 3 minutes. When Mei Ping finally stood up, her cheeks were flushed. She let out a long sigh of relief and winked at Lu Chen, saying, All right, please hand me the plastic bag. I'll dispose of it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Chen rolled down the window to throw the bag out. Just toss it outside. Mei Ping hesitantly reminded him, Isn't that littering? Don't worry, we're in the countryside. There are no trash bins. Besides, it's right next to a vegetable garden, so throwing it there can be like fertilizing the plants. The owner will naturally clean it up. Lu Chen chuckled, tossing the bag out the window. With a swoosh, the red bag landed 5 meters away on a leafy vegetable plant, soaking the leaves. This organic fertilizer is quite effective. In a week, those leaves will be lush and green, Lu Chen mused with a smile. Enough of your nonsense. Mei Ping shot him a glare, her face still flushed. You keep saying pointless things. I'm just being honest, Lu Chen replied with a laugh. Just then, he pressed his hand against his stomach. What and Appo's wrong? Mei Ping noticed the pained expression on Lu Chen and Appo's face and couldn't and Appo's help but ask. You don't mean to say you need to relieve yourself too? You hit the nail on the head. Lu Chen replied, awkwardly patting his abdomen. How about I lend you this? Mei Ping offered, retrieving an empty water bottle from the car's storage compartment and extending it towards him. No, that's unnecessary, Lu Chen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Honestly, I wouldn't peek at you. Mei Ping insisted, pushing the bottle towards him. Just turn around. It's not a big deal. I did it in the car earlier too. It's not that I'm embarrassed, Lu Chen said, shaking his head with a sheepish smile. But the opening of this bottle is too small. I might accidentally spill it on myself. Oh, is it really that small? Mei Ping responded, slightly taken aback. Blushing, she pondered a moment before curiously asking, What size do you need then? Do you have a bigger bottle? Lu Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Just a moment. I think I have a bottle in my bag. Mei Ping winked at Lu Chen and reached into her bag, indeed finding an unopened bottle of nutritional drink. She glanced at the bottle in her hand and smiled. This one hasn't been opened yet. How about you drink it and then use it? Sounds good. Lu Chen readily accepted the drink, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down in one go. All right, I'll turn away now. I won't peek. Seeing that Lu Chen had finished the drink, Mei Ping deliberately turned her body away. Lu Chen, feeling quite urgent, quickly seized the empty bottle and relieved himself. Hearing the splashing sound, Mei Ping couldn't resist the curiosity and stole a glance back. Just then, Lu Chen turned to look as well, and their eyes met, causing both to panic and swiftly turn away. An awkward silence enveloped them for 2 minutes. All right. After the 2-minute mark, Lu Chen sighed in relief, shook himself, and prepared to toss the bottle out the window. Wait. Mei Ping called out to him. What is it? Lu Chen asked, intrigued by her urgency. Give that to me, Mei Ping said, reaching for the bottle. Mei, what do you need that for? Lu Chen inquired, eyeing the bottle filled with urine. Don't just throw garbage around. It doesn't decompose easily. Just keep it in the car for now. I'll dispose of it properly when we get back to the city, Mei Ping said, examining the bottle before placing it under the seat with a smile. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Lu Chen felt a surge of admiration. He hadn't realized how refined and considerate Mei Ping truly was. All right, get some rest in the car. Mei Ping smiled as she advised Lu Chen. You've had quite a bit to drink tonight, so lie down for a bit while I try to call for a designated driver. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to make the call. Just then, 2 bright beams of light shone in from outside. Oh no, someone's coming. Mei Ping quickly stowed her phone away, turning anxiously to Lu Chen. I think Xing Gang has brought someone here. Lu Chen turned his head to see that indeed. Xing Gang was approaching with a female traffic officer, followed by a group of people. Looks like traffic police. Lu Chen replied after recognizing the situation. This is troublesome. Xing Gang must have intentionally sent someone to harass you. Mei Ping seethed, unable to contain her anger. This scoundrel is outrageous. I can't believe he's so despicable. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, her expression serious. Lu Chen, when the traffic officer arrives, just say this car is mine. Remember, do not say it's yours. Otherwise, you could end up in jail. Besides, you don't even have a license. At least I have one, and I drank less than you. I might only get a DUI, but you, having consumed so much, would definitely be considered drunk driving. May, the mind can't do without you, Lu Chen replied firmly. I drove this car, so it's only right that I take responsibility. Besides, I took a hangover remedy beforehand, which disperses alcohol in the body. I assure you, I feel no intoxication and might even pass a test. That's impossible. Mei Ping, moved, cupped Lu Chen's face with both hands. I know you're doing this for my sake. But the more you insist, the less I can let you go to jail. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the car window. Hey, idiot, open the door. Xingang shouted from outside. Oh no, they've arrived. I'll go open the door, Lu Chen said, quickly exiting the vehicle. Xingang glanced at Lu Chen, noticing he hadn't exited from the driver's side, raising his suspicions. He then peered inside the car and saw Mei Ping flusteredly adjusting her dress, stirring a wave of jealousy within him. What a fool, it hasn't been long and he's already up to something with Mei Ping in the car. I can't believe they've gotten together. Xingang, what nonsense are you spouting? Mei Ping snapped at him, her eyes narrowing. Spreading rumors is also against the law. I hope you won't talk nonsense here. Lu Chen and I just sat in the car for a bit. Nothing happened. Haha, do you really think I'm an idiot? Xingang leaned closer to Mei Ping with a cold smile. A solitary man and woman parked by the roadside, both sitting in the back seat. What else could that be for? You. Mei Ping gritted her teeth, ready to retort. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. I can't interfere with your private matters. I'm here tonight to check for drunk driving with my cousin. Xingang said triumphantly, pointing to a female officer in uniform behind him. She'll be here shortly. How infuriating. I can't believe you called someone on purpose. Mei Ping glared at Xingang, anger radiating from her. Don't forget, this drunk driving was entirely your doing. If you hadn't deliberately led the iron dog away and had someone pursue us, we wouldn't be in this situation. Haha, it's pointless to talk to me. You can explain that to the officer, Xingang replied smugly, turning to wave at the female officer. Cousin, come over here. This pair is thoroughly intoxicated, and that fool has been driving recklessly. You need to handle this. It's definitely drunk driving and a serious threat to road safety. Coming. The female officer responded, striding over to Lu Chen with a cold expression. Were you the one driving this car? Indeed, I was the one driving, Lu Chen replied with unwavering confidence. No. Let me explain. Mei Ping attempted to interject. Mei, don't deny it. We have video footage of the moment Lu Chen got into the car. Xingang interjected, a smug grin on his face. Moreover, we followed you and have a dashcam recording. Enough of the questions. I drove the car. Lu Chen calmly assured the female officer, nodding with a smile. I don't have a license, so whatever penalties there are, I accept. Oh, what a noble acceptance. The female officer scoffed, glaring at Lu Chen. Do you understand the dangers of driving under the influence without a license? That could land you in jail. My dear lady, I implore you to refrain from casting baseless accusations. You may assert that I lack education or intelligence, but to claim that I am driving under the influence is rather excessive. Without even conducting a test, how can you assert that I am intoxicated? Lu Chen retorted with a smile. Do I appear to be under the influence? Humph. Do not be so defiant. There are witnesses who saw you drinking. What further defense can you mount? The female traffic officer produced a breathalyzer and thrust it towards Lu Chen, commanding, open your mouth and take the test. Before Lu Chen could comply, the officer caught a whiff of alcohol emanating from him. She waved her hand in front of her nose and shot him an irritable glare, exclaiming, You claim you haven't been drinking? I can smell it. Smelling it does not equate to me being drunk, even if I had consumed alcohol. It does not imply that I am intoxicated, Lu Chen replied with a grin. My faculties are quite intact, and if you wish to test my knowledge, feel free. He attempted to evade the situation. While he had faith in the efficacy of hangover remedies, he could not guarantee that they would prevent a positive alcohol test. Only a trial would reveal the truth. Enough of your nonsense. Open your mouth and blow. The female officer snapped, her expression darkening as she pressed the breathalyzer towards Lu Chen's mouth. At this moment, Xingang could not suppress his glee, laughing heartily. Lu Chen, just open your mouth and take the test. Once the results are in, prepare for a stay in the holding cell. You are finished. Indeed. This is truly the end for you. Driving under the influence will likely result in months of incarceration. Cheng Dazhuang and Wang Erma joined in the laughter. Huang Erxiang, brimming with smugness, cackled, Lu Chen, you are going in. Your mother will surely suffer for it in the village. You heartless lot. You can't wait for me to end up in jail, can you? Lu Chen shot a disdainful glance at Xing Gang and the others, coldly asserting, even if I do end up behind bars, should any of you dare to harm my mother, I, Lu Chen, will not let you off lightly. Enough chatter. The female officer glared at Lu Chen, demanding blow. Don't let him blow. I was the one driving. Mei Ping interjected, stepping forward assertively. Cousin, don't listen to her nonsense. We all witnessed Lu Chen, that fool behind the wheel. Xing Gang replied sternly to the female officer, insisting, just test that man. Enough, I know what I'm doing. The female officer shot a warning glance at Xing Gang and his companions, stating, you would do well to keep quiet. Very well, I shall remain silent. I am merely here to watch the fool be taken away, Xing Gang responded with a smug grin. Once he blows, he will surely exceed the limit and be off to jail. Cheng Dazhuang and the others shared in his delight. Blow. Open your mouth, huh? The beautiful officer ignored Mei Ping and again pressed the breathalyzer towards Lu Chen. All right, I will blow. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, opening his mouth to the device. While he appeared calm, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he was uncertain whether the hangover remedy would withstand an alcohol test. Surprisingly, the results were remarkably favorable. After Lu Chen exhaled, the female officer leaned in to examine the data, but soon furrowed her brow in confusion. Strange, the reading is normal. He hasn't been drinking? Congratulations. You are correct, Lu Chen smiled at the officer, adding, what I have consumed is not alcohol, but rather solitude. His words elicited a soft chuckle from Mei Ping. Impossible. This cannot be. Xing Gang's face betrayed a sense of disbelief. He stepped closer, pointing at Lu Chen as he addressed the female officer. Cousin, is your breathalyzer malfunctioning? How could that be? The female officer glanced at her device and promptly shook her head, declaring, the breathalyzer is functioning properly. I do not believe it. Give me the device. Xing Gang, incensed, snatched the breathalyzer from the officer's hand and thrust it towards Lu Chen's face, demanding, come on, blow into it. I refuse. Lu Chen retorted coldly, shaking his head. I have already been tested, and you have no authority to test me again. The previous test must have been inaccurate. I demand a retest. Xing Gang insisted, his voice rising. Are you out of your mind? Mei Ping interjected, stepping forward to push Xing Gang aside. Cousin, do not act foolishly. The female officer, now irritated, reached for the breathalyzer again. You must allow me to take it back. No. I must insist on testing this fool again. Xing Gang seethed with frustration. Excessive. Are you executing your duties, or am I? The female officer shouted at Xing Gang, her voice laced with anger. If you continue this way, I will have to call for assistance. You are obstructing my official duties. Cousin, listen to me. This fool has indeed been drinking, and he consumed several large bowls. Xing Gang pointedly directed his accusation towards the officer's companions. Indeed, he has been drinking, and it must be at least 2 pounds of strong liquor. Cheng Dazhuang and the others chimed in. Sir, there are doubts regarding the accuracy of my previous test, so I wish to conduct another, the female officer stated as she retrieved the breathalyzer, presenting it once more to Lu Chen. Please cooperate with me again. I apologize, but I am not fond of being troubled. I have already been tested, and you have seen the results. I cannot comply again, Lu Chen firmly declined. Cousin. His refusal to test indicates his guilt. Xing Gang exclaimed triumphantly. The previous test must have been faulty. If he is tested again, he will surely exceed the limit. He is finished. His refusal reveals his guilt. Be quiet. You dare suggest that my testing was inadequate? The female officer glared at Xing Gang, retorting, I suspect your motives are not pure. Cousin, that is unjust. I have evidence. Xing Gang protested, pulling out his phone to show the female officer. Look, this is a video I recorded earlier at this fool and Oppo's house. You can clearly see him drinking excessively. Earlier, Xing Gang had secretly filmed Lu Chen while he was drinking, intending to capture Mei Ping's revealing attire, but ended up recording Lu Chen instead. Although he cursed his luck, he realized this footage might serve a purpose. Indeed, he is drinking from a large bowl. The female officer scrutinized the video, her expression darkening once more. She turned to Lu Chen, asserting, Sir, you must cooperate with my inspection, as there have been reports of your drinking. I must provide a clear account to the public. You may proceed with the test. But if I do not test positive for driving under the influence, How will you compensate for my emotional distress? Lu Chen queried coolly. Do not forget, this is the second time you have troubled me, and your accusatory attitude has severely impacted my mood and caused significant psychological harm. Enough. Do not speak so dramatically. The female officer shot Lu Chen a sidelong glance, biting her lip and suggesting, how about this? I will conduct one more test, and if everything checks out, I shall let you go and apologize. What kind of apology will that be? Lu Chen smiled at the beautiful police officer and replied, what I seek are tangible rewards, not mere apologies. The officer, aware of her shortcomings, gritted her teeth and said, all right, how about this? If the test results are normal, I will treat you to a lavish dinner. That sounds acceptable, but I wish to dine in the most luxurious restaurant in our city, Lu Chen responded with a grin. Deal. The beautiful officer, biting her lip, passed the breathalyzer back to Lu Chen. Go ahead and blow. With a cheerful expression, Lu Chen opened his mouth. The officer's eyes widened as she scrutinized the data on the display. Beside her, Xing Gang craned his neck like a rooster, incessantly asking, what is the result? Is it over the limit? Not at all. Cousin, you are wrongfully accusing someone. This value is normal. The beautiful officer shot an irritated glance at Xing Gang. Impossible. This cannot be. There must be something wrong with the device. Let me try, Xing Gang exclaimed as he snatched the breathalyzer from her. He blew forcefully into the device, and the readings quickly soared, prompting him to call the police. How could this happen? Xing Gang's face turned ashen, as if struck by a spell. The crowd around them exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? How could this fool drink so much and be unaffected? Wang Irma and Cheng Dazhuang wore expressions of existential doubt. Mei Ping stood to the side, utterly perplexed, beginning to find Lu Chen increasingly inscrutable. This is impossible. There must be a mistake, Xing Gang muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Humph, you've put me in a terrible position. The beautiful officer pushed Xing Gang away, then turned to Lu Chen, slightly embarrassed. I apologize for wrongfully accusing you. Is an apology sufficient? Lu Chen coldly reminded her. You promised to treat me to dinner at the finest restaurant in our city. The officer's face flushed crimson. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Lu Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on her. Fine, I will treat you. Let's exchange WeChat. I'll contact you tomorrow, she said, biting her lip. I'm afraid I don't use WeChat. Lu Chen smiled as he revealed his phone, shaking it before her. I'm using an old model. It lacks such features. Is it possible that you are still using that relic? The officer stared at him, incredulous. Without WeChat, how can I invite you? Here, dial my number, Lu Chen offered, handing her his phone. All right, I've saved your number. I'll reach out when I can, she said, promptly dialing her own number. Witnessing this, Xing Gang finally grasped the situation and grew anxious. Hey, cousin, don't fall for this guy's tricks. He clearly has been drinking, and there's definitely something amiss. It seems this fool is not so foolish after all. He is quite clever, Xing Gang thought to himself. Cousin, have you had enough of your antics? The beautiful officer glared at Xing Gang. You've already cost me a grand dinner. Do you intend to ruin me further? Xing Gang was left speechless by her retort. Here is your phone back. The beautiful officer handed Lu Chen his device and turned to leave. Striding confidently, she mounted a motorcycle and waved at Lu Chen, calling out, Handsome, I will invite you for dinner tomorrow. Remember to answer my call. With that, she revved the motorcycle and sped away. She is gone. Lu Chen smiled and waved at Xing Gang, then turned to Mei Ping, calling, Mei, get in the car. Sure. Mei Ping snapped back to reality, smiling as she opened the door and slipped into the BMW. Lu Chen, stop right there. Xing Gang gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Lu Chen. You think you can take Mei Ping away? No one can have the woman I desire. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Xing Gang, have you lost your mind? Mei Ping angrily pushed the car door open and stepped out. She positioned herself protectively behind Lu Chen and warned Xing Gang. If you have a problem, come at me. Fine, you will stay and keep me company tonight, Xing Gang sneered. Come, get in the car. You're insane. Mei Ping, exasperated, raised her hand to slap Xing Gang. You wretched woman, you dare to hit me? Xing Gang caught her wrist forcefully. Oh, you're hurting me. Mei Ping cried out in pain. Let her go? Lu Chen stepped forward, commanding Xing Gang in a cold tone. Huh, you think that is possible? Xing Gang smirked, raising a finger mockingly at Lu Chen. Let me be clear. Tonight, I intend to have Mei Ping. Brother Gang, I advise you against this. You will regret it. Lu Chen replied with a smile, gesturing toward a nearby shop where people were playing mahjong. If we shout loudly, it would be hard not to attract attention. You may have a gang of followers, but this village isn't your territory. I believe the deputy from our city's police department is from this village. If anything goes wrong here, do you think the city officers will let you off the hook? Moreover, this place is under surveillance. Everything you do can be seen clearly. Don't act on impulse and risk ending up in jail. Lu Chen's words made Xing Gang shudder. After a brief hesitation, he released Mei Ping. Mei Ping, let us get in the car. Lu Chen smiled, gesturing for her to enter. Let us go? Mei Ping nodded and turned to get back in the car. Lu Chen started the BMW X6 and drove toward the city. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Xing Gang couldn't help but curse. Damn that fool. I will make him pay dearly. Brother Gang, it seems that fool is not so foolish anymore. Cheng Dazhuang scratched his head in curiosity. I suspect he has been pretending all along. Yes, I also feel that way, Wang Irma chimed in. He is not foolish at all. In fact, he seems quite adept at charming women. Just look how he won over Mei Ping and that beautiful officer in a matter of minutes. Even getting her number for a date. How dare you? Xing Gang seethed, grabbing Wang Irma by the collar. That beautiful officer is my cousin. I swear, if Lu Chen manages to woo her, I will break your legs. Brother Gang, don't get mad at me. I'm not trying to pursue your cousin. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Chen. Wang Irma pleaded, panic in his eyes. I'm merely stating facts. Get lost. Xing Gang angrily tossed Wang Irma to the ground. Wang Irma yelped in pain. Xing Gang didn't even glance at him, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of Lu Chen and Mei Ping. Remembering the affection Mei Ping had shown Lu Chen, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. That wretched woman, Mei Ping, will likely fall for that fool tonight. Why? What does he have that I lack? I'm furious. Xing Gang struck the ancient camphor tree beside him with a fierce punch, and with a resounding thud, a piece of bark fell off. The onlookers trembled in fear, enveloped in a silence that lingered for nearly a minute. Soon, however, Xing Gang began to groan in pain. Ouch, ouch. Cheng Dazhuang immediately rushed to support him. What's wrong, Brother Gang? My back hurts terribly. Xing Gang attempted to reach for his back, but found it impossible. He called out to Cheng Dazhuang, help me see what's going on. Heavens, Brother Gang, you're bleeding on your back. It's even festering. Cheng Dazhuang grasped the collar of his shirt and peered closer, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. There, on Xing Gang's back, was a lump larger than a broad bean, red and swollen, and oozing pus. When Xing Gang had punched the tree, he had inadvertently burst the lump, causing blood to flow forth. Damn you, Lu Chen. It's all your fault for giving me that terrible medicinal wine. It's made me feel like this. It hurts so bad. Ouch, Lu Chen, you bastard. Xing Gang's resentment toward Lu Chen deepened. Fortunately, he was unaware that the very lump on his back had been pricked by Lu Chen with a toothpick. The previous night, Lu Chen had used a toothpick to extract yellow pus from Mei Ping's backside. Later, he had used the same toothpick to pierce Xing Gang's acupoint. Thus, Xing Gang had unwittingly become infected, resulting in the painful lump on his back. After consuming the fiery medicinal fruit wine that evening, the lump had erupted, swelling several times its original size, making it impossible for him to avoid the pain. This series of unfortunate events was both coincidental and meticulously orchestrated, leaving Xing Gang seething with anger. Perhaps because of the depth of Xing Gang's resentment, Lu Chen felt an unusual sensation, sneezing 3 times in a row while driving. Ugh, these sneezes are never-ending. Lu Chen chuckled. I bet that scoundrel Xing Gang is cursing me. Lu Chen, I think you should stay over tonight, Mei Ping gently urged him. I'm worried he might come to retaliate against me. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. After testing this fool for so long, it was about time something happened between them. Lu Chen stammered. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Just take me home. Mei Ping sighed, resting her head on her hand. The after effects of your medicinal wine are really strong. I don't understand how you can drink so much without issue while I can barely handle 2 bowls. Oh, I'm feeling dizzy. I need to rest for a bit. All right. Miss Mei, you should rest for a while, Lu Chen replied patiently as he drove. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at Mei Ping's home. At this point, Mei Ping appeared even more inebriated, her body feeling limp. Miss Mei, we've arrived. Let me help you inside, Lu Chen said, supporting one of her hands on his shoulder as he guided her into the villa. Carry me, I can't walk anymore. Mei Ping slurred, wrapping her arms around his neck. Miss Mei, please don't. Lu Chen felt his cheeks flush. Mei Ping, utterly limp in his embrace, gazed at him with hazy eyes. I can't walk. Carry me inside. Faced with such a beautiful woman in a drunken state, Lu Chen had no choice but to bend down and lift her up. Once inside the villa, he gently placed her on the sofa. "Miss May, it's getting late. You should rest early." "I'll be heading back," Lu Chen said, preparing to turn away. "Lu Chen, don't go." Mei Ping suddenly hugged him from behind. "Miss May, it's already past 10. I really must go." Lu Chen attempted to pry her arms away. Mei Ping slowly rose, her hands sliding smoothly around his waist and then to the front. She turned her body, wrapping her arms around his neck, her form pressed against his chest. Gazing at him with longing, "Lu Chen, don't go. Be my man, will you? Tonight, I need you." Lu Chen could distinctly feel the fervent heartbeat of the enchanting CEO before him. Staring at the stunning beauty, the primal desire within him ignited like a blazing fire. "Miss May, please don't do this." Lu Chen stuttered, his heart racing, his body reacting in all the expected ways. He felt flustered, his voice trembling. "Do you like my body too?" Mei Ping smiled, winking at him playfully, intentionally puffing out her chest as she began to unbutton her blouse. "Miss May, please don't." Lu Chen's voice was barely a whisper. "Don't deceive yourself. I can feel your heart racing, which means you have feelings for me too. Just like you, I also desire you. If you don't believe me, feel my heartbeat." Mei Ping took Lu Chen's hand and pressed it against her heart. This. Lu Chen felt a soft warmth envelop his palm, sending electric shivers through him. Having reached this point, there was no point in deceiving himself any longer. Mei Ping's eyes sparkled mischievously as she closed them, tilting her lips toward him. Faced with such an aggressive advance, Lu Chen lost all ability to resist. He swiftly embraced her, surrendering to the moment. 2 minutes later, they collapsed onto the sofa, Mei Ping having discarded her dress while Lu Chen removed his shirt. Once it had come to this, Lu Chen felt no need to pretend any longer. A young man in his 20s, at the peak of his desires, how could he possibly withstand such temptation? He pushed Mei Ping back onto the sofa, ready to make his final move, when suddenly, Mei Ping placed her hand on his shoulder, halting him. "No, we can't do this yet." It seemed she recalled something important, regaining some clarity. "Why not?" Lu Chen swallowed hard, feeling impatient. "Miss May, I really want to." Wanting isn't enough, Mei Ping, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip and said, "I've had too much to drink tonight, and you have too. If we were to conceive a child now, it could lead to complications. How about you go buy a box of protection and we take some precautions?" Her face was crimson. This was a first for her too. Mei Ping intended to have a smart and healthy child with Lu Chen. However, at this stage, it seemed her restraint was faltering. Lu Chen felt the flames of desire within him stoked by the captivating CEO. Yet, just as he was fully ignited, Mei Ping pressed the pause button, leaving him quite frustrated. Nevertheless, since she insisted on precautions, he had no choice but to comply. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what such measures entailed. "Hurry, go to the nearby convenience store and buy a box. You should be back in about 20 minutes. I'll take a shower in the meantime." Mei Ping wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck and kissed his cheek. "All right, I'll go buy it." Lu Chen smiled in response, dressing quickly before heading out the villa door. A cool breeze washed over him, helping him regain his composure. His mind had initially been filled with thoughts of Mei Ping's exquisite form, but now a more rational analysis took hold. Could it be that Miss May has truly developed feelings for me? Lu Chen scratched his head, pondering. But wait, I'm just a fool. What could she possibly see in me? Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the entrance of a convenience store. "Handsome, what can I get for you?" The shopkeeper, a young woman, greeted him with a smile. "Do you have that?" Lu Chen blushed as he scanned the shelves. "That?" Upon seeing Lu Chen's bashful demeanor, the young woman inquired with a smile. "Are you here to purchase sanitary pads for a girl?" No, he quickly replied. Lu Chen quickly shook his head. "Then what do you desire?" The young woman curiously scrutinized Lu Chen. "I shall seek it out myself." Lu Chen, caught off guard by the married woman's question, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Like a thief, he furtively scanned the shop around him. The woman, sensing Lu Chen's intentions, smiled knowingly as she retrieved a box of red-packaged Durex condoms from a prominent spot on the shelf, playfully waving it in front of him as she teased. "Is this what you're looking for?" "Indeed, that's the one." Lu Chen reached out to take the box from the young woman's hands. "Wait a moment. It seems this is your first time purchasing such an item, isn't it?" The young woman smiled playfully at Lu Chen and said, "This box I have in my hand contains granules, specifically designed for women who have given birth. How old is your girlfriend?" Then I shall not choose this one." Lu Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "She has never given birth. So it is this kind." the young woman said with a smile, leaning closer to Lu Chen, her face alight with enthusiasm. There are many varieties of this type, including banana, strawberry, and apple flavors. Which one would you prefer? Ah, is there so much to consider? Lu Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. Which one is truly the best? Are you inquiring of me? The young woman smiled as she gestured toward herself, and then picked up the box to explain. Personally, I find the scent of strawberries to be far more delightful. Every time my husband and I share an intimate moment, the aroma transports me to a strawberry field, where I indulge in the sweet fruits of romance. After all, we met while working at a farm, often wandering through the strawberry patches. Those memories are filled with joy, and I have developed a special affection for strawberries. The scent invigorates me immensely. However, it ultimately depends on individual preferences and your girlfriend's feelings. So, let it be the fragrance of strawberries. Lu Chen blushed and quickly reached out to snatch the box away. How much is it per box? 109 yuan per box. The young woman replied with an air of composure. No way. Is this item truly so expensive? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. A box containing 10, yet only one serving of fried rice noodles at a time. The young woman smiled and cast a glance at Lu Chen, saying, Young man, do not skimp on this treat. If one is to use it, let it be of high quality. Very well, I shall pay. Lu Chen produced 110 yuan in cash and handed it to the young woman, then swiftly turned and made his way outside. Hey, young man, I still need to find you $1. The young woman shouted at Lu Chen, no need. Lu Chen did not look back as he swiftly exited the convenience store. It was his first time purchasing such an item, and he felt quite embarrassed. After stowing the box in his trouser pocket, he hurriedly made his way back. At that moment, he heard a woman's voice calling out from ahead. Stop! Do not run! Lu Chen raised his eyes and furrowed his brow, instinctively activating his celestial vision. He swiftly discerned, beneath the dim yellow light, a female police officer dismounting from her motorcycle. After removing her helmet, she promptly pursued a young man clad in athletic attire ahead of her. Could it be the fierce heroine, Zhong Liqin? Lu Chen immediately recognized the beautiful police officer. Zhong Liqin. It appeared that she was in pursuit of a criminal. The two were running in close proximity, separated by a mere 10 meters or so. It seemed that the man in the tracksuit would soon be caught. Suddenly, a motorcycle burst forth from a side alley, heading straight towards the female officer. Hey, watch out! Lu Chen was taken aback, exclaiming loudly. Suddenly, a roar echoed as a motorcycle sped past Zhong Liqin with remarkable swiftness. No, Zhong Liqin turned her head and, upon seeing the motorcycle hurtling towards her at breakneck speed, was startled. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the tumultuous waters of the river beside her. Splash! Upon hearing a resounding crash, Lu Chen was met with an unsettling silence. Hello, are you all right? He shouted loudly, swiftly dashing forward. Get in the car. The motorcycle-riding thief came to an abrupt halt before the man in sportswear. The man swiftly mounted the motorcycle, and together they sped away. Damn that fellow! Lu Chen cursed under his breath and immediately dashed toward the place where Zhong Liqin had jumped. Upon reaching the railing, he peered down and beheld a tumultuous river about 10 meters below, where a deep blue figure was faintly bobbing amidst the swirling waters. It was evident that Zhong Liqin was lying unconscious in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen leaped from the railing, plunging into the depths below. Thud! With a tremendous splash, he plunged into the river, and Lu Chen swiftly swam forward. At that moment, Zhong Liqin remained utterly motionless. Lu Chen reached the side of the beautiful officer, grasped her arm firmly, and desperately swam towards the riverbank. Fortunately, having attained the 3rd level of the Golden Bell Shield, he sustained no injuries from that leap. However, the enchanting officer was not as fortunate. Using his celestial vision, Lu Chen observed a bruise blossoming across her chest, a clear indication that she had been rendered unconscious by the crashing waves. Let us first reach the shore. Lu Chen lifted the beautiful woman and gently placed her on a patch of grass by the shore. He first checked her nose. There was no breath. Then, he felt her pulse, which had also ceased. Finally, he checked her heartbeat, but there was no response. This was grave. She had stopped breathing. It seemed that artificial respiration was imperative. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen loosened some of her clothing to alleviate the pressure on her chest. He then tilted her neck slightly, ensuring there were no obstructions in her mouth before performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. With the legacy of the divine physician bestowed upon him, such a task was effortless for Lu Chen. After 5 minutes, the woman's chest began to rise slightly, and soon after, her eyes fluttered open. Who are you? What are you doing? Upon awakening and seeing a man before her, Zhong Liqin was momentarily startled. At that moment, her breath had just returned, and her body felt exceedingly weak, preventing her from recognizing Lu Chen. "Officer Zhong, you're finally awake," Lu Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "It's wonderful. You've come back to us. It's you. How could it be you?" At this moment, Zhong Liqin had completely awakened from her confusion. Upon recognizing the person before her as Lu Chen, she was taken aback with astonishment. "Indeed, it is I," Lu Chen replied, smiling as he nodded at Zhong Liqin. "I happened to pass by here and encountered you when I noticed a miscreant barreling toward you on a motorcycle. You reacted swiftly, turning to leap into the river. But unfortunately, you lost consciousness. Thus, I jumped in to rescue you. Thank you." Zhong Liqin bit her lip and nodded towards Lu Chen. When her gaze fell upon Lu Chen's well-defined chest muscles, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with warmth. "All right, it's good that you're fine," Lu Chen said with a reassuring smile. "Let's find a place to wash up, change your clothes, and you should head home to rest early, to avoid catching a cold." "You too." Zhong Liqin smiled and winked at Lu Chen. "Goodbye, then I shall take my leave." Lu Chen waved his hand at Zhong Liqin and turned to walk towards the shore. "Hey, wait." Zhong Liqin hurriedly caught up. "Is there something you need?" Lu Chen inquired with curiosity. "I apologize. I may have misunderstood you in the past." Zhong Liqin, feeling a bit embarrassed, bit her lip and then lowered her head, saying, "May I invite you to a late-night snack? Please, do me a favor." "Oh, I have other matters to attend to." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head apologetically. "Perhaps another day." "Very well. Then let us exchange contact information." Zhong Liqin smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "I don't have WeChat. Just call me and leave a number." Lu Chen smiled as he took out his phone, but his expression quickly darkened. "Oh no, my phone has been waterlogged. It seems to be ruined. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble." Zhong Liqin smiled at Lu Chen and said, "How about I gift you one? Allow me to accompany you on your shopping trip as a gesture of returning your kindness." "But how could that be acceptable?" Lu Chen shook his head with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Moreover, I am completely drenched, which makes it rather inconvenient. Just remember my number." "Wait a moment, it seems my phone is missing." Zhong Liqin patted her pocket, then helplessly chuckled and shook her head. "It's over. I have a poor memory. If you ask me to remember your number, I surely won't be able to. Let us go. I will take you to buy a phone, as I need to purchase one for myself as well. I'll call my best friend to send me some money. Perhaps another day. I have other matters to attend to." Lu Chen smiled and nodded toward Zhong Liqin, saying, "Though purchasing a mobile phone is one matter, I shall certainly remember your invitation to dine. Should you wish to find me, it is quite simple. I reside in Bu Village, Shirling Town, and I am employed at Meikwang in Shirling. It seems that this is the only way." Zhong Liqin sighed helplessly, and as she spoke, she gently brushed her hand across her chest, her expression contorting in pain as she furrowed her brows. "What is the matter?" Lu Chen expressed his concern. He once again used his celestial gaze to scrutinize the chest of the beautiful policewoman before him, noting that her chest was marred by a significant bruise, clearly indicating a serious injury. "It must hurt immensely." Zhong Liqin gritted her teeth and took a deep breath, saying, "It seems I and Appos V sustained quite a serious injury tonight. I must pay a visit to the hospital. Alternatively, would you like me to offer you a massage?" Lu Chen awkwardly pointed to Zhong Liqin's chest and stammered, "Ah, is this really acceptable?" Zhong Liqin's expression briefly flickered with embarrassment, but she quickly adopted a stern demeanor and said, "Do not dare to bring your deceitful tricks to my presence." Instinctively, she recalled the scene of Lu Chen's con at the square the previous night, feeling an inexplicable aversion toward him. "Very well, then you should proceed to the hospital." Lu Chen smiled wryly, shaking his head as he uttered a farewell. "Goodbye." Having spoken, he hurriedly turned and walked ahead. "Hey, Lu Chen, wait a moment." Zhong Li quickly caught up, grasping the fabric of his clothing. "Is there something you need?" Lu Chen turned his head. I may have been a bit too hasty just now." Zhong Liqin, blushing, lowered her head and said, "Why not give it a try? However, do refrain from reaching in." Lu Chen found himself in a dilemma of amusement and frustration. "All right, are you certain that you do not intend to take advantage of me?" Zhong Liqin lifted her face, suddenly raising her voice as she shouted at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, I warn you, if you approach this with a lewd attitude, I shall not tolerate it. Just give it up. You should still go to the hospital. I am unable to cure your affliction." Lu Chen resolutely shook his head. "Hey, could you refrain from being so petty?" Zhong Liqin bit her lip, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then, bowing her head slightly, unfastened a button and whispered, "All right then. Please proceed according to your process. Here is an opportunity for you to prove your innocence. Listen carefully. If I were to truly remove your affliction, it would come at a cost." Lu Chen remarked with a smile, "Massage services are charged accordingly." "All right." Zhang Liqin bit her lip and said, "If there's a fee, it must be worthwhile." Lu Chen remained silent, his hand resting gently upon the delicate area of her body as he began to apply his earnest massage. With the steady flow of genuine energy surging forth, a pink lotus blossom soon manifested upon the lovely maiden's chest, gradually dispersing the tension within her. Zhang Liqin softly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she quietly savored the experience. As the pink lotus gradually unfurled, she felt an inexplicable wave of comfort wash over her, enveloping her entire being in exquisite delight, leaving her tingling and pleasantly relaxed, a sensation beyond words. The comfort was simply overwhelming. Zhang Liqin couldn't and oppose, help but express her heartfelt appreciation. As long as it feels good, it and oppose. 500 yuan per minute. Now that we've been at it for 2 minutes, that amounts to 1,000. Lu Chen cheerfully remarked. What? 500 yuan per minute? Zhang Liqin was taken aback, swiftly pushing Lu Chen's hand aside, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "What kind of golden hand do you possess? Is it truly that expensive?" "The first 2 minutes are complimentary," Lu Chen explained with a smile. "Then let it be 2 minutes." Zhang Liqin bit her lip and said, "You must help me achieve some results." "Very well, let it be 2 minutes then." Lu Chen smiled as he earnestly assisted the other person with a massage. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Mei Ping, who had just arrived. After finishing her bath and not receiving any word from Lu Chen, she grew concerned for him and decided to call his phone, only to be met with the message that it was turned off. Consequently, Mei Ping set out to search for Lu Chen herself, only to unexpectedly catch him with his hand resting on the chest of the female officer, Zhang Liqin. Observing from a distance of 20 meters, her irritation grew with each passing moment. How infuriating! Lu Chen already has a girlfriend. You foolish man. I no longer wish to have anything to do with you. Mei Ping stamped her foot in frustration and stormed off home in a huff. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Chen remained oblivious to Mei Ping's anger and departure. He was wholly focused on administering a massage to Zhang Liqin. And only after a considerable time did he finally conclude his task. "There, it's done. The bruise on your chest has vanished." "Really?" Zhang Liqin, in disbelief, unfastened the button and examined closely, exclaiming, "My goodness, Lu Chen, you are truly remarkable. I can no longer see the bruise on my chest, and it no longer hurts. I cannot believe it. You are indeed a miraculous healer. It seems I wronged you last night. I am sincerely sorry. I have wronged you." She respectfully took a step back and bowed to Lu Chen. "Enough. No need to bow any further. If you do, I shall become quite displeased. I am still alive. So what purpose does all this bowing serve?" Lu Chen glanced at Zhang Liqin with a smile and said, "It's sufficient for the living to bow once. Only the deceased bow 3 times. Do you understand?" "Ah, my apologies, my apologies." Zhang Liqin couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. "Well then, goodbye." "I'm leaving first," Lu Chen said with a smile, waving his hand. "Goodbye." Zhang Liqin, savoring the moment, gently licked her lips and, with a smile, waved at him, saying, "I shall come to find you when I have the time. Remember, I owe you a meal." "All right, I shall keep that in mind," Lu Chen replied, not glancing back as he hurried towards Mei Ping's residence. The villa gate of Mei Ping's abode was already shut. Lu Chen pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang for quite a while before Mei Ping emerged from within the house. "Is there something you need?" Mei Ping elegantly raised her face and cast a glance at Lu Chen. In that moment, she had regained the haughty and self-satisfied demeanor of the once revered beauty CEO. "President Mei, did you not instruct me to sell that?" Lu Chen, feeling somewhat anxious, retrieved a newly purchased box of Durex from his pants and chuckled. "I've brought it back. It's strawberry flavored." "Huh, what did you buy this for?" Mei Ping sneered. "Was it not you who instructed me to go and make the purchase?" Lu Chen scratched his head, hesitatingly saying, "Did you not just mention that drinking could lead to an unhealthy child if one were to conceive? Which is why you asked me to." Mei Ping coldly interrupted Lu Chen's words. She lifted her face and brushed aside the disheveled hair from her forehead, offering a bitter smile as she shook her head. "I apologize. I may have overindulged earlier. If I said or did anything to you, I hope you can forget it entirely. After all, I was quite inebriated at that time. Well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Having spoken, she reached out to close the door. "Wait." Lu Chen grasped her fair wrist. Let go of my hand. Mei Ping's frosty gaze, sharp as a cold sword, fell upon Lu Chen's hand. His heart quivered suddenly. The beautiful CEO, as unyielding as an icy mountain, was a stark contrast to the Mei who had previously entwined with him on the sofa. Previously, Mei Ping exhibited affectionate behavior towards him, seemingly unable to part with him. However, after purchasing a condom, her demeanor shifted entirely. Lu Chen found himself perplexed by this sudden change. At this moment, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. Disappointment, confusion, and embarrassment all converged. Tentatively, he inquired, Mei, do you still want me to stay here with you tonight? Dream on. How could I possibly spend the night with you? Mei Ping retorted, retracting her hand and slamming the villa door shut with a resounding thud. How could this woman change her attitude so swiftly? Helplessness washed over Lu Chen as he turned away, his mind rife with questions. In the villa's grand hall, Mei Ping was grappling with her own tumultuous feelings. She sank into the sofa, her thoughts consumed by Lu Chen's image. No, it can't be. I cannot possibly have feelings for this fool. Right. I merely intended to enlist his help in having a child. Mei Ping reassured herself internally, shaking her head as she pondered. If I only want him to help me conceive, why should I care whether he has a girlfriend? But wait, if he does have a girlfriend, why am I pursuing him? Can I find someone who is single? Yet he's the top scorer of the college entrance examination. No, perhaps this was merely a misunderstanding. Never mind, I just want him to help me have a child. I was too impulsive tonight. I shouldn't have lashed out at him. After all, he is just an idiot. Maybe another woman is enticing him? Regardless, I shouldn't have been so hasty. Mei Ping's thoughts were in disarray. After a prolonged period of hesitation, she hurried to the balcony on the second floor. Hey, Lu Chen, come back. She called out loudly. Mei, is there something you need? Lu Chen turned back, curious. Mei Ping wanted to say, stay with me tonight. Yet, the words caught in her throat. She felt she couldn't just give in to this fool so easily. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Long City. She couldn't allow herself to be so casually taken. She felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She hadn't even experienced the thrill of romance yet. With that thought, Mei Ping instantly regained her previous aloofness, shouting to Lu Chen, make sure to come to work on time tomorrow. Wait, Mei, you said yesterday that I could have 2 days off. Lu Chen replied with a smile. I just took 1 day off. Fine, take another day off. But be at the mine on time the day after tomorrow. Mei Ping shot him a cold glance. Come to my office early the day after tomorrow. I need to discuss something with you. What is it, Mei? Lu Chen asked, intrigued. I may need to adjust your job position, Mei Ping said coldly. If you have time, go get a driver's license. I need a driver, and I think you're the one for the job. That's great. Thank you, Mei. Lu Chen exclaimed, elated. Thank you for what? The 300 yuan underground subsidy is gone, Mei Ping scoffed with pride. Also, if you don't get your license within 2 months, you're fired. Don't worry, I will definitely get it, Lu Chen replied confidently. Humph. Be grounded. Don't just talk big. Mei Ping turned sharply and hurried back into the hall. Watching her slender figure, reminiscent of a mermaid, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall the 2 blissful minutes they had spent together on the sofa. The memory ignited a rush of exhilaration within him. It seemed that there was a chance for him and Mei Ping. A knowing smile crept onto Lu Chen's face as he realized he might genuinely be developing feelings for this stunning CEO. With a buoyant spirit, Lu Chen walked down the street, feeling as if he were floating. Isn't that Lu Chen, that fool? Suddenly, he heard a shout from behind. Turning around, he saw Hua Bao approaching with a group of people. Haha, Lu Chen, tonight you won't escape. Hua Bao declared triumphantly, gesturing to his companions. Surround this kid. Let's see where he thinks he can run. Hit him. Surround this kid. A chorus of voices echoed as thugs closed in around Lu Chen. As Lu Chen attempted to flee, another group of people converged on him from the front. Fool, you can't escape. Kneel and apologize. Hua Bao grinned, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he ordered his companions, stop that kid, don't let him get away. Yes, a tall thug replied, rushing toward Lu Chen with 6 others. Desperate, Lu Chen scanned his surroundings and his gaze landed on a watermelon vendor by the roadside. Without a second thought, he dashed over and snatched a watermelon knife from the vendor's stall. Hey, kid, what are you doing with my knife? The startled vendor exclaimed. Just borrowing it. I'll return it later, Lu Chen called back as he brandished the knife and shouted, come on. Anyone who dares approach me will be met with dire consequences. The 4 thugs who had initially rushed at him hesitated, retreating in fear at the sight of the weapon. This idiot's armed, the tall thug yelled, quickly trying to rein in his gang. What are you afraid of? Hua Bao snapped. glaring at his men before grabbing a bench from a nearby food stall and charging forward, shouting, "Watch this. I'll smash him." With that, he led the charge. "Brothers, grab something. I don't believe this kid can take us all on." Another thug yelled, picking up a bench. "Grab something." Someone shouted as others armed themselves with wooden sticks and brooms. Seeing the escalating situation, Lu Chen realized he stood little chance and had no desire to fight. "Step aside if you don't want to die," he yelled as he charged toward the tall thug. The group of thugs, caught off guard and unarmed, scattered in panic at Lu Chen's approach. "Quick, move," the tall thug shouted as they all fled to the sides. Lu Chen dashed past them, placing the watermelon knife on the grass and calling back to the vendor, "Uncle, I left the knife there. I'll come by to thank you another day." With that, he sprinted wildly into the darkness ahead. "Chase him." Hua Bao and his gang, armed and furious, gave chase. Yet, they quickly fell behind. Lu Chen's physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His lung capacity and speed rivaled that of an athlete, making it easy for him to outpace them. After running for a mile or two, Lu Chen finally came to a halt, leaning against a telephone pole, panting heavily. "I need to step up my training, otherwise. How can I protect Mei Ping if I can't even handle a few thugs?" Breathing heavily, he found himself thinking of Mei Ping, realizing he wanted to protect her. "It seems I truly have feelings for this woman," Lu Chen mused inwardly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Lu Chen glanced up to see a young woman in a red motorcycle jacket and a green helmet, just 50 meters away, ready to turn onto his street. He immediately recognized her as Lu Wuya. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, "Hey, Lu Wuya." Lu Wuya turned her head and, upon seeing Lu Chen, immediately beamed with excitement, waving her hand at him. "Lu Chen, it's you. Wait for me, I'll be right there." With that, the stunning beauty revved her motorcycle, executed a sharp turn, and swiftly rode up beside Lu Chen. She applied the brakes, showcasing a graceful drift before removing her helmet and playfully winking at him. "Let's go to your house." "What for?" Lu Chen glanced at Lu Wuya and remarked, "You can't stay at my place tonight. It's too cramped. I fear you won't fit." "Dream on." Lu Wuya shot him an annoyed look. "Even if you invited me, I wouldn't want to stay in your shabby little den. And don't forget, tonight we still need to collect gold from your family's ancestral grave. The gold that Chung Dana, your village chief, buried at your home. We'll collect it all tonight and take it to work tomorrow to exchange for cash, splitting it evenly." "Oh, I see. Seems I was overthinking it," Lu Chen said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Of course you were. Who would want to sleep on your creaky little bed? It's so narrow that anyone would think we were engaged in some sort of scandalous affair." Lu Wuya retorted, rolling her eyes. "I'm not staying at your place for anything." Without further ado, she turned and patted the seat behind her, calling out, "Get on." "All right." Lu Chen didn't hesitate to leap onto the motorcycle. "Here, put on this helmet." Lu Wuya insisted, handing him her helmet. "Ah, I don't need it. You can wear it." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Take it, and stop talking back." Lu Wuya shot him an exasperated glare. "If you don't wear it, I won't take you home." As she firmly placed the helmet on Lu Chen's head, he relented. "Hold on tight. I'm starting the engine," Lu Wuya instructed, gripping his hands and placing them around her waist as she revved the motorcycle. "Wait, this helmet is green. I can't wear it. It feels like you're giving me a cuckold's hat," Lu Chen exclaimed, reaching to remove it. "What nonsense. I'm not your woman. So why would I give you a cuckold's hat?" Lu Wuya scoffed, accelerating like a rocket. Lu Chen swayed, startled, and instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. No longer concerned about the green helmet atop his head. After speeding for a while, they finally slowed down, and as they approached Bihue village, Lu Chen noticed the brightly lit shop at the village entrance, where a group was engaged in a card game. Among them was Xingang. "Stop! Pull over!" Lu Chen shouted to Lu Wuya. She pressed the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a halt, and turned to glare at him. "What's wrong? We haven't reached your house yet. Why are we stopping?" "Xingang is up ahead," Lu Chen reminded her. "We should avoid him." "Who is that?" Lu Wuya asked, furrowing her brow in curiosity. "Why should we avoid him? Don't you know? That 100,000 yuan life-saving money was provided by him. Wasn't he seeking you for a ritual?" Lu Chen explained, wide-eyed. "Oh, I remember now," Lu Wuya chuckled, nodding. "He is indeed my benefactor. He came rushing to find me one night, claiming he had encountered a ghost. To appear mysterious, I wore a Taoist robe and spoke only 3 sentences, disguising my voice. He shouldn't remember me." "I see. Still, let's steer clear for now," Lu Chen advised. "I have some history with him. If he recognizes you, it could complicate things." "Did you steal someone's wife?" Lu Wuya teased, laughing. If you say so, then perhaps that is the case. Lu Chen responded with a grin. In any case, let us take a detour. You scoundrel. I never imagined you were this kind of person, Lu Wuya mocked. Revving the motorcycle again, she shouted, hold on tight. I'm speeding up. Hey, let's take another route. Lu Chen felt a surge of anxiety. What's there to be afraid of? You're wearing a green helmet, so no one will recognize you. As for me, you need not worry, Lu Wuya reassured him, pressing the throttle, sending them roaring ahead. They sped past the shop, and someone couldn't help but shout, wow, what beautiful long legs. Indeed, this girl is stunning, Xing Gang remarked, swallowing hard as he turned to a nearby lackey, intrigued. I wonder whose girlfriend she is. She's quite a sight. It was too fast, I didn't catch a clear look. Just saw a pair of snow-white long legs and flowing hair. One man shook his head. Brother Gang, should I go check it out? A lackey suggested with a grin. Yes, go find out and report back to me. Just that pair of legs is enough to ignite my desires. Xing Gang laughed, his confidence swelling. Once I have her, I'll ensure she spends every night with me. Brother Gang is truly impressive. The group of lackeys chimed in, praising him. Moments later, the lackey headed in the direction the motorcycle had departed. 5 minutes later, he discovered a motorcycle parked at Lu Chen's doorstep. Excited, he hurried back. Brother Gang, good news. The girl's motorcycle is parked at Lu Chen's house, which means she must be with him. What? Lu Chen brought another girl home. Xing Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't he taking Mei Ping home tonight? Did he not spend the night at her place? Perhaps Mei Ping hasn't reached that stage with him yet, chuckled Cheng Dazhuang. After all, this guy is just a fool. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he has no other notable traits. How could someone as proud as Mei Ping possibly fall for him? Regardless, Mei Ping won't be sleeping with him tonight, Xing Gang smirked, swallowing hard. But that girl from earlier looked quite alluring. Let's head to Lu Chen's place now. I want to see just how beautiful she really is. Moments later, Xing Gang arrived at Lu Chen's house with a throng of followers. At that moment, Lu Chen was preparing to head out with Lu Wuya, shovel in hand. Wow, you are truly stunning. Xing Gang approached Lu Wuya with boldness. Whether I'm stunning or not has nothing to do with you. Lu Wuya shot him a disdainful glance. Come on, beautiful, you can't say that. Xing Gang leered, eyeing her long legs hungrily. They say women adorn themselves for the sake of their admirers. That's why men are willing to spend lavishly on their women, ensuring they always look their best. If I could find a girlfriend as lovely as you, I would shower you with money to keep you beautiful forever. Be Brother Gang's girlfriend. Yes, be Brother Gang's girlfriend. He is quite wealthy. The accompanying lackeys chimed in eagerly. Huh, you claim to be wealthy. But you should first ask my man if he agrees. Lu Wuya laughed, casting a glance at Xing Gang, then linking her arm with Lu Chen's. With a playful smile, she asked, Darling, what is your price? How much do you think I'm worth? Upon offering a price, the other party readily agreed, indicating that the money would be entirely yours. As she spoke, she deliberately extended a finger towards Lu Chen, evidently signaling him to propose an exorbitant sum. 1 million. Lu Chen responded with a smile, then turned to Xing Gang, saying, If you can give me 1 million, this girl will be yours. He was well aware that Xing Gang would never comply. Haha, 1 million is not too steep for me. Xing Gang chuckled, nodding towards Lu Wuya. I can afford that. Wow, I didn't expect Brother Gang to actually be willing to spend 1 million for this girl, murmured several ruffians, unable to contain their excitement. Brother Gang has tens of millions. He truly possesses that capability. Lu Wuya's complexion immediately paled. She pinched Lu Chen's thigh, whispering reproachfully, You fool. You've doomed me. I wanted you to ask for 10 million, and you called out 1 million. They can easily meet that. What am I supposed to do now? Lu Chen was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Xing Gang could indeed produce 1 million. All right, enough of this, Lu Wuya interjected. Pushing Lu Chen aside, she straightened her chest and extended her hand towards Xing Gang, declaring, Bring it here. I want 1 million in cash right now, and I will leave with you immediately. If you can't produce it, then please get lost. She was confident that Xing Gang would not be able to present 1 million in cash. After all, who would keep such a sum lying around at home nowadays? All right, beauty, you said it yourself, Xing Gang replied with a cold smile, pulling out his phone. I'll have someone bring the money right away. The ruffians present could hardly contain their glee. Haha, Lu Chen, you and Abbos, redone for tonight. It seems you and Abbos, redestined to wear a green hat. Indeed, Brother Gang can easily produce 1 million in cash from his home. He has stakes in several underground casinos in our city. For a person like him, acquiring 1 million is a matter of minutes. At that moment, Lu Wuya's face shifted through a spectrum of colors. She anxiously glanced at Lu Chen beside her. What should we do? If he really brings out $1 million, what then? Of the 36 strategies, retreat is the best, Lu Chen whispered to Lu Wuye. I'll distract them, and you can make your escape on the motorcycle. Forget it. We haven't even seen the money yet. Lu Wuye replied with a cunning glint in her eyes. Let us make a big play. If he really can produce it, I might just swallow his money. You've gone mad. Xing Gang is someone who has been in the underworld, Lu Chen cautioned softly. You can toy with him, but never take that money. Otherwise, you'll find it impossible to escape the consequences. Don't worry. I, Lu Wuye, have seen my fair share of grand spectacles. She reassured Lu Chen with a calm smile. In these times, producing $1 million is not a trivial task. If it truly were possible, I doubt anyone would willingly part with such a sum for a woman. Regardless, I shall not concede until the very end. However, Lu Chen wished to insist further. Rest assured, I will not place a green hat on you, Lu Wuye declared resolutely. If that scoundrel attempts to assault me, I shall die before I submit. Lu Chen was left speechless. That's settled then. Nothing will go awry, Lu Wuye said with a serene smile, patting Lu Chen's shoulder for comfort. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Lu Chen nodded, falling silent. Within an hour, the money would be delivered. Xing Gang had finished his call and pointed at Lu Chen, exclaiming, Fool, wait to wear that green hat. The girl beside you is now mine. In his fervor, Xing Gang inadvertently tugged at the wound on his back, eliciting a painful cry as he squatted down. Grimacing in agony. What's wrong, Brother Gang? What happened to Brother Gang? The crowd gathered around. Xing Gang gritted his teeth, clutching his back as he stood. Damn. It hurts. What a night of misfortune. I just applied medicine at the hospital, and now it's flaring up again. Seeing the despondent expression on Xing Gang's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This is all thanks to him, Lu Chen thought, recalling how he had pricked a boil on Mei Ping's backside and then made Xing Gang drink potent liquor. Now, the wound had become severely inflamed. Even with medication, recovery would not be swift. Fool, what are you laughing at? Xing Gang glared at Lu Chen, irritated. I'm just amused by your audacity, Brother Gang. With such a large lump on your back, you still dare to drink. Lu Chen feigned concern. If you had told me about the lump earlier, I would never have let you drink. I only did this to get you drunk. Xing Gang retorted, angered, but when he raised his fist, the pain in his back caused him to wince and shout, Ouch. Brother Gang, don't be rash. You need to cool down. Lu Chen pretended to care, suggesting, How about we wait at the convenience store? My mother is still sleeping. It's late, and having so many people here might wake her. Huh, you fool. You actually care about your mother, Cheng Dazhuang scoffed, glaring at Lu Chen. Isn't it your mother's spicy dishes that caused Brother Gang to flare up tonight? Shut up. This has nothing to do with my mother, Xing Gang chided, glaring at Cheng Dazhuang. This is a separate matter. This kid is right. It's not appropriate for us to make a ruckus here at this hour, especially with an elder sleeping inside. Let us head to the convenience store and wait while we play cards. Xing Gang's remarks surprised Lu Chen. He had heard that Xing Gang was quite filial, and it seemed there was truth to that. Upon mentioning his mother needing rest, Xing Gang agreed to relocate, indicating he wasn't entirely villainous. The group rose and followed Xing Gang to the convenience store. Beautiful girl, you should come too, Xing Gang said to Lu Wuye, who had yet to move. Don't even think about escaping. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for your $1 million. Lu Wuye replied with a smile, puffing out her chest. She then mounted her motorcycle and called out to Lu Chen, Let us go, follow them. All right. Lu Chen also hopped onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arm around Lu Wuye's slender waist. Moments later, they arrived at the convenience store. Xing Gang resumed playing cards with others, while Lu Wuye leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds. Seeing her calm demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for her. She truly seemed to revel in the chaos, as if it had no bearing on her. Just as Lu Chen was fretting over Lu Wuye, a vehicle pulled up outside the convenience store. 3 burly men emerged, 2 of whom carried a suitcase towards the store. Brother Gang, we've brought the money you requested. Brother Gang, the cash is here. The 3 men approached Xing Gang. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xing Gang grinned with satisfaction, taking the suitcase from the 2 men. He then gestured towards Lu Wuye, saying, Come, beauty, check the cash. Remember, once you take this $1 million, you'll be mine for the night. Prepare for some fun. Haha, you're in for a treat, little lady. Brother Gang is far more entertaining than Lu Chen. The ruffians erupted in laughter. Lu Wuye hesitated for a moment, then composed herself, raising her chin. Enough chatter, show me the money first. Without hesitation, Xing Gang placed 2 suitcases before Lu Wuya, and with a gentle press, both leather cases simultaneously sprang open, revealing stacks of pristine banknotes within. The sight was astonishing. It was evident that there was likely $1 million in total. The excitement was palpable among the onlookers, who could hardly contain their enthusiasm. "Count it, little lady. Once you tally it up, the money is yours," Xing Gang instructed, gesturing toward the cash on the ground. He then winked at Lu Wuya, adding, "Hurry up. I'm eagerly anticipating our little arrangement." "Humph. A dog cannot spit out ivory." Lu Wuya shot him a disdainful glare, biting her lip in defiance. "Just wait. I need to verify the amount first. By all means, confirm it. You won't escape tonight." Xing Gang retorted with a chuckle, reclining lazily in a nearby lounge chair. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one with the help of Cheng Dezhuang, who eagerly offered his lighter. "Brother Gang, you can't seriously be thinking of giving this girl $1 million, right?" Cheng Dezhuang whispered curiously in Xing Gang's ear. "When have I ever conducted a losing business?" Xing Gang replied with a smug smile, turning to Cheng Dezhuang with a conspiratorial tone. "After you, arrange a decent room in the village for me. I'll take care of her, and as for the money, my brothers will retrieve it while I'm occupied. You needn't worry, it won't escape." "Understood. Leave the room arrangements to me." Cheng Dezhuang agreed eagerly, his face beaming with satisfaction. Their hushed exchange did not go unnoticed by Lu Chen, who moved closer to Lu Wuya and whispered, "Lu Wuya, I doubt Xing Gang will actually give you the money. Don't fall for his trick. Rest assured, Lu Wuya, will never let you wear a green hat." She retorted softly, casting a glance at Lu Chen. "Even if he offers me $1 million, I won't sell my body." Lu Chen opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off. "Stay quiet. Go by the motorcycle and be ready to leave at a moment's notice," Lu Wuya instructed with a subtle gesture. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Lu Chen, sensing her intent to escape, complied and positioned himself beside the motorcycle. "Have you finished counting the money, little lady?" Xing Gang inquired with a grin. "Huh. Your sincerity is lacking, big brother." Lu Wuya scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. "It totals only 800,000. You're 20,000 short. Do you think I'm easily deceived? Impossible." Xing Gang's expression darkened, and he turned to glare at the 2 burly men beside him. "What is the meaning of this? How much money did you bring?" "Brother Gang, I brought 50,000. "I also brought 50,000, the 2 men responded resolutely. "Fine, I'll count it myself." Gritting his teeth, Xing Gang squatted down, carefully tallying the bills. As he nodded, his demeanor shifted abruptly. "What the hell? There are only 400,000 in this case." "No way. I swear, my case holds 50,000. I counted it twice." One of the burly men protested vehemently. "Wait, let me check the other case," Xing Gang said, bending down again to scrutinize the second suitcase. His eyes widened in shock. "What the hell? This one has only 40,000 as well." He turned back to the 2 men, who were now trembling with fear. "I swear, I brought every cent." "Me too. I guarantee there was 50,000. They insisted, visibly shaken. "Little lady, are you scheming?" Xing Gang turned his gaze sharply towards Lu Wuya. "Huh. You all witnessed me counting. You were present as well," she replied haughtily, a cold smile on her lips. "Brother, surely you can produce that much money?" "Impossible." Xing Gang's face contorted with rage. "I don't care. If there's not $1 million, you won't touch me. There's no way I'm playing this game with you." Lu Wuya shrugged, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. "Brother, I've given you the chance. It's your fault for being inept. Don't blame me. Lu Chen, let us go?" she declared, turning with flair. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. "No, this girl must be up to something," Xing Gang thought, his expression darkening as he pointed at Lu Wuya. "You come here. I'm going to search you." "What? You want to search me? Huh? Have you no shame?" Lu Wuya retorted, bending down to grab one of the suitcases and flinging it into the roadside. "If you can't play, then don't." With a crash, the cash scattered like snowflakes from the suitcase. "Money! Money!" The gangsters gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. "Let us go." Lu Wuya leaped onto the motorcycle, swiftly starting the engine. "Hold on tight," she shouted to Lu Chen, seeing her take off. Xing Gang finally reacted, shouting furiously, "We've been tricked. Quickly, chase her down. Don't let her escape." Following his command, Cheng Dezhuang and others mounted their motorcycles, revving the engines in pursuit. Xing Gang ordered 2 of the burly men to collect the scattered cash before he hopped into his BMW 740, heading towards Lu Chen's residence. "These fools think they can catch me?" Lu Wuya glanced back, then called to Lu Chen, "Hold on. When we reach your home, I'll slow down briefly. Just make sure to grab the hoe." We're heading to your ancestral grave. What? My family's grave is up the mountain. It's all rugged terrain. The motorcycle might struggle. Lu Chen expressed his concern. What is there to fear? I've seen your family's grave before. I scouted the area during the day. The path isn't too challenging for me. Just guide me, Lu Chen instructed firmly. Hold on tight. I'll shake off anyone who follows us. All right. Lu Chen agreed, wrapping his arms securely around the captivating figure before him. As they spoke, the motorcycle came to a halt at Lu Chen's doorstep. Are you ready? I'm about to turn. Lu Chen called out. Ready. Lu Chen replied decisively. With a swift motion, Lu Chen executed a sharp turn, the motorcycle swinging dramatically before she extended her leg to stabilize it, bringing it to a smooth stop at Lu Chen's home. Lu Chen quickly grabbed a hoe leaning against the eaves. Hurry, they're right behind us. Cheng Dazhuang and his crew were closing in on their motorcycles. Block them. Don't let them get away, Wang Irma urged, racing toward the sun-dried grain area near Lu Chen's house. Think you can stop me? Not so easily. Lu Chen sneered, accelerating the motorcycle directly towards Cheng Dazhuang. Oh no. This woman is reckless, Cheng Dazhuang exclaimed, startled as he stumbled aside in panic. With a roar, Lu Chen's motorcycle surged forward, vaulting over the fallen Cheng Dazhuang as if it were a spirited steed, its wheels barely a foot off the ground, skimming past his face. Terrified, Cheng Dazhuang felt his spirit leave his body. No, I do not wish to perish. Before he could finish his lament, Lu Chen had already mounted her motorcycle, leaping over the sun-dried grain yard and landing on the rural dirt road ahead. With her long legs elegantly extending downward, she brought the motorcycle to a halt. Wang Irma and two other thugs who had just arrived could not help but praise Lu's striking display of grace and style. Goodness, this girl looks stunning on a motorcycle. Absolutely dashing. Even one of Xing Gang's subordinates, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, impressive. Fuming, Xing Gang clenched his teeth and delivered a sharp slap to the back of the young man's head, scolding, this girl has made off with my money. And you still have the audacity to compliment her? Hurry up and chase her. Yes, brother Gang, I will pursue her at once, the subordinate responded, hastily driving forward. Quickly, pursue that woman. Wang Irma and the others also reacted promptly, turning their motorcycles around in a frenzy to give chase. Think you can catch me? You are sorely mistaken. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh as she revved her motorcycle and sped away. Xing Gang and his men followed closely behind. Not long after, they witnessed Lu Chen's motorcycle make a sharp turn towards a small stream that stretched 5 or 6 meters wide. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle soared over the stream and landed on a barren patch of land, heading straight for the rugged mountains devoid of any pathways. The driver, startled by the sight of the seemingly bottomless stream, quickly halted the vehicle. How did this girl just fly across? Is she reckless? One of Xing Gang's subordinates opened the car door, peering ahead and gasping in disbelief. Incredible. It seems there's no way to catch her now. At that moment, Xing Gang also dismounted, his feelings of anger and shock swirling within him as he muttered, this girl is remarkable. She has infuriated me by escaping. That 200,000 yuan is likely in her possession now. Damn it, outsmarted by a woman. How vexing. Brother Gang, how about we find Lu Chen's mother? I refuse to believe this kid won't return home. Cheng Dazhuang, rubbing his recently bruised head, grinned with smug satisfaction. He is only his mother as a relative. We can simply block his house and have her call him back. This boy is quite filial. Upon hearing his mother and Appo's cries, he will undoubtedly return. And when he does, his woman will follow. Shut up. While I, Xing Gang, may be greedy and lustful, I am not the sort to exploit the elderly. Xing Gang shot Cheng Dazhuang a fierce glare, his voice laced with irritation. Everyone has a mother. Using someone's elderly parent as leverage is not a mark of skill. Any grievances or vendettas we have can be resolved outside, not dragged into the homes of the innocent. I will not stoop to such levels. Anyone who dares to mention this again will face my wrath. Understood, brother Gang, my apologies. Cheng Dazhuang lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. Let us see how much money is missing, and I will make that girl pay in flesh. For every 100 short, I will have her once, for every 1,000. 10 times, for every 10,000, 100 times. Xing Gang's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Brother Gang, when we counted earlier, we were short 20,000. How many times will that be? One of the subordinates couldn't help but ask softly. Humph. 20,000 means 2,000 times, Xing Gang hissed through gritted teeth. I will make sure this girl can't get out of bed. Haha. Brother Gang is formidable. Truly impressive. The group of thugs erupted into laughter. What is so funny? I am genuinely going to have her. Xing Gang glared at them, his irritation palpable. Tonight has been humiliating. Unless I have this girl, I will not be able to swallow my pride. Ouch, ouch, my back hurts again. At that moment, Lu Wuye had already parked her motorcycle and, alongside Lu Chen, concealed themselves in a patch of grass about 50 meters away from Xing Gang and his men. Lu Wuye knew that with the stream between them, Xing Gang and his crew would not dare to pursue any further. Thus, she and Lu Chen hid and listened intently to the conversation unfolding among the thugs. However, due to the distance, Lu Wuye could not hear clearly, while Lu Chen, having inherited the prowess of the medicine god, captured every word with perfect clarity. Hey Lu Chen, what did Xing Gang just say? Lu Wuye inquired with curiosity. He said he won't let you off easily. That is not right. That can't be the exact wording. I feel like he said much more. Can you repeat it verbatim? Lu Wuye pressed, eager for details. This. Lu Chen felt a bit awkward. Lu Chen, you're being excessively tedious, like a timid eunuch, Lu Wuye scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Speak up. Tell me everything Xing Gang said without omission. Fine. He said he wants you to repay the money with your body. Bah. As if he deserves that. Lu Wuye seethed. Her teeth clenched, yet her curiosity remained. What else? He also mentioned that for every 100 missing, you would have to sleep with him that many times, for 20,000. That would mean 2,000 times, Lu Chen replied candidly. Lu Chen, you rascal. Is that how you speak? Lu Wuye was furious, pinching his thigh in irritation. I think that's your own wishful thinking. Ouch. Lu Chen cried out, swiftly grasping Lu Wuye's wrist, a pained expression on his face. Miss, can you ease up a bit? You're pinching my thigh. Wait, what is this hardness? Lu Wuye furrowed her brow in curiosity. What exactly did I just pinch? Nothing. Lu Chen awkwardly brushed her hand away, retreating slightly. Lu Chen, you must be hiding something shameful. Show me. Lu Wuye reached for his thigh, intent on discovering the truth. Hey, don't. Lu Chen protested, but it was too late. In a swift motion, Lu Wuye seized his pocket, and with her other hand, she delved into his pants pocket. Don't pull that out. Lu Chen gasped, attempting to grasp her hand, but it was futile. Lu Wuye triumphantly extracted a box of condoms from his pocket. Aha. So you had this all planned out. She illuminated the box with her phone, her surprise evident. You even prepared condoms in advance. It seems you intended to sleep with me tonight? Her gaze scrutinized Lu Chen's face. No, you've misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. Those condoms. Lu Chen stammered, scratching his head. What are those for? Lu Wuye sneered, shaking her head. You're not telling me you bought them to use as balloons, are you? This. Lu Chen lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Tell me, what exactly are you planning? Lu Wuye leaned closer, biting her lip. About what you said earlier, the 2,000 times. Was that your true sentiment? Hearing her mention 2,000 times, Lu Chen could no longer hold back and let out a chuckle. Do you think I'm a cow? 2,000 times. 365 days in a year, without a break for over 5 years. If we calculate your vacation time, with 7 days off each month, that amounts to 84 days deducted from the year, leaving only 281 working days. That means over 7 years. You truly think like this? Lu Wuye was so furious she stomped her feet. 7 years is precisely the so-called 7-year itch, isn't it? Beauty, please don't think that way. I merely conveyed what Xing Gang said, word for word. How does this relate to the 7-year itch? Lu Chen shook his head in disbelief. A mix of laughter and exasperation. Humph, don't try to wriggle out of it. And what do you have to say about this? Lu Wuye brandished a condom in her hand, a triumphant smile on her face. If I'm not mistaken, you must have seen me dressed so alluringly, contemplating having me stay over at your place tonight, seizing the opportunity, and then discreetly swiped a box of condoms from the convenience store, thinking you'd sleep with me. Right? Huh, you think too much. I really had no such intentions. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Enough. Lu Wuye's expression suddenly darkened, and she raised her chin proudly, saying, Lu Chen, I warn you, I never considered doing such things with you. Don't waste my time with nonsense. All right. No nonsense then. Seeing the beauty's angry expression made Lu Chen want to laugh. He decided to wrap his arms around her slender waist and teased. Then how about we do something more productive? Let go, you scoundrel. I said I won't do such things with you, so give up that thought. Lu Wuye twisted her body, only to hear a clattering sound as wads of red bills tumbled from her bosom. Wow, so much money? Lu Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. When did you stash away so much cash? Just now, When I was counting money in front of Xing Gang at the convenience store. I discreetly pocketed 200,000. Lu Wuye replied with a proud smile, winking at Lu Chen. I slipped it in when you weren't paying attention. Such skill. I can't believe it. Lu Chen was incredulous. I have to rely on this for a living, Lu Wuye said while bending down to stash the money back. Have you never considered finding a legitimate job? Lu Chen asked curiously. A legitimate job? Lu Wuye had finished collecting the bills and, with an air of pride, stuffed the last bundle into her bosom. This is my legitimate work, and I aim to pursue it as a career. That can't be right. Stealing is illegal, Lu Chen said earnestly, trying to persuade her. I advise you to change your ways soon. Otherwise, you'll end up behind bars. Stop right there. Lu Wuye shot him a stern glare and replied, Listen well, Lu Chen, you may look down on me, but do not insult me. Everything I do is for the benefit of the impoverished and the children in orphanages. Our sect has a long history of robbing the rich to aid the poor. True, some have been caught, but I don't see that as shameful. On the contrary, I find it honorable, for our intentions are just and kind. Besides, the money I steal belongs to the wicked. I'm sorry, I didn't know your background, Lu Chen sighed, offering a wry smile. I am not in a position to mock you, nor did I intend to disdain you. I only worry for your sake. Enough of that. One must live freely. Lu Wuye smiled, opening her arms and winking at him. Come, let us embrace. Before Lu Chen could react, she had already wrapped her arms around him. He felt a rush of warmth and couldn't help but wonder. Despite her hiding so much money, she felt so soft and yielded, as if she held nothing at all. All right, I'll return the condom to you, Lu Wuye said, laughing as she released Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached into his pocket, and sure enough, the condom was back with him. Your skills are quite impressive. He couldn't help but praise. Just a trivial skill. Lu Wuye waved her hand dismissively. Now, let us get on the bike and dig up your ancestral grave. Careful, silly girl. You might just end up pregnant from drinking cold water. Lu Chen joked. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Please apologize to your ancestors. Lu Wuye laughed as she hopped onto the motorcycle and called to Lu Chen, Get on and hold my waist. All right. Lu Chen complied, wrapping his arms around her. As his hand rested on Lu Wuye's slender waist, he curiously inquired, It's strange. With all that money on you, I can't feel a thing while holding you. Huh? You want to know why I feel so soft, don't you? Lu Wuye teased, pulling Lu Chen's hand up slightly and whispering, Feel around and see for yourself. Isn't that inappropriate? Lu Chen felt a surge of nervousness. If his hand went a little higher, it would surely trespass into forbidden territory. Don't worry. I'm allowing you to touch, so just do it. Don't dawdle, Lu Wuye urged with a playful smile. Didn't you want to know how I concealed my money? Hurry up, and you'll find out. Being indecisive is quite annoying. Frustrated. Lu Chen thought. If he didn't touch her, he'd be labeled a eunuch instead. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Fine, I won't hold back then. As he spoke, he began to explore Lu Wuye's body. However, aside from her softness, he couldn't find anything else, which only piqued his curiosity about where the money was hidden. Just as he was astonished, Lu Wuye suddenly let out a shriek. Lu Chen, you scoundrel, who told you to put your hand there? She twisted her body, angrily pulling Lu Chen's hand down. No way. Lu Chen glanced at her chest and noticed 2 buttons had come undone, prompting an awkward laugh as he scratched his head. You asked me to touch, so I did. I truly didn't mean to go that far. I think you did it on purpose, Lu Wuye glared at Lu Chen with resentment. You filthy pervert. And you claim you don't want to sleep with me? You took the opportunity to touch me. It seems you were the one who pulled my hand to let me touch, Lu Chen countered, noticing her misunderstanding. He then changed the subject. By the way, didn't you say that touching you would reveal how you managed to hide so much money? I touched, but I still don't get it. You fool. You didn't touch the right spot. Lu Wuye turned around, unbuttoning her blouse to reveal a pink bra. See, the secret lies in my bra. There's a pocket sewn inside, a magical pouch that can hold quite a bit. However, it has a minor flaw, and sometimes things fall out. I need to get a better one when I have the chance. Oh, I see. Lu Chen nodded in understanding. Using his keen insight, he indeed saw a small, rune-embroidered pouch inside Lu Wuye's bra. Isn't it impressive? Lu Wuye pointed at the magical pouch in her bra, winking at him. Come, feel it and experience its power. All right. Lu Chen, curious, reached out his hand. Not so fast. You're up to no good, so I'm wary of you taking advantage. Lu Wuye playfully swatted his hand away and smiled seductively. Now let us go? Get on the bike. We're heading to your ancestral grave. As they spoke, the enchanting woman had already revved up the motorcycle. Lu Chen had no choice but to embrace her slender waist. Moments later, Lu Wuye carried Lu Chen to the ancestral tomb of the Lu family. Once Lu Chen identified the spot where Chung Dana had buried the gold, he picked up a hoe and began to dig. After about 10 minutes, he unearthed a jar filled with gold. Wealth has arrived. Lu Chen grabbed a handful of gold from the jar, swallowing hard as he remarked, "This could fetch several 100,000. All of this is the ill-gotten gain of that scoundrel Chung Dana from the village. Today, it all belongs to him. Well done." Lu Wuye also reached in, seizing a handful of gold jewelry, and smiled. "Let us split this gold, and tomorrow morning we'll take it to the store for redemption." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Lu Chen readily agreed. It was settled. Lu Wuye stuffed some gold jewelry into her belongings, and then turned to Lu Chen, calling out, "All right, let us retreat. We'll meet at the first gold shop in the bustling market tomorrow morning at 8. I'll take you to find someone for the redemption. I know that place well. So where are you going tonight?" Lu Chen inquired curiously. "What? Do you want me to stay at your place and then sleep with you?" Lu Wuye smiled as she placed her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, shaking her head. "Don't get any ideas. It won't work. I have my period right now. You can think all you want, but it's pointless." With that, the beauty hopped onto the motorcycle and started it up. "Hey, wait for me. I haven't collected my gold yet," Lu Chen shouted. "I'm leaving. You can stay here and reminisce with your ancestors." Lu Wuye revved the throttle and sped down the hill. Watching Lu Wuye's departing figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse. "Crazy woman. You're going to end up unmarried like this." Just as he finished speaking, the motorcycle suddenly turned around, speeding back towards Lu Chen. Lu Wuye halted the motorcycle in front of him, her long legs extending out. "What did you just call me?" "Crazy woman," Lu Chen replied. "What is the next line?" Lu Wuye pressed. "You will end up unmarried like this," Lu Chen chuckled. "Humph, if I can't get married, I'll just be with you for life." Lu Wuye laughed as she placed a green helmet onto Lu Chen's head. "Get on, I'll take you home." Lu Chen secured the gold and climbed onto the motorcycle. "Hold on tight." Lu Wuye grabbed Lu Chen's hand and placed it on her waist. Her expression serious. "I thought about it. Xing Gang will definitely come looking for trouble. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? We can deal with the gold tomorrow." "All right." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "Hold on tight. I'm starting the engine." Lu Wuye revved the motorcycle, which roared like a bull, and sped down the mountain. On their way to the city, they passed by a small shop at the village entrance. "How about we take another route?" Xing Gang and his crew are still playing cards at the shop. Lu Chen noticed Xing Gang and his gang continuing their card game at the shop. "What are you afraid of? Just charge ahead," Lu Wuye scoffed, accelerating like a rocket towards the front. "Look, that woman is back again." Someone spotted Lu Wuye. Xing Gang turned to see Lu Wuye in a short skirt, her long legs exposed, racing past on the motorcycle. "This woman is bold. She dares to bring Lu Chen back. I like this kind of girl." Xing Gang gritted his teeth, raising his hand to the sky. "I must have her." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wuye had already vanished into the vast night. The woman's riding skills were truly remarkable. Lu Chen, seated behind her, felt a twinge of nervousness. He tightened his grip around her slender waist. Soon enough, the motorcycle halted in a dilapidated alley in the city. "Here we are. I live in here. If you don't mind, why don't you stay with me tonight?" Lu Chen turned to see the sign that read orphanage. "You're an orphan?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Yes, I grew up in the orphanage." Lu Wuye responded with a smile. "Don't let its shabby appearance fool you. Our director is quite kind. Although I lacked parental care in my childhood, I was never short of love. Our director treats every child here as if they were her own. This place holds my joyful childhood, but..." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "But what?" Lu Chen pressed. "Unfortunately, it's about to be demolished." Lu Wuye sighed. "After that, these dozens of children have no idea where they will be relocated. Isn't the developer supposed to arrange that?" Lu Chen queried skeptically. "They will indeed arrange it. But the developer intends to place the children in an abandoned factory, where the environment is terrible, surrounded by chemical plants that could harm the children's health." Lu Wuye gritted her teeth, cursing. "It's all that scoundrel Wan Xiaocheng's fault. He forcibly requisitioned this land and pressured our director to sign." Again with Wan Xiaocheng, Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter with gritted teeth. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Lu Wuye inquired curiously. "More than just a grudge. I might have become a fool because of that scoundrel. If this matter is settled, it would be a vendetta. However, such past grievances were evidently not suitable for sharing with Lu Wuye." "It's nothing. I just think that scoundrel is vile," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Diverting the topic, let us talk about you. The Wan family is too domineering and corrupt. We can't possibly contend with them." In 10 days, we must move out. In this time, I just want to make a bit more money. If I can gather 2 million, I can buy a larger place for the children directly. Lu Wuya, slightly pleased, spread her arms wide. Once we sell the gold tomorrow, I'll have 50,000 on hand. I still need 150,000. I have to think of a way to do it quickly. Tomorrow's gold money will all be for you. Lu Chen replied with a smile to Lu Wuya. Consider it my contribution for the children. Hold on. Lu Wuya replied earnestly. I want to casually spend a man's money. Besides, we are partners. We should divide it as it is due. I, Lu Wuya, always adhere to the rules of the realm. I want to take a bit more than I should. All right, if you need my assistance, just let me know. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Good, you said it yourself. Lu Wuya winked at Lu Chen. If you can help me deal with that haunted house of Mei Ping's, I could earn 1 million. Why do you think Mei Ping's current residence is a haunted house? Lu Chen asked, intrigued. Huh. The villa she lives in now was her father's wedding gift to her. But before the wedding festivities could commence, both her husband, Gao Fuqiang, and her father, Mei Qi, died in a car accident. Lu Wuya smiled as she retorted, just bought the house, and shortly after, someone died. What else could it be if not haunted? But Mei Ping's husband likely never lived there, right? Lu Chen asked with a chuckle. From what I understand, Gao Fuqiang entered on the day of their wedding. However, I can assure you, her husband never shared a bed with Mei Ping. Lu Wuya whispered playfully in Lu Chen's ear. I've heard that Mei Ping is still a virgin. You're quite lucky. Don't say that. We really haven't tea. Lu Chen felt his face flush. Remembering the events of the night at Mei Ping's villa, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had even bought protection, but then Mei Ping simply said she was drunk. That left him feeling utterly frustrated. Let us hope that that's not the case. Mei Wuya leaned towards Lu Chen with a serious expression, cautioning him. Mei Ping is a white tiger, known to devour men. Even the formidable He Laoda, Gao Fuqiang, cannot restrain her. You would do well to exercise caution. At that moment, Lu Chen's mind was consumed by thoughts of Mei Ping's alluring figure. It must be said that her enchantment was undeniably potent. He sensed that he might indeed harbor genuine feelings for her, or perhaps he had become entangled in her charms. Here we are. This is my sleeping quarters. Lu Wuya announced as she led Lu Chen through several orphan dormitories, each resembling a classroom in size, until they arrived at a dimly lit small room. She opened the door, and Lu Chen's gaze fell upon a somewhat humble yet tidy space, featuring a slightly worn mattress measuring only 1.5 meters in width. However, a particularly conspicuous item caught his eye, a pink pair of undergarments hanging on a clothesline in the corner. The undergarment, adorned with a cartoon cat, bore a gaping hole at the bottom, roughly the size of a mouth. Oh my, don't look. Lu Wuya seemed to notice Lu Chen's gaze fixated on her undergarment and quickly snatched it away. Dear lady, there is no need to be so frugal. Lu Chen smiled as he advised Lu Wuya. Caring for children is commendable, yet purchasing a new pair of undergarments for oneself should not be overly expensive, should it? Mind your own business. Lu Wuya's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, pointing a finger at Lu Chen with a cold smirk. Lu Chen, do not mock me. You are no better. Do not think I am unaware that your family and Oppo's laundry includes the same worn-out undergarments, complete with not one, but 2 holes. Lu Chen was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had a few pairs of undergarments that were quite worn out. Well then, let us not speak ill of one another. Lu Wuya chuckled as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chen and said, If you truly pity me, why not bring me a few new pairs next time? This. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Is this girl speaking the truth, or is she merely jesting? Just as Lu Chen hesitated, he inadvertently cast a glance outside and soon spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short, moving stealthily in the corridor. Both individuals wore stockings over their heads, exuding an air of secrecy. One of them carried an iron bucket, while the other wielded a wooden stick, seemingly wrapped in strips of cloth. There are people. Lu Chen tugged at Lu Wuya's sleeve and pointed outside. Lu Wuya turned to look as well. At that moment, the taller figure began to pour the contents of the bucket onto the ground, while the other man produced a lighter. They intend to set fire. Pouring gasoline to set fire? Lu Wuya and Lu Chen simultaneously exclaimed, Quick, stop them. Lu Chen flung open the door and rushed outside. Not good. Someone is coming. Set the fire quickly, shouted the tall man as he hurled the gasoline canister away. Get lost. The diminutive figure, in a flurry of panic, ignited the torch in hand and promptly hurled it towards the area previously doused in gasoline. Upon striking the ground, the torch ignited with a whoosh, and instantly, flames erupted from the corner, transforming into a fiery serpent that swiftly spread in both directions. The tall and short individuals, witnessing the success of their arson, swiftly turned and fled forward. Escape was futile. Lu Chen rushed forward, extending his hand to seize the tall figure. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Not good. The storage room is ablaze. Quickly extinguish the flames." Lu Wuye shouted loudly. Lu Chen turned his head to behold the ferocious flames advancing towards the nearby storage room. "Ha ha, young one, you shall not catch me now. Go tend to your fire." The tall man, with a triumphant smile, made a face at Lu Chen and exclaimed, "Grandfather, I am leaving now. Go to hell." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen swiftly kicked the gasoline barrel that had previously been ignited, sending it tumbling across the ground. With a resounding thud, the gasoline barrel, now ablaze, soared through the air like a fiery orb, hurtling towards the tall man. No, no, the tall man turned his head in alarm, his face paling in terror. The flaming barrel struck him, knocking him to the ground, and in an instant, his clothing ignited. The tall man writhed in agony. Lu Chen quickly extinguished the flames. Lu Wuye shouted to Lu Chen, who had already seized a fire extinguisher from the corner and began a frenzied assault on the cluttered room. Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and spotted a fire extinguisher at the corner. Without hesitation, he grasped it and unleashed a relentless spray upon the voracious flames before him. With a series of hissing sounds, the fire at the corner was quelled. Meanwhile, over in the cluttered room, Lu Wuye had also managed to extinguish a significant portion of the fire. "I shall assist you." Lu Chen hurriedly dashed forward, seized the fire extinguisher, and swiftly made his way to the nearby storage room, where he fervently swept the area. Fortunately, the gasoline had not been excessively poured nor properly ignited, and within 5 minutes, the flames were extinguished. Mission accomplished. Snow adorned Willow's countenance and person, a mantle of pristine whiteness. Dust mirrored this arctic raiment. "Good heavens! What has befallen you?" he exclaimed. "Why, you are similarly enrobed in white." The two exchanged glances, noticing the fine powder covering each other's bodies. And Kuden and Apos, TL, but burst into laughter. Just as they were speaking, a youthful voice came from behind them. "Sister, what happened? What has happened to my sister? Why is her home in such disarray? Has there been a fire?" It is precisely the children from the orphanage, each rubbing their sleepy eyes, who emerge from a room that resembles a classroom. "Do not come any closer." Lu Wuye turned his head and shouted loudly to the group of children. "The fire has been extinguished. Hurry inside." Goodness, how could this happen? A caretaker from the Welfare Institute has also emerged. There was a recent incident of arson here. But fortunately, the fire has been extinguished. "Aunt Chen, please take the children to bed now." Lu Wuye brushed aside his tousled, snow-white hair with his hand. "Xiaoyi, why don't you take a bath? This is entrusted to me." Aunt Chen approached Lu Wuye and advised, "Sister, why not take a bath first? Sister, do take a rest." The children gathered around one by one. "I'm fine. I still have to catch the bad guys." "Aunt Chen, I'll leave this to you." Lu Wuye smiled and nodded at the children and Aunt Chen. "All right. Be cautious," Aunt Chen replied with concern, then turned to comfort the children beside her. Lu Wuye mounted his motorcycle and turned to Lu Chen, waving his hand. "It's all sorted here. Let's go pursue them. Those two should not have ventured far. The tall one almost perished in the flames, so he certainly can and Apos have gotten far." Lu Chen scanned the surroundings intently, and soon, with his keen insight, he spotted the previously fire-scorched tall man, now severely injured. The man was being assisted by the shorter one into a dilapidated van. He hopped onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around Lu Wuye's slender waist, and exclaimed, "Indeed, they haven't gone far. Hurry, you head left upon exiting, and I will guide you. I saw them heading that way. Hold on tight." Lu Wuye revved the motorcycle, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Under Lu Chen's guidance, they swiftly surged forward. 3 minutes later, on the street ahead, they spotted a dilapidated van racing wildly ahead of them. "That's the van up ahead," Lu Chen shouted to Lu Wuye. "Humph." Desiring to flee proved to be far from simple. Lu Wuye gritted his teeth and turned to Lu Chen beside him, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, I will pause a moment ahead. Please pick up that piece of paving stone by the roadside. Let us first strike his vehicle." "Understood." Lu Chen readily agreed. Lu Wuye rushed to the edge of the road, immediately reducing the speed of the vehicle. At last, it was within reach. Lu Chen bent down and reached out to grasp a piece of paving stone from the roadside. Lu Wuye accelerated, swiftly maneuvering to align closely with the van ahead. In the back seat, Lu Chen raised a hand, striking the van's window with a brick. The glass shattered with a resounding crash. Ah, who is driving? The short driver was startled, quickly recognizing Lu Chen, and began to curse vehemently. Bastard, die? In the midst of his exclamation, the short driver jerked the steering wheel, aiming to collide with Lu Wuya's motorcycle. Lu Wuya, unwilling to engage further, deftly swerved to evade the impending impact. Lu Chen, throw the brick. Lu Wuya shouted. Yes. Lu Chen responded, preparing to hurl the brick in his grasp. The van driver executed a sharp turn, careening towards him. Dodge. Lu Wuya twisted the motorcycle again to avoid the collision. Again, Lu Chen lifted the brick, ready to strike once more. At that moment, two bright beams of headlights suddenly appeared ahead. Ah, there's a car. Lu Wuya hastily reduced speed. Haha, I'll run you over. The short man seized the opportunity during Lu Wuya's moment of panic, attempting another reckless crash. Die. Lu Chen hurled the brick with force. The brick struck the short man's head, eliciting a pained cry as blood gushed forth. In the ensuing chaos, the van swerved violently and crashed into a nearby tree. Quickly, it's Gao and the others. Oh no, it seems they've encountered trouble. Let's go check. A shout echoed from ahead, followed by the sounds of approaching vehicles. Lu Chen glanced up to see a convertible BMW and two motorcycles speeding towards them. He immediately recognized the driver of the convertible as the notorious Flower Leopard, a henchman of Wan Xiaochong. Lu Wuya seemed to identify them as well. Oh no, Wan Xiaochong's men are coming. She quickly turned her motorcycle around and shouted to Lu Chen, hurry, hold on to me. Just as she was about to start the motorcycle, she suddenly grimaced, clutching her abdomen, and exclaimed, ah, it hurts. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked with concern. Can you ride a motorcycle? My stomach really hurts, Lu Wuya replied, her face paling as she clutched her belly. I can ride. Come on, get off. I'll drive you. Lu Chen helped Lu Wuya dismount. Shorty, what happened to you? At that moment, Flower Leopard had arrived at the van that had crashed into the tree. He saw the short driver covered in blood, and fury surged within him. Brother Leopard, we got spotted by that girl from the orphanage and a guy. They did this to us. The short man sighed weakly. Cousin, you must avenge us. I fear I'll be disfigured. The tall man in the back seat lamented. Flower Leopard's eyes widened as he looked at the tall man, who was burned and battered, appearing as if he had crawled from a fire. Cousin, what happened to you? The tall man pointed towards the road where Lu Chen stood. At that moment, Lu Chen had just assisted Lu Wuya onto the motorcycle. Flower Leopard turned and immediately recognized Lu Chen, his rage boiling over. So it was this fool. Ajay, Aki, you two stay here and take my cousin and the shorty to the hospital. The rest come with me to capture that fool. As he spoke, he revved the engine of his car. Two of his underlings remained behind while the others followed closely. Oh no, they've spotted us. Quick, hold on to me. I'm driving. Lu Chen shouted to Lu Wuya, swiftly starting the motorcycle. You can't escape, you idiot. I'll run you down. Flower Leopard charged towards Lu Chen in his BMW X4. Let us go. Lu Chen pressed the accelerator, racing forward. Chase him. Flower Leopard's eyes were ablaze with fury as he floored the gas pedal. Lu Chen dared not relax, pushing the motorcycle to its maximum, though it paled in comparison to Lu Wuya's speed. Flower Leopard was closing in rapidly, causing Lu Wuya to break into a cold sweat. Faster. Turn into the side road and shake off that sports car. Lu Wuya urged, gripping Lu Chen's shirt tightly. Yes. Lu Chen responded in a panic, swiftly veering into a narrow alley. The alley could only accommodate a tricycle, forcing the BMW Z4 to halt. You bastard, don't you dare turn in there. Flower Leopard pounded the steering wheel in frustration. What's wrong, Brother Leopard? One of his underlings on a motorcycle asked, concern etched on his face. Give me that bike. Flower Leopard pushed past him, quickly mounting a motorcycle and speeding ahead in pursuit. Hurry, keep up with Brother Leopard. Two more of his underlings followed suit on motorcycles, one wielding a large cleaver that glinted ominously under the streetlights. Lu Chen, can you handle this? Lu Wuya anxiously inquired as the vehicles drew nearer. I'm fine. I'll turn into the small road ahead, Lu Chen assured her, gritting his teeth. He extinguished the motorcycle's lights and drove into a dense area of wild hills and forests. The overgrown terrain made it impossible for an ordinary person to navigate at night. But Lu Chen, with his heightened perception, could maneuver as if it were daylight. What are you doing, Lu Chen? Are you trying to get us killed? How can you see in this darkness? Lu Wuya exclaimed, startled by his reckless decision. Don't worry. I've been here often. I can find my way by feel. Lu Chen replied, weaving a little white lie. In reality, he relied on his keen perception to see clearly in the dark. With the motorcycle lights off and hidden in the underbrush, they seemed to vanish from sight. Flower Leopard, who had been only a few dozen meters behind, lost all sense of direction. He halted, bewildered, scanning the area. What the hell is this kid playing at? How did he disappear so suddenly? He exclaimed, astonished. Brother Leopard, where did that guy go? His two underlings queried, equally perplexed. How would I know? The moment he drove into this thicket, he vanished without a trace. Flower Leopard seethed, gnashing his teeth in frustration. In truth, Lu Chen had not gone far. Seeing Flower Leopard at a standstill, he also stopped the motorcycle. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid they'll catch up? Lu Weya asked, her eyes wide with worry as she observed his calm demeanor. It's fine, they've stopped. In this overgrown area, they wouldn't know we're hiding here, Lu Chen replied with a composed smile. It's strange. How can you drive the motorcycle in the dark without lights, as if it's daytime? Lu Weya asked, her curiosity piqued. Practice makes perfect. I told you I've been here before, Lu Chen deflected, then asked, by the way, does your stomach still hurt? It still hurts. It's so uncomfortable. Lu Weya replied, biting her lip and cradling her belly. Could it be that you've eaten something wrong? Lu Chen inquired with concern. Absolutely not, Lu Weya replied weakly, rolling her eyes at Lu Chen. It's just menstrual pain. Every month, there are a few days that nearly take my life. How about I give you a massage? Lu Chen gently suggested. I've heard that menstrual cramps are often due to cold in the womb. Perhaps a massage would alleviate the discomfort. Humph. I see you're just trying to take advantage of me. Lu Weya shot him a glare. If you want to touch me, just say it outright. Forget it. Lu Chen turned away, signaling her to hold on tight. I'll take you away from here. Wait. Lu Weya grasped Lu Chen's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. Her face flushed as she closed her eyes. Just let your hand rest here, like a warm compress. It might provide some relief. Want relief, but afraid I'll take advantage? Lu Chen chuckled, retracting his hand and shaking his head. Such a good deal is hard to come by. You. Lu Weya rolled her eyes in irritation and playfully hit Lu Chen's back. You scoundrel, you heartless fiend. I'm in such pain. And you can't even lend me your hand for warmth? A warm touch won't solve the problem, Lu Chen laughed, patting her thigh. Now, get down, lie back. And let me give you a proper massage. Are you trying to seduce me? Lu Weya's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reddening. Lu Chen, I warn you. There's no way I would ever do that with you. Besides, I'm on my period. If you dare to disrespect me, I will definitely report you. What are you thinking? You should take a look in the mirror. You're covered in powder. Even without your period, any man would think you're a ghost in this state. Who would have the desire to do anything with you? Lu Chen teased, shaking his head. You're overthinking it. Get lost. Lu Weya couldn't help but chuckle. She stepped off the motorcycle and lay down on the ground. Her face flushed as she instructed Lu Chen. All right, I'm lying down now. Please give me a massage. But remember, your hands are not allowed to go too deep. Sure. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, squatting beside her, and placed his hand on her abdomen, secretly channeling his energy to gently massage her. As the waves of energy flowed in, the pain in Lu Weya's abdomen vanished instantly, replaced by an indescribable comfort that surged from her lower belly. It felt akin to a young girl in love, embraced by the man she fancied. Ah, so comfortable. Lu Weya couldn't help but emit a soft moan. Whoa, can you keep it down? Anyone hearing that might think we're up to something inappropriate. Lu Chen joked. Get lost, you wish. Lu Weya's cheeks flushed as she lightly punched Lu Chen. All right, you should be feeling better now. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, patting her abdomen. You should fix your skirt. Otherwise, people might think I did something to you. Lu Chen, I still want more. Lu Weya tugged at his hand, winking at him. Why Don and Appos, till you massage me again? Beautiful. That doesn't seem appropriate. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. But, I really want it. Lu Weya coaxed sweetly. Could you please massage me just a little longer? Fine, just 2 more minutes, no more than that. Lu Chen smiled and placed his hand back on her abdomen, continuing the massage. Lu Weya closed her eyes in bliss, enjoying the sensation. It was too delightful. She longed for a fully immersive experience. With her cheeks flushed, she squeezed her legs together, embracing Lu Chen's arm and emitting soft, melodious sounds of contentment. So good, so very good. Seeing the entranced expression on Lu Weya's face startled Lu Chen. He quickly covered her mouth with his hand and whispered, Lu Weya, please stop. If someone hears us, it will be troublesome. Ah, I'm sorry. Lu Weya finally snapped back to reality, biting her lip. It just felt so wonderful that I lost control. They didn't hear us, did they? Just then, a triumphant laughter echoed from a distance. I think I heard a woman scream. Hua Bao swallowed hard and turned to his two lackeys. Brothers, let us go see. It must be that fool Lu Chen and that girl doing something scandalous. Haha, it'll be fun to catch them in the act. Let us go catch them. The two lackeys laughed in agreement, pushing through the bushes toward the sound. Oh no, we're really going to be misunderstood. This is so embarrassing. Lu Wuye was on the verge of tears. Foolish girl, hurry up and fix your little skirt. We need to escape. They came armed. Lu Chen urged Lu Wuye, quickly mounting the motorcycle. Okay, I'm putting it on now. Lu Wuye hurriedly adjusted her skirt and swiftly hopped onto the motorcycle. Just as they settled, Hua Bao burst through the underbrush. Haha, Lu Chen, just had a good time with your woman, huh? Don't run, we want to see more. As he spoke, they had already grabbed hold of Lu Chen's motorcycle. It's over, we can't escape now, Lu Wuye thought, feeling disheartened as the motorcycle was seized. Haha, you two are definitely finished, Hua Bao smirked, placing a hand on Lu Wuye's shoulder. Now, are you going to play with me, or perform a show for Lu Chen? Perform? You wish. Lu Wuye retorted fiercely, elbowing him in the temple. Whoa, so fierce. Hua Bao reacted quickly, deflecting her arm. Lu Wuye was quick too, swiftly jumping off the motorcycle. Lu Chen, run. Lu Chen jumped off the motorcycle just as Lu Wuye dashed toward the nearby bushes. He intentionally ran in the opposite direction. What should we do, Brother Bao? They're running in different directions. One lackey asked. Chase what? Hua Bao slapped the motorcycle proudly. This is a Harley. Worth tens of thousands. We struck gold. Haha, let us see how it feels to ride it. As he spoke, he hopped onto the motorcycle, with his two lackeys eagerly surrounding him, inspecting the vehicle. Not far away, Lu Wuye watched in frustration, her teeth clenched. This is infuriating. No way can I let them steal my motorcycle. Lu Wuye steeled herself, preparing to push through the bushes. Don't act rashly. A large hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Lu Chen, how did you find me here? Didn't you run to the other side? Lu Wuye turned to see Lu Chen and felt a rush of relief. I intended to draw them away, but they didn't take the bait, so I came back. Lu Chen replied with a smile. I guessed you were hiding nearby. Who knew you really were here? What a coincidence. Thank you. Lu Wuye nodded sincerely, but her expression soon darkened. However, if I don't go out, I fear my motorcycle will be stolen by Hua Bao. Look at me. Take a moment to rest here. Grant me 5 minutes of your time. I shall devise a way to retrieve your motorcycle. Lu Chen smiled as he pressed down on Lu Wuye's shoulder. Are you capable of this? Lu Wuye expressed his concerns, saying, Beauty, could you perhaps choose a different word next time? Lu Chen smiled and cast a glance at Lu Wuye, replying, What men detest the most is being asked by women. Is it working? In the presence of a beauty, one must undoubtedly excel. Very well, I shall accompany you. Lu Wuye rose to his feet. No, you stay here and set up an ambush for me. I will lure them over. If anyone pursues, you shall launch a surprise attack. Lu Chen smiled and winked at Lu Wuye, saying, It's settled then. With that, he picked up a wooden stick as thick as his arm and strode forward. At that moment, the flowered leopard and his two subordinates were animatedly discussing the motorcycle, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Come on, flowered leopard, face me in a one-on-one challenge. Lu Chen stood 5 meters away from the leopard, gripping a wooden stick. Oh, come on, Lu fool. Do you really think that I would be intimidated by just a mere stick? The leopard took a 1-meter-long machete from the hands of a subordinate beside him, grinning as he pointed at Lu Chen and laughed heartily. Fool, do you know what this is? With a swift stroke, it would rend your flesh asunder. Ha ha, foolish Lu. It seems you have consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring even to provoke our brother leopard. A subordinate, shaking the steel pipe in his hand, chimed in with a grin. Do you know what this is? Behold, it is a steel pipe. A single blow would sever your hand. Ha ha, fool. There are 3 of us against you alone, and you dare to challenge us? In this day and age, who would engage in a one-on-one duel with you? Either you face our collective wrath, or you kneel and endure the same fate. Another henchman chimed in with pride. The trio erupted in laughter. A resounding clap echoed. Without uttering a word, Lu Chen swiftly advanced, striking a wooden stick against the arm of the leopard with a resounding thud. With a resounding thud, the wooden stick struck the machete in the hand of the leopard, sending a tingling sensation through his arm. How dare he make the first move? Just wait, I shall not hesitate to end you. The leopard, in a fit of rage, leaped off the motorcycle wielding a large machete, and immediately set off in pursuit of Lu Chen. Come on, if you dare, chase me. Lu Chen sprinted forward, the path growing increasingly dark. As he approached a gaping chasm, Measuring 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide, he suddenly slowed his pace. Intentionally displaying a fa of panic, he turned to the leopard and shouted, "Brother leopard, do not strike. Shall I deliver a kick, if you wish?" "Ha ha. Foolish one. It appears you too harbor a fear of death. Very well, then allow me to demonstrate my grandfather's aerial kick." The leopard suddenly leaped into the air, launching itself directly towards Lu Chen. It was gone. Lu Chen leaped gracefully, springing from the edge of the ravine to the opposite side. In the obscurity of the night, visibility was poor, and the snow leopard could not have anticipated the chasm that lay ahead. Upon witnessing Lu Chen leap aside, he instinctively retracted his legs in a flurry of panic. Yet, no matter how adeptly he attempted to halt his momentum, it was too late to brake effectively. Alas, the force of inertia took hold, and the leopard stumbled forward, hurtling directly into the ravine, followed by a cry of dismay as he plunged into the depths below. What transpired with Brother Leopard? What has befallen you, Brother Leopard? Upon hearing the cries for help, the two henchmen immediately rushed forward. "Help me! I have fallen into the ditch." The injured leopard shouted in agony, his body battered and bruised. The two ruffians retrieved their mobile phones, cautiously activating their flashlights as they approached the edge of the ravine. "The leopard is here. Hurry, come and see, he is down in the ditch." One of the thugs had spotted the fallen leopard. "Quick, save the leopard," the other thug exclaimed as he joined his companion at the ravine's edge. Just as they were pondering how to rescue him, Lu Chen leapt back into the scene, grasping a wooden stick from the ground. He struck the two men on their backs with a resounding crack, with a sharp crack resonating twice. The two thugs staggered momentarily before tumbling into the ditch ahead in a state of panic. "Ouch! Ah!" With two piercing screams, the two ruffians plunged into the ditch, immediately followed by a cacophony of wails and curses. "Alas, we called for you to save the person, not to leap down yourselves." The leopard was struck squarely by a ruffian, yelping in agony and cursing vehemently. "Brother Leopard, I was pushed down by someone." "Ouch, it hurts terribly." "Indeed." "Brother Leopard, I too was thrust down by another." "Ah, such pain." Witnessing the chaos below, Lu Chen could not suppress his laughter. He leaned over the edge of the ravine, chuckling as he called out to the individuals beneath, "Take your time down there, gentlemen. I shall take my leave." "Lu Chen, you scoundrel, why do you not hasten to devise a means to rescue us?" The leopard, straining his voice, shouted upwards, "If you do not save me, once I ascend, I shall surely make you pay dearly for it. Do you wish for death, then? Very well, I shall subdue you first," Lu Chen remarked with a chilling smile. He grasped a wooden stick, an impressive 2 meters in length, and swung it forcefully towards the leopard. "Ouch, ouch, please don't hit." "Don't hit," the leopard cried out, hastily shielding its head with its hands. Hearing the anguished cries emanating from the ravine, Lu Wuye hurried over. Upon closer inspection, she discovered the leopard had fallen into the ravine, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This is delightful, absolutely delightful. Lu Chen, hand me that stick. I wish to partake in this game of whack-a-mole." "Sure, let us take turns." Lu Chen readily handed the stick to Lu Wuye. Receiving the stick, Lu Wuye began to strike at the three individuals below. The stick landed either upon their heads or shoulders, occasionally smacking against their thighs. "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts! That hurts, oh my! Please stop! Please stop!" the trio yelled in disarray. "Ha ha! Begging one to help you." Lu Wuye was increasingly exhilarated by the sport. After delivering a flurry of strikes, she turned to Lu Chen and exclaimed, "Let us go! Let us smash their two-wheeled motorcycles! Let us depart!" Lu Chen responded with alacrity. The two cast aside their wooden sticks and proceeded towards the spot where the leopard had previously halted his motorcycle. Below in the ravine, the leopard and his two lackeys, upon hearing Lu Wuye's intent to smash their vehicle, could only seethe in impotent rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. Smash! Lu Chen picked up a stone and relentlessly struck the two motorcycles, while Lu Wuye seized a wooden stick and vigorously pounded on the vehicles. The two continued their assault for a good 10 minutes, until they were utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, finally releasing their grip. "My goodness, what a thrill! Haha, how amusing!" The two exchanged a glance, discarding their stones and wooden sticks, and soon could not help but burst into laughter. "It seems that tonight, I must find a place to wash up thoroughly." Lu Chen chuckled as he replied to Piao Lu Wuye. "This outfit, reeking of dry powder and sweat, is indeed rather pungent. Indeed, I too yearn for a refreshing bath." Lu Wuye chuckled in response, and as if a thought had suddenly struck her, she patted her chest and exclaimed, "I've got it. I remember a delightful place. Come, follow me." With that, The enchanting lady swiftly darted towards her Harley motorcycle and deftly mounted it. Lu Chen followed suit, securing himself firmly. Lu Wuye has already started the motorcycle. Where are we headed? Lu Chen inquired with curiosity. I shall take you to a nearby mountain pool for a bath. Lu Wuye responded with a smile, accelerating the motorcycle as they swiftly emerged from the thicket. Moments later, the motorcycle came to a halt beside a shimmering emerald pool. You stay over there, and I shall be here. Let us shed our garments and cleanse them first, and after our bath, we shall don them anew. Lu Wuye offered a gentle reminder before stepping forward a few meters, and then he began to remove his clothing. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Lu Chen beheld the fair and radiant form of the enchanting Lu and could not help but swallow hard. What was there to fear in the darkness of the night? After all, no one could see anyone. Lu Wuye smiled sweetly. As Lu Chen spoke, he noticed the enchanting Lu, who deliberately pressed her hand against her chest, radiating an aura of profound confidence. This captivating beauty seemed quite pleased with her physique. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen chuckled and replied, Indeed. It's not as if anyone can see. Yet, despite his words, his gaze couldn't help but linger a moment longer. It was inevitable. Lu's fair figure was undeniably alluring, and it felt almost remiss not to steal a glance or two at such a slender silhouette. Lu Chen, I've removed my clothes. Are you ready? Lu Wuye suddenly turned around. I have not yet. Lu Chen felt somewhat awkward. How indecisive, he thought. I won't wait for you any longer. I shall plunge into the water first. With a splash, Lu Wuye leaped into the pool. This enchanting beauty joyfully splashed water onto herself, her face radiating delight as she exclaimed, Oh my, this feels absolutely divine. Forget it, just take off your clothes as well. Lu Chen also removed his garments, and then imitated Lu Wuye's actions, plunging into the pond with a splash. Upon hearing the sound of water, Lu Wuye turned around. She approached Lu Chen with a smile, and before he could react, she suddenly splashed water onto him. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Chen was caught off guard by the beautiful woman's sudden attack, leaving him drenched. I shall douse you with water. Lu Wuye chuckled softly. In the dead of night, you cannot see me clearly, and I can only make out a vague outline of you. Let us consider this a mutual bathing experience. All right, if you insist. Then I shall also give you a bath. Lu Chen reached into the water pool, splashing water vigorously onto Lu Wuye. Slow down. I can and Oppos. Take it. Lu Wuye shouted. No way. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Lu Chen approached with a smile, splashing water upon the enchanting beauty with one hand after another. The lady quickly shielded her bosom with her hands, her fair skin glistening as droplets adorned her body, creating a captivating sight. All right. No more games. Lu Wuye gasped for breath, halting his steps, and called out to Lu Chen, would you be so kind as to help me rub my back? Is that appropriate? Lu Chen appeared somewhat restrained. What are you afraid of? It's not as if you need to do it at the front, Lu Wuye whispered. Just a quick touch at the back will suffice. It's a dark night. You can't see me, and I can't see you. Lu Chen hesitated. Come on. It's all right. I will assist you shortly. Lu Wuye said with a smile as he took Lu Chen's hand and placed it on his waist. Very well. Lu Chen patiently assisted the enchanting beauty by gently massaging her back. To his surprise, she remarked on his exceptional technique, expressing her delight with a contented sigh as she closed her eyes. However, Lu Chen found himself somewhat distracted. Having activated his celestial vision, he could distinctly observe the flawless porcelain skin of Lu Wuye. As he gazed upon the exquisite beauty before him, his hands continuing their soothing task, it became impossible for him to suppress his thoughts. He felt a wave of warmth and tingling sensations coursing through his body. Now, it is your turn, he announced. Allow me to assist you. Suddenly, Lu Wuye turned around abruptly. Hey, why did you turn around so suddenly? Lu Chen was startled by the beauty's unexpected movement. Initially, there was a considerable distance between him and Lu Wuye, but with her swift turn, she was now pressed closely against him. Their thighs were nearly touching, and their abdomens were in close proximity. Hey, are you missing me? Lu Wuye abruptly placed her hands upon Lu Chen's neck. No. Lu Chen, in a fluster, quickly shook his head with a forced smile and replied, Not at all. You were deceiving me. Lu Wuye, her cheeks flushed, leaned closer to Lu Chen's ear and whispered softly, I can sense the changes within you. Tell me, do you wish to engage in something more intimate with me? Lu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. With such a beautiful woman so near, making such alluring gestures, it would be unnatural for him not to harbor any thoughts. However, with the question posed directly by this enchanting lady, he found it exceedingly difficult to admit the truth. Blushing, he shook his head and replied, I truly do not. I am merely a bit thirsty. Is that so? Shall we share a kiss, perhaps? Lu Wuye raised her chin and bit her lip, expressing, I have never kissed a man before. I wish to experience what it feels like. Lu Chen was taken aback by the sudden advance from this enchanting woman. Her confession seemed to arrive rather too swiftly. Haha, look how startled you are. I was merely jesting with you. Lu Wuye chuckled softly as she gently pushed Lu Chen aside, then whimsically blinked her eyes and said, All right, I shall wash my clothes first. Turning gracefully, she glided to the shore and began to cleanse the garments she had changed out of. Eventually, she also removed her undergarments, washing them thoroughly before hanging them on a nearby branch, where they swayed gently in the breeze. Lu Wuye then approached the spot where Lu Chen had previously discarded his clothes, picking up the garments from the ground. After inspecting them closely, she cast a skeptical glance at Lu Chen in the pond and inquired, Hey, why haven't you changed out of your undergarments? Quickly take it off. I can help you wash it. Ah, there's no need for the underwear, right? Lu Chen awkwardly smiled and shook his head. How can that be? Lu Wuye shot a disgruntled glare at Lu Chen and reproached him. Hurry and change out of those clothes so I can place them over there to dry. The wind is strong here, and they will dry in no time. Otherwise, wearing damp attire could lead to a cold. Be swift, once you're in the water. I can't see you. All right. Lu Chen had no choice but to remove his undergarments in the water and handed them to Lu Wuye. Lu Wuye diligently began to scrub them by the shore. Witnessing the enchanting beauty crouching there, meticulously washing clothes, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, she was remarkable, not only clever but also remarkably considerate. After 10 minutes, the beautiful Lu had finished washing Lu Chen's clothes. Soon after, Lu Chen observed her turning towards the motorcycle to retrieve a net and a miner's lamp. What are you doing? He inquired. Lu Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired. Why are you bathing here? I am heading to the stream below, where there are fish. Lu Wuye chuckled and playfully winked at Lu Chen, saying, You go ahead and enjoy your bath. I shall be back shortly. It is quite late at night, and you must be feeling hungry. I will catch a few fish from the stream below for grilling. As she spoke, the beautiful woman switched on her flashlight and made her way to the stream. The beam of light accentuated her enchanting figure even more. Before long, a series of splashes echoed from ahead, and I saw Lu Wuye reach into the stream, successfully netting a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Moments later, another round of splashes followed, indicating that the net had captured yet another fish. Lu Chen, immersed in the pool, observed the graceful movements of this woman as she fished. It was indeed a delightful sight. My heavens, I have discovered the spring tiger. Lu Wuye exclaimed with excitement. The spring tiger? Lu Chen couldn't help but respond. Lu Chen, come here quickly, Lu Wuye called out loudly while waving at him. Look, there on the tree ahead are a pair of spring-loving tigers. It's truly magnificent, absolutely magnificent. What exactly is a spring-loving tiger? Lu Chen could not contain his curiosity and responded, already leaping onto the shore and swiftly approaching Lu Wuye's side. Do you see that couple ahead? They are the love spring geckos. Lu Wuye pointed towards the front. Following the direction of her delicate finger, Lu Chen soon spotted a pair of brilliantly red geckos, resembling flames, resting on a damp rock about 2 meters away. One was atop the other, clearly engaged in the noble endeavor of procreation. Do you see that? Those are the love spring geckos, which bear a resemblance to ordinary geckos but belong to an ancient species, particularly lascivious, consumed by carnal desires throughout the day, requiring at least 3 encounters daily, each lasting no less than half an hour. Even in the presence of others, there was no fear, as the affair must be concluded before parting. Even in escape, they remained entwined. Lu Wuye, with a face full of excitement, introduced this to Lu Chen. Goodness, such strange occurrences exist. Lu Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer. Do not approach. Remain behind me and speak softly. Lu Wuye gently obstructed Lu Chen, his excitement palpable. It is said that this creature is a prime ingredient for concocting aphrodisiac potions. Lu Chen, inadvertently resting his hands upon the shoulders of the enchanting woman, observed the spring love tiger before him with earnest curiosity. What exactly is an aphrodisiac potion? Ah, it is merely a different way of saying it. In truth, it is a substance that compels women to desire men and men to crave women, a potion of the underworld possessing potent arousal properties. Lu Chen chuckled, swallowing hard as he continued. As we watch, it appears this pair of spring love tigers is already flushed, seemingly on the brink of passion. The female will surely extract every last drop of essence from the male. Should such a scenario unfold, the female tiger will perish in devotion to the male. If that happens, we will strike gold. The bodily fluids they produce possess a remarkable aphrodisiac effect, perfect for crafting love potions. Haha. Lu Chen, do not leave. Let us wait here.